The sage has arrived, wielding both pen and sword, capable of condemning mortals and judging the emperor for his tyranny, standing resolute against nations. At this juncture, the Sacred Academy controls the literary positions while the sovereign governs the official ranks. The 10 kingdoms are embroiled in conflict, with barbarian tribes lurking like tigers and malevolent creatures causing chaos. The sky is a brilliant azure, sunlit and radiant, with birds chirping joyfully. The ground is scattered with leaves and petals that have fallen from the night rain, embodying the essence of spring. Feng Yun felt an icy chill envelop him, abruptly awakening to find himself lying on the cobblestones of a narrow alley, the ground damp beneath him. He hastily leaned against the wall to rise, only to be met with a wave of pain coursing through his body. I distinctly recall a fire breaking out in the library, and then I leapt from the building to escape. How did I end up here? What is this place? Feng Yin pondered in confusion. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed something amiss with his attire. Looking down, he was taken aback to see himself dressed in coarse linen garments from antiquity, stained with mud and blood. His arms appeared slender and fragile. Beside him lay a small puddle, and as he bent to gaze into it, he beheld his own reflection. Is this truly the visage of my 14 or 15-year-old self? Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his skull, stars danced before his eyes, and a torrent of memories flooded his mind. He gritted his teeth, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Time passed, and gradually, Feng Yun regained his composure, his expression a tapestry of complexity as he began to sift through the influx of memories. It seems I am no longer on Earth, but rather in the hitherto unheard of sacred Yuan continent. This boy, also named Feng Yun, has met his demise at the hands of another. Could it be that I fell to my death in the library, only to fortuitously occupy his body? Is this the fabled rebirth of the soul? This Feng Yun harbored the fervent desire to become a child scholar, to possess talent that would bring honor to his ancestors. Remarkably, this realm possesses a force known as talent, whereby scholars can harness the essence of heaven and earth through it, gaining formidable power truly unprecedented. Feng Yun discerned that in addition to the existence of demons and barbarians, the historical narrative of the sacred Yuan continent was relatively stable until the twilight of the Shang dynasty, when profound changes began to unfold. During the late Shang period, the Duke of the West, Jichang, later known as King, one of Zhou, observed the celestial bodies and authored the timeless tome, the I Ching, amid celestial phenomena, receiving a divine endowment of talent. He then led an expedition against the tyrant Zhou. The forces of the West, Zhou, surged forward like a relentless tide, reaching the capital of the Shang, Chaoga, after several days. Suddenly, the city gates swung wide, and a torrent of 100,000 demons, 300,000 barbarians, and 1,000,000 Shang soldiers surged forth, encircling the 200,000 soldiers of the West Zhou. King Zhou stood atop the city walls, embracing the fox demon Daji, hurling curses at the West Zhou soldiers. Subsequently, he commanded a full-scale assault as the West Zhou forces faced imminent annihilation. At that moment, King Wan of Zhou descended from the heavens, riding upon clouds. Draped in white garments, King Wan gazed sternly, recounting the 10 cardinal sins of King Zhou. With each sin articulated, the fortunes of the Shang diminished by a tenth, aging King Zhou by a decade. Upon concluding his accusations, the Shang's fortunes crumbled, and King Zhou was left on the brink of death, barely clinging to life. King Wen's talent transformed into a radiant sun, hovering in the sky. He held the sacred text, the I Ching, reciting its verses as tiny golden characters erupted from his lips, swelling in size until they reached the stature of a man. Countless golden characters encircled the radiant sun of talent, casting forth brilliant light that illuminated the realm. The golden light spared humanity, however. The 100,000 demons and 300,000 barbarians erupted in anguished wails, their bodies splitting apart from within, blood gushing forth as they fell, one after another. Ultimately, the 5 barbarian saints perished, and only one of the 3 great demon saints managed to escape. Upon the plains, blood flowed like rivers. With the death of King Zhou, 1,000,000 soldiers of the Shang surrendered. Posterity lauds King Wan of Zhou. Single-handedly slaying demons and barbarians, he secured peace for the realm. Later, King Wan bequeathed the throne to King Wu, dedicating himself to the study of the I Ching, living to the remarkable age of 500. In the years that followed, no one possessed such talent until the birth of Confucius. When the sage Confucius came into the world, he bore an unseemly appearance and was abandoned in the wilderness. On a sweltering day, a golden eagle descended, flapping its wings to fan away the oppressive heat. A mother tiger found Confucius and took him to her den, nursing him with her milk thus. It was said that Confucius was born of a dragon, nurtured by a tiger, and fanned by an eagle. Eventually, the mother tiger returned Confucius to his mother, who raised him with great care. Confucius' mother was a concubine, and after his father passed away, she and Confucius were cast out by his father's legitimate wife. In his youth, Confucius experienced profound poverty, and after attaining the status of a sage, he remarked to his disciples, "In my youth, I was lowly, hence I mastered many humble crafts," indicating that his early hardships endowed him with various practical skills. In his younger years, Confucius was quite ordinary, but it was only in middle age that his extraordinary qualities began to shine, leading him to travel across various states. After resigning from his official duties, Confucius revisited and revised the Book of Songs, Book of Documents, Book of Rites, and Book of Music, and penned a preface for King Wen's I Ching. Ultimately, he authored the Spring and Autumn Annals, which, upon completion, radiated brilliance, dazzling like the stars and shaking the heavens, achieving the status of a secondary sage. Not long after, the serpent demon saint, who had fled during the battle between the Shang and Zhou, underwent 6 centuries of cultivation, advancing further to become a great sage, intent on avenging King Wen's annihilation of demons and barbarians, and launched a massive invasion. The strength of the great sage surpassed that of the human secondary sage. Even King Wen of Zhou could not compare. As the demon-barbarian coalition approached the city of Yuhai, panic swept through the populace. Just as the demons were about to besiege the city, Confucius arrived aboard the chariot of the states, gripping the Spring and Autumn Annals in his left hand and the Spring and Autumn brush in his right. Upon seeing the serpent demon sage, he smiled and said, "One should not disdain the refined, nor the meticulously prepared prey. Great sage, enter my vessel, to be cooked in fierce flames." The million demons erupted in fury, but Confucius raised his brush, and with the winds swirling, the heavens and the earth changed hue. With the Spring and Autumn brush, he inscribed the character punish 9 times, each stroke like a blade, vanquishing the serpent demon sage, cleaving him into 10 pieces. Confucius then publicly cooked the remains, consuming a serpent demon sage of 100 feet in length. During the cooking, the million demons attempted to flee, but Confucius casually tossed the Spring and Autumn Annals into the sky, casting a shadow for 3,000 miles. With a single movement of the text, he annihilated the million demons. The populace knelt in reverence, proclaiming him a sage. Subsequently, Confucius established the first academy, the Tsufu Academy, breaking the educational monopoly of the time, enrolling 30,000 ordinary disciples, 3,000 direct apprentices, and 72 worthy disciples. All who studied under Confucius naturally acquired exceptional talents. Later, Confucius ascended further, achieving the status of a sage, unparalleled in history, with none to follow. The sage discerned the hidden peril facing humanity. Thus he mounted the chariot of states, journeying alone across the 3 barbarians and 4 seas, ascending the 5 demon mountains, compelling the demon and barbarian clans to sign a millennium-long pact of non-aggression. No one knows the specifics of Confucius' journeys across the 3 barbarians and 4 seas, only that upon his return, he visited various schools of thought, thereafter retreating into seclusion. After Confucius withdrew from the world, 5 of his direct disciples Mencius, Xuanzi, Zhengzi, Zisi, and Yanzi subsequently honored as half-sages, just beneath the rank of sub-sages. The disciples of Confucius ceased their opposition to other schools of thought, and Zisi, the grandson of Confucius, even proposed the philosophy of learning from all schools, actively seeking counsel from various thinkers and aiding them in cultivating their talents. Consequently, figures such as Mozi from Moism, Han Fizi from legalism, El Bouet from eclecticism, Su Xing from agrarian thought, and Suanzi from military strategy were also recognized as half-sages. It was only when Liu Bang, the founding emperor of the Han dynasty, slayed the white serpent demon during a rebellion that the disciples realized Confucius was nearing his end. Upon his passing, Confucius's sacred form transformed into a pillar of talent that soared into the heavens, remaining visible for all to see. 3 days later, this pillar divided into 3 parts. One entered the Confucius Academy in Xufu, another entered the hearts of 30,000 disciples, and the third permeated the world at large. As a result, Mencius, Xuanzi, Zhengzi, Zici, and Yinzi ascended further, attaining the status of subsages. Thus commenced the era of talent, wherein the myriad schools of thought ultimately converged upon Confucianism. The tragic era of suppressing diverse philosophies came to an end, heralding a flourishing of humanity. Following Confucius's demise, the Confucius Academy was renamed the Sacred Academy, attaining a transcendent status. The Sacred Academy gradually refined the power of talent, adhering to Confucius' legacy, assimilating the essence of various schools, and elevating individuals solely based on merit. It established 10 ranks of scholarly achievement: disciples Xiaozai, Jiren, Juncture, Hanlin, Daoism, half-sage, subsage, and sage. The higher the rank of a scholar, the greater their talents, and the stronger their command over the essence of the universe. Fang Yun felt a surge of emotion, astonished by the wonders of this world. By merely becoming a disciple, one can attain the most fundamental talent and receive the divine gift of rank. The divine gift for disciples is clear eyes for night vision, allowing one to see clearly in the dark, enabling study without the need for an oil lamp. Upon becoming a Xiaozai, the abilities become even more extraordinary. One can engage in military strategy on paper, which is not mere mockery, but rather the battle poems and verses composed by Xiaozai can manifest their words in a formidable power. As one ascends in rank, even more astonishing divine gifts await. Fang Yun recalled that the sacred Yuan continent had similarly traversed the eras of Qin, Han, and the 3 kingdoms. Presently, the sacred Yuan continent comprises 10 nations. By examining recent historical figures, he deduced that the current period likely lies before the Sui and Tang dynasties. Fang Yun enumerated the recently honored sages. There was Wang Shiji, revered as the sage of calligraphy, who is recognized as a half-sage for his works such as Lantingyi Su, Pingan Tai, and Songwan Tai. There was Tao Yuanming, honored as a half-sage for his Tao Hua Yuanji, Wulu Xianxingzhuan, and Gue Chu Lai Shi Ci. There was Zhu Chongji, acclaimed as a half-sage for his Zhuishu, Daming Li, and Yi. There was Li Daoyuan, acknowledged as a half-sage for his Shuijing Zhu and Benji. There was Fan Zhun, honored as a great scholar for his Shun Miaolin, just beneath the rank of half-sage. Yet conspicuously absent were the names of Li Bai, Du Fu, Bai Juyi, Wang Chongling, Li Shangyin, Wen Tingyan, Wang Wei, Du Mu, An Yu Lu Ziyuan, Yan Jinxing, Lu Gongquan, Su Dongpa, Ouyang Xiao, Li Li Qingzhao, Jiuan, Cheng Yi, Cheng Hao, Zhu Shi, and Wang Yangming. Not a single luminary from the post-Sui and Tang periods was present. Fang Yun took a deep breath. Undoubtedly, for him, this might be the most splendid era. Suddenly, Fang Yun's expression shifted slightly as he recalled his current identity and the significance of the day. Fang Yun hailed from a modest background, having lost his parents at an early age. The only companion in his household was a child bride named Yu Huan, 3 years his senior. Originally, the Fang family could not afford to acquire a child bride. However, Yu Huan had been taken in after her father, fleeing from famine, sought refuge with the Fang household. In a desperate act, her father pilfered a small sum from the Fang family to gamble, ultimately losing and incurring debts. Mortally wounded, he declared before his death that he would sell Yu Huan to the Fang family as a child bride to repay the family's kindness. From a young age, Yu Huan was a beauty, and as she matured, her allure only deepened, earning her the moniker the Shisher of Jiangzhou among the neighbors. Even clad in a simple, coarse linen dress due to their financial struggles, her extraordinary grace remained undeniable. After the death of his parents, Fang Yun and Yu Huan relied on each other for companionship. Yu Huan, possessing remarkable skill in needlework, earned a modest income through her craft. Fang Yun spent his mornings studying at a private school and began working as an assistant at the auspicious restaurant during the afternoons, nurturing his ambition to excel in the imperial examinations. Chapter 2. Crisis today marks the day of the county examination for aspiring scholars. and Fang Yun is one of the candidates. However, he is engulfed in despair regarding his future. Fang Yun epitomizes the plight of the underprivileged scholar. Unlike the scions of illustrious families, noble clans, and the esteemed Kong family, who need not fret about sustenance or divert their attention to family matters, Fang Yun's circumstances are far more dire. While they can effortlessly attend the finest academies, Fang Yun cannot. They may summon any tutor of their choosing at their leisure, while he is constrained. They possess the means to acquire any texts, classics, commentaries, and collections without hesitation, while he struggles even to access a few. For scholars like Fang Yun, mere survival is a formidable challenge. The prospect of achieving fame or a vibrant life remains an unattainable dream. Clenching his fists in frustration, Fang Yun soon realizes the gravity of his situation. His foremost concern is not the aftermath of his death on his family, but rather the imperative of survival. Who would wish him harm? The answer dawns upon him, as he recalls the individual who had inquired about the direction to the Wuhou shrine. After Fang Yun politely provided the guidance, the man, expressing gratitude, engaged him in conversation, revealing his identity as Lu Zicheng. 3 years prior, Lu Zicheng had passed the examination to become a scholar and hailed from the prestigious Lu family of Daoism Prefecture. His elder brother had achieved remarkable success, securing the top position in last year's provincial examination, while Lu Zicheng's noble lineage is noteworthy. It is well known among the scholars of Daoism that his family boasts a powerful distant relative in the capital, the Prime Minister Lu Shan, who is regarded as the foremost among the 4 ministers of the Jing nation. The former emperor had entrusted Lu Shan with significant responsibilities, and some claim that half of Jing's officials are his former students. Fang Yun's greatest aspiration is merely to pass the county examination and become a scholar. While the thought of succeeding in the provincial examination remains an elusive dream, Lu Zicheng, with his courteous demeanor and exceptional bearing, elicits Fang Yun's admiration, leaving him completely unguarded. Fang Yun answers Lu Zicheng's inquiries candidly. Later, when Fang Yun seeks advice on the county examination, Lu Zicheng generously shares his insights, for which Fang Yun is immensely grateful. Upon learning that Lu Zicheng had studied at one of the 3 sacred grounds and had even ascended to the 2nd pavilion, Fang Yun's respect for him deepens. That evening, Lu Zicheng stays at Fang Yun's home, engaging in heartfelt conversation by candlelight, further amplifying Fang Yun's gratitude. The following day, Lu Zicheng departs, leaving behind 20 taels of silver notes and a letter expressing his affinity for Fang Yun, encouraging him to accept the silver. If he is unwilling, he may return it after achieving success in the examinations. Fang Yun reflects on Lu Zicheng's noble character, but he entrusts the silver notes to Yu Huan, insisting he will not accept charity. To his surprise, Yu Huan suggests that Lu Zicheng may have ulterior motives, which incites Fang Yun's ire, and he chastises Yu Huan for judging a gentleman with a narrow mind. Subsequently, Lu Zicheng visits several times, gifting Fang Yun with books, deepening their friendship. Yu Huan expresses her disapproval of Lu Zicheng twice, but Fang Yun rebukes her, and she refrains from further comment. One day, while Yu Huan was out purchasing vegetables, she encountered some ruffians. By chance, Lu Zicheng happened to pass by, and thus he summoned the power of the Wenbao Shanwei brush, wielding his sword to drive back over 10 thugs and rescue Yu Huan, leaving Fang Yun deeply grateful. Just half a month prior, Lu Zicheng had remarked on Fang Yun's feelings towards Yu Huan, even suggesting that Fang Yun's family circumstances would ultimately harm her. Aware of his shortcomings, Fang Yun expressed his remorse towards Yu Huan, vowing that despite the persistent urging of his relatives, he would not marry her until he achieved academic success. Intending to honorably wed her upon attaining his degree, Lu Zicheng inquired about Fang Yun's confidence in passing the examination for the title of Tongxing, emphasizing that to achieve honor, one must at least become a jiren, and questioned how likely he was to become one. Fang Yun fell silent. Consequently, Lu Zicheng proposed to take Yu Huan as a concubine, offering a bride price of 2,000 taels of silver. Fang Yun stared in astonishment at Lu Zicheng, yet he remained oblivious to Lu Zicheng's true intentions. At that moment, Yu Huan emerged and recounted the events. It turned out that Lu Zicheng had intentionally sought to ingratiate himself with Yu Huan during each of his visits. And although Yu Huan had confided this to Fang Yun, he did not believe her. Thus, Yu Huan devised a scheme to deceive Lu Zicheng, promising that should he persuade Fang Yun, she would marry him as a concubine. Lu Zicheng fell for her trap, and Fang Yun suddenly realized the truth. Vehemently rebuking Lu Zicheng and casting away the silver notes and gifts he had presented, enraged and humiliated, Lu Zicheng threatened Fang Yun, asserting that if he did not sell Yuan to him as a concubine before the county examination, he would ensure that Fang Yun would never have hope of becoming a Tongxing. After delivering his ultimatum, Lu Ziqing departed with a triumphant laugh that Fang Yun could not forget, nor could he erase Yuan's words from his mind. I, Yang Yuan, am a person of the Fang family in life, and the soul of the Fang family in death. Yet, within Yuan's eyes lay profound helplessness and sorrow. Even a hint of despair. Fang Yun, feeling only shame and gratitude at the moment, now recalled the scene with a sense of tragic valor akin to facing death. A sharp pain pierced his head. Upon touching it, he winced, realizing that he had been struck. As long as I am alive, Lu Ziqing will undoubtedly seek revenge. There is no escape for me now. The only way is to pass the county examination and become a Tongxing, with a degree and status. He would not dare to harm me in Jixian. The title of Tongxing is merely considered a reserved talent, while that of Jiren is foundational. Thus, the county examination is the simplest, testing only saints' words and poetry, with classical texts and strategies to be examined later. The imperial examination system in the Xingyuan continent differs from that of ancient China, yet one must adapt to their circumstances. As Fang Yun contemplated this, he walked towards the alley, his body battered and sore, drenched in discomforting wet clothing, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Duan, who intended to speak, but at that moment, the shopkeeper Jin from the Jixiang tavern shouted from 50 paces away, "Xiao Hu, are you itching for trouble? Hurry and buy the vegetables. If you're late, I'll break your legs." Duan, who sighed helplessly, casting a cautionary glance at Fang Yun before turning to leave. Unbeknownst to Fang Yun, trouble had also befallen his own household. Without time to quibble with shopkeeper Jin, he quickened his pace. Little did he know, shopkeeper Jin, reveling in misfortune, called out, 3 years ago, I suggested you could buy the Jiangzhou beauty to support your studies. Now look at the situation. Targeted by the Lu family of Daiwanfu, you shall not receive a single coin. In our entire county, there exist merely 2 prominent clans, one of which is a renowned lineage, while the Lu family stands as a prestigious household, mercilessly consuming those who cross their path. Just look at your battered form. Surely, it is the work of the Lu family? Zhen, the innkeeper, clad in a green robe of a gentleman and wearing a black cap, was in his early 40s. Possessing 1 wife and 2 concubines, known for his avarice. Due to the phonetic similarity between his surname and the word for needle, the NS staff privately called him Little Needle Eye. On one occasion, Fang Yun, noticing the frail young Yuan, pilfered some leftover meat that patrons had discarded, intending to offer it to her. However, Zhen caught him in the act, snatched the meat away, and flung it to the ground, ruthlessly kicking it towards the dogs in the courtyard. Not even for the dog. Fang Yun still vividly remembers the scornful gaze Zhen cast while uttering those words. Suppressing his rage, Fang Yun continued forward. Zhen, brimming with arrogance, declared, "Did you think I hired you for your competence? It was merely to be closer to Yuan. Alas, she remains oblivious to my affections. So I take out my frustrations on you. Since you have offended the illustrious Lu family, I cannot risk my own safety. You are dismissed." Fang Yun halted, turning to regard Zhen with icy disdain. "Then I request you settle my remaining wages. You have offended the esteemed Lu family. Mine may very well face their wrath. I am doing you a favor by not demanding compensation." Zhen retorted fiercely, "If you dare approach my auspicious tavern again, beware, for I shall break your legs." Zhen glared menacingly at Fang Yun. In turn, Fang Yun shot a defiant look back at Zhen, stating, "I shall remember your words. Should you fail to pay me today, I shall ensure you repay me 1,000-fold in the future." With that, he departed. Poor fool, boasting without fear of consequence. Zhen scoffed as he re-entered the tavern. Once he passes the examination to become a student, Fang Yun would be temporarily safe. Even though Lu Ziqing belonged to a prominent family, he would not dare to slay a scholar of any rank in Jixian. Fang Yun paid no mind to the gazes of passers-by, walking onward while processing his newfound memories. He realized the vast differences between the sacred Yuan continent and ancient China, marked by the emergence of talent, the fierce competition among 10 nations, and the looming threat of demonic forces where pragmatism evidently held sway. For instance, scholars here typically wrote in regular and semi-cursive scripts, but on the battlefield, where circumstances shift rapidly, they resorted to simpler cursive script to expedite their communications, resulting in a continuous simplification of cursive over centuries. Additionally, the imperial examination system diverged significantly. Whereas the ancient Earth-S examination began in the Sui dynasty, here it commenced in the Han dynasty, predating it by 7 to 8 centuries. And rather than occurring every 3 years, examinations were conducted annually. The expanse of the sacred Yuan continent surpassed that of China, encompassing a staggering 90 states, each comparable to a province. Fang Yun soon discovered that his augmented memories contained not only recollections of the sacred Yuan continent, but also excerpts from texts he had never encountered before, including titles such as the complete collection of imperial examination papers, the Spring and Autumn Annals by Gu Liang, the Guide, Zhuxi's 5 Classics, the 3-character classic, the complete poems of the Tang Dynasty, and many others. Chapter 3. The Westlake beauty of Jiangzhou. Fang Yun could not help but reveal a joyful expression. The prospect of becoming a scholar seemed promising. He silently cheered within, his fists clenched tighter. Before long, he arrived at his doorstep, where a mud wall towered over him. And 30 or 40 neighbors gathered at the entrance of the courtyard, voices mingling in the air. I am of the Fang family in life, and I shall be a ghost of the Fang family in death. If Xiaoyun dies, I shall accompany him in burial. Step back. Step back. Please do not act impulsively. Quickly take away the scissors. If you die, the second young master will surely flay us alive. Fang Yun sensed the gravity of the situation and called out, "Clear the way, let me in." The onlookers parted, some silently moving aside, others watching with a sense of anticipation, yet the majority wore expressions of sympathy, with several voices raised in scorn against the bodyguards of the Liu family. Xiao Fang. What is this? To attempt abduction in broad daylight. What manner of world is this? Can the people of Diyuan Prefecture bully us of Jixin? Fang Yun remained silent, hastily approaching the courtyard gate, where he encountered 4 burly men, their disbelief evident as they gazed at him, despite their efforts to conceal their unease. Subtle signs of panic betrayed them. At the center of the courtyard stood a young girl, slender and delicate, garbed in a simple blue homespun dress. Her appearance was extraordinarily beautiful, resembling a pure white orchid blooming in a secluded valley. Fang Yun felt an illusion that she was the very moon of this courtyard, a brilliance that even the sun could not overshadow. She appeared somewhat fatigued, as though sleep had eluded her, yet she was impeccably clean. Her eyes, though bloodshot, were clear and bright, exuding a steadfast determination. It was only upon seeing Yang Yuhuan in person that Fang Yun realized she was 100 times more beautiful than he remembered, explaining her title as the Westlake Beauty of Jiangzhou. At that moment, Yang Yuhuan held the scissors in a reverse grip, their sharp tip piercing her fair neck, a trickle of blood oozing forth. Yuhuan. Fang Yun rushed forward. Xiaoyun. Yang Yuhuan exclaimed, both startled and elated, dropping the scissors and running towards him. Do not panic. I shall attend to it. A woman in her 40s turned and sprinted towards Cixing Hall. Fang Yun hurriedly interjected, No, I must attend the county examination. If I delay any longer, it shall be too late. Yuhuan, quickly retrieve what I prepared a few days ago and accompany me to the county academy. I must take the exam. Wiping her tears, Yang Yuhuan protested, You are injured so gravely. What do you mean by the county exam? You must not go. That is not an option. As long as I draw breath, I shall participate in the examination. Yuhuan, I have always heeded your words, but today is different. I have grown up. Fang Yun mimicked the tone of the previous Fang Yun, gazing steadily at Yang Yuhuan. She ceased her weeping, staring in astonishment at the somewhat unfamiliar Fang Yun. He was still the same person, yet both his demeanor and gaze had undergone a profound transformation. This Fang Yun possessed the heart of the world. I have awakened, Fang Yun seemed to explain, or perhaps he was speaking to himself, glancing at the 4 burly men. Last night, it was also 4 men, and they bore the accent of Diyuan Prefecture. The 4 men appeared increasingly uneasy, one feigning impatience as he barked. What are you staring at? Clear the way. Having spoken, the 4 individuals hastily departed. Yang Yuhuan gazed at Fang Yun, wiped away her tears, and composed herself, stating, Very well. Today, I shall heed your counsel. However, you must wait for the doctor to arrive and apply the medicinal ointment. Otherwise, you will not endure the county examination. Fang Yun understood that the county examination would last an entire day, requiring considerable stamina, and if he were to set off immediately, he might indeed falter. All right, Fang Yun replied, meeting Yang Yuhuan's gaze. She noticed that his look was distinctive, no longer that of a younger brother towards an elder sister, but rather that of a man admiring a woman. Little Yun has truly grown up. Yang Yuhuan's eyes flickered, and she assisted Fang Yun into the house. The doctor from Xishingtang arrived, frowning upon seeing Fang Yun's wounds. Upon learning that Fang Yun insisted on participating in the examination, he waived the consultation fee, charging only for the medicine. While the doctor tended to Fang Yun's injuries, Yang Yuhuan stepped out, her whereabouts unknown. Once the doctor had finished his task, Yang Yuhuan returned, shouldering the bookbox needed for the exam and supporting Fang Yun as they made their way outside. A bullock cart, borrowed by Yang Yuhuan, awaited them. Fang Yun felt a warmth in his heart and softly expressed, "Thank you, Sister Yuhuan." Yang Yuhuan was momentarily taken aback, her eyes sparkling, and with a gentle smile replied, "Why be so polite with your sister?" Fang Yun mused, "No wonder she is an unparalleled beauty. Even the subtlest of her actions exudes an innate allure." As Yang Yuhuan assisted Fang Yun onto the cart, she positioned herself at the rear, grasping the reins and lightly flicking the whip at the yellow bull. "Moo!" The bull bellowed, lifting its hooves and moving forward. Fang Yun quietly observed Yang Yuhuan. She was now 19, at the height of her beauty. Her blue cloth dress had faded slightly and bore several patches, while on her feet were the shoes she had sewn herself. Her lustrous black hair was elegantly styled atop her head, held in place by a wooden hairpin she had crafted. Apart from the simple hairpin, she adorned no other jewelry. A pang of sorrow pierced Fang Yun's heart as fragmented memories of Yang Yuhuan surfaced in his mind. The year Fang Yun's parents passed away, Yang Yuhuan was 12, and Fang Yun was 9. Even then, Yang Yuhuan was remarkably lovely. After Fang Yun's relatives arranged his parents' funeral, several families offered to adopt Yang Yuhuan. But she had one condition, that Fang Yun be adopted alongside her, and that they support his education. Consequently, those relatives had no choice but to withdraw their offers. Most of those relatives were of humble means, while raising 2 children was manageable. Providing for Fang Yun's education proved too burdensome. The affluent families feared that adopting a son would lead to division of inheritance, unlike with a daughter. Education necessitated attending private schools, acquiring writing materials, and purchasing a plethora of books. Even borrowing them incurred costs, and to pass the examination, one had to read extensively. In those times, books lacked punctuation. And without a teacher to guide them, recognizing characters did not equate to comprehension. Scholars had to delineate their sentences themselves, marking what corresponded to periods. Though these relatives did not raise both children, they occasionally provided assistance to the siblings, ensuring that they did not starve in the preceding years. When Fang Yun reached the age of 12, he had gained strength and began undertaking labor, alleviating his hunger, yet life remained challenging due to the exorbitant costs of education. Yang Yuhuan, embodying both the nurturing essence of a mother and the affectionate spirit of an elder sister, has devoted 7 years to caring for Fang Yun without a trace of complaint. The neighbors hold her in high regard, often expressing their desire for her to become their daughter-in-law. Now, at the age of 19, Yang Yuhuan finds herself considered an old maid in Jing State, where most women marry by 16, and those who remain unmarried at 19 are a rarity. Fang Yun, despite being captivated by this ethereal sister, feels unworthy to claim her as his bride without first achieving academic distinction. He has vowed to attain fame before formally marrying her. Thus they have yet to consummate their relationship, continuing to sleep separately in their respective chambers. Yang Yuhuan treats Fang Yun with the affection of a beloved younger brother. During their most difficult year, she subsisted on a mere bowl of thin porridge daily, yet insisted to Fang Yun that she had already eaten, allowing him to enjoy his meager meal. On one occasion, after peeling an egg imperfectly, Fang Yun unwittingly left some egg white behind. Believing he was not present, Yang Yuhuan secretly consumed the leftover white, only to be caught by Fang Yun. Last year, both fell gravely ill with a severe cold. However, Yang Yuhuan prioritized Fang Yun's recovery, purchasing medicine solely for him. It was only after he regained his health that she reluctantly took the remaining medicine, which he discovered. With a smile, she explained her fear of bitterness, claiming that the concoction, which she had endured multiple times, was just right for her. Though her attire is tattered, it fails to conceal her innate beauty. Her slender neck and fair complexion are unmarred by any blemish. Fang Yun's gaze lingered on her hands, and he let out a sigh involuntarily. Her hands, rougher than his and slightly swollen, bore numerous scars. At first glance, one might hardly believe that such hands belonged to a beauty comparable to Shishir or Diao Chan. Yet in Fang Yun's eyes, Yang Yuhuan's hands were the most exquisite, for they upheld their household. "Xiao Yun, you promised that when you achieved the title of Tongsheng, you would buy me a silver hairpin. Is that promise still valid?" she inquired. "Of course it is, but passing the Tongsheng exam is no easy feat." Fang Yun replied with a hint of resignation. "I believe our Xiao Yun will surely succeed. Not only will you become a Tongsheng, but you will also excel as a Xiuzai and perhaps even rise to the rank of Jiren." Fang Yun paused, momentarily taken aback. Realizing that Yang Yuhuan was not merely making conversation, but had noticed his earlier sigh and sought to lift his spirits. Determined not to burden her with worry, he smiled and said, If I succeed in becoming a Tongsheng, it will undoubtedly be due to your support, Yuan. At that point, I shall ensure you are well cared for, lavishing you with the finest food and drink, and urging you to proclaim my successes as a Shiozai. Once I achieve that, I will have you declare my potential as a Jiren daily. Yang Yuan could not help but chuckle softly, revealing her pearly white teeth. Xiao Yun, you seem to have transformed into a different person, she remarked, her gaze upon him tinged with a hint of concern. Chapter 4. The children of others. Fang Yun sighed softly and remarked, I have just disclosed that I have been thoroughly awakened. Yet, as misfortune often harbors fortune, I encountered an extraordinary individual last night who imparted upon me a wealth of knowledge. Things that had eluded my memory suddenly became clear, and concepts I once struggled to grasp now illuminated my understanding, as though a door had been opened within my mind. Yang Yuan regarded Fang Yun with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, softly inquiring, who was that person? He did not reveal his name, Fang Yun replied, but he claimed I am considered a half-disciple under his tutelage. Should I fail to achieve the rank of juncture, I would be unworthy of knowing his name. Aware of his impending transformation, Fang Yun fabricated this tale to alleviate any doubts. Yang Yuan's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she questioned, Juncture? Only those who attain the Juncture title are privy to his identity. Who might he be? A grand scholar? A great Confucian? Could he possibly be a half-saint? I cannot say, Fang Yun responded with a wry smile, shaking his head. Then let us purchase more, perhaps a pound, and let us also stew a chicken. Fang Yun thought to himself, recognizing that failure in the examination could lead to dire consequences. Thus, indulging in a bit of luxury seemed justified, for should he succeed, this expense would be negligible. Without hesitation, Yang Yuan nodded affirmatively, declaring, Then I shall follow your lead. You are the head of the household. Fang Yun was taken aback by Yang Yuan's beauty and her thoughtfulness, as she consistently upheld his dignity. In her eyes, consuming such a quantity in one day was already extravagant, yet she remained resolute, fearing any dent to his pride. Yang Yuan retrieved a sugar pancake she had prepared that very morning, stating, I made a few extra. You did not have breakfast, so please eat now. Fang Yun accepted the pancake and savored it slowly. The meals on examination day are typically superior to those of ordinary days. He would need to remain at the academy during lunchtime, consuming his meal while answering questions, with both food and water to be brought from home. The preliminary examination was manageable, yet the scholar examination spanned 3 days, with all necessities confined to the cramped examination room, where any health issue could prove intolerable. The old ox ambled its way toward the eastern part of the city, soon arriving at the academy's entrance. The academy, adorned with red walls and green tiles, nestled among verdant trees, exuded vitality in the morning light. Outside stood a dense throng of people, children in their early teens and elderly individuals with graying hair, forming 10 lines as they gradually entered the academy. A cursory glance revealed no fewer than 2,000 individuals, while countless family members and friends stood aside, uncued. Fang Yun was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that. In a county with a population of fewer than 90,000, the number of candidates for the preliminary examination would reach 2,000. He understood that literacy rates in ancient times were typically low. In China, the literacy rate among men hovered around 10%, only rising to 15% during the Republican era, with over half of those being craftsmen and artisans needing to recognize characters. The proportion of scholars and students was less than 5%, yet this was already among the highest in the ancient world, where many Western aristocrats were illiterate and numerous nations boasted literacy rates below 1%. To Fang Yun's estimation, a turnout of 300 to 400 candidates for the preliminary examination in Jixian County would have been ample. But he was astounded by the reality of 2,000, a staggering figure. Moreover, as a lower county, Jixian could accept only 50 candidates each year. Fang Yun's astonishment grew as he realized he had underestimated the intensity of the competition for the preliminary examination. He quickly recalled that the population density of the Shenyuan continent far surpassed that of ancient China. The county government categorizes regions into upper, middle, and lower tiers based on wealth, and Jixian is classified as a lower county, possessing relatively scarce land resources. However, due to the presence of talented individuals, the common folk, as long as they are diligent, will not succumb to starvation. Fang Yun and Yang Yuan exemplify this truth, even as mere children. They are capable of sustaining themselves and managing to support one person's education. In the sacred academy continent, the county magistrate and certain officials bear a significant responsibility to assist farmers. Should the local scholars' pleas for rain prove fruitless, or if the drought becomes dire. Officials must prepare literary treasures and sacred pages, utilizing their talents to pin the renowned works of ancient figures in hope of rain. Should there be excessive rainfall, they would convene literary gatherings to halt flooding. In the event of locust plagues, they would organize gatherings to drive away the pests, necessitating the creation of pest-repelling melodies and verses. Such literary events are numerous and varied. It is indeed the merit of talent that yields a grain production far superior to that of ancient earth, nourishing a greater populace. Coupled with the allure of scholarly pursuits, many families are willing to tighten their belts to afford their children's education, resulting in a considerable number of candidates for the county's examinations. Here, talent reigns as the foremost productive force. Fang Yun pondered as he was assisted down from the carriage by Yang Yuhuan. Nearby candidates glanced over. Few recognized Fang Yun. But the renowned beauty of Jiangzhou, Yang Yuhuan, was known to all. Even those who had never met her could conjecture her identity, for her beauty was unparalleled. Accustomed to the gaze of onlookers since childhood, a fleeting blush crossed her eyes before she nonchalantly supported Fang Yun, carrying his bookbox for him. The crowd's envy grew. They wished to be in Fang Yun's position, fortunate enough to have such a virtuous companion. Fang Yun, Sister Yuhuan. 4 individuals swiftly approached from the group, each bearing bamboo bookboxes. One was noticeably younger than Fang Yun, while the other 3 were several years his senior. With a mere glance, Fang Yun recognized them as classmates from the private school, with whom he had studied for over 3 years. Aside from Liang Yuan, whose family owned a prosperous rice shop, the others were from ordinary backgrounds like Fang Yun. Their parents were alive, and their circumstances were better than Fang Yun's, yet they had never looked down upon him. Their bond was genuine. Although 12-year-old Ge Xiaomao had once bashfully admitted that his friendship with Fang Yun was motivated by a desire to see Sister Yuhuan more often. What troubles you, Fang Yun? Liang Yuan, the tallest among them, approached with concern etched on his brow as he scrutinized Fang Yun. Although Fang Yun donned clean clothing, a bandage adorned his head, and evident bruises and wounds marred his face. Fang Yun smiled and replied, I slipped and fell on the slick road last night. It's merely minor injuries that won't affect the examination. Ge Xiaomao, filled with worry, exclaimed, You're injured like this and it doesn't matter? Will you truly be able to manage? Fang Yun jested. As Mencius stated, when heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility upon a person, it must first sharpen their will, exhaust their muscles, starve their body, and empty their possessions. Encountering obstacles before the exam, coupled with guidance from my teacher, indicates that heaven is indeed preparing me for a great task. Teacher, did Mr. Sun specifically instruct you? Liang Yuan inquired, curiosity piqued. It isn't Mr. Sun. It's another teacher you do not know. But let us not dwell on this. We should queue to enter the academy. Sister Yuhuan, allow me to carry the book box. However, the tall Liang Yuan seized the box instead, insisting, I'll help you carry it. Let us go. Another classmate, Lu Zhan, supported Fang Yun as they bid farewell to Yang Yuhuan and queued to enter the Academy of Literature. Fang Yun surveyed his surroundings. Although he had attempted the child scholar examination the previous year, this was his first visit to the academy. Ge Xiaomao murmured in discontent, I am merely 12 years old. Coming here is a waste of money. Composing a crooked poem might be manageable, but requesting the sage's words is far too challenging. In addition to the 13 classics, there are numerous works by various sages. Since Confucius was canonized a millennium ago, dozens have been honored, and requesting the sage's words requires knowledge of many ancient texts. I have attended private school for 5 years, yet I have only memorized the Analects, Mencius, I Ching, Rites of Zhou, and Spring and Autumn Annals. How could I possibly succeed in becoming a child scholar? This recollection of the imperial examination system during the Tang dynasty struck Fang Yun. In that era, the examination for scholars involved copying passages from classical texts, which were then partially obscured for candidates to fill in. A task simpler than requesting the sage's words. The flourishing of Tang poetry was largely due to the inclusion of poetry and prose in the examinations, significantly influencing the aspirant's success. In the Holy Yuan continent, the Holy Academy deemed poetry and talent as intrinsically linked, especially the epic war poems that could shape the fate of humanity. Thus, poetry was a requisite in the examinations, with border poems being of utmost importance. Liang Yuan chuckled, You are still young. Your presence here is not solely for the sake of fame, but to broaden your horizons. Just do your best. The requesting the sage's words for the child scholar examination comprised 30 test papers, while the examination for scholars reached a daunting 100. Mockingly referred to as the 100 pages of tireless cultivation. It is improbable that anyone could answer all correctly. Lu Zhan encouraged, Xiao Mao, do not be disheartened. Aside from the four great talents, no one can answer every question in the child scholar exam, not even us, let alone you. Fortunately, the scope of the child scholar examination is relatively narrow. The scholar's examination features more intricate queries, and for centuries, even the most talented individuals have struggled to answer them correctly, including those who were ultimately canonized. Gu Xiaomao sighed in relief, saying, Liang Yuan, this child scholar exam rests on your shoulders. No student from Mr. Sun's tutelage has succeeded in years, and others mock us. We may not match the prodigy Fang Zhongyong, but we must not fall behind. May our ancestors and the sages bless us. You. Liang Yuan chuckled, shaking his head. The mention of Fang Zhongyong caused Fang Yun to pause momentarily. Just then, someone nearby exclaimed loudly, Fang Zhongyong has arrived. The crowd immediately turned their gazes toward the source of the voice, where a serious-looking boy of around 13 or 14 disembarked from a carriage. His demeanor lacked any trace of childishness, presenting a composure more mature than his peers. Following him, a middle-aged man adorned in an opulent robe descended from the carriage. Beaming with pride, many parents hurriedly approached to flatter the man. Before the academy, there gathered 3,000 or 4,000 candidates and their families. Upon the arrival of Fang Zhongyong and his father, Fang Li, most conversation ceased as eyes turned towards the illustrious pair. Fang Yun was taken aback by how remarkably radiant this father-son duo appeared, despite sharing the same surname. He recognized Fang Zhongyong and his father, who were distant relatives. By lineage, Fang Yun was the uncle of the prodigy Fang Zhongyong, though the two families had never maintained close contact due to their distant ties. Gu Xiaomao enviously remarked. In Jixian, the prodigious reputation of Fang Zhongyong surpasses even the renowned beauty of Sister Yuan. His remarkable memory and poetic prowess far exceed those of us, ordinary folk. His father claimed that by the tender age of 10, he was already capable of excelling in the imperial examinations for children. The reason he is participating in the child scholar examination for the first time this year is due to his accumulation of knowledge. Striving to secure the coveted title of first in the examination, this title undoubtedly belongs to him, as it grants entry into the prestigious Wenyuan Academy of Daoism Prefecture, which is undoubtedly far superior to our humble private school, Liang Yuan commented. Chapter 5. Entering the examination room, Lu Zhan expressed his discontent, stating that while one may possess a quick wit, it pales in comparison to true photographic memory, which can only be achieved by those who attain the status of a juncture. Furthermore, Jiangzhou governs 9 prefectures, and Daoism Prefecture's Wenyuan is merely one among them. If he were indeed a prodigious talent, the esteemed scholarly, the Yuan of the Provincial Academy, would undoubtedly make an exception and admit him as a Tongxing, allowing him to study alongside the most distinguished scholars and candidates in the province. Is that conceivable? Scholarly holds the rank of a third-grade official, equal to that of the provincial governor, and his scholarly position is even higher, overseeing the education of millions within the province. Without his endorsement, no one is worthy of being called a genius. The crowd stifled laughter as they recalled how Fang Zhongyong had visited Lu family town the previous year. Coinciding with a small poetry gathering, Fang Li had compelled Fang Zhongyong to recite poetry at the event, overshadowing the local scholars and casting a shadow over the students of Lu family town. Among them was Lu Zhan, who had felt a sense of indignation toward Fang Zhongyong on more than one occasion. Yang Yuan whispered, Lu Zhan makes a valid point. After all, Fang Zhongyong is still quite young. His best poem barely reaches the county level, let alone the prefectural standard. However, given time, he may achieve greater heights. Lu Zhan concurred. Indeed, he must at least compose a piece that surpasses the prefectural level to be deemed a prodigy. As for the Xinhua status or even higher realms, those are beyond our discourse. The administrative divisions of the Xingyuan continent are hierarchically organized into counties, prefectures, provinces, and nations, each larger than the last. Gu Xiaomao quietly remarked, in truth, achieving county-level poetry is commendable. Many scholars go their entire lives without producing such work. Even if a successful candidate can pen a county-level poem, it is worthy of a celebratory banquet. Lu Lin, who had remained silent until now, spoke solemnly, with the barbarian tribes in chaos and the Qing country lurking. Rather than vying for fame and fortune, we ought to earnestly contemplate how to resist external threats. Lu Zhan and Gu Xiaomao exchanged glances, feeling a twinge of shame. While Liang Yuan smiled, Lu Shitu, we are merely engaging in conversation. There is no need for such seriousness. Alas, the border troops have repeatedly suffered defeats against the barbarian forces, yet certain individuals prioritize their selfish desires over the nation's peril. If I were to succeed in the examination, I would undoubtedly take up arms, not to serve the court, but to protect my fellow human beings. Lu Lin spoke passionately, and the surrounding area fell silent, with only a handful of individuals mocking him, while the majority regarded him with admiration. The Xingyuan continent is home to 3 barbarian tribes: the grass barbarians, the sand barbarians, and the forest barbarians, each comprising various clans, such as the wolf and tiger barbarians, who are said to be descendants of a hybrid between the demon and human races. Fang Yun observed Lu Lin closely. He had thick brows, large eyes, and a square face, embodying the most upright character among their group. When Fang Yun first entered the private academy, he had faced bullying, and it was Lu Lin who had extended a helping hand. Among the 5, Lu Lin, the reticent, commanded the greatest respect. However, even he would not dare to openly criticize the left minister, Lu Shan. After Lu Lin concluded, he glanced at Fang Yun. Fang Yun, taken aback, realized he had made a slip, though he had not possessed Lu Lin's steadfastness in the past. His humble background had instilled in him a profound understanding of the trials of life, driving him to seek fame and stability for his nation, making him a staunch advocate of war. Fang Yun promptly declared, Lu Lin speaks the truth. A man should aspire to the battlefield, wrapped in the leather of his steed. Lu Lin displayed a look of approval, while Yang Yuan chuckled. Fang Yun, your flattery skills have ascended to new heights. The others shared a light laugh. As they conversed, they continued forward in the procession, with Fang Yun speaking little, preoccupied with assimilating his memories. Upon reaching the entrance of the academy, 2 expressionless soldiers stood guard, one extending his hand towards Fang Yun. Examination token and identification, he stated. Yang Yuan handed the bookbox to Fang Yun, who opened it. He first retrieved the wooden examination token and identification document from the top and presented them to one soldier, before passing the bookbox to the other. The soldier on the right received the box and examined its contents: a brush, ink stick, ink stone, brush holder, pen rack, paperweight, water container made of bamboo, and a cloth bundle of sugar cakes. Nodding slightly, he returned the box to Fang Yun. The soldier on the left scrutinized the examination token and identification document, which featured a portrait of Fang Yun taken during his application, alongside a description of his physique and appearance. Comparing the document to Fang Yun, the soldier's gaze ultimately settled on the bandaged cloth wrapped around Fang Yun's head. Nodding, he remarked, at each imperial examination, 3 esteemed sages preside over the sacred academy. Observing all, none can escape their discerning gaze. You understand the consequences. I understand, Fang Yun replied. The soldier handed back the examination token and document, allowing Fang Yun to enter. Only then did his friends realize that Fang Yun had been assaulted, filling them with indignation, but being within the academy, they dared not voice their anger, suppressing it in silence. Beyond the main gates of the academy lay a spacious square. Fang Yun lifted his gaze slightly and beheld the azure sky nearby, unclouded and bright. This expanse of blue formed an irregular circular shape, while beyond it, dark clouds loomed thickly, continuing to pour rain. It seemed as though a grand power had dispelled the nearby storm clouds, ensuring the examination proceeded smoothly. Once all 2,000 candidates had entered the sacred academy, they proceeded together to stand before the sacred temple. Soldiers and officers flanked the candidates, with local officials ahead. And at the forefront stood the county magistrate, the head of the county's academy, and the chief examiner of the prefectural academy, 3 county examination officials. In the sacred Yuan continent, the academy is a profoundly significant institution, revered alongside the military and civil officials as one of the 3 great systems of the nations, responsible for enlightening the populace and overseeing the imperial examinations. It is also regarded as the finest educational establishment in the region, with its faculty and students often rushing to the battlefield in times of conflict with demonic forces. At the county or prefectural level, the status of the head of the academy is generally subordinate to that of the county magistrate or prefect, yet at the state level, the head of the state academy holds an equivalent position to that of the state governor, with academic rank often exceeding that of the governor, thus elevating their overall status. The National Academy, also known as the Shuegong, is overseen by one of the 4 ministers of the cabinet, the Minister of Culture, often referred to as the substitute Confucius, as only Confucius himself is worthy of such a title, being the teacher of the world. The true overseer of all academies and Shuegong is solely Confucius. The heads of the academies and the Minister of Culture merely manage them on his behalf. The academy serves as the place where sages expound their teachings, while the various offices are but components of the sovereign's court. In the hearts of many scholars, the academy holds a higher status, Before the three examiners stood a bronze incense burner, half a person's height, with three thick incense sticks emitting fragrant smoke. In front of the incense burner lay the sacred temple, with red walls, black eaves, and vermilion doors and pillars. Within, a statue of Confucius stood tall, beneath which were smaller statues of 6 revered disciples, King Wen of Zhou, Mencius, Xuanzi, Xingzi, Zici, and Yanzi. Beneath the statues of the 2 semi-saint figures, dozens of saintly plaques dedicated to the semi-saints were erected. Fang Yun gazed in astonishment at the sacred temple, acutely sensing a tangible yet intangible power emanating from the structure, reminiscent of the might of mountains and the vastness of the azure sea. This, he mused, must be the extraordinary talent contained within the temple, a force capable of dispelling the darkest clouds. The county magistrate bellowed, "Bow to the saint," and all present bowed in reverence. The county official then proclaimed, "Bow to the semi-saints," and the crowd bowed once more. "Bow to all the saints." The chief scholar of the academy shouted, prompting a third bow from the assembly. Following this, the county official recited the ritual text for the saints. Fang Yun recalled this text, originally composed by the semi-saint Dong Zhongshu, which enumerated the names of each saint along with a brief description. After Dong Zhongshu's passing, the descendants of Confucius, known as the Duke of Transmission, added to it. Subsequently, the chief scholar of the academy announced the examination regulations. At last, the county magistrate declared the examination open, and the candidates, guided by the constables, entered the examination rooms according to the numbers on their examination plaques. Fang Yun glanced at his plaque, which bore the inscription Di Ding Chen San, and then slowly began to search for his designated room. The examination rooms were a row of connected small chambers, with enough space between every 2 rows for 2 carts to pass side by side. The rooms faced south, and with a height of less than a yard. Fang Yun could touch both walls with outstretched arms, making the space exceedingly cramped. Inside, there was a table, a chair, and a toilet. A basin filled with clear water rested on the table, and nothing else could be found. Upon locating his examination room, Fang Yun stood at the entrance and surveyed the interior. Once seated, regardless of what transpired, leaving the room would signify the conclusion of the examination. With no possibility of re-entry, clenching his fists, Fang Yun stepped forward and entered the room with resolve. "I can certainly do this," he affirmed silently to himself. He sat quietly, lifting his gaze toward the sky. The eaves obscured his view, allowing him to see only a fraction of the sun. The sunlight filtering into the academy felt particularly gentle. Even staring directly at the sun did not cause him discomfort, reminiscing about the temple's aura of extraordinary talent. His yearning for this mysterious power intensified. The sound of approaching carts echoed from the east, growing nearer. Soon, a cart appeared before the examination room, and a figure emerged, handing over a stack of slightly yellowed papers. Fang Yun stood to receive the examination paper with both hands, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." The proctor nodded, glanced at Fang Yun, and proceeded to distribute papers to the next candidate. Fang Yun placed the examination paper on the table and sat down, gazing at the familiar yet unfamiliar document, a wry smile creeping onto his face. Even in this foreign realm, he could not escape the trials of examination. He had not excelled in his former life, and he hoped not to become a failure in this one. Contemplating this, he refrained from writing immediately and instead flipped through the pages of the exam. He recalled a story he had once read about a group of candidates facing an overwhelming number of questions, yet being allotted only 10 minutes, an impossible task. Many hastily began to write, eager to produce as much as possible. However, the final question instructed, "Answer only the last question." After encountering this narrative, Fang Yun made it a point to inspect each examination paper, not merely to check the last question, but to ensure there were no damages or omissions. During an examination, Fang Yun discovered an issue with the second paper and promptly requested the teacher to replace it. Had he waited until completing the first paper to address the matter, it would have consumed a considerable amount of time. Having tasted this advantage, Fang Yun developed a habit of anticipating such situations. The examination paper was somewhat larger than those he had encountered in the past, comprising 40 pages in total. 30 pages were printed with questions, while the remaining 10 were blank, allowing candidates to manually transcribe the entire paper in case of any discrepancies with the earlier printed questions. The quality of the paper and printing was exceptional, trailing only a few decades behind the standards of Earth. Fang Yun found this unsurprising, for this was a realm of extraordinary talent. Had they lagged in fundamental aspects such as ink, paper, and printing, they would have long been vanquished by the vile creatures. After a cursory glance, Fang Yun grasped the general idea. The subsequent 3 pages contained poetic verses from the esteemed sages, followed by 15 pages each presenting a sentence which required candidates to fill in the original text from either the preceding or subsequent lines. Chapter 6. Where did Confucius go? Fang Yun let out a soft sigh. The former Fang Yun had an average memory, coupled with the fact that he only attended the private academy in the mornings and worked as a servant in a tavern from noon onward, resulting in minimal recitation of what he learned, unless by some stroke of luck. It would be exceedingly difficult for that Fang Yun to pass the examination for the status of a child scholar. While Fang Yun had absorbed considerable knowledge on earth, he had not studied these particular subjects at all. Lost in thought, he hoped that the additional memories might assist him, and then he arranged the ink, paper, and brush on the table. Everything was conventional save for the 2 rather rudimentary paperweights he used. Others possessed exquisitely crafted paperweights made of jade, metal, or rare woods, while his were merely stones collected by Yang Yuhuan from the riverside, gradually polished to a width of 2 fingers and the length of chopsticks, forming a greenish stone artifact. Each time Fang Yun used these paperweights, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, perceiving it as somewhat disgraceful, yet he cherished these humble weights dearly, for they embodied Yang Yuhuan's affection. As Fang Yun laid out the first examination paper, he pressed the paperweights at the top of the page. Glancing at the first question, he poured water into the inkstone and began to grind the ink with a long, slender ink stick. While contemplating, he found himself utterly at a loss regarding the first question. In the 27th year of Duke Zhao, where was the sage Confucius? How could he possibly know? This question was the first one, and by the standards of his previous life, it should have been the simplest. Fang Yun inwardly grumbled, feeling frustrated that he could not arrive at an answer. Reluctantly, he picked up his brush, casting a defiant glance at the first question, convinced he was unable to answer it. Just as he was about to move on to the second question, a book cover suddenly appeared in his mind, Records of the Grand Historian. Then, inexplicably, the book began to flip pages, landing on the 17th chapter concerning the family of Confucius. Fang Yun was overjoyed, but the entire page abruptly blurred. His heart raced, sensing something was amiss. Suddenly, fragments of memory surged into his mind, merging into the Records of the Grand Historian, and the 17th chapter swiftly transformed into the 5th chapter concerning the sage Confucius. The content of this chapter was considerably more extensive than that of the family chapter. Fang Yun was astonished but quickly grasped the situation. The Records of the Grand Historian comprises 12 annals, 8 books, 10 tables, 30 families, and 70 biographies, each with distinct content. Among these, the annals are presented first, serving as an outline of the entire work, chronicling the most significant emperors and dynasties, such as the Annals of Xia and the Annals of Qin. Conversely, the family chapters recount the deeds of lords and significant figures, holding a lesser status than the annals. In the Records of the Grand Historian on Earth, Confucius was merely classified within the family chapter. However, the Confucius of the Holy Yuan continent was not the same as the Confucius of Earth. His status and impact surpassed any emperor chronicled in the annals. Thus, here, there is no family chapter for Confucius, only the 5th chapter concerning the sage Confucius, positioned chronologically between the Annals of Zhou and the Annals of Qin. In the Holy Yuan continent, the author of the Records of the Grand Historian, Sima Qian, was a semi-saint, honored as the sage of history, a representative figure of historiography, and his words in the book were considered sacred. The text of the 5th chapter concerning the sage Confucius became clear, filled with densely packed black characters. In an instant, some of the text transformed from black to gold. After reading these golden characters, Fang Yun exhaled deeply, for the golden text contained phrases pertinent to the examination question. The narrative is far from over. One book after another materializes in Fang Yun's mind. The first is Zhuan, turning to the year 27 of Duke Zhao, where golden characters recount the mission of a man named Jizha from the state of Wu to Jin. The second is Liji, which, when opened to the section on the Tan Bao, recounts that during Jizha's time in the state of Qi, his eldest son passed away, and he buried him between Ningbo and Wu, with Confucius attending the funeral. However, this volume of Liji does not specify the date of the funeral. Fang Yun felt dizzy. The emergence of these 2 texts must be related to the question at hand. Yet it was impossible to ascertain whether the funeral took place in the 27th year of Duke Zhao, leaving the question of whether Confucius visited Wu that year unresolved. Just as Fang Yun hesitated, various texts such as Xiangdong Tuku, Zhu Si Kao Xin Lu, Kongzi Ziqi Fan Lu, and Kongzi Jiayu appeared, their golden titles shimmering. Since Confucius attended this funeral, it indicated that in the 27th year of Duke Zhao, he was not only in Qi and Lu but also ventured into Wu. Despite having numerous references, Fang Yun felt almost overwhelmed, initially perceiving this question as lacking practical significance. However, upon reflection, he recognized it as a comprehensive examination of the humanities, encompassing history, geography, and other classical texts. It would be challenging for anyone, even exceptionally talented scholars, to arrive at the correct answer. Fang Yun picked up his brush to transcribe the golden text. During the turmoil in Lu, Confucius went to Qi. In the 27th year of Duke Zhao, a Qi noble sought to harm Confucius, prompting him to return to Lu. Yanling Jizi went to Qi, and his eldest son died, buried between Yingbua. Confucius remarked, Yanling Jizi is well versed in the rites of Wu. He went to observe the funeral. Thus, the three states of Qi, Lu, and Wu were duly noted. Completing the first question, Fang Yun scrutinized his somewhat untidy handwriting and wiped the sweat from his brow. This examination for the young scholars was exceedingly challenging. After a brief moment of complaint, he realized the books in his mind had vanished, and he could not help but speculate about their origins. He vaguely recalled that during the library fire, his dragon-shaped jade pendant shattered while he was jumping from a building, and then everything went blank. These books could not have entered his mind out of thin air. They must have originated from the Dongjiang library. His mother had said that the pendant was a relic from his father, meant to protect him. Could it be that his rebirth was indeed the result of the pendant's power? After pondering for a moment, Fang Yun promptly shifted his focus to address the second question. This question asked when King Xian of Qi uttered the phrase, I am greatly ashamed of Mencius. Instantly, a book appeared, and Fang Yun swiftly wrote down, in the 3rd year of King Zhuang of Zhou. With his brush flying across the paper, he answered several questions in quick succession. Realizing that aside from the first question, the others were not particularly difficult, which eased his mind, Fang Yun adjusted his mood, slowing his pace to write each character carefully. Aware that neatness would also contribute to his score, even correct answers could be penalized for poor handwriting. His calligraphy was not exceptional. But there was no time to practice before the examination. He could only hope to pass the young scholar's test first. Upon reaching the 14th question, Fang Yun stared at the paper without immediately writing, as his greatest fear materialized. This was ultimately the sacred Yuan continent, not Earth. Here, the myriad sages included not only those with names identical to those on Earth, but also semi-sages who had never appeared in ancient China. And the Dongjiang library could not possibly contain their works. The examination for the Tongxing and Xiuzai has an unwritten rule. The Xiuzai examination features an abundance of sacred texts, ensuring that the works of all revered sages are included. In contrast, the Tongxing examination, despite comprising 30 sheets, presents larger calligraphy, resulting in less content than anticipated and limiting the number of questions that can be asked about the multitude of sages. The esteemed positions of Confucius and the 6 sub-sages dominate at least half of the questions, while the significant works of several prominent figures of the 100 schools of thought are also essential. Otherwise, the examination would fail to reflect the unification of various schools, akin to a political correctness in earthly terms. The writings of several historically significant sub-sages, such as Dong Zhongshu's concept of great unity, Zhuge Liang's dedication, and Tao Yuanming's poetry, are similarly indispensable. This leaves scant space for the remaining sub-sages, thus establishing a convention. The Tongxing examination is divided into 3 parts. The first part consists of the renowned sages that must be examined annually. The second part comprises the notable works of that year's 3 examiners. The third part selects 3 to 5 works from the remaining sub-sages' writings, rotating them each year. Fang Yun is fortunate, for apart from the 3 sub-sage examiners, all the works of the revered sages examined this year have been available on Earth, with the Dongjiang Library possessing a collection. Before the Tongxing examination, once the names of the sub-sage examiners are confirmed, candidates from various regions dedicate considerable time to memorizing the examiner's notable works. While the questions from other revered sages vary in difficulty, those from the sub-sage examiners are particularly straightforward. This is because the living sub-sages are new sages, their foundations unsteady and eager for literary fame, desiring the world to recognize their esteemed creations. In the vernacular of the past, these are akin to gift questions. For the scholars are grateful, and the new sages' literary reputations are thus propagated, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Fang Yun felt a wave of relief, having commenced memorizing the notable works of the 3 sub-sage examiners the previous month. The 14th question was uncomplicated, inquiring about the time and place of canonization of a sub-sage named Mi Fengdian. Although Fang Yun momentarily struggled to recall, he sensed he would remember. Mi Fengdian was one of this year's 3 sub-sage examiners, his name having already spread widely before the examination commenced. After pondering briefly, he took up his brush and wrote, "Autumn of the 145th year of the new calendar in the state of Shu, at the capital of Shu." Upon completing his answer, he suddenly envisioned a blue-gray blank ancient book in his mind, and then a small fragment of memory flew into it. That blank ancient book instantly transformed into commentaries on the 5 classics by Fengdian, Volume 1, authored by Mi Fengdian, subsage, canonized 56 years ago. Subsequently, more blank ancient books emerged, extracting fragments of Feng Yun's memory, forming volumes of Mi Fengdian's collected works and poetry, totaling 5 books, none of which were complete. Some contained merely 1 volume, while others were fragments. Feng Yun's face brightened, astonished by this turn of events, uncertain of what it truly was. He decided to name it the Realm of Extraordinary Books, for it not only contained a multitude of texts but also had the capacity to absorb new ones. The next question also pertained to a subsage from Shu, Zhuge Liang, who had since departed from this world. The experiences of Zhuge Liang in this different realm varied, prompting Feng Yun to take time to reflect and avoid errors in his response. Liu Bei established his realm under the title of Han, claiming legitimacy as the rightful heir of the Han dynasty. There was never a nation known as Shu, it was merely a term of disdain attributed by others, which posterity has perpetuated. In the sacred origin continent, Liu Bei similarly founded his dominion as Han, aspiring to restore the grandeur of the Han dynasty and unify the sacred origin continent. However, he faced formidable opposition from the allied forces of Eastern Wu and Wei, ultimately compelled to change his nation's title to Shu. He relied on the semi-divine Zhuge Liang to sustain his rule, which has endured to this day, making it one of the 10 nations. Feng Yun, having acquired the remarkable tome, has gained a deeper understanding of Zhuge Liang on earth. Chapter 7. Mingzhou. Before the Sacred. The novel Romance of the Three Kingdoms has excessively idealized Zhuge Liang, leading many to overestimate his military prowess, while others, relying on historical texts, dismiss him as lacking greatness, an outcome attributed to the narrative of the novel. However, those who have genuinely perused the historical work records of the Three Kingdoms would never belittle Zhuge Liang. This comprehensive text spans 65 volumes. And apart from the essential single volumes dedicated to emperors, one entire volume is devoted solely to Zhuge Liang. His most remarkable talent lies not in leading armies but in governing the state. He is a sage of governance rather than a military commander. Prior to the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, numerous literati extolled Zhuge Liang's virtues. Notably, he was enshrined in the Confucian temple, honored as a precursor to Confucian scholars, a status of considerable significance in ancient times that could not merely be bestowed by the author Luo Guanzhong's fictional narrative. Even before the composition of the novel, Zhuge Liang's military capabilities were acknowledged by many military strategists. Sima Yi, upon observing the encampments established by Zhuge Liang, praised him as a prodigy. Though he also pointed out Zhuge Liang's military shortcomings, nonetheless, he refrained from criticizing his governance abilities. Li Jing held Zhuge Liang's military acumen in high regard. Emperor Xuanzong of Tang established a martial temple honoring the 10 greatest military figures of antiquity, among whom was Zhuge Liang. Although the emperor may have exaggerated Zhuge Liang's military talents, this recognition suffices to demonstrate that he made significant contributions in this realm. Both the Confucian and martial temples are dedicated solely to Zhuge Liang. In the sacred Yuan continent, Zhuge Liang is celebrated for safeguarding the Shu kingdom for a century. His merits acknowledged annually in the imperial examinations. Historical records state that even before his demise, he remained resolute in his desire to restore the Han dynasty and unify the sacred Yuan continent, personally leading troops into battle before his life expired, ultimately passing away at Wu's Hangyuan. Feng Yun places particular importance on Zhuge Liang due to the abundance of poetry and literature concerning him, which remains absent in the sacred Yuan continent, where extraordinary powers of invocation exist. Feng Yun delineates the 2 distinct aspects of Zhuge Liang and continues to write fervently. Subsequently, he encounters questions related to 2 other semi-saint examiners, which he remembers well, while new texts emerge in the realm of wondrous literature. Feng Yun swiftly completes the first 3 examination papers, most of which are rather straightforward, yet 3 questions prove to be exceedingly challenging. One question is even designed with a textual trap. Following the written material does not guarantee an accurate response. Fortunately, having lived in an era of information explosion, Feng Yun finds such wordplay trivial. This is merely the simplest of the elementary student examinations. The scholar examinations present even greater challenges, particularly in poetry, classical texts, and policy discussions. The subsequent questions require the recitation of works by revered sages, followed by fill-in-the-blank sections. While these may pose difficulties for others, they are remarkably simple for Fang Yun. Writing with a brush is a slow endeavor, and by noon, he has only reached the 19th page, necessitating a break for nourishment. He consumes a sugar pancake with water, rises to stretch in the cramped room, and resumes answering questions. The works of Confucius and the 6 sub-saints are essential for the first 7 questions, entirely unpretentious, as most candidates should be able to answer them. The remaining 11 questions stem from other semi-saints, with each of the 3 esteemed examiners contributing 1 question, all of which Fang Yun had memorized and stored within the realms of the wondrous books. Upon completing all the questions, Fang Yun set down his brush and rubbed his sore wrist. Suddenly, the sound of 2 gongs resonated, indicating it was precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The official time system of the Xingyuan continent still adhered to the traditional 12-hour cycle, but a century ago, the artisans of the Gaoshu family had divided each day into 2 sets of 12 hours for greater precision, as this new unit of time represented merely half an hour. It was dubbed an hour, while the traditional unit was referred to as a large hour. Numbers, after all, are more convenient than words. Much like cursive writing that flourished in the military where every second counted, and gradually, this system spread among the populace. In another hour, the papers would be collected, followed by the distribution of the poetry examination. Fang Yun meticulously inspected his work for an hour, finding no blemishes or typographical errors, having answered all questions correctly. Unfortunately, his calligraphy suffered from a lack of practice, and according to convention, his grade would likely be reduced. A grade of A was unattainable, but he should be able to secure a B. After the examination for the Tongxing, he resolved to dedicate himself to improving his handwriting, for in the Xingyuan continent, proficiency in calligraphy was indispensable. Finally, Fang Yun inscribed his examination number, name, and address in the designated area. Before long, the copper gong sounded thrice, and the carriage arrived once more, prompting a low murmur of discontent and complaints from the nearby crowd, as it was evident that the majority had not completed their work. Feeling pressed for time, the examiner handed Fang Yun the poetry paper while collecting the 30 test papers required for the holy words. Upon carefully reviewing the poetry prompt, Fang Yun felt reassured. It did not mandate strict tonal patterns but merely required rhyme and relevance to the theme, allowing for 5-character, 7-character, quatrains, regulated verse, ci, parallel prose, or fu. Aside from parallel prose and fu, the poetry needed to rhyme with one of the 4 tones, horizontal, vertical, eastern, or original. The themes were familiar, offering a choice between spring and frontier. After a moment's contemplation, Fang Yun resolved to compose a frontier poem, as his character would naturally lead him in that direction without a second thought. Yet, he found himself at a loss, unable to commence writing. Given his current level of poetic skill, he would be fortunate to achieve a grade of C among the 4 classifications, and it was highly likely he would fail to qualify as a Tongxing. The prospect of failing was dire indeed. After a lengthy period of introspection, he sighed softly, silently invoking the wondrous books. This time, however, no book appeared, nor did any golden characters materialize. Fang Yun speculated that perhaps there was no fixed answer, rendering the wondrous books incapable of providing a clear response. Thus, he mentally outlined the criteria. It must rhyme with one of the 4 tones, be a frontier poem, and align with the prevailing wartime sentiment, ensuring it was a work of a renowned poet to secure a commendable rank and strive to become a Tongxing. After much deliberation, he selected a famous poem by the sage Du Fu, At Year's End, a renowned frontier poem with a rhyme scheme that fit within the horizontal tone. Instead of inscribing it directly onto the examination paper, he first pinned it on a blank sheet as a draft, reviewing it to ensure its appropriateness. Mindful of the numerous taboos associated with examinations, the content of At Year's End depicts the turmoil of war near the year's end, where soldiers in the north bleed day and night, yet the court officials fail to muster full force for battle, leaving the poet feeling powerless to serve his country while criticizing the incompetence of the authorities. In the realm of Jinghua, the wolf clan of Chaoman frequently engaged in warfare, making battles a commonplace occurrence. Therefore, Fang Yun was unperturbed by the potential deviation from the topic. As the year waned, distant skirmishes continued at the borders, and the smoke of conflict ascended toward the snowy peaks. At this juncture, Fang Yun suddenly halted his pen. At that moment, near the examination hall, the county magistrate and the head of the county academy abruptly rose, casting their gazes toward Fang Yun's direction. After a brief moment of silence, they exchanged smiles, both perceiving profound joy in each other's eyes. The head scholar of the State Academy, rising a moment later, cheerfully proclaimed, "Congratulations! Your talent is unmistakable, at the very least. A poem worthy of the county has been birthed, and perhaps even one that could reach the provincial level. You, esteemed educators, have surely excelled this year." The county magistrate, Kai replied with a humble laugh, "Oh, not at all. You flatter me, Wan Shuezheng. The talent is yet to be confirmed. We must not hastily draw conclusions." Wan Shuezheng continued, "It must be that prodigy, Fang Zhongyong, indeed." Kai hesitated momentarily, then stated, "No, I recall distinctly that Fang Zhongyong is not positioned in that direction." As an accomplished scholar, Kai possessed a formidable intellect, capable of retaining information with exceptional clarity. No sooner had he spoken than the three men exchanged astonished glances once more toward Fang Yun's examination chamber. "What a pity, the talent seems to have waned," Kai lamented, sinking back into his seat with disappointment. The academy head sighed. "Indeed, what a loss." Wan Shuezheng quickly reassured them, "Worry not. Perhaps that candidate can carry on. Besides, that prodigy has yet to complete his work." Suddenly, they all turned their attention toward another direction, their faces alight with anticipation. Before long, Kai smiled, exclaiming, "Ah, the talent remains steadfast. A poem worthy of the county has emerged from that very seat, none other than Fang Zhongyong." The academy head chuckled heartily, stroking his beard. "Truly, our county's prodigy." Congratulations flew once more from Wan Shuezheng, who then cast a wistful glance toward Fang Yun's direction. Within the examination hall, Fang Yun set down his brush, furrowing his brow. "This poem will not suffice. I am not even a true scholar, yet I dare to criticize the ministers of the court. The three examiners may not all approve. They might dismiss my work as unworthy of discussion in state affairs, rendering even the finest poem futile. However, if this poem is inadequate, surely the others are worse. Some are lacking, others too exceptional, some do not adhere to the required rhyme scheme, and others are clearly beyond my capabilities." After much contemplation, Fang Yun suddenly crumpled the paper into a ball and set it upon the desk. He laid the examination paper before him, lifted his brush, and fell into deep thought. Before long, the refreshing scent of spring following the rain enveloped him, and a renowned poem spontaneously materialized in his mind. With that inspiration, Fang Yun began to write. Spring dawn. Spring slumber, unaware of dawn, everywhere. The cries of birds are heard, last night, the sound of wind and rain. How many blossoms have fallen, one wonders. This is one of the esteemed works of the renowned Tang dynasty poet, Meng Haoran. As the poem completed, his talent surged forth like a gushing fountain. Fang Yun instantly felt a warm current descending from above, penetrating deep into his mind. His eyes widened in astonishment as he realized that during the examination, he had been imbued with extraordinary talent, achieving the status of a true scholar. All the warmth coalesced at the center of his brow, then burst forth, flooding every part of his being, miraculously healing the wounds he had sustained the previous night. Fang Yun felt a slight itch in his eyes, and instinctively blinked. His previously myopic vision not only healed but surpassed that of an ordinary person by several fold. It was indeed the manifestation of talent. With every elevation in literary rank, one's physical capabilities would invariably enhance, and longevity would also increase. A great scholar could live up to 120 years, while a semi-sage could reach 200. Once his health was restored, even as a mere student, his physical prowess would surpass that of elite soldiers. As the poem reached its culmination, Kai County Magistrate and his two companions abruptly leapt from their seats. Incredulity etched upon their faces as they gazed towards Fang Yun's direction. This, Wan Shuezheng was rendered speechless. The county magistrate murmured to himself, "The talent has reached the capital, nearly echoing through Mingzhou. With a little dissemination, it shall surely become the poetry of Mingzhou." Then, their expressions shifted dramatically, and they simultaneously exclaimed, "The sage's student before the sacred." Upon passing the examination to become a student, one would enter the sacred temple to worship, where they would receive a divine bestowal of talent, formally ascending as a student. Should extraordinary talent manifest beforehand, the individual would be deemed a sage's student before the sacred. Ordinary students are merely disciples of the saints, whereas a sage's student before the sacred is a progeny of celestial gates, holding exceptional significance. As both Confucius and King Wen of Zhou were progenies of celestial gates, in the vast expanse of the Holy Yuan continent, with its billions of inhabitants, it may take 3 years to see even one sage's student before the sacred. Blessings upon the Jing nation. Divine favor upon the Jing nation. The county magistrate trembled with excitement. Kai County Magistrate took a deep breath and remarked, "That position is precisely where the poem was interrupted moments ago." Chapter 8. The county magistrate's wrath. Wan Shuijing could not conceal his envy as he remarked, "Talent shines forth in Mingzhou. The saint's favored scholar has achieved the unprecedented honor of 2 literary archways. Even the esteemed Xinxing is merely a scholar before the saint. Compared to this candidate, the so-called prodigy pales in significance. County Magistrate Kai, your jurisdiction harbors hidden dragons and crouching tigers." Magistrate Kai chuckled, "Shall we proceed together to inspect the examination?" The three shared a hearty laugh and made their way toward the direction of Fang Yun. As they passed the examination halls, the candidates within looked up in bewilderment. Could it be that the 3 examiners had been possessed by demons? Their laughter echoed as if they had received promotions and wealth. This did not seem like a routine inspection. Something significant must have occurred. Kai, known for his stern demeanor, appeared unusually jovial today, his smile radiant as the sun. Many candidates craned their necks, eager to discern the intentions of the 3 officials. They slowed their pace before Fang Yun's examination room, moving as slowly as a snail. Having just experienced the enlightenment of talent, Fang Yun's joy lingered when he beheld Magistrate Kai, Wang Yuanjun, and Wan Shuijing, all wearing brilliant smiles as they turned to regard him. Fang Yun was taken aback. The peculiar behavior of the 3 officials reminded him of a scene from a horror film. They nodded at him, conveying encouragement. Before casting a glance at the examination paper on his desk, their eyes filled with a hint of envy as they departed. "They must have realized I have become the saint's favored scholar," Fang Yun mused. He scrutinized Chun Xiao, feeling a sense of relief as the pressure eased. Having attained the status of the saint's favored scholar, Lu Zicheng would no longer dare to harm him in Jixian. After organizing his belongings and placing the examination paper on the desk, he shouldered his bookbox and left. Nearby officials promptly approached to retrieve his paper, placing it atop his request for the saint's words. As Fang Yun walked past other examination rooms, many candidates could not suppress their murmurs. "A remarkable talent. His speed is impressive. Isn't he the one supported by the beauty of Jiangzhou, Fang Rufan? How unfortunate." Exiting the examination area, Fang Yun noticed the 3 examiners seated in a pavilion, gazing in his direction. He did not approach them for conversation but simply offered a respectful bow before proceeding toward the academy's exit. Wan Shuijing loudly extolled, "What a magnificent young man." Kai pondered to himself that the lad was evidently from a humble background, frail and battered, hardly embodying the grandeur he claimed. Wang Yuanjun beside him praised, despite his injuries. He bravely undertook the examination. His extraordinary spirit makes him a paragon among candidates, destined to be immortalized in the county annals for posterity. Kai immediately ordered the 2 soldiers who had escorted Fang Yun into the venue to be brought forth. "Yes," they responded. When the injured candidate entered, did he mention the nature of his injuries? Among the 2,000 candidates, only one bore a head wrapped in medicinal cloth. And the soldiers recounted Fang Yun's words in full. He had been delivered by a cart, having been assaulted by 4 masked individuals with accents from the Great Yuan Prefecture, narrowly escaping death. A pallor of anger washed over Kai's face, while Wan Shuijing and Wang Yuanjun regarded him with sympathetic eyes. While the accomplishments of Fang Yun and Xinqian Tongxing are indeed a testament to County Magistrate Kai's governance, the fact that Xinqian Tongxing nearly met with a fatal assault prior to the county examination reflects a grave lapse in public safety. Should the court demand accountability, Magistrate Kai would likely face reprimand and a reduction in salary. The Ministry of Personnel employs evaluators to assess officials' governance, commonly referred to as performance evaluations. Originally, Magistrate Kai was poised to receive high marks, but if the incident involving Fang Yun escalates, securing a mediocre rating would be fortunate. With a sudden thump of his fist on the table, Magistrate Kai declared, "Inform Captain Liu to conduct a thorough investigation into this matter. It is no small feat for our county to produce a Xinqian Tongxing, and we shall not tolerate rampant disorder." Upon finishing his statement, he turned his gaze toward the entrance of the academy. Fang Yun emerged from a side door of the academy, where moments ago the entrance had been crowded with examinees, now transformed into a bustling scene dominated by anxious parents. Thousands awaited in anticipation, mingling and conversing with acquaintances amidst a cacophony of noise. The hearts of parents everywhere are heavy with concern. Fang Yun's thoughts drifted to his mother, casting a shadow over his expression. "Have you submitted your examination? Wasn't it supposed to last until 5 in the evening? Why have you come out before 4? The remarks of nearby adults were critical. "Whose child is this? It would be a miracle if he passes." One voice, reminiscent of the child from the house of Jiangzhou Shi lamented, I heard he was quite promising. Yet look at him now, what a pity. Fang Yun was disinclined to engage with the gossiping adults and swiftly made his way through the crowd. Outside, an array of sedan chairs and carriages awaited, among which a particularly conspicuous ox cart captured his attention. He hastened toward it, where he found several familiar neighbors chatting with Yang Yuhuan. Shayun? Yang Yuhuan exclaimed in surprise upon spotting Fang Yun. The neighbors remained silent, their expressions tinged with pity. Those who had submitted their papers were either prodigies or those who had chosen to abandon their efforts, and in their eyes, Fang Yun clearly belonged to the latter group. Unlike others who might have spoken harshly, these neighbors offered him words of comfort. Little Fang is still young. There is no need to rush. It would be strange if he were to succeed at this age. Indeed, it is all due to his injuries. Otherwise, he surely would have excelled. Fang Yun regarded Yang Yuhuan, who was tied in an apron, and said, Sister Yuhuan, I have something to discuss with you. Go ahead. I am listening, she replied, tilting her head to meet his gaze. Although she was 3 years his senior, she was slightly shorter and possessed a delicate and charming figure. Have you noticed how faint the wounds and bruises on my face are? Yang Yuhuan examined him closely, her eyes widening in delight. The wounds have vanished, leaving only faint white marks. How peculiar. Sensing something concealed within Fang Yun's smile, she pondered for a moment and vaguely conjectured a possibility, though it seemed absurd. Suddenly, Fang Yun stepped around to Yang Yuhuan's side and lifted her effortlessly into his arms. Ah, she exclaimed, quickly wrapping her arms around his neck. A mixture of alarm and curiosity clouding her expression. Fang Yun chuckled and asked, Sister Yuhuan, what force do you believe could suddenly empower a person and swiftly heal my wounds? Yang Yuhuan gazed intently at him. Throughout her life, Fang Yun had always appeared to her as a younger brother. The adjectives that sprang to her mind were timid, weak, clumsy, and unstudious, yet undeniably kind-hearted. In the early morning, Yang Yuhuan perceived a resolute determination in Fang Yun's gaze, and now she discerned an unprecedented confidence within it. Such a gaze belongs to a true man. Have you been bestowed with talent? Yang Yuhuan inquired cautiously. I have become a holy scholar, Fang Yun declared, fixing his gaze upon Yang Yuhuan's eyes. Really? Truly? Yang Yuhuan exclaimed, embracing Fang Yun tightly around the neck, her eyes sparkling with joy. Fearful that this might merely be a dream. I would never deceive you, Sister Yuhuan. Yang Yuhuan nodded earnestly, responding, I know. Our little Yun would never lie to his sister. As she spoke, tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls slipping from a broken string. She had endured countless hardships to support Fang Yun's education, fully aware of the slim prospects, yet persevering through sheer grit. Countless matchmakers had approached her, proposing suitors not only from affluent families but also from esteemed local lineages, including the likes of Lu Ziqing, whom she had unhesitatingly turned down. All for the sake of her inner conviction. Now, the night had passed, and dawn had finally arrived. Yet, this light was blinding. Even someone uneducated like Yang Yuhuan understood the significance of a holy scholar, whose status surpassed that of ordinary scholars, and it could be said that barring unforeseen circumstances, he was destined to become a juncture. Well done, little Yun. You have truly excelled. Yang Yuhuan choked back her emotions, wiping her tears with one hand. Fang Yun comprehended the bittersweet joy reflected in her tears. He gently lowered Yang Yuhuan, reaching out to assist her in wiping away her tears, saying, Sister Yuhuan, do not cry. This is a moment of celebration. Yang Yuhuan's hands were rough, yet her face was as delicate as white jade, smooth and cool to the touch. Why is my heart racing so fiercely? Yang Yuhuan pondered shyly. Although she intended to marry him in the future, she had always regarded him as a brother, never harboring any other thoughts. What was happening today? It was perfectly normal for a brother to comfort his sister. Why was she feeling this way? Perhaps she was simply fatigued and needed an early night. Before long, Yang Yuhuan emerged to find Fang Yun clumsily scaling a fish. Let me do it. We seldom eat fish in our household. How could you manage this? I've helped others before. Allow me, she said with a smile. All right, Fang Yun replied, standing up as Yang Yuhuan approached, a fragrant breeze accompanying her. Fang Yun gazed at Yang Yuhuan's beautiful visage and, unable to restrain himself, uttered, Sister Yuhuan, you are truly beautiful. Yang Yuhuan's hands froze, her head bowed, her fair face flushed, even her earlobes turning crimson. After a moment, she finally said, I should check how the old hen is stewing. If the soup is scant, add some hot water, but do not add cold. Understood, Fang Yun replied, knowing that Yang Yuhuan was embarrassed, smiling as he added water to the clay pot. The two soon finished their tasks, preparing a stewed chicken, a bowl of braised pork, and a red-braised carp, concluded with refreshing shredded carrots. This was the most sumptuous meal the Fong family had enjoyed in years, surpassing even their New Year's Eve feast. Before the meal, Yang Yuhuan offered 3 incense sticks to the ancestral tablets of Fong's parents and her own father. Fong Yun, however, lit 6 sticks, respectfully placing them in the incense burner. Chapter 9. The B-Class? Fong Yun gazed at the 6 incense sticks, lowering his head as he recited silently in his heart. The first was for the deceased Fong Yun, expressing gratitude. The second and third were for his parents, the fourth for Sister Yuhuan's father, assuring her that she would no longer endure suffering while he was present. The sixth was for Ming Haoran, in gratitude for the wisdom of the ancients. Fong Yun stared at the flickering candles for a lengthy moment, his heart heavy with melancholy, as if bidding farewell to the past. After lighting the incense, the two sat across from each other at the dining table. Sister Yuhuan, Fong Yun proposed, let us establish a rule for today's meal. Please proceed, young scholar. Yang Yuhuan replied with a smile, her joy radiating brightly as the burdens upon her soul lightened. Today's rule is simple. You pick up a piece. I will pick up a piece. Whatever you eat, I shall eat as well. No arguments. This rule is immutable. How much I can eat today depends entirely on you. Yang Yuhuan gazed quietly at Fong Yun, a surge of warmth filling her heart. She suddenly felt that with Fong Yun's words, the hardships of the past years paled in comparison. Our little Yun has grown up, now understanding the heartache of his sister. You are now a scholar. In the future, our family will surely thrive. Once you succeed in your studies, fish and meat will no longer be a luxury. With that, Fong Yun picked up a succulent piece of braised pork, offering it to Yang Yuhuan's lips, softly murmuring, "No, it is I who owes you this fortune. Without you, I wouldn't have survived, let alone pursued my studies. I have always remembered this." Yang Yuhuan's eyes glistened with tears as she accepted the morsel, savoring its richness. Born into poverty, Fong Yun understood the value of meat well. He served himself a piece of the braised pork, and upon finishing, selected a chicken leg from the clay pot, placing it in Yang Yuhuan's bowl. One for each of us. Indeed, the two rarely indulged in meat. Yet today they feasted liberally, leaving nothing behind. As they surveyed the empty plates, a hint of embarrassment crossed Yang Yuhuan's face for having eaten so heartily. Both were too full to rise, exchanging smiles and engaging in pleasant conversation, filling the room with a warm atmosphere. Before long, the commotion from the neighbors could be heard, as old Wang, having drunk too much, admonished his children to study diligently to become scholars. The two smiled at one another, and Yang Yuhuan glanced at the sky, stating, the 3 examiners should be reviewing papers by now. Fong Yun nodded in agreement. Inside the academy, the grading room was spacious and brightly lit, with long tables arranged in neat rows. The examination papers of over 2,000 candidates were meticulously spread across the surfaces, creating a magnificent sight. 3 examiners stood solemnly before a statue of Confucius at the back of the grading room, flanked by 10 instructors from the county academy. County Magistrate Kai proclaimed, "We respectfully invite the sacred judgment. We respectfully invite the sacred judgment." The others echoed in unison. A strange force descended from the heavens, causing a breeze to sweep through the room, yet the papers remained utterly still. While most papers showed no change, nearly half suddenly emanated an orange glow, revealing their latent brilliance. The brilliance varied, with the highest talent radiating nearly 3 feet high, almost reaching the level of Mingzhou. In stark contrast, the second highest paper barely reached a foot in height, highlighting the vast disparity between them. Subsequently, a fierce gust of wind swept through, sending examination papers soaring into the sky. When the wind ceased, a multitude of papers lay heaped in a corner, while only 100 remained on the table, arranged in descending order of talent. "We shall select based on ability and organize by literary merit," declared Magistrate Kai. Following this, the 10 esteemed scholars, each holding a copy of the answers seeking divine insight, selected 9 examination papers each, commencing the arduous task of grading. The 10 papers deemed most exceptional remained untouched. Unreservedly, Magistrate Kai declared, "Since these compositions nearly rival the poetry of Mingzhou, I shall not be courteous. Let me savor them first." With that, he joyfully approached Fong Yun's paper. The delay in grading was due to the meticulous process of concealing the candidates' names with paper seals after submission, ensuring anonymity during evaluation to prevent any malfeasance. Only upon determining the top 50 rankings could the names be revealed. As he examined the poetry, Kai's attention was drawn to the 2 characters Spring Dawn. He could not help but furrow his brow. Although the characters were reasonably well-formed, he found them lacking. However, upon recalling that Fong Yun hailed from a humble background, he felt a sense of understanding. Mastering calligraphy requires considerable ink and paper, resources that a student from a modest family simply cannot afford. They often resort to practicing with twigs in the sand or using a brush dipped in water directly on the table, the latter still necessitating a significant number of brushes. As Kai turned his gaze to the poem, he found himself reading it aloud. In spring slumber, unaware of dawn, the sound of birds can be heard all around. Last night, the wind and rain fell. How many blossoms have come to ground? The three examiners were momentarily taken aback. The poem's language was exceedingly simple, easily comprehensible. Yet upon finishing it, a subtle sense of regret lingered. The other two examiners scrutinized Feng Yun's paper, deep in thought, sensing that something was amiss. Wan Shuezheng spoke up. Kai, having risen through the ranks from a successful candidate himself, held a position of the 7th grade, while Wang Yuanjun and Wan Shuezheng were merely scholars of the same grade. After reviewing the poem several times, Kai suddenly sighed, marvelous. Though the language of this poem is plain and natural, its worth lies in the essence of truth, the authenticity of the scenery, the sincerity of the sentiment. The structure of this poem is also remarkable. Observe the 4 lines, where the sequence follows a pattern of unknowing, knowing, knowing, and unknowing. The initial unknowing opens the poem, while the final unknowing leaves a void, prompting the reader to ponder, how many blossoms have fallen? Why pose the question of the fallen flowers? Upon uttering these words, the grading room fell silent, as if everyone were engrossed in contemplating a singular question, how many blossoms have fallen? These 5 simple words stirred the innermost thoughts of all present. Wang Yuanjun nodded in agreement, saying, Kai, my brother, has succinctly captured the essence of this poem. Its veracity lies in its every line being infused with spring, each line resonating with the theme, spring slumber, spring birds, spring rain, spring wind, spring flowers, all seemingly abundant in imagery, yet concealing unspoken emotions. The greatest merit is its simplicity. The unadorned language is the most natural and thus the most easily disseminated. If this candidate were not fortuitously gifted, he could not be an ordinary scholar. The other two nodded in agreement, recognizing the vital importance of such accessibility. Literary fame is one of a scholar's pursuits, and even the semi-sages cannot escape this norm. Wan Shuezheng remarked, such simple words I could also compose. But to conjure a poem that unfolds like a painting before the eyes, infused with emotion, yet so effortlessly natural, that is indeed a challenge. Wang Yuanjun responded, when the results are published tomorrow, I shall pen a letter recommending this poem to the provincial governor, Duke Li, in hopes he may elevate it to the sacred path, letting its name echo throughout the world. If this poem could be published in the sacred path, it would undoubtedly elevate the literary reputation and style of our esteemed nation, remarked County Magistrate Kai with great anticipation. However, Wan Shuezheng's expression darkened, and he murmured, I am nearing 50, having penned countless poems and essays, yet I have never had the fortune to be featured in the Sacred Path Monthly. Wang Yuanjun offered a wry smile, stating, the Sacred Path, published by the Sacred Academy, only includes distinguished works each month. Every author featured therein is either a master of poetry and prose, a learned scholar of the classics, or a high-ranking strategist. The least among them possesses exceptional skills. We dare not indulge in such lofty aspirations. Nodding, County Magistrate Kai dipped his brush in vermilion ink and inscribed beneath the examination paper, plain characters, genuine emotions, exquisite poetry, profound meaning. This should be the foremost among the scholars, eh? Do either of you have any dissent? He inquired. This year's top candidate for poetic composition is undoubtedly Spring Dawn, asserted Wan Shuezheng. No objections, came the response. Kai then set aside the paper marked Spring Dawn, saying, this individual possesses extraordinary talent, but to vie for the top position against Feng Zhongyong, we must consider the sacred words as well. As Kai examined the characters on the sacred words paper, he shook his head in disbelief. Upon scrutinizing the first question, his eyes brightened. I did not expect this child to be so remarkable. Even in my youth, I would have been utterly incapable of answering this question. The other two examiners, having reviewed the answers, lowered their heads in astonishment. They realized that even as juncture, they would not have been able to respond correctly, as the question was exceedingly obscure, involving geography and deductive reasoning. Kai, with his right hand still gripping the brush, continued to read on, his expression growing grave after perusing the first 3 sheets. The other two examiners, positioned on either side, remained silent for quite some time. Kai's brush had yet to touch the paper again. After a brief moment, Wan Shuezheng inquired, no errors? Not a single mistake or omission. It is simply inconceivable. replied Kai as he continued to read through the remaining 27 sheets, eventually setting the brush aside altogether. Still no errors? Wang Yuanjun asked, visibly astonished. Kai solemnly declared, "It is astonishing. Not only is there no mistake, but there are also no incorrect characters, no alterations, no blemishes. This is something I have never witnessed in my lifetime. Could it be that even the sacred words would achieve the highest distinction? Ever since the sacred words became part of the imperial examination, our nation has never had a top-tier candidate in this category, not even Chen Sheng in his time, who only attained the second tier." Kai lamented, "Alas, I would dearly love to grant him a first-class distinction, but his handwriting is indeed mediocre. If I were to bestow upon him a first-class rating, I would surely face censure from the scholarly community." Upon finishing his statement, Kai inscribed on the sacred words paper, "Inferior handwriting. No mistakes, second tier, alas." With reluctance, he set aside Fang Yun's paper and picked up Fang Zhongyong's poetry examination. As a poet of some renown, Fang Zhongyong would undoubtedly receive heightened attention from any examiner, who would readily shower him with praise and commendations. Unfortunately, he had encountered Fang Yun and the regretful county magistrate Kai. After glancing at Fang Zhongyong's poetry, Kai remained silent and simply marked it as second tier, without even a comment. The grading system is divided into 4 main categories: first, second, third, and fourth tiers. Regardless of the examination, only one first-tier distinction may be awarded in each subject. Subsequently, the second and third tiers are further categorized into upper, middle, and lower divisions, while the fourth tier is not subdivided, as any candidate achieving a fourth-tier rating is not eligible for admission. The 3 examiners were deeply engrossed in their regret over the inability to award Fang Yunduan the first rank. They silently graded the papers, unhesitatingly marking any errors they encountered, and ultimately assigned scores based on the number of mistakes. After reviewing the top 10 papers with the most talent, the 3 examiners proceeded to evaluate the poetry and prose of the remaining 90 submissions. The final ranking for these 100 candidates would be determined by their literary merit, with the top 50 being eligible to become Tongxing. In cases of ties, precedence would be given to those with fewer errors. If errors were equal, the poetry scores would serve as the tiebreaker. If those were also tied, the quality of the writing would be considered. Should there be an impasse between the scores of the top 50 and the subsequent candidates, a half-sane examiner would be called upon to adjudicate, often resulting in a few additional candidates being granted the title of Tongsheng. Once the grading was complete, it was already late into the night. Yet no one was permitted to leave the academy, and they each retired to their respective quarters for the night. The following morning, at 6 o'clock, the 3 examiners along with 10 scholars rose, attended to their morning rituals, and after breakfast, commenced a thorough re-evaluation at 7. They meticulously reviewed the papers to ensure that no discrepancies had arisen. Should there be a significant error in judgment, the half-saint would intervene, and the examiners would not only face embarrassment but could also risk losing their positions and facing imprisonment. As they entered the grading room, Magistrate Kai remarked while walking, "I could not find rest last night, and I am still filled with discontent." Chapter 10. A first-class honor. Alas, how regrettable. Lord Wang has lost count of how many times he has expressed his lament in the past few days. The group meticulously reviews the examination papers. Ultimately, County Magistrate Kai and his companions arrive at Fang Yun's paper, engaging in fervent debate, yet they find themselves at an impasse. By the time lunch arrives, Magistrate Kai remains indecisive, compelled to set aside the matter temporarily to partake in a meal. He cannot bear to let the only double honors student in the state of Jing slip through his fingers. Lord Wang reassures him, there is no need to dwell excessively on this matter. With the talent from Ming Zhou and the absence of errors in the sacred text, his future achievements will undoubtedly rival ours. The hollow title of the foremost student with double honors may be disregarded. Even with a body riddled with injuries, he can still secure the top position. Passing the examination is merely a formality. Magistrate Kai stands in contemplation for a moment before suddenly declaring with righteous fervor, "We serve our sovereign, our nation, our sacred duty, and the human race by selecting talent. How can we falter due to the slander of others? What is a lifetime of reproach compared to 100 lifetimes of scorn?" Wan Shuejing and Lord Wang exchanged silent glances, realizing that Magistrate Kai's words imply that if Fang Yun is granted double honors, he may endure a lifetime of disgrace. Yet if denied, he shall be subjected to 100 lifetimes of condemnation. This elevates Fang Yun to the highest pedestal. Upon concluding his statement, Magistrate Kai deftly strikes out the previous second-class evaluation of Feng Yun's request for the sacred text and rewrites the comment. A body fraught with illness. A cart drawn to the examination hall. From humble origins, he seeks the virtuous for selection. First class. May the sacred judgment be rendered. Wan Shuezheng and Lord Wang stand in astonishment, not anticipating such a bold wager from Magistrate Kai. Having served in office for many years, both immediately recognize that Magistrate Kai sees in Feng Yun the potential for fame, thus seizing this opportunity for a gamble. Should he lose, it would merely result in a penalty of his salary. The court would not impose severe punishment, for advocating for Feng Yun's double honors ultimately benefits the state of Jing. However, should he succeed, he would become the first county magistrate in Jing to produce a student of double honors. Although the Lord presides over education, the magistrate is the chief examiner and guardian of the county, with the greatest merit, undoubtedly paving the way for promotion. Lord Wang and Wan Shuezheng are instantly convinced. Realizing that it is no wonder he is a successful scholar, such courage and magnanimity surpass anything they could muster. They exchange glances and promptly exclaim, "May the sacred judgment be rendered." The voices of the three resonate through the literary academy, carried by the omnipresent talents into the void. Ultimately reaching the banks of the Eastern Sea, south of Mount Tai and Xiufu, the sacred academy. From a distance, it resembles an inverted mountain. Thick at the top and tapering downwards, with its peak embedded in the ground, while the summit boasts a vast platform adorned with numerous pavilions, drifting clouds above. Confucius exhales. And the literary pavilions descend upon the peak of inverted mountain, forming the Xiufu Academy, now known as the Sacred Academy. At the very center of the Sacred Academy lies a grand hall that can accommodate 100,000, the site of Confucius's teachings, known as the Hall of All Saints. Within the Hall of All Saints stands a sacred platform, adorned with numerous statues honoring all those who have been sanctified throughout history. Beneath the sacred platform, 3 erudite elders sit in a row, with no one else present. At first glance, these 3 elders appear unremarkable, yet upon closer inspection, their eyes shimmer with countless extraordinary visions. There are scenes of the starry sky in motion, the cyclical change of seasons, serene valleys, and secluded mountains, as well as the bustling streets of towns, encompassing everything from the northern grasslands to the distant southern rainforests, from the far western deserts to the shores of the eastern sea, capturing the entirety of the world within their gaze. At this moment, the images that flickered most vividly in the eyes of the 3 individuals were those of the various academies scattered across the Holy Yuan continent. This vast realm comprised 10 nations and 90 provinces, each province containing 9 prefectures, each prefecture housing 9 counties, with over 7,000 academies within their confines. One of the individuals spoke. It could be A or B. Another chimed in. The gate of heaven's disciples, bearing injuries to take the exam, can practice their writing. The heart of the sacred is rare. A. The last individual, who had remained silent for a considerable time, finally uttered a single word. Indeed. This last voice resonated across mountains and rivers, booming within the grating room of the Jishan Academy, startling everyone as if they had heard thunder, their hair standing on end. The crowd was both astonished and elated. A transmission from a semi-holy? That equates to a month of arduous cultivation, exclaimed one of the examiners, overwhelmed with joy. Typically, if a semi-holy consents, it would merely be an assumption. Yet, the semi-holy has spoken, fearing we might withhold his A, indicating strong agreement. This is a remarkable development, second only to a semi-holy's direct endorsement, pondered Kai County Magistrate. After a moment's contemplation, he cautioned, this matter regarding the transmission from a semi-holy must not be divulged. Firstly, he is still young. Should he learn of this, pride may ensue, jeopardizing his future. It would be prudent to inform him only once he becomes a juncture. Secondly, the dual A he is destined to receive will inevitably make him a target, should there be a transmission from a semi-holy. Countless and scrupulous individuals may conspire against him in secret. I shall report this matter to the Minister of Literature and request a gag order. Should anyone dare to spread today's events, they shall face the same fate as a murderer of a juncture, subjected to the penalty of being torn apart by 5 horses. Kai County Magistrate's gaze was as icy as steel, his internal energy surging, a chill permeating the grating room. The wrath of a juncture could transform their energy into lethal force, a terrifying prospect. The 10 instructors within the academy hastily bowed and expressed their reluctance to cause harm. We, as generations of subjects of Jing State, can only rejoice at the emergence of such talent. How could we inflict harm? I am a distant relative of Feng Yun. I have even taught him to read, and would never wish him ill. Humph. Kai County magistrate scoffed coldly. Realizing that the instructor had disowned the name on the examination paper before even unsealing it, revealing that these instructors had likely eavesdropped on the discussions of the three examiners. Wang Yuankuan remarked, "What you say is entirely correct. After all, he is still quite young, and we must not overly exalt him to his detriment. I have seen Fang Zhongyong as well, and I worry for him. Alas, his father is blinded by greed, and his future remains uncertain." Kai County magistrate nodded and said, "Since the rankings have been established, let us unseal the names and compile the honor roll." The group tore open the section concealing the names on the examination papers and retrieved 5 large sheets of yellow paper, known as the honor roll. Kai County magistrate glanced at it only briefly but memorized the 50 students' names, then inscribed on the upper left corner of the first yellow sheet, Fang Yun, AA. The second line read, Fang Zhongyong, B middle, B lower. Born at an inopportune time, Wang Yuankuan murmured as he gazed at Fang Zhongyong's name. After completing the honor roll for the 50 students, Kai County magistrate declared, "I shall draft the invitation for today's literary gathering." Wang Yuankuan and Wan Shuezhing exchanged silent glances. Each time the results were announced, the 3 examiners would host a literary gathering on the same day, inviting local dignitaries and the top 10 students to participate, primarily to discuss, critique, and appreciate the examination papers from this county's test. Although the invitation could have been written by someone else, Kai County magistrate chose to pen it himself, signifying his profound regard for the gathering scheduled for today. By the time everything was settled, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. The main entrance of the Literary Institute stood wide open, teeming with a throng of examinees and their relatives, crowding the once spacious area to the point of congestion. Without waiting for the announcement of the results, a figure hurriedly made his way inside the institute. Upon recognizing him as the local head constable, the crowd began to speculate about the nature of the urgent matter at hand. The head constable quickly approached County Magistrate Kai, bowing respectfully and stating, "Your Excellency, the events of that night have been largely unraveled, though we lack concrete evidence." "Speak." County Magistrate Kai, though not particularly tall, possessed an exceptionally piercing gaze, which he fixed intently upon the head constable. "Yes, sir. Lu Zicheng of the Lu family from Daoism Prefecture has taken a fancy to Fang Yun's child bride, deliberately ingratiating himself with Fang. However, that Yang Yuhuan is a paragon of virtue, utterly devoted to Fang, who has not forsaken her for monetary gain." In a fit of rage after his scheme failed, Lu Zicheng threatened Fang and subsequently ordered an ambush on him in a nearby alley to the auspicious wine house. "Are you certain it was the Lu family of Daoism Prefecture?" Without a doubt, the head constable replied cautiously, observing Kai's furrowed brow as he pondered the implications. After a moment, the head constable lowered his voice. "I have also heard a most peculiar tale concerning Fang Yun, though I am unsure if I should share it." "Speak." "It is said that on the night he was assaulted, a mysterious figure came to his rescue and subsequently took Fang as a pupil, imparting a wealth of knowledge upon him in a single night." "Oh? And what was Fang Yun's literary talent prior to this?" Kai inquired immediately. "Quite poor, I must admit. He was even inferior to my own abilities in my youth, and was certainly unqualified for the child scholar examinations." Kai studied the head constable thoughtfully. 2 centuries prior, the status of constables was exceedingly low, devoid of any rank. Yet in recent years, with the burgeoning population and an influx of talent, the number of those achieving scholarly distinction has surged, leading to the elevation of constables to the 9th rank. With responsibilities for law enforcement and even the issuance of official insignia bestowed by the court. This particular head constable was a scholar himself, having turned to this position after his aspirations of becoming a juncture proved elusive. "I understand. Do not speak of this matter to anyone else." "Yes, sir." Just as the head constable was about to depart, Kai produced an invitation card and said, "This is an invitation for him to attend a literary gathering at the auspicious wine house. You are to deliver it personally. Arrange for someone to keep watch to prevent Lu Zicheng from seeking revenge. Should he dare to act, you are to enforce the law as per the regulations, prioritizing Fang Yun's protection. Do you comprehend?" "I understand, my lord." "Go, and ensure Fang Yun is left with a favorable impression." "Yes, I take my leave." With a sense of trepidation, the head constable knew that Kai was aligned with the Minister of Literature, who was an adversary of the left minister Lu Shan. With the left minister wielding considerable influence, it was rumored that he had nearly compelled the Minister of Literature to retire to his hometown. In such precarious circumstances, Kai should not offend Lu Zicheng or anyone from the Lu family, yet He was determined to safeguard Fang Yun, indicating that the latter was indeed extraordinary. As the head constable exited, he happened upon a constable heading to post the results and inquired, "Is Fang Yun's name on the list?" "What? You are unaware? This year's top scholar is none other than Fang Yun, and he has achieved the double top honors." "The top scholar? What? Pray, repeat that. Double top honors? Are you certain?" The head constable could hardly believe his ears. "See for yourself." The constable unrolled the golden list, revealing that the top name on the first page was Fang Yun, marked distinctly with 2 prominent characters. The head of the constabulary gasped in astonishment. Being an educated man himself, he understood all too well the significance of a double-A scholar. In the 2 centuries since the founding of the Jing kingdom, there had never been a double-A scholar. He cast his gaze downward, noting that the prodigy Fang Zhongyong was merely a double B. The head constable's thoughts began to race, his steps quickening involuntarily, as his mind calculated the implications. No wonder Magistrate Kai was unafraid of offending the formidable Liu family of Diyun. It was because of this double-A scholar. This indicated that Fang Yun's proclamations were undoubtedly accurate, and such an individual was anything but ordinary. He likely had a formidable figure backing him. Could that mysterious person be connected to the Minister of Culture? It was a distinct possibility. Being entrusted with an invitation was a monumental opportunity that must not be squandered. The constable then whispered, "I overheard those scholars mention that Fang Yun is also a student before the sage." Hissed the head constable, inhaled sharply once more. A double student before the sage, even without any connections, was still worth Magistrate Kai's utmost protection. Chapter 11. The Art of Empty Talk. Inspector Liu glanced at the invitation in his hand, his heart aflame with excitement. He boldly pushed through the crowd at the entrance of the academy, wishing he could sprout wings and fly straight to Fang Yun's residence. "Inspector Liu, it has been a while," a warm voice called out. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it was Fang Li, the father of the prodigy Fang Zhongyong. "Ah, Brother Fang, I have urgent matters to attend to and cannot linger. My apologies." Inspector Liu hurriedly departed, a hidden smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Fang Li stood frozen in place, believing he would soon be the father of the top scholar. Having known Inspector Liu previously, he had hoped to showcase his connections in front of friends and relatives, only to find that Liu paid him no heed, offering him no respect. Immediately, relatives and friends began to berate Inspector Liu. How dare a mere inspector be so rude? Just wait until Zhongyong becomes the top scholar. We shall see what he has to say then. A mere scholar, yet Zhongyong possesses the talent of a champion. Fang Li, who valued face above all, felt unable to express his anger due to the impending announcement, and thus said, "No need to mind him. When Zhongyong ascends to greatness, such petty individuals will surely bow their heads." As the results were about to be announced, he asked, "Can you guess Zhongyong's rank? Surely it must be the top. You are too modest. Who among the county's scholars can compare to Zhongyong? Make way, make way. Let this year's top scholar through." The crowd parted, and Fang Li walked forth with a smile, his son Fang Zhongyong trailing behind. Before they reached the honor roll, a commotion erupted around it. "What? A double first place? A double first place scholar? The sage has shown mercy. Our Jing kingdom now boasts a double first place scholar, a groundbreaking event. I never imagined that someone with the surname Fang would be the top scholar," exclaimed someone who recognized Fang Yun. Upon hearing this, Fang Li could hardly contain his glee. Since it was a Fang, it had to be true, and a double first place at that. This was an occasion for great pride, worthy of erecting a literary arch for future generations to admire. However, an inkling of panic flickered in Fang Zhongyong's eyes. He did not deny being a prodigy, nor did he lack confidence in attaining a first class in poetry, yet he could not fathom receiving the highest honor in the sage's words. For he had left several questions unanswered and written random responses. Quickly, he raised his head to gaze at the honor roll, and upon closer inspection, the top name was unmistakably Fang Yun. Just as Fang Li was about to praise his son, he noticed the unusual expression on Fang Zhongyong's face. He squinted and hurried a few steps to read the roll. Fang Yun, first place, first class. Fang Zhongyong, second class, lower. The top position slipped away. Fang Li, furious, shouted, "This ranking must be erroneous. How could my son not be the top scholar? I shall petition the capital. How can anyone achieve double first place? I refuse to believe it." The constable before the honor roll sneered, "Feel free to petition. Who doesn't he know this honor roll has passed the scrutiny of the esteemed examiners? If there were issues, they would have surfaced long before the announcement. Why wait for you to speak?" Confusion washed over Fang Li's friends and family. But Fang Zhongyong is a prodigy. How could he not be the top scholar? Who is this Fang Yun? The name sounds familiar. Is he not the one associated with the Jiangzhou beauty, the child bride? I attended his parents' funeral. Who would have thought he would become the top scholar? The speaker discreetly took a step away from Feng Li, glancing around in search of Feng Yun to share good news. However, Feng Yun was not present. The sun hung low in the west, casting elongated shadows on the carriage at Feng Yun's doorstep. Four retainers from the Liu family, who had previously visited Feng Yun's home, were also there, standing before a handsome scholar clad in white. Feng Yun shielded Yang Yuhuan behind him, calmly observing Lu Ziqing, and inquired, "Might I ask the purpose of your unexpected visit?" "Lu brother?" Lu Ziqing glanced at Yang Yuhuan, displaying a smile he deemed courteous as he flicked open his fan, gently wafting it. "Feng Yun, I heard you were injured. So I hurried over, bringing with me the finest medicinal ointment from Jiangzhou. How did you fare in the student examination? With all those injuries, I imagine your performance was rather poor." "Not to worry, there's always next year," Lu Ziqing said with a smile. Yang Yuhuan, however, retorted with a cold laugh. "Put away your insincere facade. I have long seen through you. This is our doorstep, so step aside immediately. I intend to accompany Xiao Yun to check the results." Without waiting for Feng Yun to respond, Yang Yuhuan stepped forward, linking her arm with his, and looked up, declaring, "I will soon be marrying into the Feng family. Xiao Yun is already my fiancé, and you shall never possess me." Feng Yun gazed at Yang Yuhuan in astonishment. He had long sensed that while she had accepted her fate, her feelings for him were akin to that of siblings. She had never referred to him as a fiancé or husband. Yet today, she publicly acknowledged their bond, hinting at a deeper connection. He noticed a faint blush on Yang Yuhuan's cheeks, unsure if it was due to the sun or her embarrassment. Lu Ziqing's eyes flashed with anger as he suppressed his rage, saying, "I know you merely wish to provoke me, and you have succeeded. Feng Yun, if you remain obstinate and cling to what does not belong to you, within 3 days, calamity shall befall you again. This time, there will be no room for luck." Feng Yun replied, "Do you admit that it was the 4 men behind you who sought to kill me last night?" Lu Ziqing scoffed. "Your tricks are of no use to me. I never claimed I intended to kill you. I, Lu Ziqing, hold the title of a scholar. Even if I were to cripple you, it would merely result in financial compensation. Feng Yun, I offer you one last chance. Will you agree or not?" Feng Yun firmly declared, "Sister Yuhuan is my wife. No one can take her from me. If you continue to harass us, I will file a lawsuit against you at the magistrate's office. Moreover, while in the past, you only needed to pay compensation for injuring me. Now that I am a student, should you harm me, it would suffice to strip you of your scholarly title." "You? A student? Huh. Surely I misheard." Lu Ziqing laughed loudly, addressing the retainers behind him. "Did you hear that? A penniless fellow claims to be a student." Feng Yun maintained his composure, responding, "My success in becoming a student is thanks to you, Lu brother. Were it not for your lending me those semi-holy texts, I might not have achieved this status. Should I eventually excel as a scholar, I shall not forget your immense kindness." He emphasized the final 4 words with great intensity. Lu Ziqing, staring intently at Feng Yun, stepped forward, pressing him with a challenging question. "I already knew on the road that the results at the Winyuan and Jixian have yet to be released. How could you possibly know you would pass as a student? Do you think mere words can deceive me? If you do not believe me, you may accompany me to the entrance of the academy. By the way, I am still a scholar before the sage." Feng Yun smiled. Lu Ziqing was taken aback and then burst into laughter. "Scholar before the sage? Do you take me for a mere child of 3? I know well your worth. You cannot even recite the 13 classics, and the renowned works of the 3.5 sage examiners were provided by me. Your poetry skills are so mediocre that you wouldn't even qualify as a junior scholar, yet you dare to claim the title of scholar before the sage? It's simply laughable. Feng Yun, spare me your prattle. My patience is worn thin. If you do not comply today, I shall take 2 of your legs before I leave." So you will know that Lu Ziqing means what he says. Yang Yuhuan quickly interjected, "Lu Ziqing, do not be excessively cruel. My husband is now a scholar before the sage and possesses a degree. If you dare to harm him, I shall seek justice at the county office." Feng Yun did not expect Lu Ziqing to be so audacious, feeling a surge of resentment. Had it not been for a relative in the left chancellor's office, Lu Ziqing would not have dared to act in such a manner. Feng Yun immediately provoked him. "Lu Ziqing, if you are a true man, accompany me to the county academy and see the honor roll for yourself." "What? Are you afraid? Have you not always looked down upon me? Do you lack the courage to even visit the academy?" Lu Ziqing sneered in disdain, about to agree, when suddenly a servant whispered in his ear, "Second young master. He truly seems to be a scholar before the sage." What do you mean? Lu Zicheng asked urgently. I distinctly remember a prominent scar on his forehead yesterday, which everyone saw, yet now it has vanished. Even with miraculous medicine, it would be impossible for such a deep scar to disappear overnight. Only true talent could account for such a transformation. I recall it well. Indeed, that wound was deep. The eyes of several servants reflected fear. If Fang Yun was indeed a scholar before the sage, they could be in grave trouble. Lu Zicheng looked at Fang Yun anew. Sensing that today he appeared markedly different, calm and composed, with a steady gaze and a significantly altered demeanor, as if he had suddenly aged several years. Lu Zicheng glanced at Yang Yuhuan, who did not conceal her disdain for him. Lu Zicheng's eyes flickered, and after a long pause, he suddenly grinned maliciously. The Academy has yet to release the honor roll, and you have not formally paid homage to the sage. Without the scholar's robe and sword, you must be a fraud. You are but a commoner. As a talented scholar, injuring you would only result in a financial loss for me. Fang Yun was taken aback by Lu Zicheng's decisiveness. You all, stop him. Lu Zicheng commanded, then rushed to the carriage, retrieving brush, ink, and paper. Fang Yun realized with alarm that Lu Zicheng feared close combat and intended to attack him with paper strategy. Sister Yuan, step back. Fang Yun shouted, dashing towards Lu Zicheng, determined not to let him execute his paper strategy, or else he would be at his mercy. However, the four experienced servants immediately lunged at him. Not to strike, but to hold him. Some wrapped around his waist, others locked his arms, or grabbed his legs, quickly ensnaring Fang Yun. Though he possessed the talent to enhance his physique, he had not yet fully recovered and was no match for the four robust servants. Yang Yuan stepped forward, intending to assist Fang Yun. Realizing her strength was insufficient, she immediately dashed towards Lu Zicheng to halt his writing. A servant swiftly released Fang Yun and reached out to block Yang Yuan. Lu Zicheng unfurled the rice paper upon the carriage, directly plunging his brush into the inkwell. He lifted the saturated wolf hairbrush, its bristles laden with dark ink, and began inscribing characters on the paper. An aura of talent surged around him, stirring a gentle breeze that billowed his garments. As Lu Zicheng wrote with astonishing speed in cursive, he recited the ancient battle song composed before Jing Ku's assassination of the Qin king. The talent emanating from him merged with the ink through the brush, forming words that resonated in an extraordinary manner, invoking the primordial energies of the world. A fierce wind arose, and a figure cloaked in black mist gradually materialized beside Lu Zicheng, its features indistinct, wielding a dagger. The dagger, though also shrouded in black mist, emanated a chilling aura, transforming the atmosphere into one of winter's grasp. A sense of despair enveloped Fang Yun as he realized that his opponent was invoking this renowned war poem. The wind whistles coldly by the Yi River. The valiant man departs, never to return. Chapter 12. A battle of wits and words. As the shadowy assassin prepared to launch his attack, a resounding voice echoed, "Halt! The head constable of Jixian is here." "How dare you scoundrels act so recklessly?" Head Constable Lu shouted from a distance, casting aside his official badge. Suddenly, a voice materialized in the air, reciting the battle poem Songlong Xing by the semi-saint Chun Guanhai of the Jing Kingdom. Accompanying this recitation, a thunderous roar akin to crashing waves erupted, as the badge transformed into a towering blue wave, standing between Fang Yun and Lu Zicheng, obscuring the sky and poised to strike at any moment. Instinctively, Lu Zicheng halted his writing, retreating 3 steps while firmly clutching his brush, which began to emit a faint glow, revealing itself as an official artifact as well. Turning to Head Constable Lu, Lu Zicheng proclaimed, "I am Lu Zicheng of the Lu family from Daoism. My elder brother is the top scholar of Jiangzhou, and my uncle is the current left chancellor. You must leave at once. Nothing has transpired here today." With righteous indignation, Head Constable Lu responded, "You dare to assassinate a scholar in public? As the head constable of Jixian, I cannot stand idly by. The official badge has already been activated, and the county magistrate's seal will inevitably respond. Surrender your artifact and await the magistrate's judgment." Meanwhile, in the academy, County Magistrate Kai had changed into casual attire, preparing to attend a banquet at the auspicious tavern, accompanied by a remarkably robust man. From the neck down, the man resembled an ordinary human, yet his head was that of a bull, a member of the oxen tribe. Scholars were permitted to maintain a retinue of 2 armored private soldiers, while juncture could command 4, unrestricted by any monstrous lineage. The bull-headed man held a small yellow silk pouch containing the magistrate's seal, which he was required to carry during official outings. Suddenly, the yellow pouch stirred. Magistrate Kai's expression shifted. and a surge of energy coursed through him as he reached for the seal. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, as if he were surveying the entire county from above. He then used the seal in conjunction with Head Constable Lu's badge to observe the events unfolding at Fong Yun's doorstep. Witnessing half of the Jing coup assassinating Qin and seeing Fong Yun ensnared. Enraged, Magistrate Kai's beard quivered. It was no small feat for Jixian to produce a potential world-renowned scholar, yet the Lu family dared to kill him. Impudent ruffians, Kai bellowed. And a beam of white light shot forth from his mouth, coalescing into an ancient sword of radiant light before him. This sword emanated an inexplicable murderous intent. Even the bull-headed warrior, unafraid of bloodshed on the battlefield, instinctively squinted and recoiled, fearing for his life at the appearance of the ancient sword. Though Magistrate Kai was too far from Fong Yun for even the sharpest tongue of a juncture to reach him. The entire county was enveloped in the power of the academy. Gripping the seal tightly, Kai summoned the strength accumulated over centuries within the academy to empower the ancient sword. With a swift whoosh, the ancient sword sliced through the air, emitting a piercing sound as it reached Fong Yun's home in mere moments. The sword radiated an overwhelming pressure, causing Lu Zicheng's hand, still clutching the brush, to tremble uncontrollably. Pale with fear, Lu Zicheng was acutely aware of the terror that juncture embodied and understood that the opposing side would do everything to protect Fong Yun. Realizing that any further aggression would lead to certain demise, Lu Zicheng shouted, "I implore County Magistrate Kai to discern the truth. I am Lu Zicheng, a scholar from Daoism. Ranked 9th in the provincial examination 3 years ago. I was unaware that Fong Yun was the esteemed scholar. Now that I am enlightened, I will not act against him." The voice of County Magistrate Kai resonated from the ancient sword of talent. To besiege a scholar under the bright sun is a heinous crime. Suddenly, one of the servants clutched his neck with both hands, torrents of blood gushing forth between his fingers and from his mouth, before he gradually collapsed to the ground. The acrid scent of blood permeated the air, gradually staining the sandy earth crimson. The other 3 servants, terrified, hastily knelt, banging their heads on the ground, pleading, "Your Excellency, spare us. Your Excellency, spare us. Captain Lu, take these 3 to the dungeon for questioning at a later date." As for Lu Zicheng, he is not to leave the confines of Daoyuan Prefecture until this matter is resolved. Otherwise, it will be deemed as fleeing in fear of punishment. Lu Zicheng quickly bowed in respect, saying, "I acknowledge my wrongdoing." He then hurriedly boarded the carriage, leaving in a state of distress. Yang Yuan, in tears, threw herself into Fong Yun's embrace, who gently patted her back to comfort her. Fong Yun felt immense gratitude towards County Magistrate Kai and wished to express his thanks, but found the word thank you too mundane and lacking in weight, especially as he was the top scholar while the other was a juncture magistrate. After a moment of contemplation, he recited a poem aloud. By Kai's family wash ink pond, trees stand tall, blossoms bloom, faint ink traces enthrall. No need for praise of colors bright, let pure essence fill the universe's light. Signed, Fong Yun, inscribing the poem in gratitude to Kai He. Captain Lu was taken aback, reflecting that it was no surprise that Fong Yun was the top scholar. This poem was at least of county-level caliber. It made no overt praise of County Magistrate Kai, only mentioning the flowers of his family, yet it elevated the magistrate to celestial heights. A scholar must seek literary fame while also considering their impact. Such subtle flattery without ostentation is truly ingenious, especially as he named the poem in thanks to Kai He. Captain Lu became increasingly determined to align himself with Fong Yun. Talent alone is not enough, but a young person who knows how to conduct themselves is rare and destined for immeasurable accomplishments. Excellent poem. Truly a wonderful essence filling the universe. Only the great Kai can be worthy of such praise. Captain Lu proclaimed loudly, as the poem resonated. The ancient sword of talent stirred slightly before dissipating slowly, with County Magistrate Kai remaining silent. Captain Lu, in awe, glanced at the spot where the sword had vanished, put away his badge, and respectfully presented an invitation to Fong Yun, stating, "This is an invitation from the county magistrate for you to attend a literary gathering at the auspicious wine house." Fong Yun accepted it with both hands, replying, "Thank you, Captain Lu." Captain Lu smiled and said, "Not at all. Since you have achieved the top rank, I had intended to join you for tea, but I must attend to my duties, so I shall not intrude. Here is my gift. Congratulations, Fong Yun. You know our office has limited funds, but please accept this 5 taels of silver as my sincere regards. If you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I will be at your service without reservation." Saying this, Captain Lu produced a 5-tael silver ingot. Yang Yuan was astonished by the weight of Captain Lu's gift. Typically, Gifts for celebrations from ordinary families amounted to no more than 100 cash, making this 5 taels equivalent to 5,000. She was even more surprised to hear Fang Yun referred to as Fang Gongzi. Fang Yun humbly declined, stating, "Captain Liu, you are far too generous. I have yet to express my gratitude for your rescue. How can I accept your congratulatory gift? One matter should not be conflated with another. Please keep it. I will have them removed immediately." Captain Liu insisted, pressing the silver into Fang Yun's hand, commanding the 3 servants to carry away the body. Fang Yun gazed at the retreating figure of Captain Liu, yet his thoughts lingered upon the treasured literary waste token. The so-called literary treasure is an artifact infused with the life essence of a scholar, typically of the status of a jiren or higher, who, on the brink of death, channels their talents into a medium of poetry or prose. The effects of these treasures vary according to the literary pieces infused within them. Each literary treasure is unique, born from the individual genius of its creator. And any object commonly used by a sage that can bear such talent naturally becomes a literary treasure. Only those of at least the rank of a scholar can wield the most fundamental jiren literary treasures. Thus, some jiren or higher-ranking scholars, upon realizing their descendants are unworthy of success, may choose to create a literary treasure to exchange for wealth and status for their progeny, in accordance with the imperial decree. Captain Liu's waste token is a jiren literary treasure, crafted by a jiren who, before his demise, infused it with the renowned work Songlong Xing by the semi-saint Chun Guanhai of Jinghua, in hopes of elevating his son from the status of a child scholar to an official scholar and bestowing upon his grandson the title of a county lord. The term official scholar refers to individuals within Jinghua who enjoy the same privileges as scholars but lack recognition from the literary academy and must be registered with it. The higher the rank, the more powerful the literary treasure and the greater the status of the descendants. Should a grand scholar or even a semi-saint offer a literary treasure at the end of their life, it would be deemed a monumental contribution, equivalent to military merit, and their descendants could inherit significant noble titles. Across various nations, there exist individuals who have attained noble status through the military achievements or literary contributions of their ancestors. These individuals are collectively known as the noble gentry. While their status may be modest in foreign lands, they command great respect and privileges within their own country. Fang Yun, out of the corner of his eye, caught sight of bloodstains and had no time to envy those possessing literary treasures. He sought something to address the blood. However, Yang Yuhuan interjected that she would handle it. "Are you not afraid of human blood?" Fang Yun inquired. "I have slaughtered chickens and pigs. What is a mere bloodstain? I fear only that I have not killed enough." Yang Yuhuan expressed her deep-seated animosity towards those who had harmed Fang Yun. Fang Yun remarked, "If we eliminate them all, would it not aid Lu Ziqing in erasing the evidence? To kill one serves as a testament to his resolve, while leaving 3 indicates the possibility of future inquiries." Yang Yuhuan suddenly comprehended and questioned, why not capture that scoundrel Lu Ziqing as well? He is a scholar, the son of a prestigious family, and a relative of the left chancellor. Even if apprehended, without concrete evidence, he would be released, which could inadvertently clear his name, should any misstep occur. Or if Lu Ziqing were to feign victimhood, other officials would undoubtedly impeach County Magistrate Kai, leaving us unprotected. Currently, the 3 servants held by County Magistrate Kai provide leverage. Lu Ziqing must bear the suspicion of murder, and the Lu family will not seek the aid of the left chancellor Lu Shan, but rather conceal the matter. With those 3 servants, County Magistrate Kai can both advance and retreat. Yang Yuhuan gazed intently at Fang Yun, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She softly said, "Xiao Yun, you have truly grown adept. You grasp even such intricate reasoning. No wonder you excelled as a double Jia child scholar." Fang Yun replied, "In truth, the more one reads, the more one becomes enlightened. Indeed, our Xiao Yun is remarkably talented. Just from Captain Liu, 5 taels of silver were bestowed. And I wonder how much others will offer in congratulations. You have made us proud." Yang Yuhuan tilted her head, increasingly aware of Fang Yun's maturation. "Whatever I accomplish, half of the credit belongs to you, Sister Yuhuan." Fang Yun smiled warmly, his gaze filled with affection. "I must go attend to matters." Yang Yuhuan suddenly realized she could not bear to meet Fang Yun's gaze. With a gentle lift of her skirt, she hastily departed. Fang Yun glanced in the direction where Lu Ziqing had vanished, his expression turning increasingly frigid. Those 3 servants would not confess. Should they do so, their entire family would face dire consequences. Even if they were to admit their involvement, they would likely claim that Lu Ziqing had merely instructed them to teach me a lesson rather than to take my life, leaving no incriminating evidence behind. The crux of the matter was that at that time, I was not yet a student of the academy. While he was a scholar, he would not face severe punishment. As there had been precedent for similar cases, the county magistrate, Kai, had already pushed the limits by executing a single servant. Lu Zicheng, fully aware of my status as a student before the sage, dared to threaten my life, and he certainly would not let this matter rest. I could not remain passive. The day I become a scholar shall be the day Lu Zicheng meets his demise. At that moment, a breathless voice from the side interrupted. Fang Yun. Fang Yun, you have become a student, and even the top of the list. Why have you not gone to the academy to see the results? Chapter 13. Judging by Attire. Not by person. Gu Xiaomao burst through the door, joyfully gazing at Fang Yun, then bent down, resting on his knees, breathing heavily. Sit down and rest, suggested Fang Yun. You, how can you be so indifferent? That was the top scholar among the youth. Moreover, you are a dual laureate. Our Jing kingdom has never produced a dual laureate before. People have long said our land is barren. But now, those at the academy are proclaiming that you have shattered that notion. Is it truly a dual laureate? Fang Yun was taken aback, for he had assumed that earning the sage's endorsement would yield only a single merit. Indeed, the list is clearly inscribed, and without the sage's affirmation, it would never have been published, replied Gu Xiaomao with a grin. By the way, I could have arrived sooner, but I stayed to witness a splendid performance, which delayed me. Yang Yu leaned against the doorframe of the main room, listening intently. Unable to contain her curiosity about Fang Yun, she was eager to learn more. What splendid performance? Fang Yun inquired. You know Fang Zhongyong, right? Before the announcement, everyone believed he was the sure winner. No one expected it to be you. Fang Zhongyong was merely disappointed, but his father made quite the scene, questioning the integrity of the county examination and demanding a review of the papers. He was quite the spectacle. Really. Just then, County Magistrate Kai appeared and remarked that he had matters to discuss at the academy, stating that if Fang Zhongyong could compose poetry on par with Ming Zhou and all the sage's words were correct, he would seek the sage's judgment anew. And then? Fang Yun asked, intrigued. Then the entire assembly was astounded. Poetry on par with Ming Zhou? Even the top scholars in the Hanlin Academy would struggle to achieve that. How many verses of a half-saint could possibly emerge from Ming Zhou? His father grew fearful. He understood well that without a saint's endorsement, a dual laureate was unattainable. Fang Yun, how did you suddenly become so talented? Gu Xiaomao exclaimed, both excited and in admiration. Feigning surprise, Fang Yun replied, did I not mention before the examination? I encountered my teacher, who enlightened me, allowing me to grasp many truths. With a playful grin, Gu Xiaomao asked, would you share the identity of your teacher? To inspire such insight, he must be a learned scholar, perhaps even a half-saint? I am not certain of that myself, Fang Yun said, somewhat helplessly. By the way, what about Lu Zicheng? Let us not speak of him for now. I have become a scholar, and he wouldn't dare to confront me. Gu Xiaomao answered cheerfully. What about the rest of you? Lu Lin also passed, though he ranked 19th, which is not as impressive as you, yet it has garnered admiration from our peers. Mr. Sun attended as well, his smile so broad it seems he cannot contain it. Now many parents wish to enroll their children in his private academy. Alas, Mr. Sun's tuition fees are bound to increase. That is splendid. After I pay my respects at the Hall of the Saints tomorrow, I shall visit Mr. Sun, Fang Yun stated. However, it is a pity about Liang Yuan. He declared that if he did not pass this time, he would not attempt to take the examination again and would manage his father's rice shop instead. He is reluctant, yet feels compelled to do so. Nevertheless, Liang Yuan possesses a keen business acumen, so there is no need for concern. Fang Yun nodded, engaging in conversation with Gu Xiaomao, discussing the sage's endorsement and poetry composition. He shared some of his insights, which greatly delighted Gu Xiaomao, who eagerly took note. Before long, a group of over 10 individuals arrived outside the courtyard, carrying various items. Nephew, I have come to congratulate you. Fang Yun's uncle entered with an exceedingly exaggerated expression, his left hand carrying a large pig's head and his right hand holding 2 hefty bundles of copper coins, amounting to 2,001, equivalent to approximately 2 taels of silver. Fang Yun was taken aback by his uncle's newfound generosity. The currency of Jingwa was far more valuable than that of Earth. Here, 3 could purchase a sizable bun, and in terms of food prices, 3 was akin to over a yuan in an era of soaring prices. Overall, 1 tael of silver in the Shenyuan continent was roughly equivalent to 300 yuan. Fang Yun and Yang Yuhuan had diligently saved money, amassing only 13 taels of silver before the imperial examination, even though his uncle's family, being butchers, was relatively affluent. Their savings amounted to no more than 4 or 500 taels. In Jixian, 4 or 500 taels could suffice to purchase a decent residence in the county town. Uncle, aunt, and all the relatives. Fang Yun called out everyone in one breath and invited them to sit inside. These relatives arrived bearing gifts and monetary offerings. Nearly 4 families had contributed nearly 4 taels of silver. Before Fang Yun's maternal relatives could settle in, over a dozen relatives from his paternal side arrived, each bringing significantly more in gifts than usual. As Fang Yun's uncle put it was common knowledge that Fang Yun would inevitably become at least a jiren. Once he achieved that status, with a little networking, he could secure an official position as an 8th-rank official, and with effort, even ascend to the 3rd rank. Fang Yun greeted these relatives with utmost courtesy, displaying none of the arrogance one might expect from a future jiren. His relatives were all reasonable individuals, none daring to boast in the presence of the exceptionally talented Tongsheng of Jinghua. While he intended to host his friends and family, Yang Yuhuan reminded him of a literary meeting at the county magistrate Kai's place. Fang Yun hastily excused himself, and his relatives bore him no ill will. Rather, they urged him to leave promptly, insisting he must not delay his attendance at the Tongsheng literary meeting. Fang Yun hurried towards the Jixiang restaurant. The streets were not crowded, as many were still gathered outside the academy, buzzing with excitement over the announcements. Only Fang Yun's friends and relatives had learned of his success and were eager to procure goods for his household. Passing by the alley from the previous day, Fang Yun paused, inhaled deeply, and then resumed his journey towards the Jixiang restaurant. Before Fang Yun could step inside, the proprietor, Master Zhen, emerged and, upon seeing Fang Yun, his expression shifted dramatically to one of anger. "Did I not forbid you from coming here? Get out immediately. The county magistrate is upstairs. If you disturb him, you shall face dire consequences." Fang Yun was taken aback, but quickly understood the gravity of the situation, displaying a peculiar expression as he inquired, "Did you not go to the county academy to witness the results?" Master Zhen, irritable, retorted, "The Tongsheng literary meeting is held here every year. I am extremely busy. Why would I go to the academy? I told you this morning that you are no longer permitted to enter the Jixiang restaurant. If you take another step forward, I shall have your legs broken." Recalling Master Zhen's earlier words, Fang Yun's expression darkened as he replied, "Master Zhen, do not overstep your bounds. As a Tongsheng attending the county magistrate's literary meeting, I have every right to enter this establishment, and you cannot prevent me." "You cannot prevent you? What are you saying? You have become a Tongsheng? That is laughable. I know exactly what you are, so get out. Do you hear me?" Master Zhen utterly disbelieved Fang Yun. Fang Yun had been working at the auspicious restaurant for over 2 years. Initially, Manager Zhen believed that Fang Yun might achieve something significant. However, as he became more acquainted with Fang Yun, his regard for him diminished, to the point where he had his own son, a mere student, take the entrance examination against Fang Yun. The son concluded that Fang Yun would never succeed in his endeavors, leading Manager Zhen to treat him with increasing disdain. Moreover, his unrequited desire to marry Yang Yuhuan made him even harsher towards Fang Yun. With a cold voice, Fang Yun declared, "Since you are the proprietor of the auspicious restaurant and deny me entry, I shall not enter. When County Magistrate Kai inquires, you shall tell him it was you who expelled me. Farewell." Initially, Fang Yun intended to use County Magistrate Kai to teach Manager Zhen a lesson. But a sudden inspiration led him to devise a better plan. He pulled a handful of copper coins from his purse and called out to the passers-by, "To all travelers from the south and the north, do you see the coins in my hand? I shall pose a riddle, and whoever answers first will receive these coins. Do not miss this chance for free money. Those who walk by without taking it are fools." Nearby individuals were instantly drawn to him, and soon a crowd of over 10 gathered. Observers from a distance, noticing the commotion, rushed over to see what was happening. The auspicious restaurant was situated on the busiest street in the county, and before long, a throng of people encircled him, with spectators on the 2nd floor peering down in curiosity. Wang Yuanzuan, sitting by the window, leaned out to catch a glimpse and couldn't help but smile, exclaiming, "County Magistrate, it is Fang Yun." Fang Yun stood amidst the crowd, flipping over 20 copper coins in his hands. "Come on, reveal the riddle. Are you having second thoughts? Speak up." Someone remarked, "Isn't that Fang Yun? He just topped the entrance examination. What brings him here to amuse himself?" Initially, Manager Zhen observed with disdain, but upon hearing this, he broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe that Fang Yun had indeed topped the examination. Fang Yun proclaimed, "I shall now compose a whimsical poem as a riddle. You must guess an object that is common in every household. Here it goes, with a pointed head and slender body, as white as silver, It weighs not a fraction of a gram. Its eyes are located at the rear, recognizing only fabric, not people. Who can tell me what this is? A prize awaits the one who guesses correctly. County Magistrate Kai, from the second floor, could not suppress a chuckle and inquired, what did Manager Zhen do to offend him? This Fong Yun possesses a tongue sharper than a knife. An elegant elderly gentleman in his 50s smiled and remarked, his ability to craft such brilliant insults is truly commendable. No wonder he topped the examination. At that moment, a voice from the crowd rose. I know. It is a needle. A sewing needle. The eye of the needle is indeed at the back, and it recognizes only fabric, not people. Those familiar with Manager Zhen erupted in laughter. Someone jested, indeed. The top scholar is a genius. Even his insults are poetic. Manager Zhen, why are you silent? Turn around and let us see if you have eyes at your rear. Manager Zhen had offended many, and immediately, someone with a sarcastic tone remarked, the top scholar knows Manager Zhen, but Manager Zhen may not recognize the top scholar. In Manager Zhen's eyes, even a grand scholar is of little consequence. Zhen, the manager, gazed at Fong Yun in a state of panic, realizing that indeed, the scholar could kill without the use of a blade. The execution of this act was so ruthless that the most renowned scholar of Jinghua, known for his dual talents, had publicly scorned him with poetry before his tavern, declaring that he recognized only garments and not the worth of individuals. The reputation of the auspicious tavern had been irreparably tarnished. Chapter 14. Worse than swine and dogs. Fong Yun bowed to the crowd and proclaimed, I originally toiled at the auspicious tavern, earning a meager 500 copper coins each month. Yet yesterday, the manager, Master Zhen, dismissed me without a single coin of my due wages and even threatened me with violence. Today, as the county magistrate Kai hosts a literary gathering for students at the auspicious tavern, I arrived punctually, only to be barred entry by Master Zhen. Although I am but a destitute scholar, I possess my dignity. Thus, I shall not enter this establishment. Tomorrow, I will apologize to the county magistrate. Everyone, remember Master Zhen. Remember the auspicious tavern. Here, only clothing matters, not the person. With that, Fong Yun turned to leave. Master Zhen, caught in a quandary, noticed figures peering down from the second floor and instinctively glanced up, only to find the county's prominent figures assembled above, including Magistrate Kai, Lord Wang, and the esteemed Scholar Su, among others. Particularly, Scholar Su, in his 50s, regarded Master Zhen with an icy demeanor. The local gentry sought to associate with the most promising students. How could a tavern owner dare to dismiss the very candidate deemed most worthy of such connections? Master Zhen, pale with fear, felt as if ice coursed through his veins. Offending Magistrate Kai was troublesome enough, but the repercussions of inciting Scholar Su, a scion of a distinguished family rooted in the county for generations, would be far graver. Gritting his teeth, Master Zhen hastily pursued Fong Yun, exclaiming, Fong Yun, I have been blind, not realizing you are this year's top candidate. For the sake of our long acquaintance, I beg for your forgiveness. Fong Yun halted and responded, Master Zhen, you are too kind. You have committed no offense. This tavern is yours, and you have every right to deny me entry. However, should you now permit me to enter, I equally possess the right to decline. Farewell. Remembering Scholar Su's penetrating gaze, Master Zhen, disregarding his pride, rushed forward to grasp Fong Yun's sleeve, pleading, Young Master Fong, please forgive my ignorance. I have been blind to your worth, recognizing only attire and not character. I sincerely repent, and I shall compensate you for your wages. A gentle cough emanated from the second floor, as Magistrate Kai interjected, Speak your matters here. What is this unruly display on the street? He then cast a stern glance at Master Zhen before turning to Fong Yun with a smile. Fong Yun immediately inclined his head, stating, Since the county magistrate has spoken, I shall comply. Without hesitation, he stepped into the auspicious tavern. Master Zhen was engulfed by astonishment, realizing that Fong Yun's intention to leave was but a ruse, waiting for Magistrate Kai's intervention. If Fong Yun had truly wished to depart, it would have been a sign of disrespect towards the magistrate. He had deliberately shouted riddles below to capture the attention of Magistrate Kai and the others, ultimately ensnaring his own tavern in the process, a double-edged sword. Had he merely been feigning all along? Such cunning was remarkable. Yet to witness it in a youth was truly terrifying. Master Zhen suddenly felt utterly powerless before Fong Yun. As they ascended to the second floor, a tall, robust figure stood guard at the entrance of the grand chamber. Fong Yun regarded him for a moment before stepping inside. The chamber was spacious, already furnished with 3 tables and nearly 20 seated guests, all of whom rose at their entrance. Although Magistrate Kai donned casual attire and bore a smile, An undeniable aura of authority surrounded him, an amalgamation of his intellect, cultivation, and esteemed position. Jean, the shopkeeper, suddenly knelt upon the ground, striking his own face with fervor, exclaiming, "I humbly report to the county magistrate, all of this is the fault of a wretched man. I am base and shameless, having withheld the wages of young Master Fong. My heart clouded by greed. I am willing to make amends. It was my own folly that brought this upon me. Who asked you to speak?" County Magistrate Kai replied coolly, his tone light yet instilling a sense of dread within Jin, who felt as vulnerable as a rabbit ensnared by the gaze of a lion or tiger. No one around dared to utter a word. The glimmer of faint derision danced in the eyes of nearly everyone present. Jun, crestfallen, lowered his head, finally grasping the vast chasm that separated his status from that of the double first-class scholar. Fong Yun offered a courteous bow and candidly recounted the events regarding Jin. The shopkeeper, now thoroughly terrified, trembled uncontrollably. Fong Yun chuckled. "Today is the gathering of scholars, yet it has been delayed by matters of a private nature. I, as a latecomer, am willing to pour a cup as an apology. Jin, since you have acknowledged your misdeeds, I shall grant you forgiveness. You may leave now." Jin looked up in bewilderment, meeting Fong Yun's smiling countenance, seemingly sincere in his forgiveness. Yet he understood that this matter would not be easily resolved. "What grace! Everyone, please take your seats. Let not the misdeeds of that scoundrel dampen our spirits. As for the wine, no need for punishment." Magistrate Kai unabashedly expressed his admiration for Fong Yun. The assembly settled into 3 tables. The first, led by Magistrate Kai, comprised officials and prominent families from Jixian, with the least esteemed being a scholar, save for 1 seat reserved for the case clerk. The second table was filled with this year's scholars, while the third table hosted the county's esteemed literati, including 1 juncture and 3 jiren, with all others being scholars save for the students. Fong Yun, after exchanging pleasantries, took his place at the first table. Just as he settled in, the door swung open. He turned to see Fong Li and Fong Zhongyong enter together. Fong Zhongyong immediately bent in greeting, while Fong Li merely clasped his hands in acknowledgement, scanning the room until his gaze landed on Fong Yun, his eyes ablaze with indignation. Fong Yun, however, feigned ignorance. Once the two took their seats, the literary gathering commenced, beginning with Magistrate Kai proposing a toast to the esteemed guests, followed by toasts to the monarch of the Jing Kingdom and the Empress Dowager, and finally to all the scholars present. The theme of this gathering revolved around the county examination, with Magistrate Kai initiating the discussion on the first question posed by the sage. In the 27th year of Duke Xiao, where was Confucius located? This was akin to a juncture delivering a lecture, beneficial not only to the students, but also to the attending scholars and jiren, all diligently preparing for future imperial examinations. The newly informed scholars and jiren pondered earnestly, aware that Confucius had been in both Qi and Lu during that year. Yet, knowing the question was raised by Magistrate Kai, the answer could not be straightforward. All eyes turned toward Fong Yun, for in the pursuit of knowledge, understanding the essence is paramount. Should he fail to elucidate this question thoroughly, his reputation as a double first-class scholar would undoubtedly suffer. Fong Li interjected, "Zhongyong has failed to respond. I beseech the case clerk for guidance and to properly educate this unworthy child." Fong Zhongyong's countenance revealed his discomfort, and he glanced at Fong Yun, conveying an expression of apology. Fong Yun nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. He was well aware that although Fong Zhongyong bore a hint of arrogance, he had always remained taciturn and had no negative reputation. It was his father, Fong Li, who paraded around under the title of father of a prodigy, garnering the disdain of many. After pondering for a moment, Fong Yun organized his thoughts and said, "Initially, I believe the answer to this question was rather simplistic, merely addressing the regions of Qi and Lu. However, upon reaching the 6th question, which pertained to the Book of Rites, I was inspired and recalled that it mentioned Confucius attending the funeral of Jizi's eldest son." Subsequently, Fong Yun articulated the reasoning behind the question in his own words, elucidating it with utmost precision and clarity. Upon his conclusion, many of the young scholars present were still in contemplation, while those who had comprehended the explanation praised him profusely. Fong Li's demeanor immediately diminished. As a fellow scholar, he understood the question's complexity and recognized that Fong Yun's reasoning was nothing short of impeccable. "Fong Yun is indeed a great talent. I cannot compare." Fong Zhongyong murmured with a hint of melancholy, yet devoid of resentment. County Magistrate Kai then proceeded to share his own method of solving the problem, utilizing a few rare texts, most of which were not found in Fong Yun's extraordinary collection. Neither Fong Yun nor even the esteemed scholar Wang had encountered them. Through comparison, The onlookers regarded Fang Yun with newfound admiration, realizing that his approach was the true path. The discussion then continued, delving into various questions from the sacred texts, with Magistrate Kai even expanding into the realm of classical doctrines. The so-called classical doctrines refer to the examination of a phrase or passage from the canonical works of sages, where candidates write essays to elucidate their underlying principles. If the sacred inquiries are about memorizing the teachings of the sages, then the classical doctrines pertain to comprehending their wisdom and forming one's own insights. Once Magistrate Kai concluded his segment on sacred inquiries, the meal was served, and everyone indulged in food and drink for a while, after which the conversation shifted to poetry. As Magistrate Kai had broached the topic of sacred inquiries, it was now the turn of Scholar Wang to initiate the discussion on poetry. However, Fang Li interjected, stating, "My son's poetry possesses the potential to surpass the county level. Yet he has only achieved A grade." Magistrate Kai remarked that Fang Yun's poetry exhibits the greatness of Mingzhou. Might we have the honor of witnessing his county examination poetry? Many fell silent, casting covert glances at Scholar Wang. He had not anticipated Fang Li's blatant disregard for decorum, which could be deemed a transgression of respect. With an impassive expression, Scholar Wang replied, "I had originally intended to keep Fang Yun's examination paper at the county academy for future candidates to admire. However, after sharing his poem with Duke Li of the province, he insisted on sending the original to the provincial academy, declaring that this poem is not only the finest of this year's county examination but also the best in centuries." Duke Li stated that this poem is destined to appear in next month's Sacred Path magazine. The room erupted in excitement. Did Duke Li truly say that? How could a student's poem warrant such treatment at the provincial academy? The title of the best poem in the county examination? Such an honor is extraordinary. If it appears in Sacred Path, will our county not gain another literary archway? With two remarkable achievements, Fang Yun alone would earn two such accolades. It seems no one from Jixian has ever been featured in Sacred Path, has there? Indeed, there had been none. Chapter 15. The end of the year initially. The young scholars were somewhat discontented, yet upon hearing that Fang Yun had been recommended to the Sacred Path by the esteemed scholarly, their discontent swiftly transformed into admiration, particularly among the younger students who harbored an implicit reverence. In the sacred Yuan continent, ascending the Sacred Path epitomizes the pinnacle of poetic and literary standards. Although debates may arise regarding poetry, few dare to question the qualifications, for only the grand scholars possess the authority to recommend, followed by the elimination process governed by the collective might of the holy halls, unyielding to any individual's will, not even that of a semi-saint. Ultimately, it is the Holy Academy that determines the timing and the positions for ascension. Fang Zhongyong gazed at Fang Yun with envy, but soon felt a sense of discomfort. Upon deeper reflection, he suddenly realized that the look he cast upon Fang Yun mirrored the way others had once regarded him, the prodigy. Fang Li, witnessing his son's expression, was rendered speechless with rage. After toiling diligently for his son's honor, it seemed he had been betrayed. His displeasure grew further upon realizing that if someone else had claimed the top position, it would have been acceptable. Yet now it was a member of his own clan who had usurped it, robbing his son of the esteemed title within the Fang clan of Daoism Prefecture. Just as Fang Li was about to voice his grievances, Wang Yunkuan interrupted, stating, "It is not merely two literary arches. There are three." The origin of the third arch was questioned, for Fang Yun was a young scholar of the sacred. Although the Literary Academy had announced the results, it had not specified the sacred title, and very few were aware. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. In a century, only two young scholars had emerged from Jinghua, and Fang Yun was the third. Fang Li abruptly sealed his lips, daunted into silence. Aware that any further provocation towards Fang Yun would lead to his own downfall, much like Xin Zhangguo, the crowd buzzed with excitement. Many raised their cups to Fang Yun in a toast, and fortunately, the wine was of low potency, allowing them to indulge without consequence. Once the discussion subsided, County Magistrate Kai addressed Wang Yunkuan, stating, "Fang Yun's Spring Dawn is the highlight of this literary gathering. We shall discuss it shortly." Fang Yun, prior to composing Spring Dawn, did you not pen half a poem? Fang Yun observed as Magistrate Kai produced a crumpled piece of paper and replied, "Indeed, I did write. But that poem bore the risk of criticizing the court, thus I did not complete it." In the Literary Academy, those with elevated literary status can sense the quality of good poetry. Although my poem is only half finished, it still possesses the potential to resonate with talent, perhaps even reaching the prefecture. Now that you have achieved the status of a young scholar, discussing the court's affairs is your duty. Would you not continue to complete this poem? It would be a pity otherwise. The expressions of those in the room became increasingly animated. Many scholars struggle throughout their lives to compose poetry worthy of their county, yet Fang Yun could effortlessly reach the prefecture's acclaim and was willing to abandon it. Fang Zhongyong felt a wave of shame wash over him. He had been proud merely for having written poems that transcended the county. Realizing how far he fell short compared to Fang Yun continued, "Last year, my classmates and I, including Lu Lin, discussed matters of war. And my heart was filled with sorrow and indignation, longing to articulate something for the fallen soldiers. However, my humble status rendered me hesitant to speak. Now that I have attained a literary title, I shall complete this poem." The poem The End of the Year criticizes the inaction of court officials, previously without honors. Fang Yun could not write such a piece, but now, with his esteemed status, composing such a poem would only enhance his literary reputation. Literary status, official rank, and literary fame are all of utmost significance. At the literary gathering, everything had been meticulously prepared in advance. Fang Yun rose to accept the crumpled piece of paper and moved to a nearby desk to begin grinding ink. He pondered for a moment before setting his pen to complete the 5-character regulated verse titled Year's End. Year's End. Far from home, in remote corners, where still looms, smoke and dust invade the snowy peaks, war drums echo through the riverside towns. Heaven and earth bleed with time. Who in the court seeks to adorn their caps? Dare to love death in these times, loneliness stirs the noble heart. Upon finishing, Fang Yun recited the poem once more. A hushed silence enveloped the assembly. Some sighed in despair, others remained mute, while a few trembled in fear. Through the act of writing, Fang Yun gradually discerned the intentions of County Magistrate Kai. The poem bore the suspicion of criticizing the left chancellor, Lu Shan. The age-old agreement crafted by Confucius and the barbarian tribes had long since lapsed, and now the latter stirred restlessly. Last winter, the wolf barbarians descended southward. According to tradition, the kingdom of Jing should have mobilized its forces to deliver a decisive blow to the invaders. Yet, Lu Shan employed various excuses to oppose warfare, squandering the opportune moment for battle, which resulted in a resounding victory for the wolf barbarians and the loss of a grand scholar, 2 Hanlin academicians, for juncture, and 20,000 soldiers, not to mention the abduction of countless border civilians, which sent shockwaves throughout the realm. In the aftermath, Lu Shan not only refused to accept blame, but also argued that an earlier engagement would have led to even greater casualties. The court officials, filled with indignation, clamored for retribution against the wolf barbarians, yet Lu Shan favored peace over conflict, demoting several pro-war officials and subsequently dispatching envoys to negotiate, ultimately ceding 3 provinces and compensating 10 million taels of silver along with vast quantities of textiles and minerals. The kingdom of Jing emerged severely weakened. Rumors circulated that, due to the young king being only 3 years old and the Empress Dowager acting as regent, a successful military campaign would enhance her prestige, which would be detrimental to Lu Shan's aspirations for power. Thus, he initially delayed under the pretense of insufficient supplies, later resorting to subterfuge. Although Fang Yun held no deep affection for the kingdom of Jing, he harbored a profound disdain for Lu Shan's actions, which sacrificed countless lives for the sake of ambition and sought peace through territorial concessions. Additionally, given his pre-existing aversion to Lu Zicheng, he felt compelled to craft this poem as a means of discomfiting the Lu family. Upon completion of his work, Fang Yun proclaimed, "The rise and fall of the world is a shared responsibility. Scholars such as ourselves must engage in the art of war and fight valiantly. How can we cower before battle?" The audience's eyes widened in astonishment. Not only had Fang Yun composed an impressive poem, his words resonated with earnestness and originality, particularly his 8-character statement, which held significant weight and invited deep reflection. County Magistrate Kai slammed his palm upon the table, exclaiming, "What a splendid proclamation! With your words, it is worth my bestowal of dual honors upon you. Let us toast to the rise and fall of the world is a shared responsibility, and to Fang Yun, who fears not the battle." Upon finishing his declaration, he raised his cup. Despite their trepidation regarding Lu Shan's power, the fervor of youth remained unquenched, and the assembly erupted in agreement, raising their cups in salute to Fang Yun. Particularly, the younger scholars were electrified, nearly venerating Fang Yun as a hero. Fang Li's face flushed with shame, and he abandoned any thoughts of further troubling Fang Yun. Fully realizing that the essence of the rise and fall of the world is a shared responsibility would forever eclipse his own standing, Wang Yuanzhu nodded, saying, I did not anticipate that this discarded poem would bear such profound implications. I implore the county magistrate to evaluate its merit, should it prove worthy. I shall report this matter to Scholarly, ensuring that this poem finds its place in the sacred path. Excellent. Fong Yun extended the paper to County Magistrate Kai, who held the official seal above the poem's page. Suddenly, a vibrant orange aura surged upwards, reaching 2.5 feet high, 1 foot beyond the county, 2 feet to the prefecture, and 3 feet to Mingzhou. Indeed, the poem had reached the prefecture. If it could be propagated as the sacred path, it would undoubtedly resonate in Mingzhou. Truly, he is the finest scholar of Jixian, Mr. Su remarked with a smile. The so-called sacred path embodies the education of the masses. The virtues of loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, and propriety, as well as the defense against external foes. This poem perfectly aligns with the sacred path, and it is certain to grace the sacred path, County Magistrate Kai pronounced with finality. Following this, Lord Wang recited Spring Dawn and elaborated on the poem's exquisite qualities, eliciting admiration from all present. The younger individuals felt little connection to Spring Dawn, while those of slightly more mature years remained silent, deeply contemplating the line. How many flowers have fallen? At this moment, everyone held Fong Yun in high esteem. Meanwhile, Assistant Liu remarked, "Today, Fong Yun has composed another poem for County Magistrate Kai, which Captain Liu overheard. This poem is equally remarkable. Fong Yun, why not present this poem formally at the literary gathering as a gift to County Magistrate Kai?" However, County Magistrate Kai interjected, "It is merely a poem. There is no need for such fanfare that would waste everyone's time. Let it be." Lord Wang chuckled. "That simply will not do. I am most curious about this poem and must see it." Fong Yun understood this to be the magistrate's humble words and replied, "Then allow me to present my humble offering." As he spoke, Fong Yun approached the nearby desk once more, picked up his brush, and began to compose the poem to Kai He, reciting it as he wrote. "By the wash basin of the Kai family tree, blossoms bloom with faint ink traces. No need for praise of colors bright, only let the pure fragrance fill the universe." Upon hearing the completion of the poem, Mr. Su exclaimed with astonishment, "Fong Yun is indeed a prodigy. The first 2 lines are unassuming, yet the latter 2 soar to new heights, elevating the poem's essence to an extraordinary realm. The magistrate is known for his integrity and pragmatism, never laboring the populace for vanity's sake. The flower of pure fragrance harmonizes beautifully with a person of righteousness. A splendid poem. Without the official seal for verification, it is at least worthy of the prefecture." Mr. Su praised excessively. "I merely fulfilled my duty." Kai He, humble and courteous, displayed no trace of arrogance. Only one imbued with pure virtue can compose such poetry. Only one of such integrity is deserving of this poetic gift. After Lord Wang spoke, he looked at Fong Yun with a somewhat altered gaze. Initially, Fong Yun was bewildered, but after some contemplation, he understood that Lord Wang too desired to receive a poem of such merit. The crowd erupted in praise, many gazing at Fong Yun with fervent admiration, akin to that of Lord Wang. They were acutely aware of their own limitations in crafting immortal verses. Yet the thought of being included in such illustrious poetry was worth more than 100,000 taels of silver. Noticing the atmosphere shift, County Magistrate Kai promptly redirected the discussion back to poetry, thereby rescuing Fong Yun from an awkward predicament. Mr. Su, appearing remarkably well-preserved, seemed barely over 40. He had previously served as an 8th-ranking county deputy, equivalent to the magistrate's assistant. 2 of his 3 sons were scholars, currently pursuing studies abroad. The Su family, a prestigious lineage spanning 3 generations, firmly held the foremost position in Jixian. Fong Yun had anticipated that Mr. Su would engage him in discussions of poetry and literature. Yet after settling into the carriage, Mr. Su inquired directly, "Young Master Fong, have you entered into matrimony?" Fong Yun found himself in a rather humorous predicament, as it turned out that the esteemed scholar Su was attempting to propose him as a son-in-law. "Though I remain unmarried, I have resolutely decided to take Sister Yuhuan as my wife." Unperturbed, Scholar Su remarked, "Though young Yuhuan possesses unparalleled beauty in Jiazhou, she is merely a child bride. To marry her as a concubine would be her greatest fortune. As you stand at the pinnacle of scholarly achievement, a mere youth before the emperor, you ought to wed a woman of equal social standing, one who is both cultured and virtuous, as your legitimate wife." Fong Yun replied with earnest conviction, "I do not covet her beauty. We have shared years of companionship, relying on one another. Without her, I could never have achieved this day. I, Fong Yun, vow that the position of my legitimate wife shall belong solely to Sister Yuhuan. Should I allow her to become a concubine, would I not become a wretched beast? This book will have 2 updates between 8 and 9 o'clock in the evening, with occasional surprises. Chapter 16. Do not disappoint. Mr. Su spoke gravely. Feng Yun, do not act impulsively. You are still young, and the road ahead is long. You will require support. Although my Su family may not be a prominent lineage, we have been a respected clan for 3 generations and can barely assist you to the rank of a 3rd-grade official. If Yu Huan truly possesses wisdom, she will understand that your intentions are for the sake of your future and will certainly forgive you. Yu Huan's kind heart will undoubtedly grant me forgiveness, Feng Yun replied. Mr. Su chuckled. Have you made a promise then? But I shall not forgive myself. I, Feng Yun, can betray the world, but I cannot betray Sister Yu Huan. Why must you be so ignorant of worldly matters? It vexes me greatly. Mr. Su appeared as if he were a minter frustrated by a lack of understanding. Feng Yun spoke slowly. If I had sought a marriage alliance with your Su family for the sake of my future, perhaps that would have shown prudence. However, now that I have the guidance of esteemed mentors, if I still rely on your Su family to forge my path in the literary world, would that not reflect a lack of capability? Your daughter is merely 12? Feng Yun remarked, acknowledging Mr. Su's enduring vigor. Mr. Su's face flushed as he responded. My eldest son has already passed 30. Thank you for your kind intentions, but my mind is resolute. I hope you will grant me your understanding, Feng Yun stated. Mr. Su lowered his head, sulking and ignoring Feng Yun. After all, the Su family was a prestigious lineage, and Mr. Su held his daughter in high regard. Reluctant to see her become a concubine to Feng Yun, as the status of a concubine was too low, if neglected, one would be no more than a high-ranking maid. Thus, Feng Yun could not permit Yang Yu Huan to take on such a role. As they approached Feng Yun's residence, Mr. Su produced 5 silver notes from his pocket and handed them to Feng Yun, saying, You have accomplished a great feat for Jinghua, which deserves celebration. Here is 100 taels of silver as part of my congratulatory gift. This is too much. Feng Yun was taken aback by the generous offering. Equating it to gifting 30 to 40,000 for a child entering high school is some exceedingly lavish. Unbeknownst to him, Mr. Su patted the other side of his pocket and remarked, There is 1,000 taels of silver notes here, not included in the dowry. Will you not reconsider? Thank you. Esteemed sir. Feng Yun accepted the 100 taels with a sigh. Mr. Su sighed softly. Local gentry are inclined to support outstanding students. Yet I have never encountered someone who would present 100 taels of silver as a congratulatory gift upon first meeting, let alone offering 1,000 taels. It is a gesture that is rarely bestowed. The carriage gradually slowed, and the driver announced, Sir, ahead is the residence of young Master Feng. It is quite lively, with a banquet stretching down half the street. As Feng Yun prepared to disembark, Mr. Su remarked, I have heard that you traveled by ox cart to the examination? Indeed. Feng Yun confirmed. Then this carriage and 3 horses are yours, Mr. Su said nonchalantly. What? That is too generous. I cannot accept such a gift. Feng Yun knew that Mr. Su's carriage and horses were no ordinary possessions and valued at least 150 taels of silver, with fewer than 20 individuals in Jixian able to afford such luxury. However, the driver handed the reins to Feng Yun and followed Mr. Su. Feng Yun muttered to himself, But I am concerned that maintaining 3 horses would be too costly. At this, Mr. Su quickened his pace, visibly startled. Feng Yun performed a courteous gesture towards Su Jiren, acknowledging his gratitude. He understood that Su Jiren, though not devoid of self-interest, was willing to bestow upon him such a sum as a form of investment. Nevertheless, this assistance was invaluable to him at present, as he anticipated numerous future financial demands. Turning his gaze towards the entrance of his home, he beheld a scene adorned with vibrant decorations. Numerous crimson lanterns hung from ropes above, illuminating tables strewn with remnants of a feast, where oil lamps cast their glow upon faces radiating joy. Although the banquet had concluded, many guests lingered, with robust men engaging in drinking games while women, both young and old, conversed about familial matters. Brother Yin has arrived, someone shouted, drawing the attention of the crowd towards Feng Yun. Instantly, the atmosphere around Feng Yun's residence transformed into a lively affair, as relatives, neighbors, classmates, both familiar and unfamiliar, emerged to greet him. Many instinctively bowed slightly, their faces adorned with humble smiles, reflecting a palpable envy in their eyes. A few silently regretted not having treated Feng Yun better in the past, having realized his burgeoning success. However, the first to approach was not a close friend or relative, but rather a group of 8 or so gaudily adorned matchmakers, who suddenly appeared formidable, nearly parting the crowd with their presence as they swiftly approached. Congratulations, Master Feng, on your triumph, one exclaimed. Congratulations, young Master Fong. I remember holding you as a child. You once soaked me completely. Such strength you had. Nearly knocked me over. Clearly the fate of a top scholar. Fong Yun could only smile wryly at the matchmaker's exaggerated tales. The women surrounded him, chattering excitedly. Some inquired if he had a particular lady in mind, while others urged him to state his preferences, and yet others introduced him to daughters from the Zhang and Zhao families. In their eyes, Fong Yun was destined for greatness, and it would be unthinkable for him to have a child bride as his legitimate wife, no matter how beautiful Yang Yuhuan might be. Just as Fong Yun was about to politely decline their advances, he caught sight of Yang Yuhuan standing at the doorway, observing him and the matchmakers. To Fong Yun, she always embodied both sisterly and maternal qualities, never expressing complaints or anger. In that moment, he perceived a profound worry in her eyes, akin to a kitten watching its favorite yarn being snatched away, powerless to intervene. Yang Yuhuan remained as she always had, quietly waiting, never competing. The renowned beauty of Jiangzhou had not forsaken the humble Fong Yun. How could he abandon his childhood betrothed? Suddenly, Fong Yun felt an overwhelming wave of emotion, and he exclaimed, "Sister Yuhuan, choose an auspicious day, and I shall formally take you as my bride. I have waited over a decade for this." Their eyes locked. A profound silence enveloped the gathering. Yang Yuhuan's fair complexion flushed a deep crimson, her previously dulled eyes sparkling brighter than the night sky, illuminating the entire county with her fleeting brilliance. The men present were utterly captivated by Yang Yuhuan's beauty in that moment. "Nonsense," she playfully retorted, lifting her skirt slightly before turning to flee indoors, her steps light and swift. Many in the crowd erupted in lively cheers. Fong Yudao expressed his gratitude to the women present, declaring, "I will take Lady Yuhuan as my wife, and I shall never waver in this commitment. You may seek others." The matchmakers exchanged glances, but one of them chuckled and remarked, "In the past, many have claimed that Miss Yuhuan is a flower placed in a hymn, that she is unfortunate. Yet, I have always believed you two to be a perfect match. And now? Who in the entire county would dare to say you are unworthy of Yuhuan? However, you are destined to become a scholar, even if Yuhuan becomes the principal wife. She will still require a concubine to avoid being labeled a jealous woman. I know several respectable young ladies who would never consider being someone else's concubine. But if it were for the esteemed Fong, they would leap at the chance 1,000 times over. Indeed, Master Fong, you not only need a concubine, but also some maids to assist you. I know 2 delightful young maids, both clever and charming. I shall bring them to you another day." Fong Yudao felt overwhelmed, realizing the significant cultural differences that he found astonishing, yet others regarded as perfectly normal. To them, continuing the family line was of utmost importance. Having witnessed the deceptive power of Lu Zicheng's rhetoric, Fong felt an even stronger sense of urgency. Being in poor health, he found it difficult to entertain thoughts of wives or concubines. He sidestepped the matchmakers as he made his way home, greeted by numerous acquaintances along the way. Those who had previously looked down upon him or coveted Yang Yuhuan were now all smiles, afraid that should Fong rise to prominence, they might face retribution. Many offered him gifts of silver. The title of the highest-ranking scholar was too grand. Nearly everyone connected to Fong appeared at his doorstep. With nothing in his home, the guests took it upon themselves to arrange a banquet. Upon entering the courtyard, Fong intended to converse with Yang Yuhuan, but a large group of intoxicated friends and relatives surrounded him, insisting on toasting, leaving him little choice but to comply. As he sipped his drink, Fong searched for Yuhuan, but she intentionally avoided him. After several cups, feeling unwell, he pretended to be drunk and leaned over the table. Yuhuan instructed the others to leave and then removed Fong's outer garment, gently wiping his face with a damp cloth. Finally, she covered him with a quilt and sat by the bed, gazing at him in the soft moonlight, feeling a sweet sensation stir within her heart for the first time. Previously, Yang Yuhuan had no time to ponder matters of the heart. Her sole focus was on caring for Fong, ensuring he excelled in his studies. She felt a profound responsibility to provide for him, so that when her time came, she could offer an explanation to his parents. This sense of duty had always spurred her on. In celebration of the joyous arrival of a child for a fellow reader, a special edition is made. Congratulations. May the sound of joyous cries resonate, and may the family prosper. A certain bachelor happens to pass by. Chapter 17. The imperial examination crown. Yang Yuhuan had long believed that if her father had not squandered the money from the Fong family on gambling, Fong Yun's parents would not have had to travel far and encounter the monstrous beasts. She felt indebted to Fong Yun. In her quest for atonement, Yang Yuhuan burdened herself with layer upon layer of responsibilities, leaving her breathless and her emotional world desolate. Now that Fang Yun had finally succeeded in passing the examination, and as the top scholar, a significant weight had been lifted from her heart. Yet, a sense of fear enveloped her. She had never known fear before, for her heart had been anchored by resolute goals. However, now that she had achieved her objective, her heart felt strangely vacant. She realized that the only person she could truly rely on was Fang Yun, yet those matchmakers and affluent families seemed intent on claiming him for themselves. Yang Yuhuan finally comprehended that no one could take Fang Yun away from her. Unable to contain her emotions, she broke into a sweet smile, her hand instinctively brushing her face, flushed with shyness. Little Yun has truly changed, she mused, as her once desolate heart began to fill, her cheeks growing ever redder. Previously, her ambition had been to see Fang Yun grow into a man. Now, her aspiration was to be a good wife to him. As Fang Yun opened his eyes and beheld Yang Yuhuan's bashful smile, akin to peach blossoms blooming under the moonlight, he felt a stirring in his heart. Yang Yuhuan, taken aback by Fang Yun's sudden awakening, felt both startled and embarrassed, instinctively wishing to flee. Yet, Fang Yun gently grasped her wrist and softly said, "I feigned intoxication merely to find an opportunity to speak with you." Yang Yuhuan's face flushed crimson, the sisterly demeanor she once held dissipating entirely. With her head bowed, she murmured softly, allowing Fang Yun to hold her hand. "I have 100 taels of silver notes in my outer garment, gifted by Scholar Su. Please keep it safe. From now on, do not labor for others, nor engage in any strenuous work. Do you understand? But there are no buts. You have toiled for this family for so many years, it is time for you to rest. From now on, I will bear the weight of this household." Yang Yuhuan slowly lifted her gaze, her shyness giving way to a burgeoning sense of gratitude. "Very well, I shall listen to you, little Yun. With the addition of the gifts received, we have enough to sustain us for quite a while. Hire a maid or purchase a servant to assist with the household chores. Your sole responsibilities now are to relax, play, and nourish your body. Do you understand?" "Yes." Yang Yuhuan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She had never anticipated that happiness would arrive so swiftly, and in a manner far surpassing her expectations. "You have endured much hardship over the years," Fang Yun sighed gently. To his surprise, Yang Yuhuan did not continue to weep. Instead, with a rare firmness in her voice, she declared, "In the past, I would have felt the bitterness of our struggles, but now that I see you thriving, I feel no sorrow whatsoever. I am filled with sweetness." Fang Yun's gaze softened further. "Sister Yuhuan, starting tomorrow, I will teach you to read." "Really?" Yang Yuhuan asked with delight. "Of course. I shall teach you 10 characters a day, and within a year, you will be able to read and write. Also, I must teach you arithmetic." "No. You should devote your time to your studies. You still need to prepare for the Scholar's examination." "Do not waste time on me," Yang Yuhuan replied. "I cannot persistently engage in reading, as there are moments when fatigue sets in. It would be an opportune time to teach you literacy and arithmetic. What do you think?" "Well, very well." Yang Yuhuan found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. The two conversed for a while longer until Fang Yun succumbed to the effects of the wine and gradually drifted into slumber. The following day, Fang Yun awoke late, with the sun already high in the sky. After dressing, he stepped outside to find Yang Yuhuan feeding the chickens, while 3 horses, having been unburdened of their harnesses, were tethered nearby. "Sister Yuhuan, good morning." "Good morning." Yang Yuhuan straightened her back, gazing at Fang Yun with a radiant smile. "I will go and warm your meal. You still need to pay homage at the holy temple. After eating, you may take the carriage." "There's no need for a carriage. It's not a long journey. Walking will suffice," Fang Yun replied. Before long, the meal was warmed, and as Fang Yun dined, Yang Yuhuan recounted the gifts received the previous day. There were many vegetables, meats, wines, and so forth sent yesterday, but there were numerous guests, and most of it was consumed. As for the silver, I had Xiao Mao assist in keeping track. Excluding the gifts from Scholar Su, there are a total of 224 taels and 501. "Such an amount?" Fang Yun inquired. "You are the top candidate in the dual examination. The prominent families in the county have sent you silver. I heard from Mr. Fang, who lectures at the county academy, that he has already conveyed the news of your dual success to the Fang family in Daoism prefecture. They will surely present you with a generous gift." Fang Yun nodded. The Fang clan has branches across various regions. Some have declined, while others have flourished. The Fang family in Daoism prefecture is the most prosperous branch, now regarded as a prestigious lineage. Fang Yun is a relative within 9 generations of the Daoism prefecture Fang family, and with his academic accomplishments, They are certain to extend their congratulations. If he were impoverished, the Daoism Fang family would even provide financial support. Mutual assistance among kin is customary. Rivalry between the direct line and collateral branches is also commonplace, driven by self-interest. For the Daoism Fang family, Fang Yun barely qualifies as a collateral relative and thus remains uninvolved in any disputes. He is merely receiving assistance from his clan, with the prospect of reciprocating in the future should opportunities arise. Fang Yun continued. The county examination, prefectural examination, provincial examination, and imperial examination are held in spring, summer, autumn, and winter respectively. I shall partake in the prefectural examination for the position of Shiotsi in 3 months. Will you not review for another year? Though the imperial examinations are held annually, it is customary for most to study for 2 to 3 years before attempting again after passing. Surely you do not aim for the title of contemporary scholar so soon? Yang Yuhuan asked with curiosity. The term contemporary scholar refers to the rare achievement of passing the examinations for Tongxing, Shiotsi, Jiren, and Juncture within a single year, akin to the prestigious dual success at the Holy Temple. It is a remarkable honor, yet many have attempted, and none have succeeded, rendering it a crown of glory that remains unclaimed. That was not my intention. Ordinary Tongxing must study at the county academy, but as the top candidate, I have the privilege to study directly at the prefectural academy. This is a rare opportunity one cannot forsake. Since I will be studying at the prefectural academy, I might as well participate in this summer's prefectural examination. However, the Liu family wields considerable power in Daoyuan Prefecture, and until this potential threat is resolved, I cannot act recklessly. At that moment, a carriage halted outside, and Fang Yun saw a familiar figure alight from it. It was Shiotsi Fang Yuxing, who had visited the day before. He was a lecturer at the county academy, akin to a teacher, and though he held no official rank, he received a stipend and was eligible to partake in the imperial examinations. The grand gate stood wide open as Fang Yuxing alighted from the carriage, offering a respectful nod to Fang Yun before bowing his head and waiting at the carriage door. A robust man, approximately 40 years of age, emerged. He was tall and imposing with a stern visage. His disproportionately large eyes, though somewhat unsettling, exuded an intense vitality. With each heavy step he took, clouds of dust billowed around him. Clad not in scholarly robes, but in short attire and long boots, he bore an unmistakable air of military precision. Fang Yun, discerning the man's identity, rose alongside Yang Yuhuan, and as they walked forward, he clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Nephew was unaware of uncle's esteemed visit. I beg your forgiveness for not welcoming you properly. You have met me?" The man boomed, his voice resonating so powerfully that the tiles on the roof trembled. "I have not seen you, but in Jiangzhou, apart from Fang Shui, known as Fang the Great Eye, who else could possess such presence?" Fang Yun replied with a smile. Fang Shui erupted in hearty laughter and inquired, "You are the one who penned Spring Dawn in Year's End?" "Indeed," Fang Yun affirmed. "And you are also the one who declared that the rise and fall of the realm rests upon the shoulders of every individual?" "That is also me," Fang Yun responded. Fang Shui scrutinized Fang Yun with keen interest and remarked, "You possess commendable literary talents. Alas, you are rather thin. Do indulge in more meat. What sort of man neglects such sustenance?" He then instructed, "Yuxing, you and the driver bring in the goods." With that, he entered the house alongside Fang Yun. Fang Shui strode with a vigorous gait and, upon settling onto the long bench, presented himself with a commanding presence. Despite his rugged demeanor, he was a scholar and held the rank of a 5th-grade general in Yuhai Prefecture. In the Shenyuan continent, there were no martial examinations. All officials, whether civil or military, emerged from the ranks of educated scholars. Fang Yuxing and the driver carried in a large chest, which they opened at Fang Shui's behest. One chest brimmed with gleaming silver ingots, each weighing 20 taels, numbering no fewer than 50, with a thick stack of silver notes positioned at the center. The second chest contained luxurious silks and brocades, adorned with an array of jewelry such as gold hairpins, silver bracelets, jade pendants, gemstone necklaces, and even bars of gold and sheets of gold leaf. Yang Yuhuan gasped softly, covering her mouth in disbelief as she gazed at the 2 chests, nearly exhausting her strength to divert her attention from the dazzling array of ornaments, lowering her head in silence. "What is the purpose of this, uncle?" Fang Yun inquired. Feigning ignorance, and, being prepared, he remained unfazed by the wealth displayed before him, a mere side effect of his extensive exposure to films and games. Fang Shui maintained an outwardly composed demeanor, though internally he was astonished that a humble scholar remained unperturbed by such a fortune. something even the scions of noble families would find difficult to achieve. These 2 chests are yours in exchange for a promise. Should you succeed in the imperial examinations as a juncture or a jiren, you shall join my military. Fang Yun, with an unwavering countenance, replied, that is insufficient. Fang Yuxing and the driver exchanged bewildered glances. Pondering if the young man had lost his senses, was not 10,000 taels a substantial sum? Fang Shui, too, displayed no outward reaction. To dictate my future. 10,000 taels is but a pittance, Fang Yun asserted, for he possessed no clear understanding of this world and would not hastily acquiesce. Fang Shui's expression finally exhibited a subtle shift. He huffed in displeasure and inquired, what would it take for you to agree to join my military? It is premature to speak of such matters. I may not even pass the provincial examination, let alone achieve the rank of juncture, Fang Yun replied nonchalantly. Yang Yuan looked at Fang Yun with a heart full of compassion. Fang Shui immediately retorted, the Lu family is rotten to the core. Lu Zicheng is notorious in Daoism prefecture for being a decadent playboy, indulging in revelries with a band of young aristocrats, leaving countless innocent maidens in his wake. Lu Zicheng is ruthless and unyielding. He will not relent. However, while he may dare to target a mere student, he would never lay a finger on my nephew. Fang Shui, tonight, I shall set ablaze the largest pawn shop owned by the Lu family and inform Lu Zicheng that if he dares to trouble you again, I shall make him suffer a fate worse than death. Uncle, surely you jest, Fang Yun remarked, surprised that Fang Shui was aware of this matter. Likely informed by Fang Yuxing. Indeed, General, the coachman named Yuan promptly affirmed. Chapter 18, The Sacred Land. The mountain of books. Fang Yun did not anticipate such audacity from his uncle. The Marquis was as formidable as a Hamlin, capable of single-handedly breaching a city. I am deeply grateful for your assistance in alleviating my predicament, dear uncle. I had been troubled by my inability to attend the Academy of Literature. With your assurance, I can now embark on my journey to Daoism prefecture with peace of mind. Fang Yun immediately rose to express his gratitude. The nephew understood, yet he inquired further. Could you elaborate on the mountain of books? Fang Shui's expression turned nostalgic and tinged with regret as he spoke. Ah, that is indeed a sacred place. It not only cultivates literary courage but also grants one the literary heart. The mountain of books comprises 9 peaks, each with 3 pavilions. It is said that for every 3 mountains traversed, one may acquire a literary heart. I have visited twice. The first time, having succeeded in the examination for Shiozai, I regrettably only reached the 3rd pavilion of the first mountain. Yet, I cannot claim it was without merit, as my talent was undoubtedly enhanced. The second time, after passing the examination for Jiren, I was halted before the 2nd pavilion of the 2nd mountain. However, my training in literary courage after becoming a Jiren during my 2nd ascent refined my literary prowess, which I consider a valuable gain. What, pray tell, lies within the mountain of books? Fang Yun asked, his curiosity piqued. Fang Shui shook his head. I cannot recall. Those who have entered remember only the heights they reached and the treasures they obtained, nothing more. The mountain of books has been continuously endowed by countless sages throughout the ages and serves as a crucible for Shiozai and Jiren. It is rumored that upon entering, there is a minuscule chance of acquiring a sacred tome, a literary treasure crafted from the very essence of the sage's talents. What a pity, Fang Yun thought, as he had hoped to glean more about the mountain of books from Fang Shui. Remember this, Fang Shui advised, when you ascend the mountain of books. Strive with all your might to reach the summit. We are not of the illustrious families of sages. In our lifetimes, we may only ascend twice. While those of the sage families may re-enter after achieving the title of juncture for a 3rd time, leading to far greater accomplishments. Ah, yes. The national scholar also has the opportunity for a 3rd ascent. The national scholar? Fang Yun vaguely understood, but had little knowledge. Above the top scholar, there exists the national scholar, the foremost among the literati of the 10 nations. While top scholars are produced annually, the title of national scholar is far rarer. Suddenly, Fang Shui's countenance darkened, and with a self-deprecating smile, he remarked, the title of national scholar is exceedingly elusive. Discussing it is futile. What you must focus on this year is diligent study, preparing to take the Shiozai examination next year. I intend to attempt the Shiozai examination this year, Fang Yun replied. Oh, your recitations and poetry may be commendable, yet you have yet to study the classics, correct? With less than 3 months until the provincial examination, do you possess confidence? I cannot claim confidence, but I shall make an attempt. Very well, you will soon discover that passing the Shiozai examination is no simple feat. Fang Shui's words carried a deeper meaning, and he continued, you also lack a means of livelihood. prior to obtaining your Shiozai title. You might teach elementary studies at the Fong Clan Academy, imparting knowledge to the children of the Fong family. Would 20 taels of silver per month suffice? Is that not overly generous, uncle? Fong Yun inquired. Beside them, Fong Yuxing remained silent. As a Shiozai teaching in the county academy, he earned barely 5 taels a month. However, Fong Yun, merely a student, would receive 20 taels for teaching children. Truly, comparison breeds discontent. The value of breaking the double arm case that has plagued Jingguo is worth such compensation, Fong Shui stated. The nephew expressed his gratitude to his uncle, stating that he would endeavor to conclude the affairs at hand within 10 days before proceeding to the capital. Fong Yun understood that this was Fong Shui's goodwill, as long as he served as a teacher at the Fong Family Academy. Any attempts by the Liu family or others to harm him would necessitate careful consideration of the repercussions, thus offering him a form of protection. Well, have you given it further thought? Fong Shui inquired, rising to glance once more at the 2 boxes of treasures that remained unclaimed. Fong Yun replied with a smile. As far as I am aware, while there may be few young scholars before the sage, not everyone achieves such lofty accomplishments. Furthermore, for a young scholar to grow into a successful juncture, it may require 2 to 3 decades. Why does my uncle hold me in such high regard? Fong Shui stroked his stubbled chin thoughtfully and responded, Firstly, your poem year's end is exceptional. It brings me great satisfaction to see you chastise Liu Shan. Secondly, should you manage to compose a timeless battle poem or ode, I would assert that even a mere 20,000 taels would pale in comparison to its true worth, which could easily reach 200,000 taels. Fong Yun finally grasped the depth of the matter. In the realm of talented poetry and literature, only a minuscule fraction can invoke the primal energies of heaven and earth. Among those that can, an even smaller segment consists of battle poems and odes that possess the power to vanquish foes. Furthermore, only an exceedingly rare few of these can be imparted to others, thus becoming enduring battle compositions. For over a century, the semi-saint Qin Guanhai of Jingguo, who had composed countless poems and essays, had only 2 battle poems that could be passed down through generations. A semi-saint may stand against 1,000,000 troops, yet cannot teach everyone to do the same. I see, Fong Yun acknowledged. Fong Shui continued, regrettably, the evolution of poetry and literature has been sluggish, due to a millennium-long pact of peace. While the human race engaged in internal strife, there was no external threat. The thoughts of the sages remained fixed on the sacred path, prioritizing classical teachings, to the extent that even governance was deemed a lesser pursuit, let alone poetry and prose. The semi-saints aspired to ascend further, to become sub-saints or even saints, emulating the venerated Confucius. It was only when the Millennium Pact expired and the demon tribes repeatedly invaded our 10 nations that the sages began to recognize the peril. Semi-saints may not fear the demon saints, yet those beneath them, especially individuals below the rank of juncture, lacked sufficient martial prowess. You, at such a young age, compose marvelous poetry and possess a righteous spirit, qualities that our military desperately needs. As a soldier, I would wish for your enlistment in the military, but as your uncle, I believe it would be more beneficial for you to pursue a career in the literary academy, thereby enriching our Fong family with a great scholar. Fong Shui patted Fong Yun on the shoulder and turned to leave. Fong Yun immediately called out, Uncle, please hold on. I have a matter to discuss. I intend to open a bookshop to sell my poetry and some novels. I wonder if you would be interested in investing? Oh, how much for a share? Fong Shui inquired. My uncle has helped me greatly, so I shall only charge 1/10 of the price, 1,000 taels per share, Fong Yun replied. Do you think I am a fool? Renting a shop and covering various expenses would not exceed 500 taels in a year. How can you dare to ask for 1,000 taels per share? Fong Shui exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Those nearby also regarded Fong Yun with astonishment. And even young Yuan felt utterly perplexed. His asking price seemed exorbitantly high. Then could my uncle lend me 1,000 taels? I will repay you 2,000 taels before the new year, but you must tell others that the Fong family has invested in my bookshop, Fong Yun proposed. You little rascal, Fong Shui remarked. Fong Shui chuckled, and it dawned on him that Fong Yun feared external interference with his bookstore. Hence the necessity to operate under the illustrious banner of the Fong family of Daoism. The prestige of a noble lineage could shield one from countless covert attacks. Fong Yun, however, did not refute this, though he sought to leverage the influence of the Daoism Fong family. His primary intention was to express gratitude for Fong Shui's support. With the wonders of the world of books, he believed his bookstore would flourish financially, and his literary reputation would spread swiftly. Indeed, the latter held paramount importance. Will you lend me some? Fong Yun inquired. Not a chance. I'll offer 5,000 taels for 5 shares. I want half, replied Feng Shui. Apologies. I only sell 1 share, no more. Feng Yun thought to himself, truly a cunning old fox. What about 3 shares? Not for sale. 2 shares, then? No way. Feng Yun was unyielding. Then just 1 share. I am curious to see what you can accomplish. Feng Shui promptly laid down 1,000 taels in banknotes on the table, then turned to leave, the other 2 accompanying him with a box. Yang Yuan, filled with curiosity, asked, Xiaoyan, are you truly going to open a bookstore? There are many bookstores in the city, most of which are long established, new ones struggle to survive. And you still need to study. When will you have the time to manage it? With you, of course. You will be the proprietress of the bookstore. Once I teach you to read and do arithmetic, you will be able to assist me. A faint blush crept onto Yang Yuan's fair face, her eyes sparkling with shyness as she replied, Don't speak nonsense. Let us discuss serious matters. Feng Yun continued, I lack the time, but Liang Yuan has plenty. He didn't pass the exams this time and will have to run a rice shop, which he dislikes. If I hire him to help manage the bookstore, he will surely enjoy it, for overseeing the bookstore will afford him the opportunity to study and participate in the imperial examinations. Yang Yuan and his wife are both commendable. Yang Yuan nodded. Feng Yun added, In the coming days, you should circulate about and find a trustworthy, diligent woman to assist with household chores at the Yuan mansion. I will endeavor to find a reliable young man within the clan to accompany us as a servant. Understood. I'm about to head to the sacred temple. You should hurry along, Yang Yuan responded. Very well. As Feng Yun said this, he placed the 1,000 taels in Yang Yuan's hands, instructing, Keep this safe for when we open the bookstore at the Yuan mansion. Of course. Yet, Yang Yuan suddenly felt a surge of excitement. In the past, she had earned a living for Feng Yun and managed their finances without much thought. Now that he possessed substantial wealth and entrusted it to her, she felt he truly regarded her as his wife. Just as Feng Yun stepped out the door, he spotted 4 classmates approaching. Gu Xiaomao excitedly waved. We were just looking for you. Feng Yun walked over, joining the 4 as they made their way to the academy. They had previously crossed paths at a banquet. But amid the raucous atmosphere, there had been little time for conversation. Now, with the official results announced, it was their first opportunity to engage, and excitement filled the air. Feng Yun, who would have thought you were so modestly concealed? Truly a model for our generation. Lu Lin praised loudly. Although his own ranking was lower than Feng Yun's, there was not a trace of envy. Rather, he genuinely rejoiced for his classmate. Lu Lin. You are also a student, congratulations, Feng Yun smiled. Must you too flatter him? What about our feelings? Gu Xiaomao joked childishly. Personally, I feel splendid. Lu Jin interjected. Greetings. Feng Yun. You have utterly diminished Feng Zhongyong's arrogance. What is he but a mere prodigy? You are the true genius. Double armor, an accomplishment even Shen Sheng could not achieve. Perhaps you shall one day ascend to the realm of a semi-saint. I refuse to believe that Feng Zhongyong can rival you. Although Liang Yuan is pleased for Feng Yun, he feels a tinge of melancholy. At that moment, a passerby took the initiative to congratulate Feng Yun, to which he promptly responded with polite gratitude. Chapter 19. The Literary Palace. Subsequently, a continuous stream of passers-by offered their congratulations, leaving Feng Yun with no choice but to reciprocate each gesture, when no one was around to extend their well wishes. A few classmates inquired about the events of the previous night's literary assembly. Feng Yun shared a few details as they strolled and conversed. Seizing an opportune moment, he pulled Liang Yuan aside and said, My uncle from Daoism Prefecture has sponsored me to open a bookstore, and I find myself in need of a trustworthy manager. You came to mind. With your experience from the rice shop, you would only need to hire a few scholars to support the bookstore. The salary would match that of a lecturer at the county academy, and you would have ample time to read during your leisure. What do you think? A bookstore? Liang Yuan's breath quickened. Though both a bookstore and a rice shop involve commerce, the labor at the rice shop was arduous, whereas managing a bookstore offered more time for literary pursuits. Indeed, I shall grant you 2 days to ponder this. Should you decline, I will seek someone else without delay. For now, I can offer you 5 taels of silver each month, and as the business flourishes, there will be a share in the profits, Feng Yun stated. Let me think it over. I will provide you with my answer by tomorrow. Very well. Upon reaching the entrance of the academy, Feng Yun bid farewell to his classmates, and he and Lu Lin entered the academy, where they were guided to a side room. Inside the side room, numerous scholars were already present. As soon as Feng Yun entered, those who recognized him immediately clasped their hands in greeting. Some referred to him as Master Feng, while others called him Feng Shuangjia. A particularly enthusiastic scholar in his 30s expressed great admiration for the phrase, "How many flowers have fallen?" Among them was Feng Zhongyong, who sincerely paid his respects to Feng Yun, despite any lingering resentment or doubt some may have harbored towards Feng Yun. The scene evoked a sense of respect that deterred any provocation. The fear of incurring the wrath of County Magistrate Kai was too great, as being reprimanded was a minor concern compared to the possibility of being expelled from the academy. After exchanging pleasantries, a constable approached, carrying several items, and respectfully informed Feng Yun and Lu Lin that they were to don the scholar's robe and wear the scholar's sword. Feng Yun and Lu Lin expressed their gratitude to the constable and changed into light blue scholar robes, admiring their reflections in the mirror. The design of the scholar's robe differed slightly from that of a regular long robe, featuring willow leaf patterns at the collar and cuffs, reserved solely for scholars. Those without literary rank were forbidden to wear it, under penalty of 80 strokes. The robe also had an ornament on the side to hang the scholar's sword. After fastening the sword, Feng Yun gently drew it forth, the blade gleaming coldly, ready for self-defense, though it was no match for a spear or a broadsword on the battlefield. Next, the scholars adjusted their attire to maintain decorum in the presence of the revered sages. When the auspicious hour arrived, they all exited the side room, where local officials awaited them. Following this, County Magistrate Kai and Dean Wang led 50 newly appointed scholars into the temple dedicated to the revered sages, each standing behind a mat. Once inside, County Magistrate Kai recited the sacrificial text for the sages, expressing gratitude to the revered sages, concluding with, County Magistrate Kai He, accompanied by 50 scholars, offers sacrifices to the revered sages. May the sages bestow upon us their talents and strengthen our human race. With that, he knelt down. The others followed suit. Kneeling upon their mats, Feng Yun felt as though the entire sacred temple and the surrounding space trembled with a profound resonance, as an invisible force descended upon them. Palpable yet intangible, reaching into the depths of their souls, evoking a sense of awe that compelled one to bow in reverence. Strands of orange energy descended, resting upon the heads of each scholar. Though invisible to others, Feng Yun, as a holy scholar, beheld a series of vivid scenes. One individual donned a beast's skin, valiantly battling against monstrous foes with the most rudimentary stone spear, ultimately establishing the first ancestral kingdom of humanity. Another tasted every herb, sacrificing his life to save countless lives. Yet another plunged into the floodwaters, using his own flesh and blood to stem the raging tide, ultimately bringing order to the deluge. Outside the city of Chaoga, someone recited the I Ching, vanquishing innumerable demons. Another established an academy, enlightening the populace, combating the monsters, and securing a millennium of peace for humanity. One laid down laws and initiated reforms, rendering humanity more orderly. One by one, the images of these sages flashed through Feng Yun's mind, elevating the essence of his literary palace. As a newly appointed scholar, this palace was initially but a void, perceptible yet formless. Now, Feng Yun envisioned a grand hall constructed of rough-hewn stones emerging deep within his brow, austere and ancient in its splendor, adorned with murals depicting the contributions of the sages to humanity. Within the hall stood a statue of Feng Yun himself, clad in the robes of a scholar. At first glance, the statue appeared unremarkable, yet upon closer inspection, a faint luminescence glimmered in its eyes, exuding a gentle warmth, a serene and tranquil power. Feng Yun vaguely sensed something profound, yet could not ascertain its truth. To worship the sages, was it akin to venerating oneself? Shortly thereafter, a wisp of orange vaporous essence manifested above the statue's head, measuring 3 inches in length. This essence resembled the delicate silk spun by a silkworm. The scholar's essence, akin to silk, contrasted with the needle-like essence of a higher scholar, referring to the vitality within the literary palace, which he could summon. Feng Yun surveyed the walls of the palace, adorned solely with murals and the statue, yet the ceiling was peculiar, resembling an infinite void, punctuated by 4 stars of varying sizes, one pitifully small. These stars emitted a soft glow, illuminating Feng Yun's statue and nurturing the silken essence, fostering its continual growth. Did these 4 stars symbolize the poems such as Spring Dawn? He pondered how long it would take to reach the realm of the saints, where all stars would sway in his presence. As he contemplated, the literary palace quivered gently, and then the left hand of the statue underwent a transformation. Now holding a remarkable tome, Feng Yun struggled to describe the book's size, color, or thickness, as it perpetually shifted, eluding any words he knew. The only constant was the inscription upon its cover, Extraordinary Book of Heaven and Earth. As the world spun and darkness enveloped him, Fang Yun's consciousness departed from the literary palace. To his astonishment, he discovered that all eyes were enviously upon him, even that of County Magistrate Kai. It dawned on Fang Yun that he was indeed different. While others merely opened their literary palaces, his had taken shape, putting him a step ahead, continually advancing. He even speculated that, even should the literary palaces of other scholars take form, they would surely pale in comparison to his own, which bore the murals of revered sages. "Let us depart from the sanctum," said Magistrate Kai. After exiting the holy temple, Kai called Fang Yun aside and inquired, "What are your plans?" Kai added, "It may not be prudent to head to Daoism Prefecture at this time." Xie County Governor expressed concern, stating that Uncle Fang from Daoism Mansion has just departed and will resolve this matter. Fang Yundao responded. After a moment of contemplation, County Magistrate Kai inquired, "Is it Fang Shud, the esteemed official?" "Precisely," Fang Yun affirmed. The magistrate gazed toward the direction of Daoism Mansion and remarked, "The Liu family is bound to encounter misfortune, which brings me some relief." Fang Yun then stated, "I have 2 requests." Magistrate Kai chuckled, "You are quite forthright. Please, go ahead. I wish to take the scholar examination this year, but I have never studied the classics, so I seek your guidance before I head to Daoism Mansion." Fang Yun said respectfully. Magistrate Kai did not respond immediately. Instead, he scrutinized Fang Yun, noticing that he neither exhibited timidity before authority nor the arrogance of a general's nephew. Instead, there was a commendable respect that he displayed toward his teacher, prompting Kai to privately commend the young man for his balanced demeanor. Kai nodded, saying, "The path of the sage requires one to brave the thorns. It is not a contest against others, but rather a struggle against time and oneself. Since you possess the will to strive, I shall send you a favorable wind. It is regrettable that others fail to understand this principle." He cast a wistful glance at the students departing, knowing he would not proactively teach them. However, should any student approach him for guidance, whether through flattery or, as in Fang Yun's case, with earnestness, he would offer assistance. Fang Yun observed those students who returned empty-handed from the treasure trove of learning that was the county magistrate, perplexed as to why they would overlook such a valuable resource. The experience of an imperial scholar in the examination arena was immensely precious. Not only in Jixian, but indeed throughout the entire Daoism Mansion, few could receive guidance from a scholar of such stature. However, Fang Yun soon realized that he was not a native of this place, lacking a strong sense of hierarchy, influenced by the belief in equality. He did not view the scholar as unattainable. Furthermore, as a candidate for the examination, he had garnered praise from the magistrate, which emboldened him to seek the guidance of a scholar magistrate directly. "Please, do share your second request." Magistrate Kai's demeanor had grown notably warmer. "I wish to frequent the literary academy and study more before heading to Daoism Mansion," Fang Yun replied. "That is certainly agreeable," Kai affirmed. The two agreed that starting today, every evening after dinner, the magistrate would impart lessons for an hour. After leaving the literary academy, Fang Yun and Lu Lin purchased some fruit and 2 chickens, heading to Mr. Sun's residence to express their gratitude for his teachings. Upon entering, Manager Jin hurriedly approached with a forced smile, cautiously stating, "Honored scholar, I have come to compensate you. Exactly 100 taels of silver, 200-fold compensation. You kept your word, and I willingly comply." Fang Yun accepted the silver without uttering a word and proceeded inside. Yang Yuhuan rose, carefully examining the scholar's attire that Fang Yun wore, her eyes filled with joy, accompanied by a hint of admiration. Manager Jin, anxious, hurried to catch up, bending low and pleading, "Honored scholar, I have admitted my mistake and accepted my punishment. Please, grant me a decisive word. I have been on edge all day." Fang Yun nodded and smiled. "I understand. You know that I only felt at ease after completing my studies and being formally recognized as a scholar, which is why you brought the silver. I appreciate your concern for me." Zhan, the shopkeeper, appeared ghastly pale, having not anticipated that Fang Yun would see through him. He had intended to visit Fang Yun the previous day to offer compensation and an apology, yet he hesitated to part with 100 taels of silver. Thus, he lingered, hoping for an unforeseen turn of events in Fang Yun's favor. Alas, everything proceeded smoothly for Fang Yun, compelling Jin to present the silver. Yang Yuhuan, upon hearing this, exclaimed in indignation, "No wonder Jin has been feigning misery. He was plotting against me." Fang Yun replied coldly, "Jin, our accounts are settled. You may leave. There are some things I wished to convey to you yesterday, but I seem to have forgotten them today." Fang Yun turned to face Zhan, his gaze icy and impassive. Zhan, attempting to articulate further, found himself unnerved by Fong Yun's penetrating stare and instinctively retreated. Once outside the Fong residence, a wave of despair surged within Jun, and he muttered to himself in self-reproach, "How could I have been so foolish? How could I have been ensnared by the allure of wealth? The Jixiang Tavern generates at least 500 taels in profit annually, yet I sacrificed 100 taels over a paltry sum in wages, only to offend the scheme's mastermind. How could I have been so foolish? How could I have been so foolish?" Chapter 20. The crisis in the capital. Merely a day had passed when a hurried attendant rushed in, anxiously exclaiming, "Master, trouble looms. Lord Su has decreed that no members of the Su family are to dine at our establishment, nor are their enterprises permitted to engage with us. The other two esteemed families have followed suit. We must devise a remedy. I heard from a friend at the county office that today, County Magistrate Kai has also declared that our auspicious tavern will no longer host guests. Consequently, those officials and their relatives shall no longer grace us with their presence." Jin, the innkeeper, stared blankly at the desolate hall, lost in thought for a long while, before collapsing on the threshold in tears. "I should not have looked down upon others." Unlike the usual fare, the Fong family's lunch today was abundant with meat and vegetables. Young Yuhuan no longer hesitated to indulge, enjoying a meal alongside Fong Yun, choosing whatever they fancied. As they dined, Yang Yuhuan shared trivial matters, mentioning gifts received and invitations from several prominent families requesting Fong Yun's presence at evening banquets. After their meal, Fong Yun penned brief replies to those who had invited him, expressing his profound gratitude and ultimately stating his intention to study classical texts at County Magistrate Kai's residence, hoping for their understanding. After a brief afternoon nap, Fong Yun refreshed himself and prepared ink and paper. The path of scholarly pursuit is long and arduous, necessitating steady progress, step by step. Even with exceptional texts at my disposal, diligence is required. Indeed, to honor these remarkable works, I ought to strive even harder. First, I must practice calligraphy. As a scholar, one's handwriting is of paramount importance. In the Holy Yuan continent, a fine script can surpass a handsome visage in value. Second, I must memorize and comprehend the classics of the sages. While extraordinary texts can assist me in navigating myriad matters, they cannot make me omniscient. Knowledge gleaned solely from books is superficial. These extraordinary texts serve as my stepping stones, not the keys to unlocking the sacred path. The key to the sacred path lies solely within me. If I rely entirely on these texts, I will never carve out my own sacred journey, nor achieve sanctity. Third, I must diligently read the bi-weekly literary report, which encompasses the political, cultural, economic, and technological happenings across the 10 nations of the Holy Yuan continent from the preceding week. This is my finest means of understanding the world. The Sacred Path monthly publication is equally indispensable, containing poetry and prose that encapsulate the quintessence of the 10 nations, reflecting the overarching trends and fundamental thoughts of the world. Furthermore, I must peruse all the past editions of the Literary Report and Sacred Path. Taking a deep breath, Fong Yun concentrated, envisioning various calligraphy manuals. Ultimately, he decided upon the Lu style, the regular script of the esteemed Tang dynasty calligrapher Lu Gongquan, which had yet to be established in the Holy Yuan continent. Yin Zhenxing and Lu Gongquan were two of the most prominent calligraphers of the Tang dynasty, each holding their own in the realm of regular script, though their cursive forms could not compare to Wang Shiji, due to its overly rigid and vigorous nature. Yan's style was not suited for Fong Yun's current stage of learning. In contrast, the Lu style was balanced and graceful, exhibiting elegance and vitality, with a disciplined structure that resonated more harmoniously with Fong Yun's character and age. In the imperial examinations, regular script holds a higher status than cursive. Yet in the art of calligraphy, both styles are equally revered. However, cursive script dominates in military contexts. Fong Yun first closed his eyes, silently imprinting a renowned work of Lu Gongquan, the Shen's army stele, into his memory before taking up his brush to practice. The emperor embarked on a journey to inspect the left divine strategy army. Fong Yun meticulously inscribed 1 sheet, 2 sheets, 3 sheets. He filled an entire 10 sheets without discernible progress, yet he remained undeterred and continued his endeavor. Upon completing the 20th sheet, Fong Yun paused to scrutinize his work, a faint smile gracing his face. Indeed, there was a slight improvement in his calligraphy. Truly, this was a realm of talent, now endowed with skill. Not only had his physique strengthened, granting him the ability to see clearly in the dark, but his mind also flourished, allowing him to learn at an accelerated pace compared to before. With newfound confidence, Fong Yun's writing became increasingly fluid. After his practice, he incinerated all his calligraphy. For the stele of the divine strategy army contained records of the Tang dynasty's submission from various nations, information that should not fall into others' hands. After a brief respite, he retrieved a somewhat worn copy of the I Ching from his bookshelf. This was the gift of perfect recall. The successful candidates, having undergone multiple enlightenments of talent, possessed extraordinary physical and mental faculties, enabling them to remember everything they encountered. Unexpectedly, even as a mere child scholar, Fang Yun discovered he too could attain this remarkable memory. Could it be the latent power bestowed by the extraordinary books of this world? Repetition reveals meaning, he mused. Fang Yun quickly surmised that this was yet another function of the extraordinary books, assisting in the assimilation of knowledge, transforming the wisdom contained within them into his own understanding. Breathing life into the static, he continued to recite, the essence of the text gliding through his mind, gradually being comprehended and absorbed. After reading 10 times, he felt a slight sensation of fullness, akin to having just dined. No wonder Confucius remarked that 3 months without tasting meat might stem from having consumed the most fundamental essence of this world, rendering one indifferent to the flavor of flesh. Fang Yun refrained from reciting the next volume of the I Ching. Instead, he took up his brush to inscribe the content he had just articulated. As he held the page, he noticed it felt tenfold heavier than his previous writings, and the ink was thick and unwavering, taking an unusually long time to dry. When he touched the ink, it was smooth and rounded, akin to gliding over glass. The ink did not smudge his skin. This phenomenon, where the ink remained untainted, signified the integration of talent into his writing. Even a scholar would require 3 to 5 months of practice to achieve such a feat. The next step would be to achieve resonance with the text, thereby harnessing the essence of heaven and earth, mastering the art of strategizing on paper. If he could attain this level as a child scholar, he would likely be prepared to strategize on paper upon becoming a scholar. The increased weight of the paper was not particularly surprising. It is said that the words of sages carry the weight of mountains, which is indeed formidable. Fang Yun had not anticipated such rapid progress, and his heart brimmed with joy and motivation as he continued to study and refine his skills. Reciting tenfold before committing it to ink. Throughout his writing and study of the I Ching, his talent within the literary palace grew steadily, and the entire palace became increasingly fortified. Unbeknownst to him, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows within the room, yet Fang Yun appeared oblivious, engrossed in his recitation and writing. As night enveloped the world, his eyes shone brighter than usual as a child scholar. He possessed the ability to see clearly in the dark, allowing him to navigate the pitch-black night as if it were day, everything vividly visible. Once more, he completed a sheet of writing and was reciting when a voice from outside broke the silence. "Xiaoyun, it's time for dinner." "All right, I shall be out shortly." As usual, Fang Yun dined, yet Yang Yuhuan exhibited a subtle change. Previously, she engaged in conversation with Fang Yun but rarely spoke. However, in recent days, she shared every detail with him, from her quest for a maid to matters concerning their neighbors. Each time she recounted how others praised Fang Yun, her eyes sparkled with joy. Her face illuminated with an enchanting glow, rendering her even more beautiful. Fang Yun listened quietly, occasionally interjecting with a few remarks. He found the atmosphere heartwarming, for it was evident that Yang Yuhuan had developed a significant reliance on him. After their meal, Fang Yun departed with some papers, purchasing fruits before heading to the county office, where County Magistrate Kai resided in the rear courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, Fang Yun encountered Madame Kai, who greeted him with utmost courtesy. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, County Magistrate Kai ushered him into his study, where he began to instruct Fang Yun on the composition of classical texts. The structure of these texts is intricate, encompassing various elements such as the introduction, main argument, brief exposition, conclusion, original question, and a comprehensive discussion of the theme. While one need not adhere strictly to this structure, a thorough understanding of all components is essential. Fang Yun possessed a foundational knowledge of these classical texts, as even those preparing for the student examinations must familiarize themselves with such compositions to broaden their perspectives and lay a solid groundwork for the future. As he listened, Fang Yun swiftly took notes, capturing every significant point. County Magistrate Kai nodded in approval. The introduction, or breaking the topic, is paramount. It involves deciphering the question and articulating the wisdom of the sages in one's own words. If one falters at this initial stage, the subsequent arguments are likely to falter as well. Examining officials, upon discovering errors in the introduction, immediately discard the paper as unworthy. Following this, County Magistrate Kai presented various question formats and elucidated the pitfalls within them, delivering insights with remarkable clarity. Typically, teachers instructing students are merely scholars. And even the most accomplished scholar cannot compare to a successful candidate in the imperial examinations. Especially considering that these candidates continue to delve into classical texts and stay abreast of the annual examination topics, as such knowledge greatly facilitates comprehension of the sage's doctrines. After an hour and a half of thorough instruction on the structure of classical texts, Fong Yun had diligently noted everything down, though his inexperience left many concepts elusive. Just as he prepared to take his leave, County Magistrate Kai unexpectedly posed a question. What types of questions did I just discuss? Recite them without referring to your notes. Taken aback, County Magistrate Kai soon beamed with pride, exclaiming, "Excellent. Truly worthy of a double excellence before the sages. In the court, you shall surely find your place in days to come. Even if you secure a position within the sacred tower, I would not be surprised. Alas, I fear that if I elaborate too much, you may struggle to assimilate it all. Otherwise, I would speak until dawn." "Thank you, Master Kai," Fong Yun replied, bowing respectfully in gratitude. "You have bestowed upon me an exceptional evaluation and a poetic composition. Imparting some knowledge of classical texts is but a small favor." As they conversed, they made their way outside. After bidding farewell to Fong Yun, County Magistrate Kai stood in the courtyard, gazing at the moon with a long sigh. This young man possesses countless admirable qualities. If only he were my own son. That night marked Fong Yun's initial encounter with classical texts. Meanwhile, in a separate incident, the Liu family's pawnshop in Daoism Prefecture was engulfed in flames, resulting in losses exceeding 30,000 taels of silver. On the same night, Fong Shui visited the Liu family estate, striking Liu Zicheng with such force that he was compelled to submit and apologize. Before departing, he left a menacing remark, should Fong Yun be harmed. The following day would mark Liu Zicheng's day of reckoning. On this night, Liu Zicheng reached out to his brother Liu Ziji, who resided far away in the capital, using the pigeon post of the Literary Institute, and received a response. On this night, Liu Zicheng, bearing all his savings, paid a visit to the esteemed official of the Literary Institute, presenting Liu Ziji's letter to win over a fifth-rank official aligned with the Liu Shan faction. On this night, Liu Zicheng gazed towards Jixian and vowed, "I shall not take your life, but I will surely tarnish your literary reputation, sever your path to success, and obliterate your future. You shall not only be barred from entering this literary institute, but on the day you attempt to enter, I will humiliate you before all, forcing you to kneel before me and beg for mercy like a dog, in retribution for the disgrace inflicted upon me by that old cur, Fang Shus." Chapter 21. The fragrance of ink envelopes the world. Upon awakening, Fong Yun proceeded with his morning routine, indulging in breakfast before strolling around the courtyard for a few laps. Subsequently, he immersed himself once more in his chamber, diligently practicing calligraphy and reading. During this time, several visitors arrived, but their matters were trivial and were kindly intercepted by Yang Yuan. Sensing Fong Yun's commitment to his studies, they departed, complimenting his industriousness as they left. At noon, Liang Yuan arrived with wine and delicacies. As they feasted together, they discussed the affairs of the bookstore, ultimately deciding that Liang Yuan would accompany Fong Yun to Daoism Prefecture to manage the bookstore, departing 5 days earlier to assist in selecting a residence and the store's location. After their meal, Fong Yun ventured to the library of the county academy. The library was vast, containing over 100,000 volumes, though its only drawback was the prohibition of lending books. As he entered, he selected a rare tome entitled Collected Works of the Thatched Cottage, a compilation by a grand scholar of the Jing Kingdom. Holding it quietly, he observed that the rare tome remained unresponsive. After a moment's contemplation, he murmured, "Receive." Yet, the tome remained inert. Fong Yun concentrated intently on the title, attempting to imbue it with his will, but to no avail. Was it truly impossible to directly absorb the book into his collection? After pondering briefly, he began to flip through its pages, but the tome still did not react, compelling him to memorize it word by word. Upon completing the first page silently, Fong Yun turned to the next, and finally, the rare tome stirred. A blank book materialized in his mind, the title gradually appearing, while the first page filled with content. Yet the subsequent pages remained void. Did he truly need to read all the text silently to incorporate it into his collection? This scripture could not be skimmed. At a pace of 2 characters per second, he could only manage 7,200 characters in an hour. Even if he read for 10 hours a day, that amounted to a mere 70,200 characters, resulting in just over 4 million characters in 3 months. The works of countless sages, particularly those from the past 2 to 3 centuries, undoubtedly exceeded 10 million characters, many of which were absent from his collection. Moreover, the interpretations by eminent scholars of these classics also required study. Without a decade or more of diligent reading, significant achievements were improbable. Fang Yun found himself in a quandary. The provincial examination for the scholar title was considerably more challenging than the county exam, with an expansive scope. Should he falter in the interpretation of classics or the teachings of sages, it would be a source of great embarrassment. If all else failed, he mused, he could forego this year's provincial examination and attempt to become a scholar in a few years. With these thoughts in mind, he departed from the academy. The street adjoining the academy was replete with numerous shops related to literature, selling books, writing materials, and various sundries. With the recent completion of the student examinations, many from surrounding villages lingered, rendering the street bustling and vibrant, with many shops offering discounts. Previously constrained by finances, Fang Yun could not afford many books, however. With newfound resources, he was drawn to a complete set of collected works of Guanhai offered at a 10% discount. Chen Guanhai was the only semi-saint in the Jing kingdom, and his literary collection was essential for many scholars in the realm. The collected works of Guanhai encompassed his writings over the years, including poetry, classical texts, treatises, commentaries, and critiques from other esteemed scholars. Totaling 52 volumes housed within 2 wooden bookboxes, each standing at half a person's height. As Fang Yun entered the shop, he was greeted by a wave of the fragrant scent of ink. "How much is this collection of observations on the sea?" Fang Yun inquired. "This is a deluxe edition. Originally priced at 20 taels of silver, now discounted to 18, no bargaining allowed," replied the busy shopkeeper without looking up. Fang Yun was taken aback. He had not anticipated the collection to be so costly. If he were still working at the tavern, it would take him 3 years of abstaining from food and drink to afford it. "Is there a paperback version?" he asked. "Yes, 5 taels per set, no discounts," came the reply. Fang Yun mused that it was roughly 100 won per book, a princely sum for his past self, yet not excessive for his current circumstances. "Then I shall take a set of the paperback edition." His intent was to study, not to collect, and the deluxe version seemed unnecessarily heavy. Any collection could wait until he reached Daoism Prefecture. As he rummaged for silver coins, a voice exclaimed with delight, "Could it be that you are Fang Yun, the top scholar?" Looking up, he recognized a young man in a brocade robe standing before him, Shuehua, a neighbor from years past who had moved away after achieving the status of a child scholar. "Greetings, Brother Shui. How are your parents?" Fang Yun politely inquired. "They are well. Just yesterday they mentioned your achievement as the top scholar, and they were quite pleased." "I never expected to see you here," Shui replied with a smile. Before Fang Yun could respond, the elderly shopkeeper interjected loudly. "You are the bull cart scholar Fang Xuanjia, aren't you? You wish for the collection of observations on the sea, correct? The deluxe edition is a gift for you. What more do you need? Make a list of books, and I shall have them delivered to your home, all expenses waived." The shopkeeper chuckled, revealing teeth that were nearly gone. Fang Yun hurriedly declined. "I appreciate your kindness, but I cannot accept without merit. I shall purchase it at the regular price." "How can it be without merit? Our county has never produced a top scholar or a child scholar before. Your fame brings honor to us all. As a fellow resident of Jixian, it is my duty to gift you some books. Do not refuse," insisted the shopkeeper. Fang Yun was about to protest again when Shuehua interjected with a smile. "Do not be modest, Fang. I have been studying at the academy for 3 years and know Zhao, the shopkeeper, very well. He is a kind-hearted man, particularly supportive of scholars. Each year, the top 3 performers in the academy's examinations can select a set of books from his store for free. This tradition has lasted for over a decade." Zhao, the shopkeeper, added, "Once you become a top scholar, I can proudly say that I, old Zhao, once gifted books to a top scholar. That would indeed be a point of pride for me. A mere set of books is nothing, so take them. If you refuse, I shall find out where you live and leave them at your doorstep tonight." Fang Yun understood the benefits of being well regarded in the literary world and, realizing he could not decline any further, clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you for your generous gift, esteemed elder. No need for such formality. We old bones are no longer of much use. The future of resisting the demons and savages lies with your generation. Do not follow the example of Fang Zhongyong, who wanders aimlessly with his father, for one day he may exhaust all the knowledge he possesses. The younger generation shall remember this lesson. In the future, I shall strive to achieve success and fight against the demons and savages, Fang Yun vowed. Excellent. Such ambition. The elder replied with a beaming smile. Fang Yun felt a warm glow in his heart, not merely due to the acquisition of these books, but rather because of the kindness shown by the bookstore proprietor. With such citizens within the human realm in Jinghua, it was certain that they would not succumb to the threats of demons and savages. Upon returning home, Fang Yun opened the book box and removed all the books, instantly filling the room with the familiar scent of ink, reminiscent of the bookstore. These exquisitely bound volumes, crafted from the finest paper and ink, felt delightful in his hands. As he glanced at the tattered tomes on his shelf, he mused that they were hardly worthy of comparison. Suddenly, he noticed something amiss. Where had the books gone? Confused, Fang Yun stared at his empty hands, the fragrance of the books lingering in the air, yet they had vanished. He looked around, confirming their absence, and instead of feeling anger, an unusual joy surged within him. Tentatively, he focused his thoughts and silently recited, Volume 1 of the collected works of Observing the Sea. Instantly, a brand new volume 1 of the collected works of Observing the Sea materialized in his mind, and he could almost perceive the scent of ink wafting through the air. With intention, he flipped through the pages, discovering that, like other books within the realm of extraordinary literature, the text remained unchanged but was enhanced with punctuation, rendering it more accessible and comprehensible. This volume was akin to the one housed in the Academy's library, yet what permitted its inclusion in the realm of extraordinary literature? Was it perhaps a new release or a deluxe edition? The likelihood seemed slim. Curiously, he reached for other tomes and contemplated their inclusion in the realm of extraordinary literature. Witnessing all 52 volumes of the collected works of Observing the Sea being absorbed into this ethereal space, leaving behind only 2 empty wooden boxes on the floor. Could it be a matter of ownership? It appeared that only his own books could be admitted into this realm. For others' tomes, he would need to read them thoroughly first. Sighing with relief, Fang Yun felt reassured. If he had to read every book meticulously to gain entry into this extraordinary realm, it would require him to endure 10 years of tedious study. The county was small, and his literary needs were vast. He anticipated requiring hundreds of thousands of volumes. The notion of purchasing a multitude of books only to have them mysteriously vanish would surely raise suspicions. However, once he established a bookstore in Daoism Prefecture and secured a warehouse, he could generously consume books without attracting doubt. Fang Yun chuckled, realizing that running a bookstore had its unexpected advantages. With the issue of books resolved, he resumed practicing calligraphy and reciting the works of the sages, seeking to grasp their profound meanings. In the days that followed, Fang Yun diligently practiced his writing and studied, spending his evenings learning classical texts from County Magistrate Kai, leading a fulfilling life. Time flew swiftly, and before long, 10 days had passed. Yang Yuhuan had found a trustworthy maid, and Fang Yun selected a sincere and honest cousin from the Fang family as his attendant, gradually attending to all the necessary arrangements. One misty morning, the 4 of them loaded their belongings onto a cart. As the rooster crowed, its clarion call echoed, and the 4 gazed at the empty courtyard, observing the faint frost marks on the ground, feeling a twinge of sadness. Fang Yun gazed toward the horizon, where the sun had yet to rise, and the east was bathed in hues of blue. In the stillness of the morning, the 4 climbed aboard the cart and set off. Fang Yun spoke solemnly within the vehicle. Fang Daniu, seated at the front, cracked the whip, producing a crisp sound. The 3 horses immediately neighed, their breath forming white mist as they trotted forward, propelling the cart onward. Unable to contain her curiosity, Yang Yuhuan lifted the curtain to peer outside. Through the cart's window, Fang Yun beheld the pale crescent moon hanging in the sky. Yang Yuhuan brushed her hair behind her ear and said, "With you here, it feels like home. Yet, one cannot help but be nostalgic." Fang Yun nodded in agreement. Chapter 22. The poem that secures the nation. Not long after, Fang Daniu announced from outside the door curtain, "We have exited the city." Indeed, after a brief interval, Fang Daniu remarked, "We are about to cross the Jihe River. Many people are gathered at the pavilion of the post station, though it is unclear whom they are waiting for." Fang Yun lifted the door curtain to reveal the stone bridge spanning the Jihe River. Beyond that lay the Jixian post station, originally established for the transmission of official correspondence and the accommodation of officials during their travels. However, due to the flourishing system of literary talent, the court now directly utilized the swift communication of the 1 yuan s Hongyan, rendering the post station no longer responsible for official documents. Instead, it focused on the mailing of private letters for non-officials or officials sending private correspondence. The cost of using the 1 yuan's hongyan was exorbitant. 1 tael of silver for letters within the same province, 10 taels for correspondence within the nation, and 100 taels for international deliveries. Fang Yun was surprised to see prominent figures from Jixian, such as County Magistrate Kai, Academy Head Wang, and Scholar Su, all present. Behind County Magistrate Kai stood a towering figure, a man over 7 feet tall, remarkably conspicuous. Initially taken aback, Fang Yun assumed they had come to welcome some high-ranking official. However, upon seeing someone wave, he realized they had come to bid him farewell. A warm feeling surged within Fang Yun as he promptly dismounted from the carriage and walked towards the pavilion with it. At that moment, the sun had yet to rise, and frost lingered in many places, the spring chill palpable. Fang Yun did not allow Yang Yuhuan to disembark. Upon reaching the assembly, Fang Yun bowed deeply and said, "What merit or virtue do I possess to receive such generous treatment from esteemed gentlemen?" Scholar Su replied, "You misspeak. At this moment, you, Fang Yun, are akin to a fledgling phoenix, destined to soar into the azure skies. It is our honor to send you off. You are Fang Yun of Jixian, a fellow townsman, and it is only fitting for us to see you on your way. By the way, will you marry my daughter or granddaughter?" Laughter erupted among the crowd, for news had circulated in the city regarding the failed proposal of Scholar Su, and upon learning that Fang Yun had not forsaken Yang Yuhuan, the local literati regarded Fang Yun with even greater esteem. County Magistrate Kai presented 3 letters to Fang Yun, stating, "I am a fellow townsman of Governor's son. Have shared the same scholarly list with Chief Zhang of the Provincial Criminal Court, and am a close friend of Clerk Zhou of the Provincial Academy. Since you are heading to the Daoism Prefecture, please deliver these letters for me. Governor's son is the highest civil officer of Daoism Prefecture, holding the 5th rank, while Chief Zhang, who oversees provincial criminal investigations, is a 4th rank official. Clerk Zhou, a 6th rank officer, holds a higher rank than County Magistrate Kai." Fang Yun understood that County Magistrate Kai was paving the way for him, allowing him to meet these high-ranking officials through the letters. Should he encounter difficulties in Daoism Prefecture, these 3 would likely assist him, considering their ties to County Magistrate Kai. It seemed that all 3 were affiliated with the literary faction. The literary faction is led by the Minister of Culture, who undoubtedly has subordinates in the civil service, while the left minister, Liu Shan, though merely the head of civil officials, has former students and acquaintances within the military in the literary academy. Contemplating this, Fang Yun accepted the 3 letters, expressing his gratitude to County Magistrate Kai. Another notable family as Patriarch, Wu, handed Fang Yun a small red cloth pouch, saying, "This contains 10 taels for your journey. Wishing you a smooth passage." Subsequently, several others presented tokens for the journey, and Fang Yun thanked each one in turn. The ride from Jixian to Daoism Prefecture would take merely 4 hours by carriage, yet these individuals had gifted over 100 taels of silver, many contributing more than they had in congratulating Fang Yun on his success in the imperial examination. This clearly demonstrated that Fang Yun's status was steadily rising in their eyes. As the crowd shared their experiences and offered valuable advice to Fang Yun, someone suggested that he should leave promptly before the sun rose fully. However, Wang Yuanjun remarked, "Today, as we part ways, who knows when we shall meet again? Fang Yun, why not compose a poem or a verse here, so our journey will not be in vain?" Fang Yun chuckled, "So, it seems that you have come not merely to see me off but to test my skills, Your Excellency. Why not postpone this examination until next year?" "No. Today's matters must be concluded today." Wang Yuanjuan's words elicited warm laughter from the gathering. Many looked at Fang Yun with curiosity. His reputation as a poet had spread throughout Jixian, and they wondered what kind of poem he would create today. Rong Xiaoxing pondered thoughtfully. As Fang Yun spoke, he surveyed his surroundings. The crowd grew increasingly curious, sensing that he was preparing to draw inspiration from the immediate environment. If he could craft a fine poem on the spot, it would indeed be a remarkable feat. Fang Yun took his time to observe. Nearby lay a relay station, and not far off stood humble cottages, with roosters crowing as the waning moon faded in the sky. The distant mountain path was strewn with fallen leaves, and flowers bloomed beside the station's wall. As he contemplated leaving Jixian, his attachment to the place deepened. "Do you have any writing materials?" he inquired. Suddenly, the group by the pavilion erupted into laughter, parting to clear a path to the stone table at the center of the pavilion. On the table lay ink, brush, paper, and inkstone, everything necessary for a scholar. Even the ink was already ground. Fang Yun shook his head with a wry smile, approached the table, picked up the brush, and after a moment of reflection, began to write in the elegant style of Liu. As he wrote, he recited aloud, Morning breaks, the travel bell tolls. A traveler mourns for his homeland. After completing the lines, he paused, lost in thought. The crowd nodded in appreciation, some glancing at the bell hanging from a horse's neck. Fong Yun continued. The rooster crows at the thatched inn, footprints frost the board bridge. Many were struck by the vivid imagery of this line. It felt as if he were painting rather than merely composing poetry. He then finished the last few lines, crafting a 5-character regulated verse. Morning breaks, the travel bell tolls. A traveler mourns for his homeland. The rooster crows at the thatched inn, footprints frost the board bridge. Fallen leaves on the mountain path. Bitter orange blossoms bright against the station wall. Finally, he inscribed the words early departure from Jixian above the poem. Upon completion, Kai County Magistrate furrowed his brow. Standing silently beside Fong Yun and studying the poem for a long while. Wang Yuanjun, however, nodded in admiration, stating, "This poem surely possesses the talent of Mingzhou. Its poignant sentiment and vivid imagery capture the essence of the journey, beginning with the poet's departure, followed by the scenery along the way, culminating in a heartfelt yearning for the landscapes of Jixian, wild ducks and geese floating upon the ponds, akin to travelers returning home, filled with genuine emotion, truly rare and precious." Scholar Su remarked, "The couplets in this poem are exceptionally well matched, and the phrasing is exquisite. It is the finest journey poem I have ever encountered." The crowd nodded in agreement, as scholars often penned farewell poems, frontier verses, and travel poetry, yet this piece, Early Departure from Jixian, truly stood out. The line "The rooster crows at the thatched inn, footprints frost the board bridge" was particularly brilliant, with the 6 images, rooster, thatched inn, moon, footprints, board bridge, and frost, arranged flawlessly. And the rhythm resonant, flowing like clear water down one's throat, as a scholar remarked. The art of rhetoric known as Lai Jin comprises entire sentences formed solely of nouns or noun phrases, artfully arranged in a clever juxtaposition. Among the most renowned and evocative examples are the lines, "Withered vines, old trees, and crows at dusk, small bridges, flowing waters, and homes, and ancient paths, west winds, and lean horses." However, none can compare to the exquisite composition of Early Departure from Shangshan. This poem is a celebrated masterpiece by the illustrious Tang dynasty poet and lyricist Wen Tingyun, who is regarded as the progenitor of the Huajian school of poetry. The Huajian school, depicted in Huang Yi's novel The Twin Dragons of the Tang dynasty, serves as the archetype for the Huajian faction. The flourishing of lyricism in later generations owes much to Wen Tingyun's contributions. Although he is often paired with Li Shangyin, known as Li Wan, it is acknowledged that Wen excels in lyric poetry, while his poetic prowess pales in comparison to that of Li Shangyin. The sole piece that can contest the brilliance of Li Shangyin's poetry is Early Departure from Shangshan, a timeless gem that transcends both ancient and modern eras. The penultimate line originally referenced a dream of dueling, yet it evidently did not align with the context here, prompting Fong Yun to substitute do with ji, both of which are of the same tonal quality, thereby preserving the poem's rhythmic integrity and thematic essence. As discussions ensued among the crowd, Fong Yun remained silent. Suddenly, County Magistrate Kai exclaimed, "Well done, Fang Shuangjia. I wondered why you remained so quiet after completing your work. It turns out you were testing us." Esteemed friends, do not underestimate this poem. It is not merely a poem from Mingzhou, but a national treasure of poetry. Fong Yun could not help but smile faintly, thinking that Magistrate Kai, a true scholar, had swiftly discerned the poem's brilliance. "Your praise may be somewhat exaggerated," County Magistrate Wang Yuanjun replied in astonishment. "As it stands, this poem seems unlikely to reach the status of a national treasure, for such poetry must exhibit extraordinary qualities, be it profound emotion, grandeur, incisive language, or unparalleled beauty, among others." Magistrate Kai chuckled and inquired, "Have you not recognized that this is a poem of absolute excellence? Absolute poetry is not merely about form, but signifies that this poem is unparalleled in certain aspects, making it difficult to find a match." The crowd murmured in confusion, unable to discern the poem's exceptional qualities. For truly remarkable poetry is a rarity, with many esteemed scholars dedicating their lives without ever crafting a single piece of such caliber. Magistrate Kai articulated each word with precision: chicken, sound, thatched, inn, moon, human, traces, plank, bridge, frost. Each word is a gem, unprecedented and thus irrefutably exceptional. Many faces changed, as if a tide surged towards the stone table for a closer inspection, inadvertently pushing Fong Yun aside. Wise magistrate Kai cleverly grasped the stone table, lest he too be swept away. Indeed, each word is a jewel. This poem is unprecedented, isolated through the ages, a marvel of talent and brilliance. Su Jiren shouted loudly. His face flushed with excitement, making one wonder if he had composed the poem himself. Wang Yuanjuan's lips trembled with exhilaration as he remarked, "Could it be that the sages have favored me, and my fortunes have turned? Might I truly witness the birth of a national treasure of poetry?" Several elder scholars, similarly enraptured, bore expressions of fervent admiration. Reminiscent of a flower thief suddenly beholding an ethereal beauty after 2 decades of abstinence. To witness poetry that embodies a national treasure is a fulfillment beyond death. A prodigious talent, indeed. A throng of scholars clamored in ecstatic frenzy, as if possessed by a fervor of delirium. Wang Yuanjun could no longer contain his curiosity. Reaching out to grasp the poem for a closer examination. To his astonishment, he found himself unable to lift the paper. Thus, he summoned greater strength. Finally managing to cradle it in both hands, exerting evident effort as if he were hoisting a boulder. With a sigh, he remarked, "A single page weighs 100 pounds. Indeed, this poem serves to fortify the nation, without a doubt." The paper, though seemingly small and thin, bore an extraordinary weight, leaving many witnessing it for the first time utterly astounded. How could the ink remain intact? Was this not the hallmark of a scholar's skill? How could Fang Yun's characters possess such remarkable resilience? Could a student before the sage truly compare to us? Indeed, how absurd. Even a student before the sage could not master the art of ink retention in merely 10 days. It was evident that Fang Yun's craft was the fruit of relentless study. The crowd took turns admiring and appraising the work, unaware that the sun had begun to rise. Morning light cascaded upon Fang Yun's characters, each one shimmering with a faint halo. These were indeed gems of calligraphy, praised Su Jurist. However, the expression of County Magistrate Kai fluctuated between clarity and confusion, his brow furrowed, lost in contemplation. Chapter 23. The Family Heirloom. The crowd continued their fervent discussions. The Holy Court had yet to respond, likely awaiting the approval of the literary archway to bestow rewards collectively. This time, however, the poem had fortified the nation, and it would undoubtedly grace the court the following day. Logically speaking, a poem of such stature, which augments our national fortune, should merit at least a noble title. To be conferred as a rural mail is far too modest. It ought to be county mail at the very least. This poem is highly likely to be recommended to the Sacred Path Monthly by Scholarly, and Spring Dawn will surely appear in next month's edition of Sacred Path. This dual presence of poems is a rarity not witnessed in a century. However, I have heard that among the 3 editors of Sacred Path, one is the youngest scholar from the kingdom of Qing. The long-standing enmity between the kingdoms of Jing and Qing raises the question of whether he might obstruct the process. Surely not. Even if the 3 scholars are editors, the final review rests with the eminent Confucian, thus it should not encounter any issues. The concern lies in the fact that Fang Yun also has another poem, Year's End, nominated. The coexistence of 3 poems? Unprecedented. Whether it is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. According to the county magistrate, he does not wish for him to gain too much fame too soon, preferring to hone his skills for several years, yet now it seems impossible to conceal. He is destined to shine. A youth penning a national poem is entirely different from a revered scholar doing so. Regardless of the outcome, to be a fellow townsman is indeed my fortune. Nonetheless, Fang Yun, do not let pride consume you. In the eyes of the sages, the classics represent the grand path. Governance is the middle way, and poetry is but a minor path. The tides of fortune shift, presently, the demonic beasts lurk, and it remains uncertain whether a minor path could carve a route to semi-sainthood. Scholars who subtly hinted at his views on the current situation. Indeed, Fang Yun possesses such remarkable talent, in a few decades, he may well tread his own grand path. Before long, County Magistrate Kai stealthily retrieved his seal paste and, having acquired the poetry manuscript from another, placed it upon the stone table. Fang Yun, come here. Your calligraphy surpasses that of the county examination by tenfold. The structure and form of your characters are unique, reminiscent of esteemed masters. Come and share, Magistrate Kai declared. The crowd, having finished reading, willingly stepped aside, allowing Fang Yun to approach the magistrate. Lord Wang, stroking his beard with a smile, remarked, "The lad is indeed teachable. Although his script still bears a hint of immaturity, it stands superior to that of ordinary youths. He already embodies the demeanor of a true scholar. In less than 3 years, he may well surpass us." "What are you doing, County Magistrate?" Lord Wang exclaimed in astonishment as he observed Magistrate Kai suddenly grasp Fang Yun's right thumb, pressing it into the vibrant red seal paste, and then onto the manuscript of Early Journey in Jixian. Fang Yun, bewildered, lifted his thumb, revealing a distinct crimson fingerprint upon the paper. Everyone looked at Magistrate Kai, perplexed by this unusual spectacle. The youthful horse galloped swiftly, exchanging scholarly robes for battle attire, growing old, unaware of waning strength, yet at night still dreams of breaking through the siege. As he recited the poem, a tempest swirled around Magistrate Kai. With a gentle step, he leapt 7 or 8 paces, gliding through the air with astonishing speed, rivaling that of a galloping steed. Magistrate Kai burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha! This poem shall be my family heirloom. Fang Yun, you may go forth with confidence. Fang Yun nearly spat blood in disbelief. Is this truly a scholar? Is this truly the leader of a county? Could one truly aspire to govern a province as a regional governor under such circumstances? Just last night, he proclaimed himself a student of the literary minister. Is this the caliber of scholars that such a great sage produces? Will we ever again engage in joyful discussions of classical texts? The others suddenly grasped the reality and were consumed by envy. Su Jiren bellowed, "Scoundrel, retreat in disgrace. Return my virtuous son-in-law's national poem. What are you waiting for? Unite to impede him." Mr. Su wisely declared, "If he dares to touch the official seal of One Bao, I shall report him." Lord Wang, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "Kai He, how can you be so treacherous? You are no son of man. You are no son of man." In that moment, Su Jiren pointed towards Kai County Magistrate and swiftly recited the renowned battle poem, The Great Wind Song, by Liu Bang, the founding emperor of the Han Dynasty. The wind rises, the clouds soar, power reigns across the land. I return to my homeland. Where can I find brave warriors to defend the four corners? A deafening sound pierced the air, and a towering, 10-jong-high green tornado materialized before Kai County Magistrate, rushing towards him with alarming speed. This tempest, born from the battle poem, far surpassed any natural whirlwind. Its blades of wind were as sharp as knives, and being caught within would undoubtedly result in dismemberment. Lord Wang, unwilling to be outdone, recited the battle poem Songlong Xing by Chun Guanhai, a semi-saint of Jing Kingdom. Suddenly, a colossal wave, 4 zhong high and 9 zhong long, surged forth behind Kai He, flanking the tornado. This wave possessed more power than that summoned by the official seal of Wen Bao. "Have they all gone mad?" murmured a scholar. Yet several elder scholars smiled, relishing the spectacle. Unless every person present joined forces in a desperate assault, it would be impossible to stop Kai County Magistrate, who was, after all, a successful candidate in the imperial examination. Fang Yun, caught in the chaotic winds, was both amused and exasperated. He had never anticipated witnessing scholars engage in battle with poetry, especially under such dire circumstances, and it was his own poem that had incited this conflict. "Haha, I shall claim this poem," he declared, drawing his sword. Kai County Magistrate laughed heartily, exuding an aura of talent, which coalesced into a sword of literary prowess. The sword of talent slashed into the tornado, resulting in a thunderous explosion as the whirlwind dispersed into azure mist. Simultaneously, the bullman protecting Kai County Magistrate leapt to an impressive height of 2 zhong, hurling his fist towards the colossal wave conjured by Lord Wang's recitation. Boom! The bullman was rebounded like a ball from the tremendous force, while the wave's momentum was diminished, failing to catch up with Kai County Magistrate. The bullman struck the ground with such force that it created a shallow pit, then shook his head and rose, brushing off the dust, completely unscathed. He was indeed a formidable barbarian general. Fang Yun was astonished by the bullman's strength. A general of the barbarians was equivalent to a scholar among humans, capable of single-handedly vanquishing a 1,000-man army. Though a barbarian general could not shatter the battle poem of a scholar with a single blow, it was equally challenging for the scholar to defeat the general. In a one-on-one confrontation, the general had a significant advantage, possessing an individual strength unmatched by the human race. "Ha ha ha, Fang Yun, visit Zhou Zhubu again tomorrow, and I shall present you with a small gift." Kai laughed heartily as he dashed into the city, displaying none of the composure expected of a magistrate, but rather the exuberance of a spirited youth. Su Jiren gazed at Fang Yun with hopeful anticipation. Despite being over 50 years old, his eyes were filled with the innocence of a kitten. Fang Yun, feeling helpless, replied, "How was I to know that Kai County Magistrate was so cunning? It's merely a poem, so be it. I must take my leave now. Farewell." Wang Yuanjun extended his hand to obstruct, inquiring, Do you not have any new poetry to compose? Is it truly so simple to write a national poem? Fang Yun nearly rolled his eyes at this display of ignorance from Wang Yuanjun. Without a national poem, Mingzhou suffices. My expectations are not as grand as those of County Magistrate Kai. Mingzhou can serve as a cherished heirloom for my family, he replied. Su Jiren interjected. I am not seeking Mingzhou. Defu would suffice, whether in verses or lyrics. A scholar whispered, just a poem that departs from the county would be sufficient. I am troubled by my second son's lack of a proper betrothal gift. Another scholar jested, if you truly manage to procure a county poem, it could serve as a betrothal gift to my household. My daughter is fondly known as Little Yu Huan. Thus, the agreement was made, eliciting laughter from those present. Fang Yun, both exasperated and amused, cast a sidelong glance at the two scholars and offered a polite farewell before leaping onto his carriage. Su Jiren called after him. Do not depart just yet. The marriage prospects of my daughter or granddaughter are negotiable. Can you reserve your next national poem for me? I have a commendable niece as well. Fang Yun, caught between laughter and incredulity, merely waved his hand in farewell. Wang Yuanjun sighed deeply, lamenting, Kai he is insatiably greedy. Not only has he claimed the gift of poetry, but he has also seized the first edition of the national poem. This matter cannot stand. How can it be acceptable for such a prestigious poem to be appropriated by that scoundrel Kai he? He must face severe consequences. He cannot be allowed to escape unscathed. His expression darkened as he added, every time I recall Kai he snatching away the national poem, my heart aches. It feels as though my very soul is bleeding. I would trade my position for that poem. Let us go. We shall dine at his home for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, 3 days in a row. Only then can my heart find solace. Su Jiren declared angrily. Let us go. The crowd responded enthusiastically, laughing as they made their way toward the county office. Fang Yun shook his head and lifted the curtain to enter. Inside the carriage, which was relatively dim, he caught sight of a pair of bright eyes gazing at him. Yang Yuan's expression was a blend of astonishment, joy, gratification, and, most prominently, admiration and reverence. Xiao Yun, you are truly remarkable, she exclaimed, her gaze fixed intently on him. Well, it was nothing exceptional, Fang Yun replied, feeling somewhat bashful. How can you say that? Even I, a mere woman, am aware of the renown of the national poem. Look at those officials. They are fighting over your honor. I have never heard of such a thing. You are simply, no, you are a true literary genius. Fang Yun could not help but smile. He had not anticipated that merely penning a poem would evoke such fervent admiration from Yang Yuan, who appeared even more radiant and enchanting at that moment. He scrutinized her closely and remarked, Sister Yuan, you have become even more beautiful, though you still appear slender. You must continue to eat. How absurd. Yang Yuan blushed and lowered her gaze. Jiang Pozi complimented, indeed, young Master Fang is a manifestation of the literary star. A single poem has incited a brawl among officials. What further marvels await us? Fang Yun chuckled, you need not worry. Wang Yuanjun and Su Jiren acted impulsively in their frustration. It is not as severe as it seems. After all, is there not a poetic assembly? It is akin to friendly sparring. That is reassuring, Jiang Pozi replied. Outside, Fang Daniu exclaimed loudly, Young Master, a few years ago, I witnessed a martial poetry gathering where the theme was fire. To my astonishment, 2 scholars even signed a death warrant, resulting in one being tragically burned alive. It was truly horrific. Chapter 24. The fragrant fox. Fang Yun smiled and inquired, Brother Dinyo, who instructed you to address me as young master? It was my parents who said so. They mentioned that you are no longer the same and should not be called brother anymore. Now you are to be addressed as young master, and once you achieve the status of a scholar, I will have to call you Lord, replied Fang Dinyo. We are all family. There is no need for such formality, Fang Yun countered. That is not acceptable. I cannot bring shame to our Fang family. We must adhere to proper titles, or how can I fulfill my role as your attendant? My mother said that our family in Jixian has finally produced such a golden phoenix as you. It is my duty to serve you well, and I shall surely benefit in the future. Fang Yun remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the 3 letters in his hand. Fang Dinyo was not wrong. His status had indeed changed. Yang Yuan observed Fang Yun quietly, her lips curving into a slight smile, her cheeks flushed, lost in her thoughts. As the carriage progressed, Fang Yun closed his eyes to rest when fatigued, resuming his soft recitation after a brief respite. Time passed, and as they neared Diyuan Prefecture, he was engrossed in the phrase, a gentleman stays away from the kitchen, when suddenly a white figure darted in through the window. Startled and unprepared, Fang Yun gasped as a snow-white fox landed on his lap, exuding a delicate fragrance mixed with a faint scent of blood, devoid of any unpleasant odor typically associated with animals. Yang Yuhuan gazed at the fox with curiosity, her expression softening with pity. While Aunt Jiang's face turned pale as she exclaimed, "Young Master Fong, be careful. It may be a demon." Fong Yun felt a surge of alarm and instinctively moved to cast the fox aside. Yet, the creature raised its head, its dark eyes meeting his with a pleading look. Before it closed its eyes and emitted a soft whimper, falling unconscious. Under normal circumstances, Fong Yun might have discarded it without a second thought. However, having just read about the gentleman's aversion to the kitchen, he hesitated. This phrase, found in the Mencius, was not a disdain for cooks but rather an acknowledgement of human compassion. A gentleman, upon witnessing the slaughter of living beings, would naturally feel reluctant. Thus it was best to avoid the sight and sound of dying creatures, in an era where scholars took to the battlefield. The original meaning of this saying seemed somewhat anachronistic, and it was often reinterpreted to suggest that everyone has the right to consume meat. Yet one should not take pleasure in the act of killing or engage in cruelty. Yang Yuhuan whispered, "This is likely just an ordinary fox. Even if it is a demon, it has not harmed anyone. If a demon had killed, its eyes would turn red, and it would carry a foul odor, akin to that of rotten fish, which I have encountered before." Fong Yun pondered briefly, then lowered his gaze to examine the fox's wounds, which appeared to be claw marks inflicted by another animal. The blood around the injuries had dried, and the wounds had begun to scab, indicating that the battle had occurred several hours prior. The likelihood of being pursued by an enemy seemed minimal, and taking it posed little danger. Remaining cautious, he leaned out of the window. The surrounding forest was still, and a few dozen paces ahead, other carriages were visible, looking towards Diyuan City. The outline of its walls came into view. Even the boldest of demonic beasts would not dare to wreak havoc here, for the sacred temple within the academy was ever vigilant. "Little Yun, what shall we do with this fox?" Yang Yuhuan inquired. Fong Yun Dao, as they approached the city gate. He inquired of the guards. If they deemed the creature harmless, they would permit entry, but if not, the soldiers would handle it. Yang Yuhuan wished to rescue the little fox, yet Fong Yun's stance was of greater significance, so she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Fong Yun, however, gently inhaled the enchanting fragrance of the fox. He swiftly consulted the mystical tome, uncovering a travelogue by the semi-saint Chen Guanhai that mentioned the fox clan's most precious aromatic fox, describing it as possessing an unparalleled fragrance. Fong Yun suspected that this fox was indeed the invaluable aromatic variety, whose fur could be fashioned into a fox hair brush. Such a brush could fetch over 10,000 taels. For writing battle poems and verses with it could enhance one's strength by at least 10%. When paired with ink crafted from the blood of demon beasts, the power could increase by over 20%. The larger the aromatic fox, the more potent the effect. These foxes were exceedingly rare, with only a handful believed to exist. The little fox was quite diminutive, its tail equaling the length of its body, and its tail was no longer than Fong Yun's palm, resembling a small squirrel. Fong Yun examined the fox's wounds, which had already scabbed over and required no special treatment. Upon reaching the city gate, he instructed Fong Daniu to halt the carriage and then cradled the little fox as he disembarked. The walls of Diyuan Prefecture towered at a height of 4 zhang, constructed from stacked bluestone, formidable and secure, imparting a strong sense of safety. It was said to have been built under the guidance of a great Confucian scholar. On either side of the gate stood 5 armored soldiers, neither inspecting passing vehicles nor collecting city taxes. Fong Yun approached one of the soldiers and asked, "I found a fox on the road and wish to raise it myself, but I am uncertain if it is a demon creature. Is there a method to verify its nature?" Meanwhile, Fong Dania continued to drive the cart toward the residence that Liang Yuan had previously selected. Fong Yun had never visited Diyuan Prefecture. Regardless of its grandeur, it paled in comparison to the commercial prosperity of another realm, leaving him disinterested as he pondered the operation of a bookstore, contemplating which titles to sell first. In contrast, Yang Yuhuan lifted the curtain, gazing with curiosity at Diyuan Prefecture, which was significantly larger than Jixian, bustling with a steady stream of people. Diyuan Prefecture served as the capital of Jiangzhou and its political hub, though the military and commercial centers of Jiangzhou were located 500 miles away in Yuhai Prefecture, positioned at the mouth of the Yangtze River, where the East China Sea lay beyond, a vibrant nexus for trade between the Jing Kingdom and maritime merchants. 5 days prior, Liang Yuan had already arrived in Diyuan Prefecture and had sent a letter to Fong Yun the previous day. assisting him in selecting an affordable independent courtyard for a 3-month lease at 5 taels of silver per month. He had also chosen a bookstore that was preparing to close, waiting only for Fang Yun's arrival to proceed with the necessary formalities at the government office. Following the directions in the letter, the carriage arrived at Lao Shixiang, where Liang Yuan awaited. Fang Yun alighted from the carriage, exchanged pleasantries with Liang Yuan, and they conversed in detail about the residence and bookstore as they walked. The residence was somewhat smaller than Fang Yun's family home, a rather ordinary small courtyard, yet he was unconcerned, planning to purchase a larger estate once the bookstore began to yield profits. After a brief tidying up and enjoying a meal, Fang Yun, accompanied by Yang Yuhuan and Liang Yuan, departed to sign the rental contract before proceeding to the Fang family in Daoism. He promised to grant a 10% stake to the Daoism Fang family and hoped to leverage their reputation to deter others, particularly the Liu family, from causing trouble. The carriage halted before the Fang residence, where the doors stood wide open, adorned with the inscription Fang Fu. Upon entering, Fang Yun discovered that the interior was not merely a sprawling courtyard but a picturesque garden. A cobblestone pathway led from the entrance, flanked by flourishing gardens, splitting as it approached a rockery, behind which lay the main garden. 2 attendants clad in black stood at the entrance. One was missing his left arm, while the other had an eye concealed by a patch. Both bore resolute expressions, reminiscent of seasoned soldiers. Fang Yun felt a profound respect for Fang Shui. It was no wonder he was regarded as the foremost hero of Daoism Prefecture. With a respectful gesture, Fang Yun addressed them. "Greetings, esteemed gentlemen. I am Fang Yun from Jixian, the nephew of Uncle Fang Shui, here to discuss our agreement regarding the bookshop investment." He smiled gratefully before signaling for Yang Yuhuan and Liang Yuan to follow. The attendants guided the trio around the rockery to the second courtyard, which surprisingly lacked any buildings. Continuing the theme of rock formations and flowing water, interspersed with flora. Besides the entrance they had arrived through, 3 arched doorways to the east, west, and north led to additional courtyards, with further doors extending from the eastern and western courtyards. Truly, the legendary wealthy landowner lived up to his reputation. Upon reaching the third courtyard, Fang Yun finally glimpsed the main hall of the Fang residence, which was considerably larger than the entirety of his own home. At the far end of the hall were 2 grand armchairs, flanked by 6 pairs of square tables, each accompanied by chairs. Yet, the hall was devoid of occupants. The attendants ushered Fang Yun inside, instructing him to wait for the matriarch. Yang Yuan discreetly surveyed their surroundings, whispering with excitement, "Fang Yun, it seems the Fang family holds you in high regard, bringing you directly to the main hall. Others would likely be relegated to the side hall for waiting. This is indeed a prestigious family. Even ordinary scholars must wait in the side hall." Yang Yuhuan nodded involuntarily, her hands resting on her lap, appearing quite reserved. Fang Yun, however, confidently surveyed the main hall, a true testament to generations of scholarly lineage. It was adorned with ancient vases, calligraphic masterpieces, potted plants, and scenic paintings, elegant and unpretentious, devoid of any hint of ostentation. A couplet on the wall read, "The lofty mountains loom like dusk, still leaning against the crimson sun, defying the winds and clouds. The setting sun bleeds, yet still offers a profound heart towards the azure. Has Xiaoyun arrived? Your uncle has spoken highly of you, eager for your aunt to behold our family's prodigy." The voice preceded her entrance, brimming with surprise and warmth. The 3 immediately stood, and as the sound of jingling ornaments filled the air, the beaded curtain on the eastern side of the hall was lifted by 2 young maidservants, revealing a stately middle-aged woman who entered gracefully. Clad in a long red gown, she wasn't strikingly beautiful, yet her clear, elegant eyes exuded a sense of wealth and kindness in her smile. Following her was a slightly younger middle-aged woman dressed in green, equally smiling, albeit with a more insincere demeanor. Unsure of the identity of the woman accompanying the matriarch, Fang Yun bowed and said, "Nephew pays his respects to aunt." Yang Yuhuan and Liang Yuan hastily followed suit, although both remained silent. The matron chuckled, "What a handsome young man. No wonder should speak so highly of you. Come, let your aunt take a good look at you. By the way, this is your second aunt. We were just discussing you." Fang Yun was aware that Fang Shui had a younger brother, albeit merely a scholar with a poor reputation, who squandered his days in brothels. This lady must be the second mistress of the Fang family, for a concubine may only be addressed as aunt and never as madam. Chapter 25, Profit and Loss upon encountering his aunt. Fang Yunqing offered his greetings. "There is no need for such formality among family. Please, take a seat," the second madam said with a smile. Gesturing for Fang Yun to sit down, while she herself settled into a grand armchair. The first madam chose not to occupy the prominent seat. Instead, she approached Yang Yuan with a cheerful demeanor, taking her hand and exclaiming, "What a beauty you are, like the renowned Shi of Jiangzhou. I dare say you surpass her in beauty. It is indeed a boon for Xiao Yun to have you as his wife." Not having prepared any gifts for their first meeting, she presented a bracelet to Yang Yuan. Flushing, Yang Yuan protested, "I cannot accept such a precious gift." She attempted to withdraw her hand, feeling self-conscious about her rough skin and fearing ridicule. Yet, the first madam seemed oblivious to her discomfort, insisting, "It is only right for an aunt to bestow gifts upon her niece-in-law. You must accept it." Fang Yun politely declined, saying, "Aunt, your bracelet is far too valuable." "Valuable?" The first madam replied with a wave of her hand. "For someone like Yuan, I find it insufficient. When I visit Yuhai City, I shall select an even finer piece. It would be a shame for such a beauty to be adorned with anything less. Now let us all sit together." She reached out to adjust Yang Yuan's hair, clearly fond of her. The first madam, Fang Yun, and Liang Yuan settled into their seats, while the second madam remained in the prominent position. Though Yang Yuan appeared unaware, Fang Yun and Liang Yuan exchanged glances, recognizing the tension between the two matrons. Just as Fang Yun was about to speak, the second madam interjected, "What my sister-in-law says is true. However, we must remember that the Fang household supports a large family. Money cannot be squandered at will. While my brother values Fang Yun, so do I, yet investing 1,000 taels for a mere share in a bookstore seems excessive. With that sum, sister-in-law," the first madam interrupted. Turning to the second madam, "Li Wu must be waking from his nap. If you're not around, he will surely cry. The matter of the bookstore has already been decided by the master. We, as women, are to simply follow through. Yuya, go fetch the chief steward to assist Xiaoyan with the bookstore as paperwork." "Yes, madam," a maid promptly departed. The second madam chuckled. "One cannot frame it that way. The Fang family's wealth does not come from thin air. 1,000 taels would suffice to open our own bookstore, and exchanging just one share seems unreasonable. However, since Fang Yun is family, and my brother has spoken, I am not one to be greedy. Let us settle for 3 shares. Fang Yun felt a wave of disdain. He surmised that this was a conflict between the two branches of the Fang family that had now ensnared him. If this was the case, he would rather forego the money entirely, as there was no necessity to teach at the Fang Family Academy. If it came to that, he could simply sell a few poems to fund his own bookstore. Rising abruptly, he declared, "Since the second madam feels this way, I shall take my leave. Today, I will write to my uncle to cancel any collaboration with the Fang family. Farewell." Yang Yuan and Liang Yuan immediately stood up in alarm. The second madam quickly retorted, "This is your own decision. Do not claim I forced you in front of my brother. I will not acknowledge anything I have not done." Silence. The matron suddenly rebuked the second lady sharply, stepping forward to shield Fang Yun with a gracious smile. "My dear sister-in-law simply has a spirited nature. Do not take offense. This household is under my jurisdiction, and her words hold no weight. Come, I shall personally accompany you to the magistrate to resolve this matter. Both your uncle and I hold you in high regard. Do not let your thoughts wander." Observing the matron's demeanor, Fang Yun felt his anger dissipate somewhat. Upon reflection, it was evident that the second lady had deliberately sought to provoke the matron, akin to a veiled insult, seemingly aiming to undermine the relationship between Fang Shun and himself. Initially, the matron had no intention of escalating the matter, but given the second lady's obstinacy, she was compelled to confront her. To leave in anger would only serve the second lady's intentions. Fang Yun smiled and replied, "Aunt, you worry unnecessarily. I am astute enough to discern who treats me well. How about this? Since the second lady is averse to utilizing the Fang family's funds, let us proceed with my uncle's name for an investment in my venture. Within 3 months, I guarantee at least 1,000 taels in dividends. No need to fear any setbacks." The second lady muttered quietly, yet did not dare to further complicate matters for Fang Yun. The matron chuckled. "After all, my husband holds the rank of a 5th-grade general. It would be inappropriate for him to invest under his name. Instead, let it be under mine, and consider that 1,000 taels as my personal savings. As for the dividends, we will discuss them after the new year. There is no rush." "Very well," Fang Yun agreed. At that moment, a maid entered with Steward Fang. The steward was a rather unremarkable elderly gentleman clad in a black robe, bearing a serious and respectful demeanor. "Madam, second lady," he greeted politely with a nod. The matron smiled. "I had intended for you to represent the Fang family at the magistrate's office to sign some documents, but since I shall go personally, I won't trouble you." Upon hearing her address, Fong Yun realized the steward held a significant position within the Fong household. Steward Fong glanced at Fong Yun and the others and said, "Such matters are my usual responsibility. Allow me to accompany you." "Indeed, your presence will spare us much trouble," the matron replied. Thus, the group made their way outside, while the second lady muttered curses under her breath. "May you all suffer for this." The others pretended not to hear. The group first secured a rental property before proceeding to the magistrate's office to handle the necessary formalities. The clerks and officers at the courthouse rarely encountered a matron of such high standing, imprinting the name of the bookshop in their minds, ensuring they would not offend this establishment in the future. While Fong Yun was attending to the bookshop's paperwork, clerks from the Holy Academy atop Dofeng Mountain were also busy. Scholars, regardless of their location, held considerable esteem. Even noble families would think twice before offending them. However, within the Holy Academy, they were regarded as the lowest rank. Yet, nourished by the Academy's scholarly prowess, they had a greater propensity to succeed in the imperial examinations than common scholars, paving a longer path ahead. The lineage of the Academy wielded significant influence across various nations. Two clerks hurriedly carried 2 book chests towards the review hall of the Sacred Path monthly journal. "Hurry, hurry. The county exams have just concluded, and each state has recommended poetry from the county examination. These have already passed the sacred selection and must not be delayed," urged the elder clerk. "Indeed," replied the younger clerk, focused on his task. The 2 clerks arrived at the review hall, adjusted their attire, and pushed the door open to enter. The reviewing hall is exceedingly spacious, bathed in a gentle white light. To the east, north, and west, there are 3 long tables, each measuring 2 zhang in length, behind which sit a scholar clad in the robes of a grand scholar, an elderly man, a middle-aged man, and surprisingly, a young man in his 20s. The air within the hall is filled with numerous sheets of paper. With a mere thought, the grand scholar commands the papers to either disperse or converge before him. Such talent is utterly nonsensical. The elderly scholar scoffs, causing several sheets to crumple and fly into the wastebasket. "This poem is commendable. It shall be selected. Proceed. Please take a look, esteemed elder." Upon the middle-aged man's words, a sheet glides before the elderly scholar, who, after a brief glance, declares, "Approved." The paper then floats to the young man's front. The young man looks up and replies, "Pending." Thus, the sheet is set aside, while the other 2 continue their review. The middle-aged scholar glances toward the entrance and kindly inquires, "Are these the poems from the county examinations across various regions?" Indeed, over 2,000 poems were recommended from 90 provinces, and after the sacred selection, only 67 remain, the lowest being from the counties, the clerk responds. The elderly grand scholar grumbles in dissatisfaction. "In recent years, where have the county and government examinations produced any worthy poetry? The last of the 4 great talents of this generation graduated 5 years ago. Truly, one crab is not better than another." The selection of poetry from the county and government examinations under the sacred path is utterly unfounded. "I shall not look further. You 2 decide, and I shall acquiesce." With a gesture, the middle-aged grand scholar summons the papers from the clerk's boxes, which immediately soar through the air with a rustling sound, forming a white paper bridge that neatly lands on his table. After a full half-hour, the middle-aged grand scholar begins to peruse the county examination poetry, turning page after page. Upon reaching the 26th poem, his expression shifts, and he involuntarily reads it aloud, revealing the piece titled Spring Dawn. Initially, the other 2 grand scholars remain unresponsive. But as he concludes with the final line, "How many flowers fall? Who can tell?" both the elderly and young scholars lift their gazes to the middle-aged scholar. The young scholar nods and states, "Approved." The 2 had anticipated a judgment from the middle-aged scholar, yet he continues to read another frontier poem, Year's End. "Excellent. A spirit of righteousness. 1 person, 2 poems? Whose talent is this?" The elderly scholar exclaims candidly. "Do you recall this year's only dual-top scholar?" The previously composed young scholar's eyes widen slightly, unable to fathom that a mere scholar could compose such remarkable poetry. "I have heard of it. Those younger ones are curious and have been inquiring about him, but I haven't paid much attention. Are all these works attributed to that scholar?" The elderly scholar reaches out and seizes the paper, which bears the titles Spring Dawn and Year's End. The middle-aged scholar then examines the next page and remarks, "So Spring Dawn was composed during the examination. Year's End was only half finished in the examination and later completed at the scholar's literary gathering. However, there is another astonishing matter. dissatisfied with last year's defeat of the Jing kingdom. He boldly proclaimed at the gathering, "The rise and fall of the world is the responsibility of every individual." Excellent. Just this single sentence could etch his name in the annals of history. Is he named Fang Yun? I have taken note, and should we meet, we shall surely converse late into the night by candlelight. What a remarkable talent indeed. This individual must surely be a late bloomer. Yet the elder scholar responded, at the age of 16. The older scholar was momentarily taken aback, while the younger scholar's gaze suddenly sharpened with intensity. Then these two poems, along with the notion that the rise and fall of the world rests upon the shoulders of each individual, will be included in next month's holy path. Naturally, replied the elder scholar. However, the younger scholar interjected, yet Year's End is not the top-ranked poem in the county examination. Its inclusion next month may be challenging. Moreover, given his tender age, having 2 lines from the same work featured in Holy Path within a month would indeed be rather astonishing. Since there are numerous poems to choose from this month, it would be prudent to postpone Year's End by a month. Chapter 26. The confluence of 3 poems. The middle-aged scholar chuckled. What if he produces new poetry next month? Shall we defer indefinitely? The elderly scholar turned his gaze towards the young scholar, who hailed from the kingdom of Qing, while Fang Yun belonged to the kingdom of Jing, which had been at war with Qing for many years. It was hard to believe that he harbored no personal bias. If he unveils new poetry next month, naturally, we shall accept it in full measure, the young scholar replied calmly. The 2 scholars exchanged glances, both displaying a sense of resignation. The young scholar, named Chu Jingxiang, was a disciple of a semi-saint. He could not afford to offend for such a trivial matter. Just as they were about to consent, a commotion erupted outside. The elderly scholar, initially displeased, waved his sleeve impatiently, and the door to the review hall was flung open by an unseen force. A clerk rushed in, brandishing a sheet of paper, exclaiming excitedly, "National poetry. The national poem has been released. Urgent recommendation." The 3 scholars' faces lit up with joy, their earlier displeasure dissipating entirely. Any piece of national poetry was exceedingly rare, and should such a poet devote themselves to composing frontier poetry, it could yield timeless battle verses, greatly benefiting humanity. Currently, the number of battle poems available for scholars was limited. Each edition fortified humanity's strength. Chu Jingxiang felt even more elated with this national poem. No one would care when the poem Year's End would be released, significantly alleviating his pressure. "May heaven bless humanity," exclaimed the elderly scholar. And with a gesture towards the messenger, the sheet of paper soared to him like an arrow. He opened his mouth and began to read the poem aloud. Upon reaching the lines, "The crowing rooster heralds the moon over the thatched inn, human footprints marked on the frost-covered plank bridge," the 3 scholars' expressions shifted simultaneously. All 3 erudite scholars recognized at once the exquisite craftsmanship within each line of those verses. Instinctively, they compared it to their own compositions, only to find them lacking in either contrast, scenic beauty, or depth. They further compared it to other renowned poems, and the disparity was equally apparent. The words were non-inferior, yet the essence fell short. Those whose essence matched did not achieve such exquisite phrasing. The middle-aged scholar, beaming with excitement, exclaimed, "Marvelous! This is an unprecedented masterpiece. It truly deserves the title of national poetry. Its linguistic brilliance is rare in this age." Chu Jingxiang marveled, "This poem's talent echoes that of Tao Yuanming. I am woefully inadequate by comparison. Who is the esteemed author from which this originates?" The middle-aged scholar, perplexed, summoned the poem to him for a closer examination. Upon scrutinizing it, he fell silent, his expression equally bizarre. Chu Jingxiang hesitated for a moment, then took the poem for himself, his face flushing crimson as he saw the 6 characters, Jing Kingdom, Jixin Fang Yun, standing out starkly. The national poem was to be published in next month's Sacred Path, and the first-place poem from the county examination, Spring Dawn, was also required to be included. Not even Chu Jingxiang could obstruct it, even if his semi-saint mentor intervened. Fang Yun's dual poems would still grace the pages of the Sacred Path. Unable to remain seated, Chu Jingxiang rose and stated, "I am feeling unwell. I must resign from my editorial position for next month's Sacred Path. Please find a timely replacement. Farewell." With that, he departed. As Qiu Jingxiang walked away, the elderly scholar sighed, remarking that Qiu Jingxiang, having achieved early success, swiftly ascended the ranks, achieving remarkable feats, and by the age of 30 had already attained the status of a grand scholar, second only to the 4 great talents. Now, with a young prodigy presenting a challenge, This may indeed serve as a beneficial circumstance for him. However, the fact that Fang Yun hails from Jingwa may not bode well for Qiu. Despite holding the esteemed title of Grand Scholar, he still finds it necessary to impose difficulties upon a youth over trivial matters, exhibiting a narrow focus on the interests of Qinghua rather than the human race. This is not advantageous for him, but presents a significant opportunity for humanity. Nevertheless, he is astute. Should he continue to trouble Fang Yun, his literary reputation may falter, hindering his aspirations of becoming a great sage. The middle-aged scholar chuckled wryly and said, "Let us not dwell on him. Let us speak of Fang Yun. His year's end work is expected to be released next month. It is unprecedented to have 3 poems shining together. Even the pastoral sage, Tao Yuanming, only managed to have 2 poems published simultaneously. In the peak of his career, he had 6 consecutive issues of Sacred Path featuring his pastoral poetry, earning him the title of an unrivaled poet. Yet this Fang Yun, merely a child scholar, is not in the least inferior to the sage. He is indeed a remarkable talent. I fear his brilliance may overshadow him, proving detrimental to his future growth." The middle-aged scholar continued, however, "I have an additional page you have yet to peruse, detailing how Fang Yun was injured before the county examination but fortuitously encountered a mysterious master who provided guidance. The next day, despite his injuries, he sat for the examination, and the local magistrate even composed a poem in his honor, to which Fang Yun responded with one of his own. The poems themselves are not the crux of the matter, rather, it is the identity of that master which holds significance. Then I am reassured. To cultivate a student of such caliber, the master must undoubtedly be a great sage. And it would not be surprising if it were Chen Guanhai, the sage Chen. Alas, Fang Yun is still young, merely a child scholar. Were he to become a juncture, he might very well surpass the poet lord among the 4 great talents. Regardless, I am eager to meet him. Who wouldn't wish to?" They exchanged hearty laughter. In the city of Daoism, Fang Yun made arrangements with the matron to begin teaching at the Fang Family Academy in 5 days. In the afternoon, Fang Yun convened with Liang Yuan and the hired staff to discuss the development direction of the bookstore. The suggestions from Liang Yuan and the others were conventional. Yet Fang Yun did not dismiss them. Instead, he built upon their ideas, articulating specifics on advertising, marketing, and target customer selection. Liang Yuan and the others listened, astonished. But being experienced individuals, they quickly recognized the immense feasibility, even the revolutionary potential, of Fang Yun's proposals, diligently noting them down to implement based on their current circumstances. Ultimately, Fang Yun's vision for the bookstore focused on popular novels. However, given the current decline in the popularity of such literature, bookstores specializing in it typically do not yield substantial profits. While others harbored reservations, they hesitated to contradict the proprietor, opting instead to listen attentively. Fang Yun instructed them to swiftly produce a batch of hard paper bookmarks, at least 50,000 pieces, inscribing Sanwei Book House upon them, designing a trademark, and including aphorisms and notable quotes to be included with future publications. This seemingly ordinary design left Liang Yuan and the staff utterly speechless. "Master, surely you cannot be the epitome of cleverness? The poetry is exquisite, and your business acumen is remarkable. If you were to abandon the literary path for commerce, other merchants would surely be at your mercy. Indeed, your marketing strategies are nothing short of extraordinary. Upon reflection, they may not seem surprising. Yet we find ourselves unable to conceive such ideas." Fang Yun chuckled. "You should delve into some popular novels. Within 5 days, I shall produce an original manuscript ready for printing, aiming to print 10,000 copies." An elderly gentleman interjected hastily. "Master, you are unaware of the intricacies of this trade. Publishing is not so straightforward. There exists only one literary report and one holy journal. Why do others not venture into publishing? Because the Holy Academy does not permit it. While the Academy allows for books to be published, they must first undergo scrutiny by the Literary Institute. If your book is to be sold in Jiangzhou, it must be approved by the Jiangzhou Literary Institute. For it to be sold in Jinghua, permission from the Jinghua Academy is requisite. And for it to reach the 10 kingdoms, the Holy Academy's consent is imperative. 5 days is far too brief. At least 15 days are required. And printing takes time. Without a month, the store will not receive the books. This matter should fall under the jurisdiction of the Literary Exchange Institute of the Provincial Literary Institute, correct? Indeed. Then there is no issue. After I complete the manuscript, I shall pay a visit to the Provincial Literary Institute's director show, present my work for his perusal, and kindly request a preface. Surely, we can manage to print within 5 days. What? You know Director Zhou? And he would write a preface? Then it should be no problem at all. He oversees the Literary Exchange Institute, so there is absolutely no concern. The old fellow remarked enviously, unconsciously straightening his posture. The other's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Since the new master was acquainted with Director Zhou, perhaps the Sanwei bookstore could indeed flourish. Fang Yun stood to leave when Liang Yuan, astonished, reached out to stop him. What did you say? Your book is not yet finished? Please tell me you have not yet put pen to paper. I am crafting a novella, approximately 20 to 30,000 words. I should be able to complete it in 5 days, even if it means sacrificing sleep tonight. A novel written in just 2 days? Everyone regarded Fang Yun with skepticism. I have a rough draft. The content is already clear in my mind. Now, you all may resume your tasks. At this moment, Jiang Pozi and Fang Daniu had already prepared Fang Yun's eastern chamber, where he and Fang Daniu would reside, while Yang Yuhuan and Jiang Pozi would inhabit the western chamber. Fang Yun glanced at the little fox, which had been settled in a bamboo basket lined with blankets. Still in a state of unconsciousness, the room was suffused with a faint, exotic fragrance that invigorated the spirit and uplifted the mind. Could the aroma of the fragrant fox truly awaken one's senses? Fang Yun dismissed the thought and began to peruse the newly acquired volume, Notes from the Stone Furnace Pavilion. This book was authored by a literary figure among the myriad of writers. However, the novelist's prominence had waned, having never produced a half-saint, leading to a gradual decline. Fang Yun first catalogued this book within the realm of extraordinary literature, then commenced his reading, for the reading speed within this domain was exponentially greater than usual. While it is inadvisable to read too swiftly when studying the classics of the saints, the convenience of reference materials in the realm of extraordinary literature remains unparalleled. In merely a quarter of an hour, Fang Yun grasped the threads of popular novels in this world, much like the era prior to the Tang dynasty on Earth. Only strange tales existed, and the first monumental work of narrative fiction, the Tang legend, had yet to emerge. The subsequent Yuan dramas, as well as the novels from the Song, Ming, and Qing dynasties, were profoundly influenced by the Tang tales. It can be asserted that the Tang tales are the progenitors of the novels from the Ming and Qing eras. With works such as Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio and 3 Words and 2 Beats nearly wholly inheriting the stylistic forms of the Tang narratives. Chapter 27. The Tale of Yingying. The 4 great literary masterpieces from the Ming and Qing dynasties possess the most profound influence, significantly enhancing my literary reputation while also proving lucrative. However, the sheer volume of text is daunting. The market requires cultivation, and certain themes within these works are unfamiliar to me, necessitating the purchase of related texts for guidance. Thus, at present, it is most prudent to focus on the concise narratives of Tang legends, which seamlessly align with the era. Once I have nurtured a readership for these Tang legends, I shall embark on the creation of longer, more esteemed works. In the future, I could weave the annals of history into novel form, thereby facilitating the incorporation of poetry and classical allusions. After much contemplation, Fang Yun set his sights on the Tang legend of the Tale of Yingying, particularly as the renowned Yuan drama The West Chamber is adapted from this narrative. The historical and literary stature of this tale is exceptionally high, and its emergence in the contemporary Xingyuan continent is bound to create a stir. The eminent Qing dynasty literary figure and critic Jin Xingtan once ranked The West Chamber among the 6 masters of literature, placing it alongside Water Margin, records of the Grand Historian, and the regulated verses of Du Fu. Nevertheless, the original text of the Tale of Yingying is rather brief, comprising a mere 3,000 characters, rendering it unsuitable for publication and unlikely to fetch a good price. The story concludes tragically, and its essence does not resonate with the taste of today's Xiyuan audience. Given that The West Chamber boasts a more favorable ending and a stronger narrative, it would be wise to base my work on it, while omitting elements that do not align with the ethos of the Xingyuan continent. Fang Yun mused. Consequently, he began to scour the realm of extraordinary literature for novels or Yuan dramas related to the Tale of Yingying in the West Chamber, gradually piecing together a new narrative. While the West Chamber encompasses over 50,000 characters, it is, after all, a Yuan drama, necessitating significant reductions for its transformation into a novel. In this era, a single page contains a mere 160 characters, totaling around 320 characters per page. Fang Yun resolved to condense the text to approximately 30,000 characters, aiming for 100 pages, which would qualify as a lengthy novel in these times. After an hour of diligent effort, he extracted the essence from the Tale of Yingying, The West Chamber, and other texts, discarding or altering any elements incongruous with the Xingyuan realm, resulting in a new iteration of the West Chamber. This reimagined tale bears resemblance to the original, yet diverges in its narrative arc, depicting a noblewoman, Shui Yingying, who, in a bid to safeguard her father, is compelled to promise herself to the son of the left chancellor. However, prior to the nuptials, she encounters a humble scholar from a modest background, and the two fall deeply in love. Eventually, the impoverished scholar triumphs in the imperial examination, competing against the left chancellor's son in a poetic duel, ultimately emerging victorious and marrying Shui Yingying. The timeless theme of the underdog triumphing over the affluent and privileged resonates universally across cultures and epics. Perhaps I should pen a historical romance akin to Titanic? On second thought, perhaps not. Fang Yun chuckled softly. A new version of the West Chamber was duly inscribed into the annals of extraordinary literature, and Fang Yun began the process of ink and brush. He named the impoverished scholar Fang Zhiyun, retaining Shui Yingying's name, while the left chancellor's son was rebranded as Lu Ziqing. The mere thought of Lu Ziqing's reaction upon encountering this work brought a smile to his face. Thus, without the need for excessive elaboration, the onlookers would surmise that Fang Yun was indeed subjected to the oppression and humiliation by Lu Ziqing, harboring resentment in his heart, and consequently, he penned this remarkable tome based on his own experiences. The entirety of the book flowed effortlessly within the realm of imagination, requiring no contemplation from Fang Yun as he incessantly transcribed his thoughts onto the paper. Fang Yun wrote with great urgency, oblivious to the passage of time until evening fell. He hastily partook of his dinner, requesting Yang Yuhuan to save him a portion of supper, and then resumed his writing. Although night enveloped the world, his keen eyesight rendered the darkness inconsequential, and he continued to write fervently. Fang Daniu succumbed to slumber before him, while the little fox remained blissfully unaware. In the deep of the night, after finishing his supper, Fang Yun continued to write until dawn, laboring for a full 12 hours. Only when his arms ached unbearably did he surrender to sleep. After a mere 3 hours of rest, he arose to have breakfast and resumed his writing. As midday approached, the aroma of dishes wafted through the room. Fang Yun, rubbing his sore wrists, paused his pen to take a break. The relentless practice of calligraphy was indeed exhausting. Had it not been for the nourishing inspiration he had received in recent days and the ample sustenance he had enjoyed, he might have fallen ill from fatigue. Suddenly, a sound caught his attention, and he turned to see the little fox in the bamboo basket had awakened, gazing at him with its round, glistening black eyes, displaying an innocently adorable demeanor. The little fox sniffed the air repeatedly, turning its head toward the door, where enticing scents drifted in from outside. Fang Yun smiled slightly and remarked, "You're awake? Surely, you're not hungry?" The little fox immediately exhibited a bashful expression, lowering its head shyly, unable to meet Fang Yun's gaze. Intrigued, Fang Yun wondered if this little fox could comprehend human speech. "Come, I'll carry you to eat," he said as he approached. However, the little fox struggled to flee, its limbs feeling as though they were ensnared in cotton, devoid of strength. Eventually, it could only curl its body up, looking at Fang Yun with a mixture of fear and plea, as if imploring him not to harm it. Fang Yun slowly extended his hand, placing it before the creature without making contact. Sensing no malice from Fang Yun, the fear in the little fox's eyes dissipated, although a lingering plea remained. "If I meant to harm you, you would have perished outside the city long ago. How could you still be alive now?" Fang Yun reasoned. The little fox immediately displayed a contemplative expression, the plea in its eyes fading. Fang Yun gently stroked its head, and the little fox adopted a reluctant yet resigned demeanor. "Come," he urged, reaching to embrace it. The little fox, however, was not pleased with being held and struggled against Fang Yun's grip. But its small size rendered its efforts futile against Fang Yun's strength. "If you continue to resist, I shall toss you outside the city and let the monsters that pursue you have their way with you." The little fox trembled at this threat. Ceasing its struggles and gazing up at Fang Yun with a pitiful expression, tears glistening in its eyes. "If you behave, I shall let you stay here. Once you are healed, you may choose to leave or remain. What say you?" Fang Yun inquired. The little fox instinctively nodded in agreement. Fang Yun, smiling, asked, "Can you understand our human language?" The little fox paused momentarily, its bright, dark eyes spinning gently before it resolutely shook its head, as if to convey its inability to comprehend. Fang Yun was thoroughly amused by the foolish little fox, laughing heartily. The little fox displayed a perplexed expression, as if to say, "How can you not believe me after shaking your head? Henceforth, I shall call you little foolish fox, Fong Yun chuckled. To his surprise, the little fox immediately changed its demeanor, angrily protesting the name with a couple of sharp yelps. You haven't told me your name, so whose fault is it? Little foolish fox. The little fox, now flustered, urgently cried out, Nunu. Nunu. Your name is Nunu? Fong Yun was bemused by the notion of a fox bearing such a name, though he found it rather charming. The little fox promptly nodded in delight, a hint of pride illuminating its features. Nunu, let us go eat. Nunu vigorously nodded, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Fong Yun cradled Nunu in his left hand while reaching for the door with his right, but to his astonishment, Nunu let out a soft squeak. Glancing down, he noticed that Nunu had become shy once more, her snowy white fur seemingly tinged with a blush, as she covered her face with her tiny paws. Fong Yun pondered over Nunu's shyness and took a few steps, realizing that his left hand felt warm, as if cradling her belly. Could it be that this was the source of her embarrassment? He instinctively wiggled his fingers, gently rubbing her tummy. Yip yip. Nunu's voice was a mix of bashfulness and urgency, tinged with a hint of grievance. Fong Yun cleared his throat, deciding to refrain from teasing Nunu further, and proceeded toward the main room. The architecture of the common dwelling was quite uniform, comprising an eastern and a western wing, each equipped with a clay kong, a traditional heated bed. Between the two wings lay the main room, which housed two stoves by the entrance for cooking and warmth during winter. Within the innermost part of the main room stood a dining table, serving as both a living and dining space, albeit somewhat cramped. Fong Yun surmised that this fragrant fox was not an ordinary creature, but rather a type of spirit. Yet the absence of any suppression from the sacred temple of Daoism indicated its harmlessness, allowing him to feel at ease inviting it to dine. Yang Yuhuan was delighted to see the little fox awake and remarked to Fong Yun, You kept late hours last night and have been writing all morning. I was concerned you might not have enough to eat, so I specially stewed an extra chicken. Now that you are a student, your appetite must have grown, and I'm uncertain how much you require. Nunu observed Yang Yuhuan with curiosity, her gaze sweeping across the main room, tinged with a hint of caution. Thank you, Sister Yuhuan, Fong Yun replied. No need for thanks among family. Yang Yuhuan responded warmly. Nunu's eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing the clay pot brimming with 2 chickens, her gaze seemingly glued to it. Let us all eat together. Aunt Jiang, please prepare a small bowl for Nunu, one she can use from now on, Fong Yun instructed. Certainly, came the reply. He gently set Nunu down on the ground and placed an empty small bowl before her. Nunu obediently sat in front of the bowl, gazing up at Fong Yun like a little child, though a hint of drool lingered at the corner of her mouth. The 4 of them gradually took their seats, and Yang Yuhuan placed a chicken leg into Fong Yun's bowl, saying, All 4 chicken legs are for you. Despite his elevated status, Fong Yun did not look down upon Aunt Jiang and Fong Daniu. In his eyes, they remained relatives and neighbors. Though they might hesitate to share a table with him in the future, for now, they would be treated as guests. Each person received 1 chicken leg, neither more nor less than necessary. Sister Yuhuan, please divide the rest, Fong Yun urged. Of course, Yang Yuhuan distributed chicken legs to the other 2 individuals. The young master truly is a benevolent soul. Jiang Pozi smiled widely, unable to contain her delight. Hee, Fong Daniu grinned foolishly. The 2 of them had refrained from indulging in excessive meat the previous day, merely taking a few bites and primarily consuming vegetables. After all, Jixian is a modest county. While grains are plentiful, meat remains a luxury. Chapter 28. The scholar before the altar Fong Yun delicately placed a piece of chicken wing into Nunu's bowl, saying, Enjoy your meal. Nunu promptly clasped its tiny paws in gratitude towards Fong Yun, then joyfully began to eat. The polite little fox amused the 4 of them, prompting Yang Yuhuan to add a piece of meat to Nunu's bowl. Nunu immediately lifted its head, casting a wary glance at Yang Yuhuan, then at the piece of meat, gently sniffing it before returning to the chicken wing provided by Fong Yun. After finishing the chicken wing, Nunu licked its paws and mouth with its pink tongue, disregarding the meat Yang Yuhuan had offered, instead gazing up at Fong Yun with adorable, pleading eyes as if to say, Just 1 more piece, please. Surprised that Nunu refused to eat the meat offered by others, Fong Yun reassured. You can safely eat that piece of meat. You must also listen to her from now on. Reluctantly, Nunu lowered its head and began to nibble on the meat given by Yang Yuhuan. Fong Yun affectionately stroked its head, and Nunu nuzzled against his hand, devouring the meat with a look of satisfaction, its earlier displeasure forgotten. While Fong Yun continued to eat, he also fed Nunu, only to realize afterward that although Nu was smaller than a chicken, it had consumed an entire one, its little belly now round and plump. After writing for a while, Nu suddenly began to whimper. Fang Yun turned to see Nu pointing at his table with its tiny paw. "Do you want to come up?" he inquired. Nu enthusiastically nodded in response. "All right," Fang Yun said, lifting it up and examining its paws, which were adorned with charming pink pads, impeccably clean, despite having just eaten on the ground without washing. A talented scholar can enjoy protection, repelling even the most bothersome of insects, but only by becoming a Hamlin can one remain untainted by dust, even after decades without bathing. Perhaps the demonic beings possess a similar purity, but their strength must at least rival that of a Hamlin. Clearly, Nu was a young fox. Could its status be extraordinary? Pondering this, Fang Yun set Nu down on the table. Suddenly, he asked, "Do you truly understand our human language?" This time, Nu responded quickly, shaking its head resolutely. Fang Yun placed his hand on his forehead, exclaiming, "You are remarkably clever." Nu beamed with joy, believing Fang Yun to be sincere in his praise. Fang Yun smiled and continued writing the West Chamber. Nu lay on the table, observing the characters on the paper. Initially, its gaze was somewhat vacant, but as it gradually grasped the relationships between the characters, it became fully engaged, its expression shifting in tandem with Fang Yun's words. When Fang Zhiyun and Shui Yingying expressed their affections, Nu wore a captivated expression. As Fang Zhiyun aided Shui Yingying in overcoming a crisis, Nu appeared very pleased. However, when the narrative turned to Lu Zixing's schemes against Fang Zhiyun, Nu suddenly let out an indignant cry, swatting at the characters spelling Lu Zixing. "What are you doing?" Fang Yun glared at Nu glowered back at Fang Yun, still immersed in the story. Gently, Fang Yun patted its head, saying, "Behave yourself, or I shan't let you watch anymore." Nu suddenly realized her impulsiveness, scratching her head with her tiny paw and shyly smiling, revealing an expression of contrition. To her surprise, "My first reader would be a fox," Fang Yun chuckled. Nu voiced her dissatisfaction with a sharp cry, as if to question what was wrong with being a fox. After writing for 2 hours, Fang Yun felt fatigued and decided to leave the East Chamber with some ink and paper, intending to take the opportunity during his break to teach Yang Yuhuan how to recognize characters. Nu obediently remained on the table, but as soon as Fang Yun departed, she excitedly began to flip through the Western Chamber, occasionally perking up her ears to listen for Fang Yun's movements. Fang Yun placed the ink and paper on the desk in the West Chamber and walked to the main room, where he saw Yang Yuhuan tidying up the yard. "Sister Yuhuan, wash your hands and come in. I have something to discuss with you." "Oh," Yang Yuhuan replied, taking a basin to wash her hands before approaching Fang Yun. "What is it?" she asked, tilting her beautiful face to look at him. Fang Yun took her hand and led her inside, saying, "I have come to teach you how to read and write." Yang Yuhuan softly agreed, feeling the warmth and firmness of his hand. Fang Yun ushered Yang Yuhuan into the West Chamber, spread out a sheet of white paper, and picked up a brush, yet he hesitated to begin writing. In this era, elementary education consisted solely of the 100 family surnames and the 1,000-character classic, along with various compilations from local academies. Notably absent were renowned educational texts such as the 3-character classic, the juncture family instructions, and the expanded collection of wise sayings. Fang Yun recalled his own early education, which had centered around rote memorization of the 1,000-character classic and the 100 family surnames, a process that had taken him considerable time to master. The 1,000-character classic contains 1,000 fundamental characters, arranged in a balanced and coherent manner, making it exceptionally suitable for children. After completing the 1,000-character classic and the 100 family surnames, Fang Yun had transitioned directly to studying the classics in private school, a leap that had proved quite challenging. Most children here, upon finishing the 1,000-character classic and the 100 family surnames, would immediately delve into works like the Analects, which was rather hasty. A more gradual approach involving texts such as the 3-character classic and the expanded collection of wise sayings would have been preferable before tackling the classics. However, as Yang Yuhuan was illiterate, they would commence with the 1,000-character classic. Fang Yun announced, "Now I shall teach you the content of the 1,000-character classic. Today, we will start with the 8 most fundamental characters, and we will gradually increase the complexity." He then wrote the opening characters Heaven and Earth, Mysterious Yellow, Universe, and Primal Chaos on the paper, explaining each to Yang Yuhuan in detail. Upon returning to the room, Fang Yun glanced at the table, finding everything unchanged, save for Nu's beaming demeanor, seemingly eager to please him. He gently patted her head, and this time, she did not resist. Rather, she appeared to enjoy the affection. Fang Yun continued writing the Western Chamber. After completing a page, just as he was about to change the paper, Nunu suddenly called out and placed her fluffy paw on his wrist. "What is it?" Fang Yun inquired. Unable to speak, Nunu pointed at the character on the page, exclaiming, "Nunu, Nunu." Seeing that Fang Yun did not comprehend, she grew a bit anxious. Upon closer inspection, Fang Yun realized that in his haste, he had omitted a dot in the final character, prompting him to promptly add it. There were errors in the characters, as the phrase was mistakenly transcribed. Fang Yun smiled as he quoted the saying. The little creature, Nu, expressed its excitement with a fluffy tail sweeping back and forth. "From now on, you must watch over me closely," it urged. In ancient times, scholars had companions to read alongside them. I have Nu to add fragrance to my endeavors. And this book owes its creation to your contribution. Nu, even more exhilarated, leaped lightly, attempting to land on Fang Yun's shoulder. Though it had gained strength from its meal, it still lacked the power, prompting Fang Yun to extend his hand to his chest, allowing Nu to jump into his embrace. Joyfully, Nu rubbed its head against Fang Yun's chest, radiating pure delight. After playing with Nu for a while, Fang Yun gently patted its rear, saying, "All right, I shall continue my writing." With that, he placed Nu on the table. However, Nu, blushing slightly, covered its eyes with its tiny paws and lay on the table, no longer glancing at what Fang Yun was writing. After Fang Yun penned several characters, Nu perked up its ears and stealthily observed Fang Yun, discovering that he seemed unfazed. Gradually, it lifted its head and resumed reading the West Chamber, its fluffy tail swaying gently. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Fang Yun finally completed the entire The West Chamber. As he penned the final stroke, a stirring sensation enveloped him, prompting him to close his eyes and delve into the literary palace. Within the palace, 2 changes occurred. The starry sky above now contained 6 stars, one of which was significantly larger than the others, symbolizing the national poem Jixian Zhaoxing. The 6 stars emitted a soft glow, illuminating Fang Yun's statue. A thread of talent, originally a mere 3 inches tall, now soared to 6 inches. Upon reaching 10 inches and undergoing refinement, he could visit the sacred temple to pay homage, and this talent would expand like a needle, transforming him into a scholar. While others needed to worship at the sacred temple for their talents to ascend, the nourishment from these illustrious stars might enable me to become a scholar rare in a century. It is said that the status of a scholar before the sage is the pinnacle, with none achieving it apart from those personally taught by Confucius. Upon leaving the literary palace, Fang Yun swiftly read through the West Chamber, making several revisions before finalizing the manuscript. He realized that the word count of the West Chamber could not compare to the 4 great classics, yet in this era, it was considered a lengthy work. However, as a book, its pages were still a bit sparse. Thus, Fang Yun took up his pen once more to write a renowned piece from Tang Dynasty's legendary tales. Jinjingqi. This story gave rise to a proverb, Huang Liang Yi Ming, which became more widely known than the title itself. Jinzhongji narrates the tale of a scholar in dire straits who encounters a semi-saint traveling the world at an inn. Observing the scholar's talent, yet fixation on officialdom, the semi-saint gifts him a literary treasure in the form of a pillow. Upon receiving the pillow, the scholar slips into a deep slumber as the kitchen of the inn begins to steam millet. In his dream, the scholar envisions himself on a path to success, soaring high, ultimately rising to the position of a prime minister, basking in wealth and glory. However, he is falsely accused of treason by other high officials and imprisoned by the sovereign in a celestial dungeon. After several years, his grievances are rectified, and he once again ascends to a prestigious position, surrounded by prosperous descendants. In the twilight of his life, he wishes to resign from his post, but the sovereign refuses. Yet, having seen through it all, he pens a memorial requesting his resignation, passing away shortly thereafter. Upon awakening, the scholar found the semi-saint still by his side, while the fragrant millet porridge steamed away, yet to be fully cooked. The scholar, having achieved profound enlightenment, relinquished the pursuit of fame and fortune, devoting himself instead to the sacred path, eventually becoming a revered sage of his era. Fang Yun believed that the dream of the pillow resonated harmoniously with the prevailing ideologies of the Holy Yuan continent. Thus, with a few modifications, it transformed into a fitting short story. By the time he completed his work, the afternoon had waned. After a brief slumber and a modest dinner, he instructed Fang Daniu to drive the carriage towards the Zhou residence. The prefectural academy and the local government were of equal rank, both overseen by officials of the third rank. Although Zhou's clerk held only a sixth rank, he was responsible for institutions such as the Literary Exchange Institute, wielding significant power and managed various affairs of the entire state, his authority rivaling that of a fifth-rank governor. Chapter 29. Obstruction. Before the residence of the Zhou family stood 2 stone lions, and a large red lantern hung high above the entrance, casting a warm crimson glow over the surroundings. The grand door was tightly shut, and Fang Yun approached. Grasping the brass knocker, he rapped thrice upon the door. After a brief wait, a voice emerged from within, and soon the door opened to reveal a middle-aged man in his 40s. Fang Yun presented a letter, stating, "I am Fang Yun. This letter is entrusted to me by County Magistrate Kai He of Jixian to deliver to Master Zhou. I intended to arrive a few days ago, but unforeseen circumstances delayed my visit until today." The doorman, noticing Fang Yun's scholarly attire, immediately accepted the letter with both hands, responding respectfully, "Please wait a moment. I shall deliver this to the master at once." Just as the doorman was about to close the door, he hesitated, then hurriedly rushed inside. Fang Yun heard him muttering, "Fang Yun? I believe the master has mentioned him before." Before long, a loud voice resonated from within. "Has Fang Shuangjiao arrived? This is infuriating." Fang Yun felt a chill. The man's irate tone suggested a turbulent relationship with Kai He, or perhaps some unforeseen incident had transpired. Clenching the thick manuscript in his hand, he hesitated, remaining stationary. Through the slightly ajar door, Fang Yun perceived a middle-aged man in casual attire striding towards him. Upon spotting Fang Yun, the man's expression shifted dramatically. A mix of laughter and exasperation as he exclaimed, "Ah, you, Fang Shuangjia. The court is in disarray because of you, yet you remain so calm." Fang Yun wore a perplexed expression. The court? The grand hall where the sovereign summoned his ministers? Was it truly in chaos over him? It seemed implausible. The man, amused by Fang Yun's bewilderment, urged, "Do not just stand there. Come inside." "You." He shook his head in disbelief. Fang Yun bowed respectfully, saying, "I am Fang Yun. Honored to meet you, Master Zhou." The influential sixth-rank official, devoid of any airs of authority, resembled a benevolent elder addressing a younger relative. As he patted Fang Yun's shoulder and chuckled, "Since you are the one Kai mentioned, we are like family now. No need for formality, step inside." Understanding that such warmth from a prominent official upon their first encounter was extraordinary, Fang Yun expressed his gratitude, inquiring as he entered, "Master Zhou, I have been occupied these past few days and have had little contact with the outside world. May I ask what has transpired?" Master Zhou smiled. "What else could it be but your poetry?" Upon receiving your national poem, Kai He immediately sent word to the esteemed court. The Lord, upon reading it, was so impressed that he struck the table in admiration, then forwarded it to the Holy Academy and the Minister of Culture. Yet, he soon regretted sending it so hastily. What ensued? Fang Yun prompted. On a tranquil day, when the morning court convened the following day, trouble arose. The Chancellor of the Academy stood in the court advocating for your nobility, declaring that not only are you the first scholar in Jing country to achieve the rank of Shuangjia before the Holy One, but you are also the first to publish in the Holy Path as a scholar, and the first in the 10 kingdoms to compose poems of merit as a scholar. Furthermore, you are the only one in the 10 kingdoms who has managed to shake the confidence of a chancellor despite being merely a student. For your significant contributions to both Jing country and humanity, you deserve the title of County Earl of the 9th generation. Fang Yun was taken aback. In the Holy Yuan continent, although ranks and titles differed, there existed a corresponding relationship. The lowest rank of a rural man equated to the 9th grade, while the highest, that of a prince, corresponded to the 1st grade. A county count was equivalent to the 6th grade, meaning that if you were to be conferred the title of county count, the county magistrate Kai would be obliged to pay respects to him as a subordinate. If he were indeed awarded the title of county count, Fang Yun would no longer have to act with trepidation, and his days would improve considerably. So he wouldn't need to involve the Fang family even in opening a bookshop. A county count for 9 generations meant that his descendants could inherit this title within 9 generations, making him extraordinarily prominent within a single jurisdiction. However, were matters not progressing smoothly? Fang Yun inquired. The opposition came from the left chancellor. The conferment of titles required recommendations from both the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Personnel, followed by decisions from the cabinet and the monarch. Yet, the Ministry of Personnel was predominantly composed of the left chancellor's affiliates, and even the Deputy Minister of War was also aligned with the left chancellor, who oversaw the title conferment matters. Therefore, Unless the Empress Dowager intervened forcefully, no one could secure a title for him if the left chancellor opposed it. Why does the left chancellor obstruct me? Fang Yun said as the two entered the main hall and took their seats on either side of a table. The clerk Zhou glanced at Fang Yun and remarked, "The left chancellor would not confront you directly. Instead, it is the deputy minister of war, Hong, who presents the case. His pretext is your poem End of the Year, claiming that you penned this poem before becoming a student and that at such a tender age. Your lack of experience leads to reckless commentary on state affairs, rendering you unfit for significant responsibilities in the future. Is there truly no one to refute such a ludicrous reason?" Fang Yun inquired. "Of course, there are those who countered," Zhou replied. "They noted that you only completed half of the poem during the examination and finished it only after attaining a literary degree, demonstrating your understanding of propriety and the need for moderation, advocating for your promotion. Yet neither side could persuade the other. Some praised your poetic talent. While the left chancellor's faction dismissed poetry as trivial, others claimed you caused the enemy state's scholar to tremble, but they countered that there was no evidence. Some argued for your significant reward for achieving triple brilliance in poetry, yet the left chancellor's supporters insisted you were too young and that you should be rigorously tempered, believing that only through hardship would you learn to serve the nation." Fang Yun sneered and asked, "Have you heard any rumors?" "To my mind, the left chancellor has no reason to target me over a poem." Zhou pondered for a moment and replied, "To speak plainly, the left chancellor would not target you solely for a poem. However, if you were the top candidate in the county magistrate Kai's double excellence case, and Kai happens to be a student of the literary chancellor, and you are likely to become a grand scholar or even a sage, the left chancellor would have ample grounds to oppose you. Furthermore, you're falling out with the prestigious Liu family. I have received word from the capital that Liu Ji, of the Liu family, seems to have expressed disparaging remarks about you, bordering on slander." "What did he say?" Fang Yun pressed. "Accusations of being lazy and relying on women for support, among such sentiments. In short, your reputation in the capital is quite unfavorable," Zhou disclosed, not delving deeper. Fang Yun's countenance turned dark as he stated, "Is it permissible for someone born into affluence to slander us, the children of humble origins? Alas, there is little to be done. The left chancellor wields considerable influence, and presently, no one dares to offend the Liu family. I suspect there are individuals deliberately speaking about you in the left chancellor's presence, intentionally linking your end of the year poem to him. Thus, while the left chancellor may not directly confront you, his silence equates to tacit approval of the attacks against you." "What has been the Empress Dowager's reaction?" Fang Yun inquired. "The Empress Dowager naturally wishes to confer a title upon you. However, given that the left chancellor currently holds the upper hand, she cannot risk inciting public wrath. Nevertheless, your contributions are undeniable, and thus both parties will negotiate a mutually acceptable outcome." Fang Yun inquired, "Having traversed the corridors of power for so long, can you predict the final result?" Sighing, he replied, "In truth, many can foresee this. Such occurrences are not unprecedented. Pray, enlighten me." Fang Yun pressed further. "Firstly, you may be granted some gold, silver, antiques, or luxurious silks. Secondly, a posthumous title for your parents. And thirdly, your achievements may be converted into literary merit. Should you successfully pass the provincial examinations and ascend to an official position, your rank could be directly elevated. Yet, until you assume office, such literary merit remains but a mere formality." Fang Yun queried, "Is the left chancellor not concerned that I might rise through the ranks after becoming an official?" Zhou, the secretary, responded, "Once you are conferred a title, unless you commit grievous offenses such as treason, the left chancellor cannot penalize you. However, if you remain merely a civil servant, the left chancellor possesses countless means to target you. Even if you were to rise to the 5th rank as a newly appointed juncture, what of it? The Ministry of Personnel lies under the left chancellor's control, and he could easily assign you to a remote post. Moreover, how long will it take for you to become a juncture? 10 years? 20? Fang Yun, unfamiliar with the intricacies of the Jing state's bureaucracy, suddenly grasped the sinister intentions of the left chancellor's faction through Zhou's explanation. Bowing his head in silence, he fell into deep contemplation. If even the civil minister could not contend with the left chancellor, how could he? With his current lowly status, he must endure. However, the left chancellor could only influence official ranks, not literary merit. Thus there was no need to fear him. At worst, he would be unable to serve as a civil official. Once his literary status ascended, he could seek retribution, rather than remain silent. It would be prudent to seize this opportunity to cultivate a commendable reputation and unite those opposing the left chancellor. Before long, Fong Yun lifted his gaze and asked, "Might you draft a memorial to convey my sentiments to His Majesty and the Empress Dowager?" "Of course," Zhou, the secretary, replied, his curiosity piqued. With righteous fervor, Fong Yun declared, "As a citizen of the Jing state, I must empathize with the challenges faced by the court officials. I voluntarily request that my contributions be converted into literary merit to prevent discord among our own while we face external threats. I am deeply grateful to the esteemed officials who petitioned for my title. Should the opportunity arise, I shall express my gratitude in kind. However, I am even more appreciative of those who prevented my elevation, for they truly act in the interest of the state and the human race. Should I have a chance, I shall repay them 100-fold. Zhou, the secretary, was taken aback, astonished by the weight of the words spoken by such a young scholar. He marveled at Fong Yun's decisiveness and discernment. Knowing he could not be conferred a title, he chose to step back and preserve a reputation for understanding the greater good, while simultaneously ridiculing the left chancellor's faction for their internal strife at such a moment. Might this phrasing be too direct? Zhou understood well how Fong Yun intended to repay such kindness. With a gentle sigh, he remarked, "You are, after all, a youth of renown. Having endured such humiliation, you naturally ought to respond in kind. It would be peculiar if you did not express your sentiments. Very well, I shall draft the memorial according to your wishes, albeit with slight modifications to the wording, ensuring your dignity remains intact, for your merits are undeniable." Fong Yun took a deep breath and said, "I must first express my gratitude to you, Secretary Zhou. By the way, since I have composed so many fine poems, will our Provincial Literary Institute not bestow upon me some reward? How does 1,000 taels of silver sound?" The district registrar chuckled softly, saying, "Do you wish for a double portion of rewards?" Fong Yun immediately replied, "If the Literary Institute is facing difficulties, then I shall not press the matter. Recently, I have composed 2 novels, wishing to sell them for a living. However, publication requires the Institute's approval, hence I seek your assistance in facilitating this matter. Moreover, if you find them to your liking, perhaps you could pen a preface for my novels." Upon hearing this, the registrar, halfway through, mused that Fong Yun was indeed clever. Clearly, he had come to request an expedited review, yet he first proposed the idea of the Provincial Literary Institute bestowing rewards, then tactfully retreated to his secondary request. The registrar felt compelled to comply. Just as he was about to decline the notion of writing a preface, a thought stirred within him. Chapter 30. A fortuitous misstep. As a 6th-rank official wielding considerable power, the district clerk would typically not deign to preface the work of mere students, let alone that of a humble scholar. However, Fong Yun was different. Should his work gain widespread acclaim, the clerk would also bask in reflected glory. "Let me take a look," he said, as Fong Yun handed over the manuscript he had composed over the past few days. The clerk's eyes widened in astonishment as he examined the pages. "I have heard it said that your penmanship nearly cost you your dual degrees. Yet while your writing may appear somewhat juvenile, it is certainly not lacking. The structure and style exhibit the hallmarks of a true master. With a year of diligent practice, you could rival even those guided by renowned calligraphers. I was spurred by my shame after the county examination to diligently practice my writing, which is why I am now able to produce a commendable script," Fong Yun replied. The clerk did not pursue the matter further, continuing to read the original draft of the West Chamber. Suddenly, he halted, lifting his gaze to regard Fong Yun with an expression of intrigue. However, for a mere student or an ordinary literate person, a text devoid of punctuation can prove particularly taxing. My lord is perceptive. I had not anticipated that you would not only embrace this unconventional approach, but also discern my intentions so swiftly. I'm in awe, Fong Yun exclaimed. The clerk chuckled. As the chief clerk of the Literary Institute, the application of knowledge is fundamental to our scholarly pursuits. Otherwise, how might we contend with the barbaric? Do not mistake me for one of those obstinate traditionalists. Your idea is indeed feasible, provided it is accompanied by a sufficiently accessible and captivating narrative. Since you have the audacity to employ such a method, the story must naturally possess extraordinary qualities. Allow me to see. The clerk began to read the West Chamber with earnest attention. After perusing merely 3 pages, he looked up, casting a profound glance at Fong Yun. The opening is novel. The structure is tightly woven, and the prose is exquisite. Most importantly, the story flows seamlessly, devoid of ostentatious flourishes or lengthy discourses, making it immediately clear what is being conveyed. If the innovative punctuation is remarkable, then your narrative is fundamentally sound. The blend of innovation and tradition is indeed propitious. Thank you for your kind words, my lord, Fong Yun replied. The clerk continued reading, and Fong Yun, initially expecting gradual commentary on the West Chamber, found that the clerk remained silent, engrossed in the text. He sighed inwardly, reflecting on how the tale of Ying and the West Chamber had enjoyed acclaim for over a millennium, undoubtedly possessing merits worthy of praise. Even a genuine scholar like the clerk, who typically looked down upon popular fiction, was captivated, indicating that in the barren landscape of popular literature on the Holy Yuan continent, the new West Chamber would undoubtedly find acceptance among millions of readers. Upon reaching the final page of the tale of Ying, the clerk lingered for a moment, a satisfied smile gracing his face, albeit tinged with a hint of reluctance, as if loath to part with such a fine piece of writing. In my youth, I too delighted in tales of the supernatural, thinking that after attaining my degree, I would no longer find such stories engaging. Yet, upon reading the West Chamber, I realized how mistaken I was. To eschew the supernatural in favor of the human heart, to forsake the court for matters of love. Now that is the essence of true popular literature, appealing to both the refined and the common. I must insist on writing this preface, even if you do not permit me to. Perhaps centuries hence, the sole legacy I leave behind will be the preface to your West Chamber. You flatter me, my lord, Fong Yun said humbly. Your West Chamber was likely penned in a fit of indignation, was it not? The Liu family has truly gone too far, the clerk observed sympathetically, gazing at Fong Yun with understanding. Sigh. Fong Yun remained silent, his head bowed, fearful that his attempts at concealment might be discovered. In truth, the tale of the West Chamber bore no resemblance to Fong Yun's own misfortunes. The district magistrate grew increasingly sympathetic towards Fong Yun. Is there another piece? He inquired. Indeed, Fong Yun replied. It is a whimsical creation of mine from the past, recently revised. While it may not reach the heights of the West Chamber, it does possess its merits. I humbly request your guidance, my lord. Fong Yun remarked that the literary stature of the West Chamber far surpassed that of the Pillow Book, treating the latter merely as an ancillary work, not affording it much significance. The magistrate nodded, continuing to peruse the Pillow Book. Upon encountering the figure of the semi-saint, he chuckled. You are quite audacious, daring to write about a semi-saint. When he reached the part where the scholar dreams of entering the realm of beauty, he exclaimed, marvelous, truly marvelous. After finishing the entirety of the Pillow Book, the magistrate did not speak immediately, but instead contemplated seriously, far more gravely than after reading the West Chamber. Fong Yun was puzzled. Was it not merely a tale of a scholar awakening from a dream, forsaking fame and fortune in pursuit of the sacred path? Why such a profound reaction from the magistrate? Excellent. This piece possesses lofty intentions and provokes deep reflection. How could fleeting fame and fortune compare to the path of the sages? This principle is universally understood, expounded upon through countless texts over millennia, drawing from classics and renowned anecdotes. Yet, to craft a novel promoting the sacred path while ensuring narrative coherence, utilizing a beautiful dream to caution future generations, is unprecedented. Glory is but a dream, while the sacred path is the truth. What profound wisdom! This work may only be the product of a talented individual, yet its monumental contribution to the promotion of the sacred path transcends even the most esteemed works. It is destined to resonate throughout the world. Fong Yun felt a tinge of embarrassment. The weight of such an evaluation, profound wisdom, was too great. This phrase originally referred to Confucius, a great sage of the Han dynasty, and was later used exclusively to describe the multitude of sages. The magistrate declared, your manuscript shall remain with me. Tomorrow, I will personally present it to the Lord of the Academy. The upcoming issue of the Sacred Path has already been confirmed, and this piece will undoubtedly grace the issue a month hence. Fong Yun felt exasperated. He had no desire for acclaim and simply wished to focus on earning a living. Why must he now be featured in the Sacred Path? Surely, you do not hold the Pillow Book in such high regard? Fong Yun queried tentatively. The magistrate replied gravely. I have perused the works of the Sacred Path throughout the ages and am well aware of the value of the Pillow Book. I can assure you that within 3 years, a semi-saint will designate this piece as essential reading for students of the Ten Kingdoms Academy. This work is of tenfold greater importance than your previous national poem. For centuries, novelists have experienced a gradual decline. Recently, a story published in the Sacred Path, titled Song Dingbua Captures Ghosts, hails from the esteemed work records of the search for spirits by the eminent scholar Gan Bao, written over 200 years ago. Fong Yun could only respond with silence. Yet his heart brimmed with joy at having stumbled upon such a remarkable opportunity. Publishing in the Sacred Path not only bestows a prestigious reputation and the chance to erect literary archways, but also grants access to sacred pages. The quantity of works published on the Sacred Path directly influences future opportunities to visit places such as the Sacred Stone Forest or the Sacred Tower, with the highest rewards allowing entry to Confucius's secluded retreat or the Sacred Fallen Land, both of which carry immense significance and unparalleled benefits. This is the fundamental reason why the esteemed grand scholar Chu Jingxiang of the Qing Kingdom obstructed Fang Yun. Zhou, the registrar, said, "Please wait a moment. I shall fetch the gift that Kai He has prepared for you." His tone was laced with envy. Shortly thereafter, Zhou returned, holding a parcel made of cowhide paper. The sacred page inside is a gift from Magistrate Kai. Although your poetry has been published in the Sacred Path, the distance between the two locations means that your sacred pages will take at least a month to arrive. Fang Yun hurriedly stood, astonished and overjoyed. Is Magistrate Kai truly generous enough to bestow upon me a sacred page? I imagine he has few to spare himself. Zhou, filled with admiration, replied, he possesses only 2 in total, which he obtained before arriving in Jixian, or perhaps one could say he persuasively acquired them from the literary officer. However, your original poem truly merits such a reward. Fang Yun gingerly accepted the cowhide paper bag and slowly extracted a single sheet. The paper was as white as snow, yet it emanated a faint orange glow, as if enveloped in a warm light. He gently caressed the surface, feeling a unique texture akin to delicate waves undulating between his hand and the sheet. This paper possessed an inexplicable allure, instinctively drawing Fang Yun closer. Zhou explained, "This is the legendary sacred page, and its effects are as remarkable as the legends suggest, doubling the power of battle poetry. If the poetry is exquisite and the talent sufficient, it can even transform the intangible into the tangible. The sacred page is one of the most formidable aids that our humanity possesses to contend with the monstrous and savage. And it is also one of the most precious legacies left to us by the sage Confucius." "How many sacred pages are produced in a year?" Fang Yun inquired. "Officially, there are 10,000 produced annually. A portion is allocated to authors who publish poetry in the Sacred Path, another portion to the living semi-saints, a part to the esteemed families of saints, and the remainder to the 10 kingdoms. Rumors persist that the Kong family secretly manufactures additional sacred pages, possibly an extra 2,000 each year, though the specifics remain unknown to me." "What is the annual allocation for the Jing Kingdom?" Fang Yun asked. Zhou sighed. "The distribution of sacred pages is based on a country's area, population, and the number of grand scholars and eminent scholars it holds. The Jing Kingdom faced a significant defeat last year, losing 3 prefectures and a grand scholar, resulting in a reduced allocation of sacred pages compared to previous years. Though the Jing Kingdom claims to encompass 4 provinces and 1 capital, in reality, it consists of only 1 capital and 3.5 provinces. To ensure the security of the borders, this year, Saint Shen has contributed a portion of his own sacred pages. It remains uncertain what will become of the Jing Kingdom." Chapter 31. A taste of one's own medicine. Suddenly, the chief registrar, Zhou, fell silent. Fang Yun discerned the thoughts brewing in Zhou's mind. For some matters are common knowledge. The semi-saint, Chen Guanhai, nearing 2 centuries in age, had sustained injuries while battling the barbarian saint. The rival kingdom of Qing had circulated rumors that Chen would not survive the next 5 years. Should he engage in a deadly struggle against the barbarian saint within that time frame, his demise would be imminent. A nation cannot stand without its saints. Once Chen Guanhai were to perish, and if Jing Kingdom found itself without a semi-saint, neighboring nations, in accordance with the 10 Kingdoms Agreement, could easily annex Jing, assuming the responsibility of safeguarding the borders. There were even whispers that the left chancellor had conspired with Qing to weaken Jing's power, laying the groundwork for a future annexation. Fang Yun placed the holy page into a leather pouch and said, "Please convey my gratitude to Lord Kai regarding the publication documents. Rest assured, I shall issue the publication decree by tomorrow." "Are you intending to combine the 2 novels into a single volume?" Zhou inquired. "Indeed. In addition to writing a preface, I wish to print several tens of thousands of promotional leaflets, which will also require the Academy's approval. Could you assist me in this regard?" Fang Yun asked. "Hand it to me. I will issue the documents for you tomorrow," Zhou replied. "May I write it now?" Fang Yun was pleasantly surprised by the smoothness of the proceedings. "Follow me to my study," Zhou instructed, leading Fang Yun to his office. After expressing his thanks, Fang Yun pondered how to advertise his new book. In a world devoid of television or the internet, the most effective method was to distribute flyers far and wide. Thus, the content required thoughtful consideration. Zhou perused the West Chamber and In the Pillow, committing the most captivating excerpts to memory. After a quarter of an hour, Fang Yun finally composed a promotional leaflet of over 100 words, albeit the content was rather exaggerated. He cautiously handed it to Zhou, observing his expression closely. Upon reading it, Zhou burst into laughter, exclaiming, "After reading the West Chamber, one becomes a great scholar from In the Pillow? Fang Yun, how do you come up with such clever phrases?" Zhou continued reading, and upon finishing, he appeared utterly defeated, unable to contend with Fang Yun's ingenuity. The only double-honored student of Jing Kingdom's semi-saint? The sole author whose 3 poems shine in the Holy Path Monthly? A heartfelt new book containing the secrets of imperial examinations from the students of the literary minister? Strongly recommended by the Jiangzhou Academy this year? A chancellor praises it with a resounding clap? The literary minister, upon reading, falls into a long silence. Fang Yun, are you not concerned that I might accuse you of fabricating scandals? Zhou pressed. Let alone the literary minister. Would he truly remain silent for so long? Zhou yearned to assert his authority over Fang Yun, yet found himself utterly disarmed by the absurdity of the promotional text. The phrases, while seemingly nonsensical, were intriguingly captivating. Zhou admitted he could not conjure such unique expressions even if he tried. Fang Yun replied nonchalantly, "My lord, you mentioned that In the Pillow could make it to the Holy Path. This book will undoubtedly be presented to the literary minister. He may remain silent for a spell, but that is precisely what I anticipate. If the literary minister is displeased with this work, would you not be shooting yourself in the foot?" Zhou countered. "Then all the better. I could claim, this is a work that astonishes and infuriates the literary minister." Fang Yun retorted. "Such cleverness." Zhou chuckled, shaking his head. "Is this promotional content truly inadequate?" Fang Yun inquired. The chief clerk pondered for a moment and said, "The phrase having witnessed the conversation in the West Chamber and read the great Confucian in my dreams is excessive. It may be uttered by your associates, but do not commit it to writing, lest it be used against you. As for the grand scholar's enthusiastic approval, that is of no consequence. The esteemed lord of the Academy holds you in high regard and will not take offense. Regarding the Minister of Literature, let us discard that. Please compose another for me." After finishing his draft, Fang Yun examined it closely and was struck by an overwhelming sense of the peculiar flavor reminiscent of melodramatic historical dramas. The chief clerk gazed at the final line in silence for quite some time. Fang Yun had truly pushed his literary reputation to its limits, exhibiting no restraint whatsoever. After a considerable pause, the chief clerk remarked, "With the release of the West Chamber, novelists in Jiangzhou may well face starvation. This shall not be repeated, henceforth. I shall prohibit such heart-stirring rhetoric. Should those young scholars and women behold it, they would surely neglect their meals to purchase a copy. When will this book be available for sale?" Fang Yun cleared his throat and replied, "The Holy Path Monthly publication will be available on the 1st of each month at the Academy. Might you allow me the favor of selling my books in front of the Academy for a day?" The chief clerk was at a loss for words, infuriated by Fang Yun's astuteness. The Holy Path is released on the 1st of the month, while the literary report is published on the 1st, 10th, and 20th. Neither publication is delivered to homes. Both are sold exclusively at the Academy's bookstore, with the highest foot traffic on the 1st of each month. The Academy explicitly forbids the sale of any items on its premises. I cannot assist you with that. Then I shall dispatch 10 ox carts to the Academy's printing house. Should someone wish to purchase a book as I pass by the main gate, the Academy cannot penalize me, can it?" The chief clerk envisioned an absurd spectacle of 10 ox carts laden with copies of the West Chamber parading through the streets and felt a headache coming on. This Fang Yun was indeed a master of opportunism, and he replied vaguely, "Just be cautious. If trouble arises, I will not be able to protect you." "Thank you, esteemed sir," Fang Yun exclaimed joyfully. "What is the initial print run for this book?" The chief clerk inquired. "In the capital city of Daoism alone, there are nearly 1 million residents, and the number of scholars here far exceeds that of Jixian. I intend to print 50,000 copies at once," Fang Yun responded. "And what will be the pricing?" "Ultimately, this book is not required for the imperial examinations, so the price must remain reasonable. 50 coins per copy will suffice," Fang Yun stated. "Very well, but do you have anyone assisting you with strategy?" "Indeed, I have established a bookstore called 3 Flavors, and I have conferred with the staff there," Fang Yun replied. The chief clerk continued, "Leave the manuscript here. I shall work through the night to draft a preface. Before you depart, I will write you a command. Tomorrow, you may present it at the Winaway Hall to collect the publication documents and proceed directly to the printing house for your books. Fang Yun's gaze fell upon his manuscript, and he realized the predicament he was in. To access the printing house, I require the original manuscript. I cannot go empty-handed tomorrow. The chief clerk waved his hand dismissively, collecting Fang Yun's novel manuscript along with 2 advertisement drafts, and with a serious demeanor, tucked them into his clothing while casting a wary glance at Fang Yun. I will have someone deliver the manuscript to the printing house. You may simply collect your books when the time comes. My lord, that is rather unkind. This manuscript took me 10 days and nights to complete, undergoing numerous revisions. I nearly turned gray from worry. Fang Yun lamented urgently. The district chief, Zhou, remarked, "Let us set this matter aside for now. Should you require a preface in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." Fang Yun fixed his gaze upon Zhou's eyes and responded, "The county magistrate Kai has graciously presented me with a sacred page, which is said to be valued at 50,000 taels by the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas." At once, Zhou's eyes glinted with fierce authority, revealing the weight of his official stature. However, Fang Yun remained unfazed. In the sacred Yuan continent, literary merit held the highest rank, with official positions trailing in importance. Even the monarchs of the 10 nations could not strip a student of their literary status. Thus, despite potentially offending the powerful left chancellor, the scholars of Jixian were still eager to associate with him. Possessing a literary rank bestowed confidence upon the scholars, allowing many, who were indifferent to official titles, to stand resolutely against tyranny. Consequently, despite the left chancellor's formidable influence, over 80% of military and literary academicians opposed him. After a brief moment, Zhou glared fiercely at Fang Yun and declared, "In the future, any books published by your Sanwei bookstore will undergo immediate review, with results delivered within 12 hours, allowing for priority printing at the press." Fang Yun continued to fixate on Zhou. With a hint of resignation, Zhou stated, "I shall petition the esteemed Academy Lord to expedite the approval of this book through the Sacred Academy, after which you may reach out to the 3 major booksellers to distribute your work in other nations. As for your Pillow Chronicles, I will recommend it to the Academy Lord, ensuring it becomes an essential reading for all academies and literary institutions in Jiangzhou. This singular endorsement will undoubtedly elevate your literary reputation throughout Jiangzhou, and the Pillow Chronicles alone could sell nearly 10,000 copies." Fang Yun felt immense satisfaction. Designating Pillow Chronicles as an essential text for the province was of great significance, eclipsing even the importance of national poetry. However, he maintained an impassive demeanor. Ultimately, Zhou displayed a reluctant expression, saying, "I shall take a final step back. I cannot retreat any further. As one of the editors of the literary report in Jiazhou, I will do my utmost to ensure that some news finds its way into the literary report, whenever you require assistance, and should it align with the literary report's criteria, I will strive to support you." Fang Yun immediately smiled, not expecting to gain so much. He understood the value of the literary report, or media in general, better than anyone. Indeed, media could be a formidable force capable of overturning a nation. "I appreciate your efforts, Sir Zhou. I take my leave," Fang Yun said, bowing in gratitude. What treasures, what jewels, what antiquities can compare to the wisdom of the scholar? Merely to behold and touch this knowledge brings me profound contentment. Truly remarkable. I shall endeavor to assist you more in the future. Zhou, increasingly excited, could not contain himself and rushed with the manuscript of Pillow Chronicle straight to the residence of the provincial lord of Jiangzhou, the esteemed scholar Li Weining. Soon after, anguished cries of pain and rage echoed from within the Li residence. "Li Weining, how dare you seize my manuscript, a gift from Fang Yun? I shall bring you to justice. As a distinguished scholar and a third-rank official, how could you, a mere sixth-rank chief, covet my personal belongings? Your audacity knows no bounds. You would force me out with a war poem? I shall end my life at your doorstep unless you return Pillow Chronicles. Otherwise, I will file a formal complaint. Despicable. Utterly despicable. Esteemed Academy Lord, scholarly, I implore you, return Pillow Chronicles to me." Zhou continued, "Very well. I shall lock away the West Chamber so that you shall never see the original manuscript. I shall also inform Kai He in writing that even in death I shall never allow you a glimpse of the original manuscript of early departure from Jixian. You old scoundrel, Li Weining. Our conflict is far from over." Chapter 32. The first case of the 10 kingdoms upon awakening. Fang Yun felt a slight itch on his face. As he opened his eyes, he was surprised to find Nunu, who should have been nestled in the bamboo basket, lying beside him, using the newly purchased soft pillow as her bed. Draped elegantly with her tail, Nunu lay on her side in a most graceful posture. Fang Yun smiled gently and patted her little head before rising to wash up. With the hand order from the local magistrate in hand, Fang Yun made his way to the Wenhutang and then to the printing house. The 50,000 books occupied considerable space, so he decided not to retrieve them just yet, planning to collect them on the first day of April and sell them to those interested in purchasing the Sacred Path or literary report. He further refined his sales strategy, and everyone began to prepare earnestly, determined to establish the reputation of the Sandway bookstore. He also visited the academy to acquire the collected editions of the literary report and Sacred Path from the past decade, spending a substantial 60 taels. Fang Yun calculated that merely purchasing all the Sacred Path and literary report would amount to nearly 4,000 taels. If you were to buy one copy of every book from the Jingguo Academy, priced at 100 won each, totaling 1 million volumes, it would require 100,000 taels. The road ahead seemed long and arduous. Although Fang Yun was grateful for the arrangements made by the matriarch, he did not wish to receive 20 taels each month without contributing. Thus, he decided to teach something different and began compiling the 3-character classic. The content of the 3-character classic encompasses education, history, astronomy, geography, morality, and many other facets. It is easy to memorize and comprehend, holding an esteemed place in classical education alongside the 1,000-character classic and 100 family surnames. The original 3-character classic contained numerous concepts, characters, and historical references unsuitable for the Xingyuan continent, which he intended to omit. Furthermore, he aimed to incorporate unique historical elements of the Xingyuan continent, based on its history. Fang Yun meticulously rewrote approximately 1,500 words of the 3-character classic, preparing it as the lesson content for the following day. If the reception was positive, he would continue teaching and swiftly print copies to disseminate his literary fame and earn silver. The wider the reach of his poetry and prose, the brighter the stars within the literary palace would shine, and the more rapidly his own talents would flourish. The next morning, Fang Yun visited the Fang residence, greeted the matriarch, and was subsequently led by her to the Fang Clan Academy, where she personally introduced him to the institution. The Fang Clan Academy, situated on the outskirts of the capital, boasted an extensive campus rivaling that of a small academy. The students here came from diverse backgrounds, including members of the Fang family, their relatives, the sons of family servants, and descendants of comrades who had fought alongside Fang Shui. All sons of martyrs were adopted by Fang Shui, regarded as his adopted sons. The academy provided free education and even offered complimentary lunches. Fang Yun estimated that the monthly expenses would amount to no less than 1,000 taels, deepening his respect for Fang Shui, for this was true benevolence and righteousness. The academy housed a total of 400 students, divided into 3 sections: elementary education, initial studies, and apprentice classes. There were more than 20 teachers at the Fang Clan Academy, whom the matriarch introduced to Fang Yun. Among them, only 4 were scholars, while the rest were apprentices. Most of the teachers were enthusiastic, praising Fang Yun for his poetry, though a few remained indifferent, displaying a similar coldness towards the matriarch. Among them, one person's tone was particularly harsh. He was a young scholar, proudly declaring himself a student from the prestigious Dual E of the provincial city. Fang Yun could hardly be bothered to engage with such individuals. The number of candidates for the student examinations in the provincial city each year was 20 times that of Jixin County, yet the acceptance rate was merely 10 times greater, resulting in some wealthy merchants and officials' sons studying in the provincial city while their registrations remained in other counties. The competition in the provincial city was far more intense than in smaller counties, leading many to look down upon those from lesser regions. Even though Fang Yun was a dual Jia student, this scholar did not consider himself significantly inferior. However, when faced with students from the capital, individuals from various provinces would unite, for the acceptance ratio in the capital was the highest among the 4 provinces and 1 city, and although it was merely a city, the share of students was greater than that of an entire province. When the matron introduced the young scholar, she made a point to mention that he was the nephew of Fang Yun's second aunt. Shortly thereafter, the venerable head of the clan school, Fang Jingtang, entered the teaching room. All the instructors immediately stood. Fang Jingtang, with a beaming smile, instructed them to sit, assuring them that there were no outsiders present. Fang Yun, he said, you will teach the primary class of the elementary studies, conducting your lessons from 8:15 to 9:15 each day. Is that agreeable? Many looked at Fong Yun with envy. There were 5 classes in elementary studies, and the A class had always been the finest, with a significantly higher success rate for students becoming candidates compared to the other classes. Once these students achieved success, their teachers would undoubtedly gain prestige, possibly advancing to teach in the literary academy or expanding their networks. Fong Yun promptly replied, "I shall abide by the headmaster's decisions. I am but a junior who will follow your guidance." Fong Jingtang nodded with satisfaction, yet the scholar Lu Ingyan interjected, "Headmaster, he is merely this year's student. Although he holds dual jia status, I cannot be compared, yet he lacks experience. Would it not be inappropriate for him to teach the A class? I have been a scholar for 5 years and have taught here for 3. I find teaching the student class effortless. Perhaps it would be better for me to instruct the A class." "Ingyan, are you questioning my arrangement?" Fong Jingtang inquired with a smile. Lu Ingyan's expression shifted, and he hurriedly replied, "No, no, no. Ingyan is not questioning the elder's arrangement, but rather Fong Yun's capabilities." Fong Jingtang, still smiling, asked, "Ingyan, at what age did you become a student?" 16, Fong Yun answered. Fong Jingtang then turned to Lu Ingyan. "And your student examination, was it of dual jia status?" "No," he confessed. "Have you ever composed poetry in Mingzhou?" "No." "Have you ever written poetry in Jinghua?" "What?" The teaching room erupted in disbelief, with all the instructors gazing incredulously at Fong Yun. At that moment, the April issue of The Sacred Path had not yet been released, and Fong Yun's poetry in Jinghua was known only among the literati of high standing. These teachers were unaware, having only learned from the late March issue of the Literary Report that Fong Yun was a dual jia student. Lu Ingyan opened his mouth, but dared not speak further. Fong Jingtang bowed slightly to Fong Yun and remarked, "I only heard about your early journey of Jishin yesterday. It is indeed a remarkable piece of poetry. Your presence here will truly enhance the prestige of the Fong clan school. Teach well, for here, no one will speak ill of you." Fong Jingtang maintained his cheerful demeanor, surveying the crowd before exiting the teaching room. Lu Ingyan fell silent, while a few student instructors gathered around Fong Yun, eager to learn about his poem in Jinghua. Fong Yun, unable to decline, penned the piece titled Early Departure from Jishin. The teachers present, mere childhood scholars, stared at the text for a considerable time without perceiving its exquisite artistry until Fong Yun illuminated the brilliance of each word. Enlightened, they offered their genuine admiration, thoroughly convinced by his insight. Though Lu Ingyan did not approach, he listened attentively, his head bowed in contemplation. As the clock neared 8:15, the dean, Fong Jingtang, re-entered the teaching room, guiding Fong Yun towards the primary class. Lu Ingyan and several other teachers without lessons trailed at a distance. Approaching the classroom, Fong Yun felt his breath quicken. One could hardly avoid a sense of excitement on their inaugural day as a teacher. Upon entering, the first sight that greeted him was a multitude of bright, clear eyes. The children, ranging in age from 6 or 7 to 11 or 12, sat upright behind their desks, gazing curiously at him. One voice broke the silence. "Pay your respects." The sound of shuffling desks and chairs filled the air as all the students stood, slightly bowed their heads, and chorused, "Good day, sir. Please be seated." Fong Jingtang smiled, gesturing for them to sit. Fong Yun surveyed the classroom, noting the absence of a blackboard but the presence of a podium. As they approached the lectern, Fong Jingtang announced, "This is your new teacher for the second lesson, whom you may not yet know, but he is none other than the illustrious Shuangjia Shengxian Tongsheng of this year, the foremost candidate in the 10 kingdoms, Fong Yun." All the children widened their eyes and dropped their jaws in astonishment, some even gasping in surprise. Over the past fortnight, the entire Jiangzhou and even the realm of Jinghua had echoed with the names Fong Yun and Shuangjia Shengxian, spoken in classrooms, homes, and on the streets. For he had shattered the long-standing norms of Jinghua. These children, attending the primary school, had long envied Fong Yun, having heard their teachers extol his virtues and their parents speak of his brilliance. Now, witnessing the legendary prodigy in person, how could they not be astonished? Several children blushed with excitement, nearly rushing to Fong Yun to request a poem. Fong Jingtang, thoroughly pleased with the children's reactions, exchanged a few pleasantries before departing. Meanwhile, Lu Ingyan and the other teachers remained outside the classroom, eager to ascertain Fong Yun's teaching prowess. Fong Yun, surveying the still excited students, smiled gently and remarked, "While you all know who I am yet to learn who you are. Let's begin with introductions from the left. Please share your name, age, and something you enjoy. You, the first one, go ahead." He turned his gaze to the first student on his left. Instantly, the child became the center of attention. Blushing as he stood and quietly said, "My name is Song Chiming. I am 9 years old, and I like to eat." Laughter erupted in the classroom. Fong Yun smiled and replied, "Indeed, a good appetite is essential for growth. You must study diligently to protect our lands. For who knows what delectable treats might grow on territories occupied by demons." The students laughed once more, and the teachers outside joined in, pleasantly surprised by Fong Yun's humorous approach to education. "Ah," young gourmand Song Chiming, his eyes sparkling, nodded vigorously, secretly committing Fong Yun's words to memory. Chapter 33. The Seizing of Literature. Fong Yun instructed all the students to rise and introduce themselves, memorizing each child's name and appearance. Subsequently, he began a character recognition assessment, selecting 50 characters from the 1,000-character classic. He pronounced each character, prompting the students to write it down, and then collected their papers for review. Fong Yun swiftly scanned the results. Unsurprisingly, all 20 students from the top class had answered correctly. "Well, it appears your foundational skills are quite solid. If I were to teach you the 100 family surnames of the 1,000-character classic, it would feel like an affront to your capabilities." Many students smiled. "Proud to be part of the elite class. What would you like to learn?" he inquired. A bold child spoke up, "Sir, your mastery of the sacred words is impressive. Could you teach us how to interpret them?" Another added, "I wish to learn poetry from you. My sister says that if one must marry, it should be someone like you, a talented scholar. I aspire to be a scholar as well." The classroom buzzed with excitement as students eagerly expressed their desires to learn. Outside the classroom, Lu Yingnian frowned, exclaiming, "Such noise is unbecoming." A fellow teacher remarked, "I think it's quite good. This is elementary education, not an examination for scholars. It is beneficial for the children to learn joyfully." Though differing from their methods, he saw little fault in it. Lu Yingnian was left speechless, contemplating the significant weight of literary reputation, realizing that even those familiar with him might be unconsciously swayed by Fong Yun's literary acclaim. Perceiving everything he did in a favorable light, before long, Fong Yun signaled for the students to quiet down and said, "I can indeed teach you the sacred words or poetry, but before we delve into those, there are other subjects you must first learn. I have composed my own version of the 3-character classic, which I will teach you in the coming days. Now, take out your paper and pen. I will recite, and you shall write down everything accurately. If you do, I shall treat you to a delightful meal during lunch." A flurry of activity ensued as the students arranged their papers, dipped their brushes into ink, and looked at Fong Yun with eager and attentive eyes. Fong Yun nodded in satisfaction. These children may not possess superior intelligence compared to others, but their initiative and self-discipline far exceeded that of typical children. At the dawn of humanity, one's nature is inherently good. While human natures are similar, habits diverge. If one is not educated, nature may change. The way of teaching is of utmost importance and must be focused. Fong Yun recited the first 4 lines of the 3-character classic with deliberate slowness. Upon completing the recitation, he walked around the classroom and found that 5 students had written all the characters correctly. He shared their papers with the others, who copied them down, after which he began his explanation. At the dawn of humanity, one's nature is inherently good. While human natures are similar, habits diverge. The first 6 characters can be understood literally, that all humans are born good. The latter 6 indicate that due to differing growth processes and learning environments, temperaments can exhibit both good and bad qualities. Fong Yun continued to elucidate the 3-character classic with great care. Outside the door, the teachers, many of whom had taught for years, were astounded. They had not anticipated that Fong Yun not only excelled in poetry and the sacred words, but also possessed a profound understanding of life and education that surpassed all others. His words were concise and rhythmic, easily understood upon a single explanation, making them indeed suitable for enlightenment. Why have I never heard of this before? One wondered. Did he not just say it's his own composition? How could one so young compose such profound works? Even if I were to live another decade, I would never achieve this. Thus, he is indeed the foremost prodigy among the 10 nations, while you are not. Lu Yingnian felt a sense of discomfort. As a scholar himself, he was well aware that the 3-character classic was quite commendable, and even if it did not match Mingzhou's standards, it certainly reached the level of Dafeng. After pondering for a while, Lu Yingnian quietly departed. Before long, he arrived at the Fong family estate and encountered the second madam. "Aunt, I have important news regarding Fong Yun." "What news?" "He has compiled his own version of the 3-character classic for children's enlightenment, and based on my years of experience, this version is exceptional. I suspect that in a matter of days, the clan school will incorporate this text into their curriculum, requiring every teacher to teach it. Is that true? This Fong Yun certainly knows how to stir things up, and I believe it would be wise to let this matter rest. Fong Yun is exceedingly clever and possesses a significant reputation. Offending him would be unwise. It would be better to seek alternative methods to compete with the elder branch. Do you think I am doing this for my own sake? The patriarch is still alive, favoring your uncle, and I can still contend with the elder branch. Once the patriarch passes, they will expel our family without hesitation. If I do not act now, there will be no opportunity in the future. Fong Jingtang is aging and will soon depart from the clan school. You must become the dean and firmly establish control over the institution. But I lack the qualifications of those who came before me, and my talent does not match Fong Yun's. How can I compete? Foolish child, how could you possibly be outmatched by Fong Yun? Just because he claims to have authored the three-character classic does not mean it is his. The court recognizes only the first to present documents at the Literary Academy. You may not be acquainted with the realities of this world, but many from prominent families have been known to seize the works of others and report them to the Academy in advance, often resolving matters with a little silver afterward. Really? Isn't the Academy supposed to rigorously investigate such forgeries? They claimed that if discovered, it would lead to the cancellation of one's literary title, barring them from the imperial examinations for life. Those who dare to undertake such actions often have connections within the Academy. Your uncle has a very good relationship with Qiu Shuezheng from the Academy. I will take you to him, and he can assist you in obtaining the publication documents. Once you have the three-character classic under your name, I will vigorously support your candidacy for dean. But Fong Yun is a double-honored scholar. Even Qiu Shuezheng wouldn't be so foolish as to assist in this regard. What if Fong Yun petitions the Academy for judgment? That would ruin me. Of course, you must not reveal to Qiu Shuezheng that it was authored by Fong Yun. Once the publication documents are secured, you can then disclose the truth. At that point, offer him a sum of silver, and he will be compelled to assist us. Even if Fong Yun causes a stir at the Academy, Qiu Shuezheng will know how to suppress such trivial matters, ensuring he does not have the opportunity to petition for judgment. Fong Yun is merely a humble scion. Had it not been for the Fong family's support, he would have long since been bound and sunk into the Yangtze by Lu Zicheng. Despite his literary fame, who would risk offending a seventh-rank academic official for him at a crucial moment? What connections does he have in the capital? However, several teachers and students at the clan school are aware that it was indeed Fong Yun who authored the text. When the time comes, I will speak on your behalf. I refuse to believe they would dare to challenge us. But what if Fong Yun ascends to great heights and becomes a high official in the future? A few days ago, I learned that the Lu family is preparing to support Fong Yun, and even Lu Ji, who resides in the capital, is aware of this. Lu Ji shares an extraordinary relationship with the left chancellor, who is reportedly nurturing him with great dedication, as Lu Ji is subtly being groomed as the successor to the Lu faction. Upon hearing this, Lu Yingyan exclaimed with delight, "Ah, so that is the case. Fong Yun is surely doomed. I thought you were mistaken, aunt. No wonder you seem to anticipate this failure. It is hardly surprising. You are truly a remarkable woman. Had you been a man, the position of left chancellor would undoubtedly be yours." Lu Yingyan flattered her profusely. "You little rascal." The bell signaling the end of class rang. Concluding the lesson, Fong Yun announced, "For those who correctly recited the three-character classic, let me know what you wish to eat, and I shall buy it for you during the lunch break." One student who had answered correctly stood up and said, "Sir, could we exchange the food for a handwritten copy of your Spring Dawn? My father loves this poem and has recited it so often that I feel my ears have calloused." "Very well, that can be arranged." Fong Yun nodded in agreement. "I want a poem too." "Me too." All 5 students who had answered correctly opted for Fong Yun's poetry. Fong Yun chuckled. "Do not regret your decision. If Song Qiming had answered correctly, he would certainly have chosen the food." Song Qiming protested, "Am I that foolish? If I answered all correctly, of course, I would want the Sir's poem." The students erupted in laughter. 2 chose Spring Dawn, 2 selected Year's End, and another picked The Rise and Fall of a Nation is the responsibility of every citizen. Fong Yun diligently wrote in the Lu style. One student whispered, "Who says the Sir's calligraphy is poor? It is clearly not inferior to that of other teachers. Perhaps someone is making things difficult for him." Indeed, that is possible. The examiner must be County Magistrate Kai He, who does not sound like a benevolent person. Yes, the students nodded in agreement. Fong Yun secretly chuckled to himself. Offering no defense for Kai He, Fong Yun instructed them to copy the text while he took out a copy of the book of documents to read silently. Since it was his first day at the clan school, he felt it inappropriate to leave immediately after class. He should at least wait until noon. As Fong Yun alighted from the carriage and opened the door, a flash of white darted toward him. The little fox, Nunu, leaped gently into his arms. Ing. Nunu chirped joyfully in his embrace, resembling a playful puppy. Fong Yun patted Nunu's head, exchanged a few light-hearted words, and carried her inside for a meal. The responses to the three-character classic from both students and teacher were quite positive. After the meal, Fong Yun took the three-character classic to find Clerk Zhou, intending to register it for publication. More importantly, he sought to enlist someone of sufficient stature to provide annotations for the work. You know my handwriting is poor. Fong Daniu inquired with surprise. Not seeking beauty, just the strokes will suffice, Fong Yun replied. Upon examining Fong Yun's original draft, Fong Daniu suddenly understood and laughed. Indeed, your manuscript is now highly sought after by officials. It will be even more valuable in the future. We mustn't let it go cheap. Allow me to copy it. Fong Daniu sat down, copying the three-character classic with care. Once he finished, Fong Yun remarked, without my manuscript, Clerk Zhou will surely be displeased. I shall not go. You can deliver it for me. I will also write him a brief note. You may compose it. All right. Fong Yun spoke gently. Junkie, Lord Zhou. Recently, while imparting knowledge at the Fong Clan's educational institution, I have come to realize the scarcity of enlightening texts for the young learners. Consequently, I have composed a simplified and rhythmic version of the three-character classic, aimed at instilling the virtues of benevolence and righteousness, as well as an understanding of propriety and history in the students. The original manuscript has been entrusted to my elder cousin for delivery, and I earnestly hope to find a person of esteemed virtue and reputation to provide commentary for this work, allowing the students to bask in the light of sacred teachings. Chapter 34. The contest for literary position. After bidding farewell to Fong Daniu, Fong Yun found himself somewhat anxious about the future of the three-character classic. Initially, he held higher hopes for the West Chamber, but found the dream of the pillow gaining significant acclaim. While the three-character classic is indeed commendable, it ultimately remains a primer for the young, lacking in profound philosophical insights. Its literary merit may be appreciated within scholarly circles, yet it may not garner the attention of influential figures, potentially taking many years to achieve recognition. He hoped for the endorsement of the esteemed scholarly, for without such support, this work would not circulate as easily as popular novels. Fong Daniu, accompanied by the scribe Zhou, arrived at the academy, where they were ushered to the exterior of Zhou's office. Upon entering, Fong Daniu addressed, I pay my respects to Master Zhou. On behalf of my young master, Fong Yun, I present a letter and a copy of the three-character classic for your perusal. The three-character classic? Although Master Zhou was unfamiliar with the title, his expression brightened as he hurried over, snatching the stack of papers. Upon closer inspection, he let out a cold snort. Who transcribed this? It was my young master who instructed me to do so, replied the scribe. As Zhou continued perusing the letter, he realized it was not in Fong Yun's handwriting, which elicited both amusement and frustration. You may leave now. I shall review this book. After Fong Daniu departed, Master Zhou meticulously examined the three-character classic. Comprising merely over 1,500 words, it was swiftly consumed by his keen intellect. What a marvel! How did I not conceive of such a brilliant idea? Each line comprised 3 characters, rhyming effortlessly, yet encapsulating the essence of the simplest teachings of the sage. It embraced historical figures, astronomy, and geography, not in an esoteric manner, but rather in a way perfectly suited for enlightenment, akin to the West Chamber and Dream of the Pillow. Though its nationwide promotion might be improbable, its acceptance within a prefecture or even a province seemed entirely feasible. Having diligently read through it, Master Zhou pondered, ultimately, it is an educational work. Its dissemination remains uncertain, and the chances of it appearing in the Sage's path are slim. Numerous scholars across the realm had authored similar enlightening texts, yet only the 1,000-character classic and the 100 family surnames had graced the esteemed sage's path, and it was said that such recognition required the approval of a semi-holy figure. Master Zhou then revisited Fong Yun's letter, contemplating its underlying implications. Is he seeking someone of high moral standing? I still have a long way to go. He wishes for me to immerse myself in the teachings. He understands the protocols, but I lack the qualifications. So I must leave the annotations to the Academy's esteemed leader. With a scoff, he thought of the manuscript of Dream of the Pillow that had been taken from him, deeming it appropriate that this laborious task be left to someone else. Master Zhou carried the manuscript to the Academy's hall without knocking, pushing open the door. His expression stern, he addressed the middle-aged man in black robes, who appeared to be in his 30s but was, in fact, nearing 50, with dark, thick eyebrows resembling two swords poised above his eyes. He exuded an aura of intimidation even in silence. This man was Li Weiniang, the Academy's esteemed leader, and was often referred to as Sword-Browed Duke by the Empress Dowager of Jinghua, a title that was fitting and had since gained popularity. Humph. The chief registrar let out a cold snort, placed the manuscript down, clasped his hands, and turned to leave. A fleeting smile crossed Li Weiniang's face as he reached for the manuscript, examining it closely. To his surprise, the handwriting was neither that of Feng Yun nor the chief registrar, causing his smile to fade. The people have lost their integrity, Li Weiniang pondered, as he meticulously read through the three-character classic. After a single reading, he memorized the over 1,500 characters, then closed his eyes in quiet contemplation. Moments later, a smile reappeared on Li Weiniang's face. He thought to himself, this Feng Yun is indeed extraordinary. Even the chief registrar failed to discern his true intent. Very well. Let me annotate this work to elevate my literary reputation, and I shall assist in promoting the three-character classic, making it widely known throughout the world, particularly within Jing Kingdom. Moreover, although this book may be of no use to aspiring scholars, it serves as an excellent introductory reading material. As for its potential to be included in the Sacred Path, I cannot be certain. I will recommend it alongside Dream Chronicles. What a pity, though, that it is not in Feng Yun's own handwriting. His characters in Dream Chronicles possess a remarkable elegance, worthy of emulation, perhaps enhancing my own calligraphy to greater heights. Just as Li Weiniang set the manuscript down, a voice from outside called out, I have matters to report. Come in, Li Weiniang replied, glancing toward the door. Qiu Shuezhing entered with a smile, holding a stack of manuscript papers in his hands. He said, Your Excellency, you prioritize education above all, allowing the scholarly atmosphere in Jiangzhou to flourish. I have just obtained a piece of elementary reading material titled Three-Character Classic, authored by a scholar from the capital city. Although the prose is somewhat limited, it is exceptionally suitable for teaching young children. Li Weiniang's brows furrowed slightly before returning to calmness. Let me see it, he commanded. Yes, sir, Qiu Shuezhing replied, bending at the waist and presenting the manuscript. Li Weiniang flipped through a few pages, finding it identical to the three-character classic he had received earlier. Excellent. This is quite remarkable. I wish to meet the author of this work. Can you bring him to me? Qiu Shuezhing beamed with joy, saying, He is at the Academy. I will summon him right away. Hurry. I am eager to see which talented individual it is. Yes, sir. Before long, Qiu Shuezhing returned with Lu Yingyan. Upon entering, Lu Yingyan immediately bowed deeply and said, Student Lu Yingyan pays his respects to Your Excellency. Li Weiniang smiled slightly and inquired, Did you compose this three-character classic? Lu Yingyan replied, Indeed, it is my work. However, during the process, I exchanged ideas with the teachers at the clan school and revised the manuscript several times before completion. Thus, the teachers of the Feng clan also share some credit. The Feng clan school? I have heard that Feng Dian invited Feng Shuangjia to teach there. Is that true? Lu Yingyan's heart raced, a flicker of doubt flashing in his eyes. Before he replied, the plan's author is also at the clan school, although they stood 2 zhang apart. In Li Weiniang's ears, Lu Yingyan's heartbeat sounded like thunder. Since the three-character classic is your creation, there should be no issue. Before your arrival, Feng Yun had impersonated the author of the three-character classic and submitted an identical version. Do not worry, I will ensure justice is served. I will send someone to apprehend Feng Yun and then petition for a royal decree to discern who the true author is. If Feng Yun had confessed in advance, it would have been acceptable, at most receiving a few reprimands. However, if he stubbornly refused to acknowledge his error once the truth emerged, I would strip him of his scholarly rank, ensuring that his entire clan, spanning 9 generations, would be barred from participating in the imperial examination, and subsequently exiled to the lands occupied by the barbarians, leaving his fate to chance. Oh, why do you appear pale, drenched in sweat, and trembling? Lu Yingyan felt a sharp pain in his ears, and his hands could not cease wiping away the sweat. Overwhelmed with fear, Lu Yingyan involuntarily fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing and pleading for mercy. I admit my wrongdoing. Seeing this exquisite work, I was misled by my aunt and harbored ill intentions, borrowing the three-character classic copied by other scholars to transcribe it anew. I confess and willingly accept my punishment. hoping for leniency from the esteemed official, to spare my scholarly position and not implicate my clan. Li Weining chuckled coldly and remarked, I only mentioned that Fang Yun would receive a few scoldings at most. I never spoke of your punishment. Get out, you disgraceful scholar. As Li Weining's words left his lips, Lu Yingyan felt as if struck by an invisible hammer, crashing backward and landing 5 zhang away, spitting blood. The grand scholar's tongue was a weapon. Someone strip this pompous scholar of his attire and imprison him until the holy court sends someone to revoke his scholarly rank. Yes, the soldiers in the courtyard surged forward like wolves, dragging Lu Yingyan away. Overcome with fury, he grunted a few times and fainted. Who is Lu Yingyan's aunt? Li Weining inquired. Xiao Shuezhen replied, she is Fang Yuan, the legitimate wife of the second young master of the Fang family, bestowed with the title of 8th rank. It was she who brought Lu Yingyan to see me. Otherwise, how could I believe he could produce such fine writing? Indeed. Li Weining glanced once more at the 2 manuscripts on the table and muttered, fool. He then personally penned a brief letter detailing the events, instructing an official to inquire with the local magistrate about Fang Yun's residence and deliver the letter. Upon reading the letter, Fang Yun tossed it before Nunu and laughed, fool. Even our servant Nunu is more intelligent than him. Nunu beamed, nodding vigorously. This is what one calls self-inflicted misery. Come, Nunu. Let us go to the Fang family and inform my aunt of this matter. Nunu, brimming with excitement, bounced joyfully. It was Fang Yun's first time taking her out. Fang Yun also summoned Yang Yuhuan to accompany him in visiting the Fang family to discuss the matter before departing. The night scene of Daoyuan Prefecture was exceptionally beautiful. As Fang Yun held Yang Yuhuan's hand with his right, cradling Nunu with his left, strolling through the streets, and indulging in leisure. A competition for the Dream Cup has been launched on the starting point, now featuring a ranking display on the homepage of the main site, equivalent to a recommendation position, allowing more readers to discover this book. The author earnestly requests that all readers cast their votes for this book in the Dream Cup. Currently, it seems the client does not display this, but there is an option to vote beneath the book's introduction on the main site. Please, dear readers, click it. If you have votes, kindly cast them for this book. Thank you. High-ranking members can vote daily, while regular members have a weekly voting opportunity. Strongly recommended. If you have votes, please use them effortlessly. If not, do not concern yourself with it. A discreet remark, this is clearly a scheme. Those with money will vote, so we must not spend for votes, nor should we vote out of obligation. It is meaningless. Remember, if you have a vote, cast it effortlessly. If not, do not concern yourself with it at all. Chapter 35, The Movement of the Literary Star and the 6 Talents on the Road. Yang Yuhuan eagerly inquired, Xiaoyan, would it be agreeable for us to often take strolls together when we have the time? Ying. Nunu also gazed at Fang Yun, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Certainly, Fang Yun replied with alacrity. Yang Yuhuan's face lit up with joy, rendering the myriad lanterns along the street dim and uninspiring in comparison. Nunu, however, was a different story. Upon spotting any edible delight, she would tug at Fang Yun's clothing with her tiny paws, pointing eagerly at the food while emitting her plaintive calls. She indulged in a variety of treats until satiated, yet remained restless, sighing softly whenever she encountered new delicacies. Fang Yun often found himself captivated by the celestial tapestry above, for it was replete with diverse wonders. The North Star was indeed present, yet it was not the most resplendent. That honor belonged to the literary star, which remained distinctly visible even on nights graced by a full moon. The literary star here possessed extraordinary power. Noticing Fang Yun's gaze fixed upon the literary star, Yang Yuhuan remarked, Xiaoyan, with your prodigious talent, should you attain the rank of a grand scholar, you will surely invoke the movement of the literary star. Such a feat is not so easily accomplished, Fang Yun countered. Only by ascending to the status of a half-sage can one inevitably trigger such a phenomenon. Among those revered scholars of yore, only Tao Yuanming, Sima Qian, Dong Zhongshu, the leaders of the 100 schools, and a select few disciples of Confucius managed to do so during the era of the Great Confucian. In the time of the grand scholars, only a handful of sub-sages have ever witnessed the movement of the literary star. I have heard that the foremost scholar of the current generation, Yi Shi, invoked the movement of the literary star when he became a grand scholar. Oh, I had forgotten that he is yet to be canonized. He is a maverick, claiming that when he achieves canonization, the light of the literary star will undoubtedly illuminate his being. Among the multitude of sages, only Zhou Wenwang and Confucius have experienced such a phenomenon. The other sub-sages lack this extraordinary sign. Nonetheless, Yizhi is indeed legendary, having traversed 100,000 miles and vanquished 9,000 demons. He is the most promising candidate for canonization in recent years. It is rumored that the Yi family and the Wu kingdom are already preparing for his canonization. In a few decades, you too shall achieve canonization. Yang Yuhuan encouraged Fang Yun. If I can secure a position as a Shotsai this year, perhaps my path to canonization will become clearer, Fang Yun asserted. Did you not mention that you merely wished to gain experience in the provincial examination? Why the sudden insistence on becoming a Shotsai? Yang Yuhuan queried. I have changed my mind. After meeting with the registrar Zhou and discovering that Lu Ji's influence in the capital is being used to suppress me, I resolved to pass the Shotsai examination within 2 months. Mastering the art of rhetoric is essential. Only by becoming a Shotsai can I escape the state of being powerless and gain the means for self-preservation. However, Fang Yun felt compelled to withhold the full truth from Yang Yuhuan, not wishing to burden her with worry. Yang Yuhuan smiled brightly. You possess immense talent. You will undoubtedly succeed in becoming a Shotsai, and perhaps even secure the top position, earning the title of Mao Kai. One first place is sufficient. Achieving the title of Mao Kai is far more challenging, Fang Yun replied with a chuckle, shaking his head. In ancient times, Emperor Guangwu of Han, known as Lu Xiu, altered the title of Shotsai to Mao Kai to avoid taboo, only to later restore it to Shotsai. During the Han dynasty, the number of scholars was considerably lower than in later periods, and their status was significantly elevated. Wang Shiji, who was esteemed as the foremost scholar of his time, was referred to by a prominent Confucian as the brilliant talent of the Han. This accolade spread, and thus the title of brilliant talent became synonymous with the highest scholarly achievement. Young Run, do not lose heart. You must not only aspire to be a brilliant talent, but also strive for the titles of Ji Yuan, Hui Yuan, and Zhuang Yuan, thereby becoming one of the legendary 5 outstanding scholars. If you were to attain the position of national scholar, you would be the one and only 6 outstanding scholars in history, surpassing the 4 great talents of each generation. Yang Yuhuan, caught up in her excitement, spoke fervently. In response, the little creature in Fang Yun's arms was equally animated, chirping incessantly as if cheering him on. With a resigned smile, Fang Yun remarked, achieving even the 3 highest honors is an immense challenge. In the past 200 years across the 10 kingdoms, only 5 have accomplished it, and even those who have may not ultimately be conferred the title of saint. I firmly believe that Young Run will succeed. Yang Yuhuan's gaze was unwavering. Fang Yun chuckled silently, pondering the unshakable faith Yang Yuhuan had in him. Very well, I shall do my utmost. He chose not to dampen her enthusiasm. The little creature clapped its tiny paws joyously, as though Fang Yun were already destined to become one of the 6 outstanding scholars. Upon returning home, Fang Yun did not retire immediately, but instead immersed himself in diligent study and practice of calligraphy. He meticulously studied the works of Confucius and the classics of all the sub-saints, for these were essential for examinations and contained profound philosophies that others could not surpass. He then skimmed through the writings of other semi-saints and the way of the saints, not seeking complete comprehension at first, but merely to imprint the knowledge in his mind. Lastly, he devoted himself to practicing calligraphy, which he approached in 2 stages. First, he copied the calligraphy of Lu Gongquan, and then transcribed and improved upon novels or elementary texts. The 3-character classic, though a mere 1,500 characters, could be completed swiftly, leading Fang Yun to decide to transcribe the most renowned elementary works, including the Jewel of Young Learning and the expanded sage sayings, along with the pioneering family instructions of the Yin clan. The family instructions of the Yin clan, revered as the ancestor of family teachings, chronicles the knowledge, experiences, and thoughts of Yin Jitue, intended to guide future generations, hence the term family instructions. The author, Yin Jitue, did not hold high office or possess worldly talents, and was not initially renowned. Yet through his family instructions, he has etched his name in history, leaving a lasting legacy. However, this work would be reserved for last, as it required a wealth of life experience to write. After contemplating briefly, Fang Yun resolved to begin with the expanded sage sayings and the Jewel of Young Learning. It is often said that those who read the expanded sage sayings learn to articulate well, and those who study the Jewel of Young Learning can traverse the world. These texts hold immense practical value for young learners and have been continually supplemented by later generations, representing the essence of elementary education. The next day, Fang Yun followed his routine, reading a piece of literature after breakfast before taking a carriage to the Fong Clan Academy. It was the commencement of the first class at the academy, and as the sound of students reciting their lessons filled the air, Fong Yun entered the classroom. The loud scraping of chairs and desks against the floor echoed as all the teachers stood up, their reaction swifter than that of the academy's head, Fong Jingyang. Upon his arrival, "Is the head of the program here?" "The head of the program is early today. You appear quite well today." The young scholars and teachers were exceptionally courteous and warm, yet Fong Yun discerned a mixture of envy and trepidation in their demeanor. Fong Yunxin understood that the events of yesterday had spread, and with a smile, he clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Good morning, esteemed colleagues." As he spoke, his gaze swept over the spot where Lu Yingyan had once sat, now completely vacant, devoid of both chair and table. The teachers stood awkwardly, none daring to take a seat. Although I lament the situation surrounding Lu Yingyan, since the decree has been issued by the esteemed lord of the academy, I shall refrain from further comment. I hope that my fellow colleagues will not be unduly influenced by this incident, nor allow it to interfere with their teaching. After finishing his remarks, Fong Yunxin took his seat. Yes, indeed. Of course, Lu Yingyan got what he deserved. You, the head of the plan, are truly magnanimous. Had it been me, I would have unleashed a torrent of curses. Fong Yunxin merely smiled in response, deeming a mere scholar unworthy of his ire. Before long, the second class was about to commence. Fong Yunxin took his manuscript of the three-character classic and made his way to Class A. The teachers breathed a quiet sigh of relief, murmuring to one another, "Truly, the head of the double A class possesses an admirable demeanor and broad-mindedness, which is indeed rare. This matter is quite peculiar. How could Scholar Lu be so foolish? After all, Fong Yunxin is someone who can converse with the Sword-Brow Duke. Before this incident, who among us knew of Fong Yunxin's influence? I heard from someone yesterday that it was not Scholar Lu's folly, but rather that of the second lady. She was aware that the Lu family intended to suppress Fong Yunxin and sought to take advantage of the situation. Little did she realize, reaching into Lord Li's desk was akin to courting disaster. With Uncle Fong's protection, I refuse to believe that the Lu family can do anything to Fong Yunxin. We, the scholars of the Fong clan, shall not allow ourselves to be bullied by the treacherous minister's household. Indeed, should the Lu family dare to harm Fong Yunxin in the future, we shall unite with scholars from other academies to petition the provincial office. This realm belongs to the sage, it is not the Lu family as to command. Absolutely. When Fong Yunxin entered Class A, it was not yet 8:15. Yet all the students sat obediently on their benches. As he approached the podium, one student inquired, "Sir, will there be rewards today?" "Yes," Fong Yunxin replied casually, only to notice that the expressions of all the students transformed, akin to a pack of young tigers poised for the hunt, brimming with determination. "Splendid. My father said that if I do not receive a poem from the teacher within a month, I shall be punished. Classmates, could we perhaps yield a bit today?" One child suggested. "Why should we? Are you afraid? You merely got lucky once. Can you expect to be correct every time?" Thus, among familiar children, they assisted each other, while those who were not on good terms naturally exchanged barbs. Though it was all in jest, no one dared to resort to violence or insults. Had it been another teacher, they would have been incensed by now. Yet Fong Yunxin smiled and stated, "Today, I shall only bestow one poem. There will be a small test every 5 days, with the top and most improved students receiving my poems, to prevent anyone from feigning weakness. The bottom 3 in each test will find that even if they perform excellently next time, they shall not receive a poem. Furthermore, should I catch anyone attempting to manipulate this system, they shall not receive a single word from me in the future. Additionally, I am about to participate in the provincial examination, and once I achieve the rank of scholar, my time at the clan academy will diminish. Opportunities are rare. You must seize them." The classroom fell into a profound silence, and a fire of ambition ignited in the eyes of all the children. Now, let us proceed with the dictation of the three-character classic that I discussed yesterday. Apart from a few children wearing frowns, the majority of students confidently transcribed their work from memory. Subsequently, Fong Yun reviewed their compositions, commending several for their efforts, yet refrained from reprimanding those who had made errors. Chapter 36. Lishan Society Greetings, Brother Gao and Brother Lin. Fong Yun greeted the two with a warm smile. "Young Brother Fong." The two approached with several other scholars, each adorned with friendly smiles, scrutinizing Fong Yun with keen interest. Upon hearing Gao Minghong's address, Fong Yun understood that he was showcasing their amicable relationship, even though they had only met once. However, Fang Yun chose not to reveal this, as it was a trivial matter not worth contesting. This is Fang Yun, the illustrious Fang Shuangjia, known throughout the nation. I need not elaborate further. Fang, these are your peers from the Prefectural Academy, and you will be joining us there to study the way of the sages. Allow me to introduce them one by one. This is Wang Shoukui from Ting County, who has previously held the esteemed position of an exam head. Wang Shoukui waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Who does not know of Fang Yun? To call me an exam head in his presence is to tarnish my reputation, Minghong. Greetings. Fang, I have enjoyed your works, Weimu. You are indeed a fine young man." Wang remarked. "Brother Wang is too kind," Fang Yun replied with a smile. Subsequently, Gao Minghong introduced each individual to Fang Yun. Upon completing the introductions, he said, "You may have heard in Jixian that students from various academies can establish their own societies. We are the representatives of the Lishan Society at the Prefectural Academy. Lishan Society is the largest among the humble family societies, boasting a century-long history. Many of our predecessors have ascended to high positions, with current officials in the Ministry of Rights and governors of Huangping Prefecture having once been members. I have long admired the esteemed reputation of Lishan Society," Fang Yun acknowledged, having been aware of its significance. Akin to the renowned Fuza and Donglin factions of the Ming Dynasty, these societies were platforms for scholars to study, debate politics, and gradually evolved into entities with robust political aspirations, essentially forming the nascent shape of political parties. Across the 10 kingdoms, numerous literary societies exist, generally categorized into humble families and noble clans, often in opposition internally yet collaborating externally. The terms noble families, aristocrats, sacred families, and the Kong family collectively denote noble clans, while prominent clans may belong to either category alongside ordinary households, which are classified as humble families. Not only is Lishan Society the largest humble family literary society at the Prefectural Academy, but there is also a true Lishan Society at the State Academy, while the one outside its confines is merely a branch. However, the influence of humble families remains limited. The most significant literary society in Jiangzhou is the Ying Society, which gathers all prominent scholars and over half of the distinguished family students, surpassing Lishan Society in financial clout, influence, and literary prestige. Many exceptional humble family youths receive invitations from the Ying Society. Gao Minghong continued, "We earnestly hope you will join Lishan Society, yet rest assured, we will neither pressure you nor impose a deadline. The decision will rest entirely with you regarding when or whether to join. As for the Ying Society, some members wish to extend an invitation to you, but due to Lu Ziqing's staunch opposition, they will not do so. Other literary societies are aware they lack the qualification to invite you. Thank you for considering me, esteemed Lishan Society. I shall deliberate seriously upon it. Although the Ying Society is commendable, I remain, after all, a scion of a humble family," Fang Yun replied. Wang Shoukui leaned in and whispered, "Do not mention our attempts to recruit you in front of General Fang Shui. You are his nephew, and in a sense, you belong to the noble class. He likely wishes for you to join the Ying Society. An uncle is an uncle, and I am merely myself," Fang Yun remarked with a smile. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. The notorious reputation of Fang Shui was far too formidable, and they dared not provoke him, especially with the Lu family's pawnshop having been set ablaze without warning. Gao Minghong extended a crimson invitation card, stating, "Every year on the first day of April, the day of Lixia, the Daoism Prefecture holds 2 literary gatherings, one at noon and another in the evening. The noon session is exclusively for talented scholars, occasionally graced by a few distinguished students. The evening gathering, however, is reserved for those with the rank of juncture or higher, although a select few scholars may receive invitations, contingent upon recommendations from officials of at least the 7th rank." Fang Yun accepted the invitation, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Gao, for the invitation from the Lishan Society. I shall certainly attend the noon Lixia gathering in 2 days." While he outwardly appeared eager to participate, inwardly he felt a strong aversion, as the literary gatherings on the Xingyuan continent were exceedingly numerous. Currently, few were aware of Fang Yun's residence, providing him with a semblance of tranquility, otherwise, given his reputation. The invitations he received over the past few days could easily be weighed as scrap paper. "Very well. Since you still have teaching duties here, we shall not intrude further. After the Lixia gathering, let us indulge in poetry and wine together." They chuckled good-naturedly, knowing that they could only engage in drinking in his presence. Daring not to discuss literary matters, the group beamed with benevolence, offering no rebuttal, as they were all genuinely in awe of Fang Yun's talents. I am ultimately but a student, younger than you all. Please do not tarnish my reputation, Fang Yun jested in a tone reminiscent of Wang Shoukuei. The group erupted in laughter once more, convinced that Fang Yun's humility and grace would surely lead him to greatness. With no conflicting interests at play, they were eager to strengthen their bonds. As Fang Yun bid farewell to the scholars at the entrance of the clan school, Gao Minghong cleared his throat and said, "A senior from the Lishan Society at the State Academy has asked me to convey a message. Lu Ziqing and his faction have been slandering you within the Ying Society, maligning your character. Some elders from the Lishan Society have defended you, but regrettably, the Lu family's influence looms large, and your reputation within the State Academy is rather tarnished. Aside from the Fang family speaking on your behalf, most choose to remain silent. We suspect that Lu Ziqing aims to undermine your literary standing, so please exercise caution." Fang Yun had already learned from Zhou Zhibu about Lu Ziqing and Lu Ziji scheming behind the scenes, and he replied, "Thank you, Brother Gao. I will be vigilant." Yang Yuan had already retrieved 5,000 copies of the West Chamber along with promotional flyers and bookmarks from the printing house's warehouse, placing some on the shelves. Though no promotions had yet commenced, and not a single copy had been sold, the following 2 days passed quietly, and soon the first day of April arrived, the day for the release of Xinkai and literary report. As dawn broke, dozens of individuals with pushcarts gathered at the eastern side of the Academy study hall. Some were sent by bookstores, while others were book vendors preparing to purchase Xingdao and literary report for resale. Given the vastness of Daoyuan Prefecture, there were always residents nearby who preferred not to travel far. Thus, Xingdao could sell for 5 won and literary report for 1 won, complemented by the sale of other books, yielding a substantial monthly profit. Compared to previous days, those acquiring books for stores remained unchanged, but the majority of book vendors had undergone a transformation. More than 20 book vendors donned identical white attire, each emblazoned with 4 bold black characters in a striking calligraphic style on both the front and back, Sanwei Bookstore. Beside this, a line of smaller text proclaimed, "No. 17, Mingli Street, the finest novels in the world await you here." At the conclusion of the text, an artistic square logo left a memorable impression. In addition to their uniform clothing, each vendor's cart was propped up with a bamboo pole supporting a banner. The left side of the banner announced the fervent release of the West Chamber by the esteemed Fang Yun, while the right side invited patrons to a preview of next month's Sacred Path Divine text in the pillow. Below the banner hung an advertisement pinned by Fang Yun. The sides of the carts boldly proclaimed Sanwei Bookstore, with one half of each cart left empty while the other half contained bound editions of the West Chamber and In the Pillow, each accompanied by a bookmark. Other vendors and bookstore attendants were taken aback by this novel approach. Was it a clever marketing strategy to promote under the auspices of the illustrious scholarly? It either indicated a reckless endeavor or a robust backing. One vendor hurriedly approached another dressed in the distinctive garb and inquired, "Why do you wear such peculiar attire? Which bookstore is Sanwei?" The individual replied with pride, "Our Sanwei Bookstore is established by the esteemed Fang Yun, who is not only supported by the prominent Fang family, but also has the backing of a scholarly dignitary. We have all signed contracts with Sanwei Bookstore, earning a base salary of 1 tael of silver each month. The more books we sell, the higher our share. It is guaranteed income, and we earn more than we ever did before." Previously, aside from the 3 days of sales for Sacred Path and Literary News, how much could we make? Now we can sell not only Sacred Path and Literary News, but also the books from Sanwei Bookstore. Is there such an opportunity? Can I join? My books sell well, and I earn 700 to 800 won a month, which is not even selling every day. I have seen you sell books. If you can gather 2 additional vendors to provide 3 letters of recommendation, you may join us at Sanwei Bookstore. Please wait. I shall write you a letter of recommendation." With that, he retrieved paper, brush, and ink from his cart and penned a simple letter. "Thank you, my friend," the other said, handing over a large coin, glimmering in a brass hue, inscribed with 10 won. "You are too kind." Before long, all vendors not clad in the Sanwei Bookstore uniform departed, and even those working at other shops came to inquire. Shortly after 6 o'clock, a group of servants arrived, lining up behind the book vendors. Upon seeing the banner, these servants were astonished and eagerly inquired about the content and price of the West Chamber and In the Pillow, to which the vendors patiently responded. 50 won for a popular novel of over 150 pages was hardly exorbitant. Is this truly by Fang Shuangjia? Our young lady greatly admires his poetry. Look at us, having spent so much on new attire, Daring to sell books right in front of the academy, can it be false? No. 17. Mingli Street is indeed Samway bookstore. You may verify it. Ah, with the assurance of scholarly, I shall purchase a copy. I am certain our young lady will delight in it, remarked a middle-aged woman. I, too, have a copy. My son has been singing praises of the plan. Before long, over 20 copies were sold, with buyers drawn solely by Fang Yun's literary reputation and the esteemed title of scholarly. By 6:30, a throng gathered outside the Wenyuan bookstore, eager to purchase Wendao and Wenbao, as an increasing number of individuals took note of the advertisements from the booksellers. Just as the bookstore was about to commence sales, 10 ox carts, freshly emerged from the printing house, passed slowly before the entrance. Each cart bore banners and flags that were strikingly conspicuous. A person stood atop one of the carts, proclaiming, having read Xixiang, engage in romance, having read Jingzhong, become a great scholar. The reading page on the starting point frequently encounters issues. And while readers have reported these concerns, I have also submitted feedback. However, due to server complications, technical improvements remain unfeasible. My sincere gratitude for everyone's support. Chapter 37. Poetry gathering in the early morning. The bookshop in the literary courtyard was bustling with noise, yet a single shout from Liang Yuan hushed the crowd. All eyes turned towards him. There were at least 600 people present, now rendered completely silent, fixated on Liang Yuan alone. Flustered. He was merely a young man in his 20s, his face flushed crimson. After a brief moment, he repeated in a markedly subdued tone. Having perused the West Chamber, we are enlightened on matters of love. Having explored the Pillow Book, we engage with the great sages. He helplessly gestured towards the banners atop the ox cart. Many scholars scoffed, for they had been educated in the sacred doctrines and naturally looked down upon Liang Yuan's ostentatious display. Yet, the banners bore the name of Fang Yun, igniting their curiosity. I overheard a bookseller mention that the sacred path features an unprecedented convergence of 3 poems. It was audacious to make such claims before the book had even begun selling. Could there be some trickery? It was hard to say. We would have to wait and see. In terms of advertising impact, Liang Yuan's shout achieved perfection. Everyone was aware he was a bookseller. However, with the sacred path set to launch, no one left the line to purchase the West Chamber. The literary documents of the Academy quickly went on sale, managed by 4 young officials from the prestigious institutions, all of whom were acquainted with Fang Yun's triple poetic brilliance in the sacred path. Initially, they maintained their composure, but as sales progressed, they could no longer contain themselves. You have come at the perfect time. Today in the sacred path, our Jing Kingdom boasts 4 pieces of poetry, 3 of which are by Fang Shuangjia of Daoism Prefecture, along with a national anthem. After years of selling the sacred path, this was the first time they nearly cried from joy. Fang Yun had vindicated our Jing people. When you acquire the sacred path, be sure to turn directly to page 101, where Fang Yun's 3 poems shine brilliantly. And one serves as a national anthem. No need to peruse the other verses. The words of the 4 officials ignited a spark among the gathered crowd. One individual raised the sacred path and shouted, "Indeed, it is the convergence of 3 poems. Ji County's Fang Yun is none other than Fang Shuangjia. There truly is a national anthem. Impressive. Remarkable. A sage's commentary is such a rarity. Hurry and buy at the front. I wish to see the national anthem. I want to read the sage's commentary." Do not push, do not push. The buyers were in a frenzy, while those who secured their copies rejoiced, many stepping out of the throng to peruse their books. Marvelous. Extraordinary. Some clad in student robes and even those in scholar attire lingered, gathering in spirited discussion, and soon began improvising poetry on the spot, altering phrases like the rooster-esque crow at the thatched inn under the moon and the footsteps on the frost-covered bridge to create new verses. Some transformed it to the bird's call at the thatched inn by the trees, the leaves floating on the waters near the bridge, while others altered it to the crane's call at the thatched inn in the rain, the wild scenery near the bridge in spring. However, despite their efforts, none felt their creations could rival the original poem. The crowd, aware they could not compare to Fang Yun, still felt a sense of satisfaction. For Fang Yun was indeed one of their own from Daoism Prefecture. Liang Yuan, observing the scholars and students, shouted as they began to disperse. Fang Yun's new book is now on sale. The West Chamber and the Pillow Book are combined into one, with an early preview of May's The Pillow Book. Come and purchase it quickly. Previously, many were skeptical about the concept of the 3 poems shining together, yet the undeniable truth lay in the 101st page of the Sacred Path, firmly in hand. Those who had purchased Sacred Path, albeit with a lingering doubt, approached Liang Yuan and the 10 linked ox carts. Could this truly be the work of Feng Shuangjia? Indeed. You see that the preface was penned by the esteemed Zhu, the registrar of the Literary Institute. If we dared to forge, would we not be courting our own demise? You may peruse the first 10 pages for free, and if it does not surpass the ordinary novels of the past, I shall willingly offer my head for you to use as a polo ball. Thus, they began to read. Over a dozen scholars picked up the stacked Shishangji from the cart, silently delving into its contents. Upon seeing the preface by Zhu and the signature of Feng Yun, their doubts dissipated, and they continued reading. Indeed, this line possesses a novel charm, appearing remarkably convenient and clear at a glance. Undoubtedly, it stands apart from the rest. I felt a twinge of discomfort as I observed. Before long, someone abruptly snapped the book shut, exclaiming, "I'll buy it. I cannot continue reading, for I fear I might not want to return home." With that, he produced 5 large coins and tossed them directly to Liang Yuan before departing with the book. It was nothing extraordinary, merely more engaging than the typical tales of the bazaar. Although he feigned indifference, he nonetheless counted out 50 coins and handed them to Liang Yuan. This book is indeed rare, sweeping away the eerie tales of the 10 kingdoms. Who but Feng Yun could possess such remarkable talent? In truth, I had believed from the outset that this was no deception. The sword-brow duke, although now the head of the State Literary Institute, once wielded a poem titled Sword Poem in the Wind and Rain, causing the wolves and barbarians to howl in despair. His ancient sword had drawn forth several strands of blood. Even the seasoned veterans dared not approach him. The empress referred to him as the sword-brow duke not merely for his brow that resembled a sword, but for his talent that was as sharp as one. I would not dare to misappropriate his name, even at the cost of my life. Indeed, the infamous reputation of grand scholar Li Weiying is well known. None would dare to usurp his name. As the crowd discovered the true merit of Shishangji, they began to actively promote the book. These students and scholars became the finest advertisements, prompting many previously uncertain individuals to purchase the tome. Under the influence of Feng Yun's literary fame, an increasing number of people began to acquire Shishangji. 10 ox carts stood before the bookshop of the Literary Institute, while over 20 book vendors pushed their carts through the streets of Daoism Prefecture, calling out their wares. Shishangji and Zhongzhongji began to circulate within a limited sphere, and within a few days, all the scholars in the city would be aware that Feng Yun had released a new book. As was his custom, Feng Yun went to teach at the Feng Clan Academy, and as noon approached, he set off with a fellow instructor, He Yuzhong, who had also received an invitation to the Lixia literary gathering. Once aboard Feng Yun's carriage, He Yuzhong surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "Feng Yun, this carriage is quite impressive. Surely not less than 100 taels of silver. Do you truly consider this fit for a scholar of your stature?" Feng Yun chuckled. "Indeed, you have a point." It was then that Feng Yun grasped the plight of these scholars. In 7 or 8 years, how could I possibly ascend to the position of governor? Moreover, brother He, you underestimate yourself. Feng Yun responded. He Yuzhong's face flushed as he replied, "I must consider my future and the prospects for my descendants. Had you any substantial assets, I might truly wish to align myself with you." Feng Yun gazed at He Yuzhong in bewilderment. A scholar seeking the company of a mere student? He Yuzhong cleared his throat and replied, "Though my scholarship may not rival yours, my judgment of character is seldom flawed. Even if I were mistaken, the general would not err. It is not merely students, but even scholars and candidates who would not warrant his personal attention. Should you ever find yourself in need of assistance, do not hesitate to inquire of me. Brother He, since you extend such an offer, I hope to count on your support in times of need," Feng Yun expressed, surprised at how swiftly someone sought his alliance. In Daoism Prefecture, over 10,000 students participated in the provincial examinations each year, yet only 50 to 80 scholars were admitted. "You're too modest," He Yuzhong thought to himself, relieved. Feng Yun remarked, "To be candid, my bookshop is indeed in need of capable hands, particularly someone of your esteemed caliber." He elaborated, "A thriving bookshop represents a significant enterprise. In a realm where literature flourishes, anything related to education can prosper and be passed down through generations." He Yuzhong replied, "Whether I can be persuaded to join you depends on today's book sales." Feng Yun countered, "Since the shop is under your watch, it is bound to fare well. I hold confidence in the long-term perspective, though I remain uncertain about immediate returns." He Yuzhong frowned slightly, pondering why Feng Yun, who seemed far from short-sighted, would voice such concerns. Nonetheless, he reassured him, A bookshop requires patience and gradual growth in reputation. Without 3 years of operation, it is impossible to discern profit from loss. Sensing the unspoken implications, Fang Yun chose to divert the conversation, asking, I have yet to participate in the Lixia literary gathering. What can you tell me about it? The gathering? It is neither grand nor insignificant. Occurring around the onset of summer, the Lixia literary gathering typically revolves around the theme of spring in poetry. Generally, it consists of poetry recitals, occasionally transforming into lyrical gatherings, though such events have not been held for over a decade due to the limited talents of scholars. Ancient poetry is far easier to compose than lyrics. However, the evening gathering for candidates often includes lyrical sessions. This literary event primarily serves to elevate the reputation of the offspring of noble families. Is there truly such a purpose? Fang Yun inquired. Consider it, He Yuzhong continued. How many ordinary individuals possess the means to host such a gathering? A venue must be chosen, food and drink arranged, and entertainers provided. Moreover, there ought to be rewards to incentivize participation. A literary gathering would not cost less than 2,000 taels of silver. And even the wealthiest families cannot sustain such extravagance indefinitely. The verses presented are often pre-composed by renowned masters at a high price, with only minor revisions by the participants. The average person cannot compete. In most cases, the outcomes are predetermined, unless someone unexpectedly excels, like yourself. He Yuzhong concluded with a chuckle. Fang Yun replied, I appreciate your warning, brother He. Given the substantial investments made by others in this gathering, it would be unbecoming for us to merely partake in the feasting and overshadow their efforts. I shall attend merely to observe, and once the champion is declared, I shall take my leave. Should I depart prematurely, it would be a slight against those who hosted me. He Yuzhong pondered for a moment and remarked, Allow me to consider your intentions with a more cynical perspective. The 7 or 8 scholars from Lixin society who have come to invite you may have been sent as mere instruments of another. It is likely that a person of distinction from Lixin society orchestrated their visit. Otherwise, a simple invitation would not necessitate such a crowd. What do you mean by that? Fang Yun harbored a faint suspicion, yet having just arrived in the capital, he remained unaware of the underlying intricacies and thus refrained from drawing any definitive conclusions. Chapter 38. Not a poetry gathering. Fang Yun was lost in contemplation, remaining silent. He Yuzhong remarked, If you manage to outshine the crowd at this poetry gathering, the members of the Lixin Society will undoubtedly extend an invitation to you for the evening Xia Festival literary meeting, thereby amplifying your literary reputation and expressing their gratitude for your prior victories over the gentry. They certainly had a clever scheme, Fang Yun casually replied. Gazing out of the carriage window with a serene expression, He Yuzhong quickly interjected, Since you do not intend to seize the limelight at the poetry gathering, it matters little. However, in future instances, they must offer substantial benefits. You should not be the one to charge into battle while they reap the rewards. Before long, the carriage exited the city and arrived at the picturesque woolly village, situated close to the city's outskirts. He Yuzhong commented, Such literary gatherings are frequently held outside the city, as the urban landscape is filled with buildings, offering little in the way of springtime beauty. Woolly Village is renowned for its enchanting scenery and the meandering Yang River, making it a favorite among many literary figures. Naturally, the pavilions and painted boats here are also exceptional. Upon finishing his statement, He Yuzhong wore an expression that suggested mutual understanding, to which Fang Yun responded with a subtle smile. Upon reaching Woolly Village, He Yuzhong directed Fang Daoism towards Mingyu Tower, the venue for the poetry gathering. Fang Yun chuckled, Brother He, you are quite the regular here. He Yuzhong, far from feeling embarrassed, displayed a hint of pride. The literati of the 10 kingdoms all pursued elegance. As long as they did not don official robes, even officials could partake in revelry, albeit without the privilege of lodging overnight. Shortly thereafter, Fang Daoism called out, Young master, there are too many carriages ahead, and an attendant is directing traffic, preventing further entry for carriages. We can only stop here. Very well, let us halt here, Fang Yun replied. Both he and He Yuzhong alighted from the carriage. Fang Yun retrieved a piece of nearly half a tael of silver from his pouch and handed it to Fang Daoism, saying, Find a place to dine. We do not know how long we shall be. Thank you, young master, Fang Daoism exclaimed, his delight evident. He Yuzhang's eyes sparkled, silently acknowledging Fang Yun as a worthy ally. The two men began to walk, with Fang Yun surveying the surroundings. To the right lay a river approximately 10 zhang wide, its surface shimmering with the caress of the breeze. Opposite the riverbank stood a dense forest, while along this side, numerous two-story wooden buildings lined the shore, each remarkably grand and spacious. These wooden structures faced away from the water, directly confronting a cluster of residences and woolly village. Carriages were abundant along their path. Upon reaching Mingyu Tower, the two presented their invitations and entered the first floor. The first floor of Mingyu Tower was exceedingly spacious, adorned with numerous dining and writing tables. The dining tables were laden with an array of pastries, cold dishes, and beverages, while the writing tables were equipped with ink, brushes, paper, and inkstones. Over 50 scholars were scattered throughout the first floor and the corridors of the second floor, many of whom were embracing one or even two women. However, the majority refrained from engaging with the women, instead gathering to engage in lively discussions. All doors on the second floor were ajar, allowing faint sounds of men's conversations and women's laughter to filter through. Feng Shuangjia, Gao Minghong called out loudly, waving at Feng Yun. Upon hearing those three words, all the scholars paused their activities, and even the women turned towards the entrance with expressions of surprise. The music suddenly faltered, as 6 female musicians became distracted by Feng Yun's presence, halting their performances. Those who had been in the rooms on the second floor also emerged into the corridors, all eyes drawn to Feng Yun. With a resigned gesture, Feng Yun acknowledged everyone before making his way towards Gao Minghong. Only one person noticed Feng Yun and hastily entered the prestigious room on the second floor. Lu Ji continued to play her instrument, and the moonlight pavilion returned to its usual ambience. Several individuals approached Feng Yun, eager to engage in conversation. Feng Yun, today you must bring honor to our humble clan and seize the title of the poetry champion, Gao Minghong remarked. Feng Yun mused that Yuzhang's earlier words were indeed accurate. Gao Minghong was surely being manipulated by others, for he would not have uttered such phrases upon their first meeting. Today, I have only brought my voice, not my pen, so I cannot compose poetry. I shall leave once I have dined, Feng Yun replied with a smile. The surrounding scholars were perplexed, some unsure of what was occurring, while others thought Feng Yun was jesting. Gao Minghong inquired, "What has transpired? We had just concluded that the poetry title was undeniably yours. Why will you not participate? Composing poetry is not as simple as eating or drinking. One cannot simply will it into existence. Today, I am devoid of inspiration and truly unable to write poetry. I hope everyone can understand." "What a pity," many lamented in unison. At that moment, a group of elegantly dressed young men emerged from the prestigious room, appearing on the corridor of the second floor, leaning on the railing. The music ceased, and all eyes turned towards them. One scholar, adorned with a robe embroidered with koi, bowed to the crowd and smiled. "I am grateful to all for granting me the opportunity to host this Lixia literary gathering. I had intended to express my grievances, but upon hearing that Feng Yun, the double-jia scholar, is present, all my hardships have been worthwhile. On behalf of everyone here, I extend my gratitude to Feng Yun, not only for allowing us to witness exquisite poetry, but also for enabling the scholars of Jinghua to hold their heads high." He clapped his hands vigorously. The applause erupted in the moonlight pavilion. However, Feng Yun and a few others sensed something amiss. It was peculiar for the host of the gathering to extol Feng Yun so highly, elevating him to an almost unrealistic pedestal. Moreover, applauding a scholar in such a manner, typically reserved for performers and storytellers, seemed rather hasty. Beside him, Gao Minghong quickly remarked, "He is a significant figure in the Ying society, Guanyayuan. Although merely from a prominent family, his uncle holds a 5th-rank position in the Ministry of Personnel in the capital and is a close confidant of the Left Chancellor." After saying this, he cast a wary glance at Feng Yun. Feng Yun immediately stood and bowed to the crowd, saying, "Brother Guan, your praise is unwarranted. I am but an ordinary scholar who has occasionally penned a few commendable verses and would never presume to take credit. I am here solely to savor the fresh fish from the Yang River. As for the poetry gathering, I shall leave that to Brother Guan." After speaking, Feng Yun resumed his seat. The onlookers recognized Feng Yun's intent to defer, with some curious, others nodding in agreement, and a few expressing discontent. Meanwhile, those surrounding Guanyayuan wore smirks. Guanyayuan sighed and said, "Regarding the gathering, I must apologize to everyone, due to a miscommunication from my household staff. The invitation was incorrectly worded. This event is not a poetry gathering, but rather a lyric meeting. To express my regret, the rewards for the first, second, and third places in this lyric meeting will be doubled. However, since everyone is engaged in composing poetry on the spot, such trivial matters are of little concern. Indeed, poetry gatherings are akin to literary assemblies. They are all celebrations of the written word. The crowd hastily rallied to support Guan Yaoyuan. A flicker of anger crossed Gao Minghong's face as he rose and exclaimed loudly, "Brother Guan, why did you choose to announce the change only after Fang Yun's arrival? Are you intimidated by Fang Yun's poetic reputation, prompting you to hastily transform this into a lyrical gathering?" Guan Yaoyuan immediately bent forward, clasping his hands in a gesture of supplication. "Brother Gao, I concede my mistake. I truly erred, must I not? Allow me to fetch you some tea. I did not intend it this way." Even a fool knows that since Fang Shuangjia can excel in 3 poems, his lyricism should pose no issue. If you doubt this, you may inquire with the proprietor of Minjiula or the courtesan, Panner. I have long asserted that the poetry gathering during the beginning of summer is rather dull. And this year we must have a lyrical assembly. Gao Minghong, poetry and lyrics are inseparable. Your insistence is overly aggressive. Indeed, Guan Yaoyuan has pleaded with you. Do not press your advantage further. Brother Gao, it is wise to show mercy when one can. Even some scholars from humble backgrounds came to Guan Yaoyuan's defense. Gao Minghong snorted softly and resumed his seat, casting a stern glance at Fang Yun. Fang Yun understood. Guan Yaoyuan, despite his esteemed position, was now exhibiting a subservient demeanor before Gao Minghong, clearly harboring greater ambitions. Could it be that Lu Zicheng is plotting to tarnish my reputation? Fang Yun pondered. Seeing Gao Minghong seated, Guan Yaoyuan continued, "Once I disclose the next piece of news, you shall all suspect me of orchestrating mischief. If you do not suspect me, you are not true men. For Panna has decided to offer her first night to the champion of this lyrical assembly, thus ending her life as a courtesan. What? Years ago, a scholar sought to redeem her and take her as a legitimate wife, yet she declined. How could she now offer herself for a mere lyrical gathering? Surely, she cannot have taken a liking to Fang Shuangjia. Alas, it appears she is indeed targeting Fang Shuangjia." Minjiula was thrown into chaos. Gao Minghong was rendered speechless. If this was orchestrated by Lu Zicheng, the cost was exorbitant. Panner was the treasure of Minjiula, skilled in poetry and songs, capable of engaging in discussions on classics and strategies with scholars, earning no less than 20,000 taels of silver annually, a staggering worth. After a moment's hesitation, Gao Minghong whispered to Fang Yun, "This matter is precarious. No matter Lu Zicheng's machinations, he cannot sway Panner." He Yuzhang, who had arrived in the carriage with Fang Yun, leaned closer and whispered, "You must not leave prematurely. If you do, they will certainly spread rumors, claiming you are afraid, thus tarnishing your literary reputation." Fang Yun smiled faintly. His previously nonchalant demeanor now bore subtle changes. "To tarnish my literary reputation, they must pay a far greater price." After saying this, Fang Yun took a sip of tea. He did not lower his voice. Those at the table could hear him, and they fell into silence. Gao Minghong sighed and murmured, "Should your reputation suffer after today, I will find a way to make amends." "There is no need for such concern, Brother Gao," Fang Yun replied. Gao Minghong shook his head. With any doubts dispelled, Guan Yaoyuan commenced the announcement of the rules for this poetry conference. The regulations were straightforward. Participants were to compose a poem on the theme of spring on the spot, followed by evaluations from all attendees. Should the poet feel dissatisfied with the judgment, they could seek an assessment of their talent at the Academy of Literature to determine their merit. The victor of this poetry gathering would not only receive the first night of the beloved Piener, but also a substantial reward of 600 taels of silver. The second place would earn 200 taels, and the third would be granted 100 taels, a considerable sum for the majority present. Chapter 39. Mung Bean Cake. May I present Miss Panner? Upon the conclusion of Guan Yaoyuan's announcement, a woman adorned in a pink skirt and red attire gracefully emerged, causing many men present to hold their breath while numerous women gazed on with envy. Fang Yun initially approached the scene with great anticipation, yet found himself involuntarily comparing her to Yang Yuhuan, and thereafter, his hopes dwindled. Countless men, including Guan Yaoyuan, focused their admiration on Panner, while Fang Yun alone lowered his gaze to sip tea and leisurely picked up a piece of mung bean cake to savor. Panner, radiant like the moon amid the stars, smiled warmly, raising her chin to survey the assembly with an unwavering expression, unperturbed by anyone, including the man relishing his mung bean cake. Scholars began to shower her with flattery in a steady stream. Sitting beside Fang Yun, He Yuzhang whispered, "What is the matter? Do you not appreciate her? What type of woman do you prefer? Speak up, and I shall certainly assist you in finding one to your satisfaction." He then revealed a slightly lecherous grin. "Is it true she can earn 20,000 taels of silver in a month?" Fang Yun glanced at Panner and inquired, "Has she perhaps humiliated some renowned scholars?" spreading her notoriety far and wide. Indeed, such occurrences were factual. She was no virtuous woman, merely playing a role for the occasion. Having stepped atop the backs of other scholars to rise, she could certainly use you as a stepping stone. It seems you have discerned her true nature. He Yuzhong regarded Fang Yun with curiosity, pondering that it was no wonder he was a scholar of the highest order, compared to him. The duped scholars seemed to have aged beyond their years. Fang Yun continued his meal. Panner gracefully descended the stairs, while the musician on the low platform in the main hall departed. A maid from Minjiulo walked ahead of Panner, scattering petals along the path, leaving behind a fragrant trail. The host of the poetry gathering, Guan Yaoyuan, along with several scholars, accompanied Panner to the elevated stage, where they stood behind a table adorned with the four treasures of the study. Guan Yaoyuan cheerfully inquired, "Who shall be the first to compose a verse?" "I shall." Over a dozen scholars rose, eager to immerse themselves in her presence. Panner immediately covered her mouth and chuckled softly, captivating many onlookers. Guan Yaoyuan declared, "Then let us invite Brother Lai Yong to come forth first. He was among the top 10 scholars of Diyuan Prefecture and has traversed the literary mountains, contributing greatly to today's gathering." The others promptly took their seats, clearly aware that Guan Yaoyuan was favoring Lai Yong. To contest would be to disregard Guan Yaoyuan's authority. "Thank you all for your graciousness." Lai Yong feigned humility as he approached the table to greet Panner. After a brief moment of contemplation, he stated, "With the courtesan Panner in attendance, I shall choose the poetic form Dian Jiang Chun. Though I cannot personally adorn your lips with rouge, I can certainly contemplate it in my heart." Laughter erupted among the crowd, and Panner's cheeks flushed a delicate pink as she playfully glared at Lai Yong, stirring the hearts of many. Lai Yong picked up his brush, pondering deeply, and began to recite as he wrote, "In spring days, fragrant hearts linger. Subtle scents tease at dusk's embrace. Jade skin, cold and transparent, adding to one's slender grace. Shadows cast upon the pond, as the moon fades and men return. Do you know? A single bloom should bow to the Eastern Lord's tune." As Lai Yong completed his composition, the crowd erupted in applause. The use of tige transformed the inanimate into something alive. A single bloom should bow, such a beautiful line. Brother Lai possesses immense talent. He shall surely rank among the top 3. Fang Yun nodded in agreement. This poem was indeed remarkable, likely reaching the heights of county-level acclaim. And it seemed a pity to use it merely to please a woman. The first poem was composed so exquisitely that it deterred many eager contestants. For to compete would be to sacrifice oneself in favor of Lai Yong. Consequently, no one dared to present another verse. "Is there no one else to recite a poem?" Guan Yaoyuan inquired loudly. Silence ensued. Suddenly, the courtesan Panner spoke up. "Who among you is Fang Shuangjia? I dare to request a poem from him, though I wonder if I am fortunate enough to receive such a gift." The crowd turned their envious gazes toward Fang Yun, admiring his esteemed position. Fang Yun maintained his composure. "Ah, you are the one who delights in green bean cake?" Panner addressed him with a remarkably innocent tone. Guan Yaoyuan, intrigued, asked, "What do you mean by that?" Panner cast a wistful glance at Fang Yun and lamented, "When I descended earlier, all eyes were upon me. Yet Fang Shuangjia was engrossed in tea and green bean cake, as if my humble beauty did not capture his attention at all." Guan Yaoyuan erupted in laughter, saying, "Oh, Panner, you are mistaken. Not even the courtesans of the capital command his regard." "Is that truly so?" Panner questioned. "Indeed, it is true," replied Guan Yaoyuan. "Fang Shuangjia's child bride is renowned throughout Jixian as the famed Shishir of Jiangzhou. Even the illustrious Lu Zicheng was astounded by her beauty, which led Fang Yun to misunderstand and compel County Magistrate Kai to drive Lu Zicheng away. However, one cannot blame Fang Yun. After all, Lu Zicheng spoke frivolously. The child bride raised Fang Yun, and he harbors deep affection for her, thus he cannot tolerate even a hint of disrespect. Fang Yun, your reputation for talent has spread across the 10 kingdoms. Why not compose the second poem yourself? Seize the crown and embrace Panner in your new abode, suggested Guan Yaoyuan. How outrageous! Panner exclaimed, turning away, her hand covering her flushed cheek. The crowd erupted in encouragement, urging Fang Yun to create a poem. Rising slowly, Fang Yun smiled and said, "Lu Zicheng brought 4 servants to my doorstep, brandishing a paper sword with the intent to kill me and seize my beloved Yuan. Thankfully, the timely intervention of Captain Lu and Magistrate Kai, who engaged in a verbal duel, resulted in the slaying of one of his servants. Yet somehow, in your narrative, Lu Zicheng is blameless, while I, Fang Yun, am at fault. Are you planning to exonerate Lu Zicheng today and tomorrow march to the capital to seek justice for the deceased servant? The moonlit pavilion fell silent. No one expected Fang Yun to be so forthright. Guanyao Yuan immediately donned a look of grievance, replying, Fang Shuangjia, you have misunderstood me. I was unaware of the truth and merely repeating hearsay. I apologize for my error in only heeding one side of the story. However, your words cannot be taken entirely at face value, lest I fall into the same trap of believing one perspective. Today is the Lixia poetry gathering. Let us speak solely of the elegance of verses and refrain from other matters. Fang Shuangjia, for the sake of the several scholars present, why not compose a poem? Fang Yun retorted with a smirk. Those present are not fools, yet you appear pitifully naive, attempting to isolate me by manipulating others. As if these scholars could be mere pawns in your game. Your machinations against me alongside Lu Zicheng are truly elaborate. Beside Fang Yun, He Yuzhong silently praised the boldness of the young scholar, recognizing that while his approach might be deemed somewhat harsh, it effectively clarified the situation, ensuring that those who were neutral would likely refrain from supporting Guanyao Yuan. Chapter 40. The resounding voice of Jade Mini instinctively recoiled, seeking to avoid entanglement in this conflict. Those who valued their reputation would never come to the aid of Guanyao Yuan at this moment, for that would equate to supporting the notorious Lu Zicheng. Similarly, those averse to confrontation remained neutral, as Fang Yun was, after all, the nephew of Fang Shui and was reputed to have certain connections with the eminent scholar Li Weining. With a few well-chosen words, Fang Yun succeeded in isolating Lu Zicheng, Guanyao Yuan, and their loyal companions, effectively severing their potential to undermine his literary reputation through the other scholars. Guanyao Yuan appeared utterly unfazed, sighing as he spoke. Fang Yun, you truly misunderstand me. I am not seeking to isolate you. Rather, your humble origins have fostered resentment towards the affluent and the officials, leading you to believe that we aristocrats would conspire against you. I admit I should not have mentioned Lu Zicheng, and once again, I sincerely apologize. Alas, you may find this amusing, but I have invested so much of my own money in hopes of enhancing my literary reputation. Were you not to attend, I would strive to attain the title of champion, yet if you do come, I would be more than delighted. Should my poetry event yield a remarkable verse from Mingzhou or Zhanghua, it would reflect upon my own literary standing as well. The crowd suddenly grasped the situation. Guanyao Yuan's countenance shifted dramatically as he instinctively glanced around. Some evaded his gaze, others bore mocking smiles, while a few shook their heads gently. It was evident to all that, although Guanyao Yuan typically exhibited courtesy, he had never before displayed such obsequiousness. Today, however, he adopted this demeanor solely as a tactic to present himself as a pitiable figure, thereby casting Fang Yun as an overbearing cad. Gao Minghong immediately interjected in a mocking tone. Tell me, why is the esteemed Guan so submissive today? From the beginning, you have apologized repeatedly. Your demeanor reminiscent of a meek maiden. It seems you have ulterior motives. Indeed, your alliance with Lu Zicheng, sharing a concubine, indicates a close bond. Naturally, you wish to avenge him. The crowd's curiosity was piqued. While two scholars sharing a concubine was not a scandalous affair, it would certainly tarnish their reputations. Guanyao Yuan retorted angrily. Gao Minghong, how dare you insult me thus? Were it not for the poetry event and my literary aspirations, I would have long challenged you to a contest of verses. Do you think me so easily manipulated, like a soft fruit? Am I to receive satisfaction only by denouncing Lu Zicheng as a beast? Suddenly, a voice from behind Guanyao Yuan scoffed. What nonsense about the saint's dual armor? Are you not simply afraid? Afraid that our verses might surpass yours, that your literary reputation is at risk, hence you deliberately divert the conversation to Lu Zicheng. Otherwise, why such a vehement reaction to a mere remark from Guan? Where is the magnanimity you claim to possess? Where is the demeanor befitting the champion? Yinyu, speak less. Fang Yun is not this sort of person. Guanyao Yuan admonished softly, revealing a look of resignation. Panner interjected, please, do not continue. All the blame rests upon me. It is my fault for pressuring Fang Shuangjia to compose poetry simply out of admiration. In truth, I am of an age where I desire a suitable match, and my affection for Fang Shuangjia's literary prowess led me to wish to marry him, whether as a wife or a concubine, willingly. However, as a woman, I am ultimately shy, so I made an arrangement with young Master Guan. If Fang Shuangjia were to attend, I would announce my intention to submit to the champion of the poetry event. If he did not come, the matter would remain unspoken. Little did I know, in my fervent admiration, I would commit such a foolish act. As Panner spoke, she gently curtsied to Feng Yun, expressing her humble apologies. She implored, "I beseech you, young Master Feng, to show me mercy. All of this is my fault. I should not have insisted upon your composing verses. I am willing to accept a penalty of 3 cups." Yin shouted vehemently, "This cannot be. Feng Yun is merely afraid of being outshone, which has nothing to do with you. You admire talent and have even rejected a scholar, yet Feng Yun regards you as inconsequential. Why must you torment yourself?" Guan Yaoyuan shouted in a low voice. "Yin Yu." The Mingyu Tower fell into a profound silence. Feng Yun sighed lightly, his heart stirring with tumultuous thoughts. It seemed likely that Lu Ziji had a hand in this. The defamation of my literary reputation is merely the beginning. Subsequently, the faction of the left chancellor could not only nullify my literary achievements but also target the officials who support me, eliminating any dissent. Reputation is indeed a double-edged sword. However, I, Feng Yun, shall not be so easily toppled. Resolute in his decision, Feng Yun cast his gaze upon the green bean cake on the table. Alas, the green bean cakes of Woolly Village. After speaking, he stepped outside, closely followed by He Yuzhang. Guan Yaoyuan, filled with urgency, immediately signaled Yin Yu to prevent Feng Yun from leaving. Yin Yu bellowed, "Feng Yun, I disdain you. You are nothing but a fool, lacking the courage to compose in public. I am ashamed to be associated with you in Daoyuan Prefecture. You cannot even craft a verse. Your literary fame is merely superficial." Feng Yun laughed heartily, stepping out of the Mingyu Tower, then pausing at the door, turning his back to the crowd. "Since you wish for me to compose, I shall indeed create a piece. Given that I previously stated I came only to lend my voice, not my pen, I shall recite A Butterfly Loves Flower titled Spring Scenery." All present held their breath, straining to catch every word that would follow. Feng Yun took a step forward and began, "The flowers fade. Their crimson remnants gone, the young green apricots now adorn the boughs." A few scholars could not help but nod. This line depicted the withering of blossoms and the emergence of green apricots, perfectly capturing the essence of late spring and early summer, resonating with the day of the Li Xia. After reciting the first line, Feng Yun advanced another step. "As swallows take flight, green waters meander around homes." The first poet, Lai Yong, exhaled in relief. Recognizing this line as decent, yet somewhat generic, slightly inferior to his own verses. With another step, Feng Yun continued, "The willow catkins on the branches diminish." Lai Yong could not suppress a smile. This line, though still ordinary, conveyed that the willow fluff was waning, signaling the departure of spring. With yet another step, Feng Yun recited, "Where in the world is there no fragrant grass?" The dozen or so listeners, unable to contain themselves, collectively inhaled sharply. The literal meaning alone was insufficient to evoke such a reaction from Lai Yong, yet he, possessing remarkable talent, immediately sensed that Feng Yun's words were likely directed at Panner, imbuing this line with a distinct flavor. A few scholars cast furtive glances at Panner, who, being a crafted female scholar and hearing this for the first time, assumed it was merely about spring scenery, though she vaguely felt that the words held a deeper significance. Feng Yun took another step, continuing with each line, "Within the walls. A swing, outside, a path. Outside, passers-by. Within, a lady smiles. The laughter fades, the sounds grow quiet. The tender-hearted are vexed by the indifferent." As Feng Yun recited this poem, an extraordinary resonance emerged, harmonizing with his voice and words, radiating outward. All the jade and gold artifacts began to gently vibrate in sync with Feng Yun's voice. The sound of these vibrations did not create a cacophony but instead resonated beautifully, as if they were willingly accompanying his melody. The resonance of gold and jade. Someone whispered softly. The attendees were all affected by this splendid resonance, their faces lighting up with joy, as if they were enveloped in the most exquisite spring scenery. A few scholarly youths swayed their heads, repeatedly murmuring the poem as if intoxicated. Several songstresses could not help but hum the tune of Butterfly Lovers, their melodies growing ever more jubilant. Even the illiterate maidens gazed dreamily at Feng Yun's retreating figure, yearning to keep this prodigious talent around, willing to pay any price. Such is the terrifying power of the resonance of gold and jade. If it can shake gold and jade, how much more can it stir human hearts? Those with greater talent were less affected. A few individuals, who felt the impact less acutely, exchanged glances, recognizing the astonishment in each other's eyes. For them, the resonance of poetry was remarkable, yet if war poetry could invoke such a phenomenon, it would exponentially amplify its reach, annihilating countless foes, an exceedingly fearsome poetic anomaly. This suggested that Fang Yun's future war poetry might also possess a slight chance of triggering this resonance. These individuals discreetly distanced themselves from Guan Yaoyuan and others. As Fang Yun departed, the resonance diminished, and some cast peculiar looks at Guan Yaoyuan and Panner. For the latter part of the poem spoke of a traveler hearing a woman swing within a wall, only for her laughter to soon fade, leaving the lovesick traveler feeling abandoned. The final line was strikingly direct, causing Panner's complexion to turn pale. After taking 8 steps, Fang Yun completed the recitation and walked away slowly. "Quick, write it down." A scholar hastily took out his brush to transcribe the entire poem Butterfly Lovers in Spring Scenery. The flowers fade, the remaining red gives way to green apricots. As the swallows fly, green waters encircle the homes. The willow fluff is blown away. And where in the world is there no fragrant grass? Within the wall, a swing; outside the wall, a path. A traveler outside, a beauty inside laughing. The laughter gradually fades, the voices grow quiet. The lovesick one, however, is vexed by the indifferent. Many gazed at the complete poem, remaining silent for a long while. The brilliance of talent was palpable, at least in Mingzhou. Perhaps within a few years, this verse could become a national treasure. Nods of agreement spread through the crowd. That line about fragrant grass encapsulated the essence of spring's arrival and departure. Upon hearing this, many turned their gaze toward Panner again. A complete poem also lay before her. And as she read, tears blurred her vision. What appeared on her face was not disappointment from feeling abandoned, but rather regret and self-reproach. The resonance of gold and jade most easily stirred the emotions within one's heart. Once ensnared, one could no longer conceal their feelings. The scholars present had already discerned that Panner must have orchestrated a scheme to harm Fang Yun, yet ironically, her lack of talent and ulterior motives rendered her susceptible to the resonance. Gao Minghong had long harbored guilt towards Fang Yun, believing he should not have invited him to the Lixiao literary gathering, nearly tarnishing Fang Yun's literary reputation, and he harbored intense hatred for Panner and Guan Yaoyuan. Gao Minghong rose, intent on pursuing Fang Yun, when his eye caught sight of the mung bean cake on the table. He paused momentarily, contemplated, and then recited an adapted version of the Han Dynasty's Song of the Beautiful Woman. In Jianzhou, there is a beauty, unparalleled and solitary, yet her laughter, repeated thrice, cannot compare to the mung bean cake. Having uttered these words, Gao Minghong hastily departed. Among the scholars present, none laughed. But the envious and admiring courtesans could not contain their mirth. As Gao Minghong of the Lishan Society exited, others promptly followed suit, and soon, the remaining members of the Cold Door Literary Society also vacated the space. Panner wept inconsolably. Guan Yaoyuan, sensing impending trouble, thought to himself that Panner, lacking talent to defend herself, had become too deeply enmeshed in her emotions, mistaking the figure in the poem for herself, and may have genuinely fallen for Fang Yun, potentially exposing their secrets. Just as Guan Yaoyuan was about to intervene, Panner suddenly cried out, "I am sorry, young Master Fang. Today, I shall distance myself from worldly affairs to atone for my sins, praying for young Master Fang each day." With that, she ran off in tears. Guan Yaoyuan breathed a sigh of relief, for this signified that Panner would not betray them. Beside him, Yin Yu murmured, "Yaoyuan, what shall we do about Lu Shao's satirical poem mocking Fang Yun? Earlier, Fang Yun was so proactive that I had no opportunity to recite it, and later, his resonant voice was so compelling that I could only watch him leave." Guan Yaoyuan replied with bitterness, "If this ends here, Lu Shao will undoubtedly be displeased. And that satirical poem, crafted by our esteemed elder, cannot be left unspoken. We must follow Fang Yun when he pauses or reaches home. We shall recite that poem before the crowd to ridicule him, then widely publicize it to tarnish his literary reputation." Yin Yu sighed, "Alas, we should not have invited him. Now, he has been compelled to produce a Mingzhou poem, which will surely gain recognition in the Holy Path. With a little circulation, it could become a national sensation, inadvertently aiding him. If the events of this literary gathering are published in the Holy Path, we shall go down in history as jesters." Enlightened, Yin Yu exclaimed, "Let us go. Follow Fang Yun." Guan Yaoyuan called out, "Fang Yun is a prodigious talent. I shall accompany Yin Yu to apologize. He is not incapable of crafting poetry, but rather modestly conceals his abilities. A true gentleman of letters." With that, he led the members of the Ing Society into their carriage, pursuing Fang Yun's entourage. With the host of the poetry gathering having departed, others no longer lingered, boarding their carriages to follow Guanyao Yuan, eager to discern whether his apology was sincere or otherwise. Along the road from Wuli village to Diyuan prefecture, over 20 carriages formed a line, stirring up a light cloud of dust. Chapter 41. The dragon blood ink stick Fang Yun remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. With the pillow notes in hand, in this poem Butterflies Love Flowers. Next month's Holy Path would indeed be a dual literary success. If you exert yourself and compose 2 more pieces, it would be a radiant fourfold brilliance. Fang Yun did not respond, and He Yuzhong continued to prattle on. In 9 days, the top scholars from 9 counties and the top 5 students from the prefectural city will enter the prefectural academy for their studies, and you are among them. Although the Lishan Society can assist you, it is ultimately the domain of the Ing Society, and Lu Ziqing is studying right within the prefectural academy. From my understanding of him, he will undoubtedly make a show of strength on the first day, rendering you the laughingstock of the academy. Does he dare to be unruly at the prefectural academy? You are unaware? The head of the prefectural academy is aligned with the left chancellor, while the governor is associated with the literary chancellor. Such arrangements exist across the 10 nations. The heads of the literary officials in the prefecture and the academy can never belong to the same faction as a measure of balance. It would be much easier if you were to enter the prefectural academy, although Lord Li Weining does not belong to the literary chancellor's faction. He is of military background and harbors a strong disdain for the left chancellor. Is there any way for you to gain entry into the prefectural academy? A student entering the prefectural academy? Such occurrences have been rare among the larger nations, yet unprecedented in Jinghua. Am I qualified enough? Fang Yun inquired. He Yuzhong pondered for a moment and replied, Your literary reputation is indeed sufficient, yet you have never studied at the county academy. Nor do you belong to any of the renowned scholarly families. It is exceedingly difficult for a student to gain direct entry into the prefectural academy. Generally, only those who have achieved the title of Jiren or the top scholars of various prefectures can enter. Fang Yun closed his eyes for a brief respite, immersing his mind into the literary palace. A new star had joined the constellation within the literary palace, enriching the celestial light of his talent, though it remained rather sparse. The delicate aura of talent surged higher, reaching 7.5 inches, leaving him merely 2.5 inches away from becoming a Shiotsi. Fang Yun continuously pondered within his heart. However, rapid growth in talent without adequate tempering could be detrimental. Should he fail to consolidate his literary courage, or if it were intrinsically lacking, it would signify utter ruin, rendering any poetic or literary efforts futile. According to the records in the collected works of Qin Shang, Tao Yuanming, engrossed in pastoral life, neglected to refine his literary courage, ultimately failing to attain sainthood. Only in his final years did he awaken to this truth, composing the tale of the peach blossom spring to reaffirm his resolve. No longer seeking to evade the world, but to create a paradise beyond it, ultimately achieving the status of half-saint and extending his life by 80 years. From this day forth, I shall reduce my sleep to 4 hours. With my current talent, I can maintain vigorous spirits for 2 months. Once I become a Shiotsi, I shall rest then. With his mind withdrawing from the literary palace, Fang Yun asked, Brother He, what is your literary palace like? He Yuzhong chuckled. Each of you great literary talents possesses a unique literary palace, and it would be prudent not to boast about it. Mine is indistinguishable from that of an ordinary Shiotsi. There is little to speak of. To call it a literary palace would be an exaggeration. It is merely a dilapidated hut, devoid of anything save for my statue. There are no legendary starry skies or murals of saints, as one might expect. My place is humble. A better one might be a pavilion, and an even finer one a stone house. As for those among you who aspire to become great scholars or even attain sainthood, your literary palaces resemble the grandeur of the imperial halls or the sanctity of the scholarly temples, albeit in varying sizes. I see, Fang Yun replied. Is your literary palace at least a royal residence? With your remarkable talent, you must possess a celestial literary palace. Though it is unlikely you have the murals of the revered saints. As it is said, only those acknowledged as one of the 4 great talents or the foremost scholars may attain such. Fang Yun pondered for a moment without speaking. He had already encountered the murals of the saints during his pilgrimage to the sacred temple. He Yuzhong became animated. Speaking enthusiastically, there are rumors that beyond the literary palace of the sacred temple, other extraordinary literary palaces exist. Based on the fragments left by Confucius, it is conjectured that one must transcend the sacred Yuan continent and gaze upon the vast expanse of the cosmos. Such an individual must possess exceptional insight. For instance, The saints assert that the sacred Yuan continent is not flat, but rather a colossal sphere, and that the sun is 1,000,000 times larger than the sacred Yuan continent. Yet, we cannot even comprehend that the sacred Yuan continent is round, let alone discuss the cosmos. Fang Yun felt amused yet restrained, thinking that knowing such things hardly constitutes profound insight. He then recalled his own literary palace. His literary palace was not a temple or an ordinary stone house, but a grand and ancient hall constructed of massive stones, stretching 1,000 feet in length and breadth, larger than an average village, and continuously expanding with the growth of his talent. He Yuzhang continued, "It is said that the larger the literary palace, the stronger the potential for the literary star to awaken. What the literary star truly is remains a mystery, however. Some semi-saints speculate that the essence of the sacred Yuan continent originates from itself, while talent arises from the literary star. Since the demise of Confucius, the sources of talent in this world have increased to two. One is the sacred institute, and the other is humanity itself. As long as individuals engage in reading and writing, talent will flow endlessly. However, to attain the purest form of talent, one must undergo the awakening of the literary star. As for the illumination of the literary star, it is a topic seldom discussed, for aside from Confucius and King Wen of Zhou, no one has been able to achieve it. Ah, yes, that individual Yi Zhishe may have a chance." Fang Yun heard Yi Zhishe's name once more. This person is also a remarkable talent of the age, possessing only a superficial understanding of poetry, yet being the foremost scholar beneath the semi-saints in the study of the classics of the revered saints, reputedly capable of leaving a lasting resonance even before becoming a great Confucian. Outside, Fang Denyo could not help but shout, "My young master is capable too." "What is Zhishe? He is a dual-honored sage candidate, is he not?" Fang Yun smiled gently, and He Yuzhang chuckled. "Well, your young master will surely become a semi-saint, won't he? At the very least, he ought to attain the status of a sub-saint. In the future, I shall be the charioteer for the sub-saint. How splendid that would be," Fang Denyo remarked. He Yuzhang laughed and said to Fang Yun, "Your cousin is truly naive. Semi-saints do not ride in horse-drawn carriages. If they do, it would be in a literary treasure carriage, requiring no one to drive." Fang Denyo muttered softly outside, "That is true. Perhaps I shall just guard the entrance." Fang Yun became intrigued by the literary treasures and inquired, "Are there any available for sale?" "Yes, but they are exceedingly rare, after all. A scholar can only craft one piece of the lowest tier of literary treasure in their lifetime. In the entirety of Jiangzhou, there are at most 40 to 50 scholars in a year, excluding those who perish in battle or due to unforeseen circumstances. How many literary treasures can Jiangzhou produce in a year? Most literary treasures are acquired by the court and the Sacred Institute, leaving very few for trade. It is said that 70% of those privately traded literary treasures were carried by individuals who fell victim to the monstrous beasts. Those beasts have no use for them and naturally sell them to merchants among humanity in exchange for what they require. "What do the demon clans require?" Fang Yun inquired. He Yuzhang's expression shifted, and he reluctantly replied, "Most merchants merely engage in trading cattle and sheep with the demons. Yet a few unscrupulous traders not only sell living beings, but also the corpses of those with literary titles." "Is this true? I had thought it mere rumor." "Indeed, it is true. The blood of the demon clan can be transformed into blood ink, while their bones and hair serve as materials for creating sacred pages. The bodies of those infused with talent are particularly prized by the demons. Living ones are preferred, yet even the deceased are acceptable. It is said that such bodies can enhance their cultivation and assist them in absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, as talent originates from the star of literature." "How surprising," Fang Yun remarked, his demeanor turning grave. He Yuzhang continued, "It is precisely because the demons seek to consume human flesh that various nations have distributed literary treasures to the counties, with military forces stationed in every prefecture. We in Jiangzhou are rather unfortunate. To the south lies the water demons of the Yangtze River, to the east are the sea demons, and to the southwest is one of the 5 demon mountains. Fortunately, the demon mountain within our borders is a minor branch, inhabited by lesser demons, and the water demons have been kept in check by the naval forces. Otherwise, chaos would have ensued long ago. The sea demons of the dragon clan engage in maritime trade with us, yet annually they use human beings for military exercises." "Are you referring to the demon-suppressing poetry gathering?" "Indeed, the sea demons utilize us for their military training, and we reciprocate. Typically, neither side suffers greatly. However, we dread encountering those ambitious dragon offspring. For such encounters inevitably lead to grand battles, with several scholars and candidates meeting their demise. I am keen to witness this, Fang Yun stated. He Yuzhong replied. I have witnessed it firsthand. It is truly magnificent. One year, a demon prince from the dragon clan led the charge, and can you guess what his steed was? A colossal demon turtle spanning 10 miles. The sight of that turtle and the prince emerging from the sea, without even summoning their demonic power, summoned a tempest. When the turtle stirred, waves surged to a height of 3 zhang. Had it not been for the combined efforts of multiple scholars protecting the seawall, it would have been breached. Although the dragon prince was formidable, he could not surpass the prowess of Jian Meigong. Jian Meigong's renowned work is sword poetry in storm and rain, and when the dragon prince attempted to control the winds and rain, he was mercilessly battered by countless storm swords, fleeing into the depths of the sea, wounded and humiliated. The power of the demon king is generally slightly above that of a grand scholar. Thus that battle significantly elevated Jian Meigong's reputation, making him renowned across 10 nations and eventually leading him to the position of head of the provincial academy. Fang Yun nodded, stating, it is said that the reason the sea demons have been so subdued in recent years is largely due to the efforts of Lord Li Weiniang. Indeed, it is the merit of Jian Meigong. Surely, Grand Scholar Li possesses a considerable amount of dragon blood ink? Fang Yun asked with curiosity. Indeed, even after allocating 70% to the court, 10% to the military, and another 10% to the provincial academy, he retains a portion for himself. Many have sought to covet his dragon blood ink over the years, prompting him to appear at various literary gatherings, offering a dragon blood ink ingot as the grand prize. I shall keep a watchful eye. At that moment, Fang Danny called from outside, Young master, we are about to enter the city. Those carriages seem intent on following us. Chapter 42, The Journey of the Shanting Buko? Fang Yun leaned out of the carriage window, observing that over 20 carts trailed behind, all belonging to the scholars of the Poetry Association. Very well, He Yuzhong remarked. The rhythmic clattering of hooves echoed as they entered the city, the pace of the carts slowing. Suddenly, a vendor's voice pierced the air ahead. Come, come. Having read the West Chamber and conversed with the great Confucian, the esteemed scholar Fang Yun is now selling books. Purchase the West Chamber at original price along with the Sacred Path and literary reports. He Yuzhong listened intently, turning to Fang Yun in astonishment. How can someone exploit your name to sell books? And what nonsense about being a great Confucian? This is utterly outrageous. Let us disembark and report them to the authorities. This is intolerable. Cough. The books are indeed mine. Many vendors in the city have collaborated with my bookstore, Fang Yun explained. This. He Yuzhong was rendered speechless, unable to fathom why a promising scholar would use such audacious language in promotion. Studying incurs substantial expenses. I cannot afford to live off past glories. So I penned a couple of popular novels for sale. This catchphrase was my creation. Ah, it is called advertisement, Fang Yun articulated. He Yuzhong pondered for a moment before inquiring, would this not affect your studies? Not at all. I only write these popular novels in my spare time while practicing my calligraphy, Fang Yun replied. That is reassuring. If indeed you authored them, I shall purchase a copy. He Yuzhong stated. Fang Yun responded, if you wish to read it, I will bring the book to the clan academy tomorrow. Confucius once said, do not worry about scarcity, but rather about inequity. If you provide me with a copy, what will the other scholars think? It would not be proper if I were to ask you to deliver so many books to others. Instead, let us do this. I shall buy your book, and you inscribe a wise saying for me, He Yuzhong proposed. Fang Yun mused that this sounded like a book signing, so he agreed. That catchphrase was also your idea, was it not? Others would not dare to be so bold. To Fang Yun, this seemed quite ordinary, yet to He Yuzhong, it was astonishingly audacious. To advertise widely, one must indeed make a striking impression. But what if someone uses your advertisements to tarnish your literary reputation? He Yuzhong slowly began to accept Fang Yun's reasoning. I am merely the proprietor of the bookstore. The operations are handled by my assistants. As long as I do not engage in fraud, my literary reputation remains unscathed. That is a valid point. As the carriage approached a small cart, He Yuzhong noticed the advertisement proclaiming an invitation from the esteemed scholar Li Jianmei to preview next month's Sacred Path and the Pillow book, causing his face to pale in shock. Fang Yun, did you truly obtain the consent of Scholar Li for this? No, but I trust that Lord Li would not mind. You are truly fearless. Your courage surpasses even that of the Demon King. He Yuzhong shook his head in resignation. As the carts behind them passed, they too heard the vendor's shouts and glimpsed Fang Yun's name on the banner. Yen Yu leaned out, stating, Fang Yun's carriage is just ahead. We shall not lose track. After a series of twists and turns, Fang Yun's carriage came to a halt at his home. He disembarked and addressed He Yuzhang, saying, "Farewell." "Brother He." "Farewell," He Yuzhang replied. But as soon as he spoke, he noticed Fang Yun turning his gaze toward the direction they had come from, his expression growing somewhat cold. "What is the matter?" He Yutang alighted from the carriage and was greeted by a throng of horse-drawn vehicles clustered at the alley's entrance, with their occupants disembarking and approaching. Leading the procession was the organizer of the poetry gathering, Guan Yaoyuan, wearing a benevolent smile as if nothing untoward had transpired moments before. However, the expressions of those following him were far from cheerful. Among them were several scholars from the Prefectural Academy, including the esteemed Ji Xian's Gao Minghong, who shouted, "Fang Yun, we were about to depart, but Guan Yaoyuan's carriage has been persistently following you, possibly posing a threat. Thus, we decided to accompany you." Unperturbed, Fang Yun replied, "Brother Guan, you are being overly courteous. I shall soon publish a collection of poetry, so there is no need for your assistance. My abode is modest, and I have neither provisions nor wine to offer, so I cannot invite you all inside." As he spoke, Fang Yun noticed more figures emerging at the alley's entrance, among whom stood an exceptionally tall armored barbarian, gripping a massive axe that measured nearly 10 feet in length, his eyes resembling two large bronze bells. Before the barbarian stood a tall figure who barely reached his chest, clad in a black robe, portly in stature, and wearing a congenial smile as he gazed in their direction. Guan Yaoyuan sighed. You still do not believe me. Very well, time will reveal a person's true nature. I take my leave." Meanwhile, Yin Yu interjected angrily, "Fang Yun, even if you are favored by the holy ones, you are still but a fledgling scholar. Guan Yaoyuan has already shown deference. Why must you remain unyielding? Do you hold such disdain for the scholars of our academy? Do you truly scorn our aristocracy and the elite society? Yin Yu, you may speak freely, but do not utter nonsense. You and Guan Yaoyuan are merely playing roles. Do you think we cannot see through your act?" Fang Yun was thoroughly disgusted with Yin Yu. Guan Yaoyuan hastily pulled Yin Yu aside, saying, "Refrain from further comments. We must go. Fang Yun, we shall converse again soon. I apologize for this incident, and I shall make amends with wine next time." Yin Yu immediately shouted, "Fang Yun, you despicable and shameless scoundrel. I shall compose a poem for you today. Listen well. With a home barren of possessions, you know not shame, only boasting with your tongue. Unaware if you are a child groom or a husband to a child bride." The attendees were stunned. Yin Yu's words were vicious. If this poem were to circulate and be embellished, Fang Yun would undoubtedly be branded as an inept hypocrite, more concerned with his own interests than the welfare of his child bride. Should he be accused of ingratitude and abandoning those who supported him, his future literary reputation would be irreparably tarnished. "You fool!" Guan Yaoyuan exclaimed, delivering a sharp slap to Yin Yu's face, causing him to stagger back against the wall. "You!" Yin Yu appeared cowed by Guan Yaoyuan, lowering his head in silence. Guan Yaoyuan turned to Fang Yun, saying, "I truly did not anticipate things would escalate to this extent. I understand you are from a humble background, and even your transportation to Daoyuan Prefecture was provided by others. Though you may be impoverished and reside in a modest dwelling, even resorting to means deemed unworthy by scholars to sell books for profit, I believe you possess integrity." It was evident to all present that this was a veiled attack on Fang Yun. Everyone scrutinized the figures before them, and the assembly, comprised of scholars from the Prefectural Academy, frequently encountered the prominent individuals of the prefecture, nearly all recognizing the man in question. "Master Tang." All the scholars bowed respectfully, demonstrating utmost deference. Guan Yaoyuan and Yin Yu also trembled with fear as they saluted the esteemed manager Tang. Xianting Bookstore stands as one of the 3 great bookstores of the Shiguan continent, dominating over 20% of the market share. Among its stakeholders are several semi-saints, including Xinguan Hai, making Xianting Bookstore the largest in Jinghua, commanding 50% of the nation's book market. Each province is overseen by a chief manager, a position of considerable authority. While the largest bookseller in a province may seem insignificant, the backing of multiple semi-saint families renders even the provincial governors or lords wary of offending them. Gao Mingong, reveling in the misfortune, observed Yin Yu and remarked, "Did you not deride us commoners? Did you not claim that Fang Yun would not yield profits? With manager Tang present, what can you possibly say now? The rights to sell this book alone could garner 5,000 taels of silver, and the total sales could reach at least 200,000 taels." Yin Yu felt a surge of panic. Lu Ziqing had advised him to attack Fang Yun for being a slothful idler. But he never anticipated that Fang Yun would earn more than the entire Yin family. If word spread, that derisive poem might not tarnish Fang Yun's reputation, but rather pique greater interest in his novels. Manager Tang turned to Yin Yu and inquired, "You are Yin Yu, are you not? I am acquainted with your father. You look down upon Fang Yun? Very well, I shall grant you a quarter of an hour. If you cannot produce 10,000 taels of silver within that time, I shall shatter your jaw. Furthermore, I will give you 3 days. If you fail to earn 10,000 taels on your own, I shall break your legs. Lao Ma, keep a close watch on him. If he cannot produce a work as remarkable as the West Chamber within 3 days, sever his legs." "Understood," replied the barbarian man, fixating his gaze on Yin Yu. Leaning against the wall, Yin Yu's complexion drained of color. He had not anticipated that his attempt to humiliate Fang Yun would backfire, subjecting him to ridicule and facing unknown punishment. He had heard numerous tales of Manager Tang, who had been described in 8 words, ruthless and merciless, raking in fortunes daily. Despair enveloped Yin Yu. It was evident that Manager Tang, being acquainted with his father, was aware of his noble lineage, yet he dared to threaten to break his legs, indicating that Fang Yun could help him amass substantial wealth. If he was willing to offer Fang Yun 10,000, he was confident of earning even more in return. Would my father turn against Xining bookstore for my sake? Impossible. To curry favor with a mere scholar, he would threaten a distinguished scholar like me. Just how highly does he regard Fang Yun? Guan Yaoyuan stepped forward respectfully, stating, "I am Guan Yaoyuan. My uncle serves as a 5th-rank official in the Ministry of Personnel in the capital and is a disciple of the left chancellor. This matter is a misunderstanding, and I hope Manager Tang will extend an opportunity to Yin Yu. Are you attempting to obstruct me?" Manager Tang replied ominously, "That is not." Before Guan Yaoyuan could finish his sentence, the barbarian man, several paces away, suddenly spat. The spit emitted a sharp, piercing sound as it hurtled toward Guan Yaoyuan. Before he could react, it struck his forehead. Guan Yaoyuan let out a cry of agony, his body hurtling backward to crash onto the ground, blood streaming from his forehead. His teeth clenched in pain as he struggled to sit up. "Barbarian!" someone exclaimed, and all eyes turned toward the man who had inflicted such an indignity with his spit. Chapter 43. The splitting of the literary palace. The barbarian did not exhibit the slightest semblance of triumph, fixating intently on Yin Yu. Guan Yaoyuan, swaying unsteadily, rose to his feet, daunted by the presence of Master Tang, casting a fearful glance at the barbarian commander. The commander, equivalent to a juncture among the human race, commanded 3,000 barbarian soldiers, embodying the upper echelons of the barbarian hierarchy. The crowd gazed at the unfortunate Yin Yu, who had composed a derisive poem mocking Fang Yun's incompetence, suggesting he was nurtured by a child bride. Yet, the outcome was that Fang Yun not only possessed the ability to generate wealth, but had also attracted the attention of the esteemed master of the Xian court bookstore. This incident would undoubtedly tarnish Yin Yu's reputation. If he could not redeem himself from this disgrace, he would face significant repercussions in the future. Yin Yu clenched his teeth, holding on to a flicker of hope. As long as Fang Yun refrained from penning a notable work that could undermine him, he believed he still had a chance to become a successful scholar and hone his literary talent, avoiding the fate of becoming a second Pan-Er. The crowd in the alley parted to make way for Master Tang. Once Master Tang entered, Fang Yun greeted him. "I have the honor of meeting Master Tang." Master Tang responded with a smile. "Do you know how I managed to find you?" Fang Yun blurted out, "It must be that clerk show sold me out." "Ha! I exchanged an ancient tome for your address. What do you think of my earlier suggestion? If you disagree, we can negotiate." The scholars around widened their eyes. Negotiate? Did Master Tang imply that his terms were not satisfactory? Even if a prominent family were involved, a successful scholar would hastily agree. Was Fang Yun still unsatisfied? "Please, Master Tang, do elaborate," Fang Yun urged. "I am a descendant of novelists," he replied. Master Tang's eyes filled with melancholy. Many scholars sighed softly. During the era of 100 schools contending, novelists held the lowest status, and no novelist had ever been canonized. Even the author of the mythological novel Records of the Search for the Gods, Gan Bao, could only aspire to be a great Confucian. Fang Yun nodded. "Master Tang, please enter and speak further." Master Tang swiftly opened the door, revealing young Yu Huan and the little fox emerging from the main room, seemingly having heard Fang Yun's voice. Young Yu Huan curiously stepped out, while Nunu joyfully exclaimed, transforming into a white blur that leaped into Fang Yun's embrace. Master Tang regarded Nunu with a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. As Fang Yun held Nunu, intending to invite Master Tang inside. A voice suddenly rang out from the alley. "Is this not the residence of Fang Yun, the esteemed scholar?" Recognizing the voice, Fang Yun turned to see one of the 3 examiners from the county test, Wan Shuezhing, who was employed at the prefectural academy. Today, Wan Shuezhing donned an official robe, adorned with a red silk ribbon on his cap, indicating his attendance at a significant ceremony, followed by many individuals draped in bright red silk, carrying boxes, all exuding joy. "Master Wan," Fang Yun saluted, while the other scholars, all from the prefectural academy, recognized the 7th-rank examiner and bowed in unison. Wan Shuezhing surveyed the alley with astonishment, nodding slightly to Fang Yun and Master Tang, and then raised a roll of silk cloth in his hand. "By decree of Her Majesty the Empress," he announced. Those with literary titles immediately bowed their heads, while those without, such as the coachman and Yang Yuhuan, knelt on one leg, half kneeling. Those who were successful scholars or below would only kneel to heaven, earth, their parents, and the saints, while merely half kneeling before a sovereign. Those of juncture rank and above would not kneel before a sovereign, but would half kneel before the saints. Those of lower rank kneel before the sovereign, while they merely half kneel before the king and the empress dowager. The youthful scholars do not kneel before the monarch, nor do the talented ones bow before the holy presence. The barbarian, reluctantly bending his back and lowering his head, is of a savage lineage, his status diminished by 2 ranks compared to his strength. Thus, before the imperial decree, he is equivalent to a mere scholar. The curious slave glanced at the assembly and then stood upright, imitating Fang Yun's posture, clasping his claws into fists and bowing. Yet his cunning eyes remained ever watchful. The Empress Dowager has heard of Fang Yun's unparalleled poetry from Jixian, recognizing his virtue and talent, understanding of the greater picture. He is the pillar of the Jing nation, a phoenix among the human race. Due to his youth, he cannot be bestowed with higher titles. Yet he is graciously awarded a set of imperial writing implements and treasures like the blood ginseng from the Dragon Palace. Moreover, it is noted that the child bride, Yu Huan, is naturally beautiful, gentle, and virtuous. She endured hardship without forsaking her loyalty, ultimately attaining wealth alongside Fang Yun without departing from him. She is indeed a model of Jing nation's women and is conferred the title of an 8th-grade lady. A phoenix crown and colorful robes are granted to the county princess, along with a handwritten blessing from the Empress Dowager, proclaiming harmony of Qin and Sei. The imperial edict bears her approval, while the decree lacks it. Thus, after a brief pause in the assembly, Fang Yun and Yang Yuhuan together exclaimed in unison, "Thank you, Empress Dowager, for your gracious favor." Nearby, Yin Yu was drenched in cold sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably. If there had been a glimmer of hope before, now, unless the left chancellor personally intervened, his fate was sealed. The Empress Dowager had praised Fang Yun's virtue and talent while commending Yang Yuhuan's gentle demeanor. Yet, he had composed inappropriate verses that derided both, which was a direct offense. Though the Empress Dowager lacked talent, she now governed with authority, her influence pivotal to the nation's fate. Yin Yu's lowly position was utterly powerless against her might. How could it come to this? He collapsed to the ground. On the other side, Guan Yaoyuan, who had always played the role of the honest man, wiped his brow with trembling hands. Fully aware that his literary reputation would suffer a severe blow from this incident and his talent would surely wane, he realized that in 3 to 5 years, he would be unable to pass the imperial examinations. A glance at Yin Yu revealed to him that Yin was in a far worse predicament. Without the Empress Dowager stepping down, there would be no chance for redemption. Most gazes turned towards Yang Yuhuan, and indeed, as the rumors suggested, she was breathtakingly beautiful, surpassing even Shishir. At that moment, Yang Yuhuan's face flushed crimson, her mind a blank slate. She had always felt inferior due to her status as a child bride, yet now the Empress Dowager had bestowed upon her the title of lady, albeit 8th grade, which was equivalent to a 9th-rank civil official. Many heads of noble families struggled to attain such acknowledgement, typically reserved for the mothers of these esteemed households. The phoenix crown and colorful robes granted to the county princess were of great significance. Such honors were generally bestowed upon the daughters of Hanlon scholars or high-ranking officials upon their marriage, and blessings handwritten by the Empress Dowager were exceedingly rare. He Yuzhong and several older individuals turned their attention to those bearing the gifts, not captivated by Yang Yuhuan's beauty or status, but rather by the legendary blood ginseng from the Dragon Palace. This delicacy, a specialty of the Dragon Palace, was scarce. With only 10 pairs produced in a year for the Jing nation, most of which were sent to the imperial court, and only a handful of esteemed scholars or grandmasters receive such rewards. The blood ginseng was renowned for its health benefits, longevity, and enhancement of intellect and strength. It served as a nourishing delicacy, consumed by both the supernatural and the human populace alike. The handsome and greedy member of the Ma clan gazed longingly at the gift boxes, gently inhaling their scent. His eyes fell upon the box containing the Dragon Palace ginseng. After much contemplation, he ultimately abandoned the thought of seizing it. Though the ginseng was precious, his life was of greater importance. A mere twitch could alert the local officials and state governors, who would swiftly discover his intentions, a risk far outweighing any potential gain. Wan Xuezheng hurriedly recited the list of offerings, prompting someone to read aloud the specifics of the gifts. He then quickly approached Fang Yun and the esteemed manager Tang, presenting the imperial edict to Fang Yun and asking, "Fang Shuangjia, what has transpired?" Fang Yun succinctly recounted the events. Wan Xuezheng was incensed. Although he wished to avoid offending the faction of the left chancellor, he was one of the examiners for Fang Yun's county examination, thus a mentor of sorts. He glared at Yin Yu and declared, "As a scholar of Jinghua, you exhibit no desire to serve your country, standing beneath the sacred academy. You are oblivious to the principles of benevolence and propriety. You dare to attack the character of one praised by the Empress Dowager? Such jealousy and malice are intolerable. I shall petition the Academy Lord tomorrow for your removal from the Literary Institute. Begone." As Yin Yu and Guan Yaoyuan prepared to leave, Fang Yun suddenly interjected, "Please. Hold on. Manager Tang has spoken passionately, and the literary authority has delivered his reprimand. I have not uttered a word. It is better to resolve enmity than to foster it. Though you serve Lu Zicheng, I will eventually enter the Literary Institute, and we are still classmates. After much contemplation, I shall compose an inscription to inspire ambition, hoping that you, my future classmates, will not look down upon us humble scholars. Denyo, please fetch a table and the 4 treasures of the study from within." Guan Yaoyuan and Yin Yu inwardly groaned but dared not depart, waiting instead. Wan Xuezheng remarked, "Since it is an inscription of aspiration, let us use the 4 treasures bestowed by the Empress Dowager for your writing. You possess great talent. And should this inscription leave a mark in Jinghua, it will best demonstrate the Empress Dowager's discernment." Very well, Fang Danius swiftly dashed inside to retrieve the table, while Yang Yuhuan anxiously clutched Fang Yun's sleeve, akin to a shy bride, yet unable to fully process the good news of the day. Fang Daniu soon returned with the table and ink wash, while Wan Xuezheng instructed others to arrange the writing materials gifted by the Empress Dowager. He personally poured water into the inkstone and began to grind the ink stick slowly. "Sir Wan, that will not do," Fang Yun protested. "I have never used the court's tribute ink. Let me indulge this time. Do not ruin my good fortune. This tribute ink does not disperse in water, lasting and enduring. Its fragrance delicate and its color rich. Just looking at it is enough for me." Wan Xuezheng felt no shame in grinding ink for the student. Rather, he reveled in the moment. Fang Yun did not attempt to stop him and began to select his brush. The set of writing materials comprised 10 brushes, 20 tribute inks, 200 pages of tribute paper, and a magnificent glazed koi ink stone, all treasures in their own right. Fang Yun inspected each brush. The rabbit hair was too soft, and the wolf hair too stiff, so he chose a brush made of a blend of both. Fang Yun did not close his eyes in meditation. The surroundings were silent, save for the sound of Wan Xuezheng grinding ink. Shortly, Fang Yun announced, "Today, I shall inscribe from this humble chamber as a source of mutual encouragement." With that, he took up his brush and wrote the timeless masterpiece inscription of the humble chamber by Lu Yushi, while Wan Xuezheng recited it slowly beside him. Inscription of the humble chamber. The mountain need not be high. It is renowned if a sage resides there. The water need not be deep. It is spirited if a dragon dwells within. This humble abode is adorned solely by the fragrance of my virtue. The moss traces upon the steps are a vibrant green, while the grass hue seeps into the curtains with a soothing blue. Conversations are filled with learned scholars, and there is no presence of the unrefined. Here, one can strum a simple zither and peruse sacred texts. There is no clamor of strings and bamboo to disturb the ears, nor the burdensome toil of paperwork to weary the spirit. The humble dwelling of Zhuge Liang in Nanyang and the pavilion of Zun in western Shu come to mind. Confucius once remarked, "What is there to deem humble? The essence of literature, with each word shimmering like a faint light, stirs a talent that resonates within a Tinjong radius, and the fragrance of ink is infinitely magnified." Wafting through 3 li. Shortly thereafter, 2 crisp sounds of shattering emerged from the heads of Guan Yaoyuan and Yin Yu. The literary palace has cracked. Chapter 44. The moment of literary brilliance, Guan Yaoyuan and Yin Yu trembled, their eyes turning crimson as countless pages flickered before them, their inscriptions shimmering and ultimately disintegrating under an unseen force. Both emitted muffled groans, blood seeping from their ears and noses, leaving them utterly despondent. Guan Yaoyuan fared slightly better, as he had not insulted Fang Yun with poetry but was merely caught in the aftermath. However, his literary palace still bore cracks that would take decades to mend. Yin Yu, on the other hand, suffered the most, with fissures marring his literary palace, and the statues within it were splintered like cobwebs. The essence of his talent, thin as a needle, drifted like smoke in the wind, rendering him incapable of wielding his literary prowess or engaging in intellectual discourse. All the words he had learned were torn asunder, leaving him in a state of confusion, teetering on the brink of temporary stupor. Henceforth, his pursuit of knowledge would be incessantly disrupted by this intangible force, with the strength of the interference growing in tandem with Fang Yun's literary rank. As long as Fang Yun lived, Yin Yu would never be able to return to the status of a normal scholar, falling even short of a mere student. Wan Shuezheng scoffed. Did you think that without literary brilliance, Fang Yun could not counter your insults? He is, after all, a preeminent student of the sage. Even in the absence of literary talent, with resolute spirit and a single piece of compelling prose, he can indeed summon momentary literary brilliance. I must express my gratitude to you two fools for compelling Fang Yun to produce a piece of state-stabilizing literature, rich in fragrance and luminous in its words, surpassing even the early morning departure from Jixian. With a stroke, he encapsulates the three sages. With a single literary work, he can uphold a nation, truly befitting a sage-s student. A grandeur beyond the reach of ordinary men. Tang, the esteemed shopkeeper, praised, this work is profoundly justified. As Confucius said, a gentleman dwells within it. What is there to be ashamed of? It serves as the finest rebuttal to Yin Yu and his ilk. No wonder the words possess a life of their own. The mountains have their names, and the waters their spirits. The magnificence with which this piece commences is rare in the world. Yet, this is secondary. Residing in a humble abode with aspirations directed toward the hearts of the sages is an endeavor we can hardly compare to, indeed far beyond our reach. Wan Shuezheng appeared both ashamed and admiring. The text exuded literary brilliance. There are those who underestimate their abilities, and it is no wonder Fang Yun responds as he does. The crowd savored the moment, entirely oblivious to the two individuals whose literary palaces had been wounded by the fleeting brilliance. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed, startling everyone. They beheld the wooden table before Fang Yun collapse with a resounding crash, and the weighty piece of state-stabilizing literature that had crushed it began to gently descend. Paradoxically heavy as a mountain yet light as a feather in this moment. Wan Shuezheng, quick-witted, snatched the inkstone, ink cake, and brushed before the table's collapse, preventing ink from splattering. Nunu immediately rushed forward, eager to catch the paper beneath the debris to present it to Fang Yun, but the paper, weighing 100 pounds, pinned the petite Nunu beneath it. Wah! Nunu! Nunu! The little fox cried, her voice laced with desperation as she gazed at Fang Yun. Terrified and unable to fathom how such a thin sheet could bear such weight, Fang Yun hurriedly bent down to retrieve the paper in the hands of others. It would feel as if it bore hundreds of pounds, yet in his grasp, it was as light as a common sheet. The little fox rolled gently to her feet, circling the shattered table, showing no signs of injury, and then glared defiantly at the paper, narrowing her eyes in a threatening manner, as if to regard the page as a small beast that had wronged her, vowing to exact her revenge. Fang Yun chuckled lightly. This is a precious item. You must not damage it, do you understand? The little fox immediately drooped its head, nodding in a manner that conveyed its sense of being wronged, and then scurried behind Yang Yuhuan, standing upright and clutching her leg while peering out with a sorrowful gaze directed at Fang Yun. Nunu's antics elicited laughter from everyone present. Fang Yun carefully stored the original manuscript of the humble room inscription and suggested, let us discuss this inside. Fang Yun, along with the esteemed Tang de Zhangguo and Wan Shuezheng, entered the house, while others who accompanied Wan Shuezheng to present their tributes gradually carried various gift boxes into the courtyard. One by one, they opened them to reveal silks and brocades, as well as gold and silver ornaments. Among the treasures was a box containing a blood-red sea cucumber, measuring nearly 2 feet in length, meticulously sliced and displayed. Those who were well acquainted with Lu Yin and Guan Yaoyuan gathered around them, unsure of what to do. What a pity for Yin. He remains foolishly dazed. Why did he resort to composing such twisted verses to criticize Fang Yun? Surely, there are more indirect means, one remarked. From this point forward, Few will dare to confront Fang Yuan head-on. Even a mere student possesses such extraordinary literary talent, truly a prodigy of nature. Indeed, I find myself somewhat intimidated, another admitted. Ladies and gentlemen, I am unwell and must take my leave. I may need to request a 6-month leave of absence to recuperate. Returning next year to participate in the provincial examination. I shan't partake this year. Upon finishing, the individual swiftly departed. Such a coward, Guan Yuan lamented weakly. The group exchanged furtive glances. At the time when the humble room inscription was completed, Li Weiniang, the head of the provincial academy, was diligently annotating the 3-character classic. How strange. This text is undeniably simple to comprehend, yet why do I find myself mentally exhausted after only annotating 100 characters each day, unable to continue? Upon awakening. However, I feel invigorated, my literary talent more refined, as if the literary spirit has been augmented. Could it be that this 3-character classic holds deeper significance than the pillow book? Alas! If it is beyond comprehension, let it be. Perhaps Fang Yuan himself is equally perplexed. Once I finish the annotations, I shall recommend this work to the sacred path, where multiple grand scholars and a venerable sage will scrutinize it, and the secrets within will surely be unveiled. Li Weiniang continued to write with painstaking precision, the ink flowing slowly as if the pen bore 1,000 pounds of weight. Suddenly, he paused, grasping the official seal, and gazed skyward. In that moment, visions of blue skies and white clouds flickered before his eyes, akin to an eagle soaring high above, surveying the entirety of the provincial city, ultimately resting his gaze upon Fang Yuan's location. After thoroughly observing, Li Weiniang could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Excellent! With this work to refine my spirit, my chances of becoming a great scholar have increased by 10%. With that, he closed his eyes and involuntarily began reciting the humble room inscription. The mountains need not be high. Though Li Weiniang was reciting normally, his voice gradually grew louder and louder. As he reached the line about dragons being spiritual, his voice resonated throughout the entire provincial academy. When he recited the phrase about the Ziyan pavilion of Shishu, his voice had already echoed across half of Jiangzhou. Yet, the volume increased, and most could not hear it, save for those who were juncture or held higher literary ranks. Confucius proclaimed, "What is there to be humble about?" Li Weiniang felt a sudden stir within him as he grasped the official seal. In an instant, his energy dissipated, drawing upon a portion of the sacred temple's power, transforming it into a vast, intangible righteousness that silently swept across the entirety of Jiangzhou. Outside Linjiang town, a bloodied fish demon, wielding a bone fork, slowly trudged toward the Yangtze River, dragging behind it a half-drenched corpse of a man. As the righteousness surged past, the fish demon was as if plunged into boiling water, emitting smoke from its body and shrieking as it dashed toward the river, only to stumble and collapse, its form gradually dissolving into pus and blood. Outside Yuhai City, a group of shrimp soldiers feasted upon 3 human corpses when they suddenly cried out in agony, witnessing their semi-transparent shells bursting with flesh and blood until they perished entirely. Near the foot of the demon mountain, a golden-haired giant wolf, standing a full yard high on all fours, had just finished devouring a young scholar when it abruptly gazed skyward. Startled, it transformed into a mere shadow, swiftly fleeing towards the mountain. Yet, the righteousness from the sky converged upon this very spot, coalescing into a formidable brush of intense white light, which struck the giant wolf with great force. The rear half of the beast's body was obliterated, with the wound sizzling, intermittently healing only to be seared again by the righteous energy. The demon king wolf let out a thunderous howl, cursing in its own tongue, and with its forelegs supporting its mangled body, it hastily retreated towards the demon mountain, dragging a long trail of entrails behind it. A thought crossed Li Weiniang's mind, causing 2 sheets of paper to flutter upwards, upon which words appeared out of thin air. With a single thought, the words were inscribed. The 2 sheets of paper whooshed twice and flew towards the communication hall, vanishing from sight. Suddenly, Li Weiniang's expression shifted. "This is bad. The original manuscript of the humble room inscription," he exclaimed, stepping forward as a pure white cloud materialized beneath his feet, measuring 3 feet in diameter, ascending towards the azure sky. Yet the cloud quickly faded. "My energy has been depleted," Li Weiniang shouted. "Someone, prepare the carriage. Quickly. We cannot allow anyone to get ahead of us." While Li Weiniang recited the humble room inscription, Governor Sun had already glimpsed Fang Yuan through the imperial seal. As a member of the literary faction, Sun was more devoted to the sacred path than to the political arena. Like Li Weiniang, he silently recited the text twice, expending some energy, yet feeling invigorated. Sun strode outside, fuming, You, Fong Yun, how dare you refuse to meet me at Kai He's behest? This is outrageous. I shall demand to know why you look down upon me. Beside him, a scholar aide remarked, My lord, there are numerous documents yet to be processed in the office. Why must you venture out? Your anger seems insincere. Enough chatter. Prepare the carriage at once. Were it not for the fear of Li Weiniang reporting me, I would undoubtedly employ the swift war poem. Kai He has flaunted 3 letters of Jixian early journey within just a few days. I cannot tolerate this. The humble room inscription far exceeds Jixian early journey in merit. I am determined to possess it. Let us go. The government office was located in the west of the city, while the state office lay to the east. There is a witty saying in Jiangzhou that describes the literary academy, where the 3 foremost figures, the academy lord, the mad general, and the state governor, are perpetually in contemplation. At this moment, the elderly figure of Gu Zhuma was pacing back and forth in his chamber, lost in contemplation. The poem of national fortitude was not only a testament to unwavering ambition but also a profound boon for me, capable of compensating for the frailties of my character. It was due to the stalemate between the left chancellor and the literary chancellor that I was promoted by the Empress Dowager to the position of governor of Jiangzhou. Thus far, I have only achieved the status of a juncture, unable to enter the Hanlin Academy, having reached the pinnacle of a third-rank governor. Should I acquire the original text of Ode to the Humble Chamber, I would likely transcend my current status and ascend to the ranks of the Hanlin. And even if I do not become a chancellor, there exists the possibility of joining the esteemed ranks of the 6 ministries as one of the 5 ministers, eventually entering the cabinet as a counselor. At that point, I would no longer need to fear offending the left chancellor. Yet, should I secure Ode to the Humble Chamber, it would equate to heralding Fong Yun's literary reputation, inevitably incurring the wrath of the left chancellor. What then shall I do? During Gu Zhuma's internal struggle, carriages of high-ranking officials from the capital surged forth from all directions, converging upon a singular destination. Oh, you learned scholars, you are too ruthless. The sage of Confucianism and Daoism has astonishingly ascended to the front-page recommendation list, breaking into the top 15. That is hallowed ground for great deities. This is my new work. Did you ascend it merely through theoretical discussions? I implore you to lend this book a helping hand, to bestow upon it further recommendations, allowing it to secure its place on the recommendation list. Eternal gratitude for your support. Chapter 45, The 6 Divine Steeds at the Entrance of the Old Stone Alley. A group of scholars engaged in fervent discussion, their enthusiasm palpable. For decades, the kingdom of Jing had not produced a single poem or literary work of national significance. Yet now, not only had 2 emerged in quick succession, but one was being crafted right before their very eyes, stirring their hearts profoundly. Even the scions of noble families were extolling Fong Yun's virtues. In the presence of great literature, the divide between humble scholars and aristocrats vanished, leaving only a shared reverence for the literary path. The talent of this individual could only be described as extraordinary, a veritable reservoir of knowledge. Fortunately, he chose to compose here. Had he done so by the seaside, his words, the depth of water matters not, for where there is a dragon, there is spirit, would surely have stirred the dragon palace with unpredictable consequences. Unlike ordinary demons, dragons have an insatiable appetite for fame. When Jianmei Gong wounded the dragon prince, the latter was not angered. Instead, he praised Jianmei Gong as he fled, promising a rematch on another day. If Zhuge Liang, Yang Xiong, and Confucius were aware from the heavens that there were descendants such as this, they would surely be gratified. We scholars harbor the sages within our hearts, brimming with aspirations. How could our abodes be deemed humble? That Yin truly possesses the vision of a fool. The ambition of this youth, aspiring from his modest dwelling, stands shoulder to shoulder with the 3 sages, his grand vision unfolding like a tiger gaining wings. His literary prowess is surely destined to take root deeply in the halls of learning. Confucius, too, achieved greatness only after years of perseverance. Fong Yun, born into a humble lineage, toiled for many years. With the emergence of the Ode of the Humble Abode, he naturally stepped forth to announce his arrival in the world. How bold! Who dares to gallop recklessly within the city? Hush! Do you not see that is the carriage of the provincial court? Even so, it should not be driven at such speed in the city. What if someone is harmed? The speaker's bravado diminished significantly. There must be a person of high status within. At the very least a scholar. Surely they would not allow the carriage to pose a danger. Ah, but there is another swift carriage behind. It seems to belong to the inspection office. With the prominent figures from both the judicial and inspection offices present, the only thing missing was the law court. Could it be that some official had encountered trouble, necessitating the simultaneous emergence of the 3 offices? Oh no, There is another carriage from the city guard. It seems like a blockade. Are they here to arrest us? If I were to be surrounded and captured by such distinguished figures, my demise would be no injustice. That appears to be the governor's carriage. All the scholars paused their discourse on the ode of the humble abode. Many feeling a twinge of guilt despite having done nothing wrong. The scene was overwhelmingly intimidating, akin to the capture of demons entering the city. As the swift carriages drew closer, suddenly, from the east came 6 resounding and high-pitched neighs, causing all the horses to tremble in fear. With some even kneeling on the ground, the racing carriages immediately slowed to a halt, as all the horses, uncontrollable by their drivers, pressed against the walls in panic. Clearing a path, 6 magnificent steeds, each taller than the average horse and 3 feet longer in body, adorned with thick silver scales rather than fur, emerged, drawing a carriage behind them. These 6 majestic horses, proud and disdainful of even glancing at ordinary horses, were the only 6 divine steeds of Jiangzhou. Jianmei Gong had even arrived. A scholar whispered. Voices of reproach erupted from those within the carriages. Greetings, esteemed Lord Yuanjun, how imposing you are. Those who know you recognize you as a grand scholar. Those who do not might mistake you for a deity. Li Weining, do you not harbor any remnant of camaraderie for your former comrades? Humph. If the esteemed Jianmei Gong would not stoop to squabble with a mere juncture over a trifling piece of parchment, I would graciously concede. One after another, high-ranking officials descended from their carriages, gathering in the grand hall of Daoism. Among them were the 4th-rank chief of the provincial criminal division, the 5th-rank governor of Daoism, the 5th-rank lord of the provincial academy, the 5th-rank general of the provincial army, and the 6th-rank deputy general of the city guard, all present. The scholars in attendance were left astounded. Could these be the same officials who usually appeared so amicable? How is it that each one bore a countenance of ire towards Li Weining? At this moment, these individuals had entirely cast aside their official personas, presenting themselves as mere scholars. The 6 dragon steeds, frightened and restless, could not be calmed by the presence of these candidates and juncture. Each of the majestic beasts could single-handedly contend with a scholar, yet they bowed to none but Li Weining. Emerging from behind the curtain was Li Weining, a man in his 30s, surveying the assembly with a slight smile, his brows more striking than ever. How do you fare, everyone? My dragon steeds possess a fiery temperament. I hope you will show them some understanding, he remarked with a smile. The 6 dragon steeds, upon receiving praise, neighed loudly, lifting their heads high. Governor Sun spoke boldly. I have heard that you procured the original manuscript of the pillow book from the local registrar and have annotated the 3-character classic, thus reaping both fame and fortune. How can you still be unsatisfied? The audacity of a 5th-rank official questioning a 3rd-rank dignitary was unimaginable before the rise of the Holy Academy, yet now it seemed commonplace. With many viewing Governor Sun as a man of literary integrity, Li Weining replied with composure, the literature of national defense is a masterpiece that emerges only once in 100 years. As the foremost scholar of a province, a teacher to millions, and a grand scholar in my own right, I must not yield to anyone. If this ode to a humble room can aid me in becoming a great sage, it would indeed be a cause for universal joy. Such a statement is misguided. Who does not know of your extraordinary talent, Jianmei Gong? Chen Sheng once proclaimed that within 20 years you would undoubtedly become a great sage. Why compete with us juncture over such a trivial matter? Suddenly, the 60-year-old Zhu Xijing of the supervisory division interjected, as a juncture myself. Do I not have the right to contest? Forgive my misstatement, esteemed Zhu, do not misunderstand. Please do not fall for Li Weining's cunning. I have always respected your unwavering integrity. Should I acquire the ode to a humble room, I shall ensure you are the first to behold it, Governor Sun assured him. What do you mean by should you acquire it? Our esteemed lord has sent word from Yuhai City, declaring his determination to possess this ode to a humble room, exclaimed the 6th-ranked deputy general. Although the Jiangzhou provincial office and the academy resided in Daoism, the provincial army was stationed in Yuhai City, primarily guarding against sea monsters. Let us not bicker. We must first unite to deal with Jianmei Gong. If he encounters Fang Yun, we shall have no chance at all, another voice suggested. As internal discord ceased, all eyes turned to Li Weining. This text is of great significance to me. I cannot possibly share it with you, he declared, standing resolutely at the front of the gathering, clad in his official robes. If only Lord Li would relinquish the original manuscript of Zhenjiangji and the annotations of the 3-character classic, we would depart immediately. You feast upon meat, surely. You ought to share a portion of the broth with us? Li Weining retorted, humph. Each of you is utterly incapable of providing annotations for the 3-character classic. As for Zhenjiangji, who has compelled me to regurgitate what I, Li Wenying, have consumed? Spare me the nonsense. The Lu Shiming belongs to Feng Yun, and he alone shall decide to whom it is bestowed. I am not a man of unscrupulous acquisition. I have come prepared with an item to exchange. With that, Li Wenying retrieved an object from his sleeve. It was a piece of ink stick, 2 fingers thick and half a foot long. Unlike any ordinary ink stick, its surface was adorned with intricate red veins resembling jade and fire, as if it were in motion. Atop the ink stick, a dragon's head was exquisitely carved, alive in its detail. Dragon blood ink stick. An aspiring scholar gasped with envy. Sun Xijing remarked, "Your dragon blood ink stick merely contains the blood of the demon king's dragon offspring, vastly inferior to the blood of the great demon dragon, let alone the blood of the dragon sage. The original manuscript of Lu Shiming is sufficient to endure through the ages, though it may hold little value for Feng Yun. It could certainly allow our Jing kingdom to produce a few more Hanlin scholars. An inferior dragon blood ink stick cannot possibly suffice in exchange. If you were to present the dragon bone and dragon whisker brush, we would cease our contention." Li Wenying snorted dismissively, visibly displeased. The dragon bone and dragon whisker brush had been obtained through great effort from the demon king's dragon offspring, far more precious than the dragon blood ink stick, and he was reluctant to part with it. While your dragon blood ink stick may enhance war poetry by 2 or 3-fold, it ultimately has a limited lifespan. I possess a scholar's literary treasure that could certainly be exchanged for Feng Shuangjia. Li Wenying asserted, "A mere scholar's literary treasure, indeed. I possess a demon-slaying brush, a literary treasure of a juncture, which, though it can only slay demons without harming humans, is sufficient to enhance war poetry by 10%. All fell silent. Their statuses were not insignificant, yet they paled in comparison to Li Wenying and could not offer a juncture's literary treasure in exchange. Sun Governor, unwilling to concede, stated, "Feng Yun is merely a child scholar. He must at least become a juncture to wield a juncture's literary treasure, which would be of little use to him now. How far off is the day he becomes a juncture? A year or 2? Li Wenying countered. Unable to provide an answer, the likelihood of Feng Yun achieving success in a short time was exceedingly high. At that moment, Wei Yuankuan of the Prefectural Academy suddenly interjected. "Since this document is of such importance and Feng Yun has no use for it, why not donate it to the court and preserve it at the Jing Kingdom Academy? Following the example of the Sacred Academy, let the meritorious officials peruse it. Would this not be a mutually beneficial arrangement?" Many cast disdainful glances at Wei Yuankuan. Although he resided within the academy, he was but a pawn of the left prime minister, and his proposal was evidently self-serving, aimed at denying Feng Yun any advantage. Li Wenying's expression darkened as he stated, "That belongs to Feng Yun. If he wishes to donate it, then so be it. No one may compel him otherwise. I detect in your tone, Wei Yuankuan, a desire to exchange with Feng Yun. Pray tell, what does the Prefectural Academy possess that is worthy of such a trade?" Wei Yuankuan stood tall and declared, "This object is of paramount importance to our Jing Kingdom, since Feng Yun is a scholar of our realm. It is only fitting that he donates it to the court." Governor Sun scoffed, "The Lord of the Wei Court possesses silver in the hundreds of thousands, vast tracts of fertile land, and countless treasures, all of which hold significant importance for our Jing state. As a scholar of Jing state, you ought to contribute to the court. If you can do so, I shall promptly persuade Feng Yun to donate his ode to a humble abode as well." You are being utterly unreasonable," Lord Wei retorted angrily. Li Wenying's sword-like brows furrowed, and his gaze turned icy as he slowly replied, "Before my temper flares, it would be wise for you to distance yourself. Inform that old dog, the left chancellor, that should he dare to harm Feng Yun, I shall ensure the annihilation of his entire lineage." A deathly silence enveloped the surroundings. This was truly the sword-browed duke. He was always tolerant of reasoned arguments, but he would not suffer fools who sought to incite discord and manipulate the talents of Jing state. The scholars around him lowered their heads in fear, acknowledging the terrifying presence of the sword-browed duke, who had almost slain a dragon. Even the current first chancellor was not exempt from his threats. In contrast, the officials remained relatively composed. While Li Wenying's official rank did not surpass that of the left chancellor, his ambition lay beyond the court's confines. Both were grand scholars. The left chancellor may possess more talent, yet in a life-and-death struggle, Li Wenying's chances of victory would be greater. With the sword of wind and rain, Li Wenying had the strength to threaten the left chancellor. Lord Wei, taken aback by his transgression against Li Wenying, retreated in fear, leaving without his carriage. His right fist clenched tightly. Chapter 46. The cunning Lu Zicheng Governor Sun respectfully addressed Li Wenying. It has been said that if the path of the sage flows unobstructed, one merely needs intention. Yet, The road is fraught with thorns, and it is only with indomitable courage that one can advance. Therefore, we scholars must hone our literary prowess, so that we may establish our literary palace, seize our literary aspirations, and tread the path of the sage. Few possess such great talent as Fang Yun and Jinghua. And with the fearless literary spirit of Lord Jianmei, how can we not flourish? The ode to the humble room belongs to no one but the great. Li Weining, however, replied, "Since ode to the humble room can refine literary prowess, I shall not monopolize it. I propose to exchange half a year's reading privilege for the ode in return for a scholar's literary treasure and a block of dragon's blood ink." With that, he proceeded towards Fang Yun's residence. Governor Sun and the others, feeling a profound respect, slightly bowed before departing in succession. Once the officials had left, the scholars present erupted into a flurry of discussion. Those who had initially felt sympathy for Guan Yaoyuan and Yin Yu now distanced themselves from the two. With Li Weining personally visiting, Fang Yun was destined for great success. No matter how powerful the left chancellor was, he would not wish to offend Li Weining. He Yuzhong gazed at Yin Yu and Guan Yaoyuan, shaking his head as he remarked, "In the realm of scheming and intrigue, a twisted poem blinds one to fame and fortune. The Empress's decree, a mere coin to stabilize the nation, shatters one's literary spirit in an instant. Instead of being a good person, one chooses to be a dog of the Liu family. What a pity, what a disgrace, what a loss." As the crowd dispersed, Guan Yaoyuan was assisted into the carriage. Bowing his head, he eventually gritted his teeth and said, "The greater your literary renown, the more Liu Zicheng desires your demise. Liu Zicheng is ruthless and cunning, always scheming from the shadows. One day he will bring about your ruin. Having evaded him once, I do not believe you can escape a second time. Fang Yun, on the day you enter the Literary Institute, I shall watch you become a laughingstock in Daoyuan Prefecture. If you fall into Liu Xiao's trap, even the Minister of Culture cannot save you. You will surely become the enemy of all officials." Ha. As the people trickled away, Fang Yun welcomed Li Weining into the courtyard. Li Weining was tall and slender. If one overlooked his distinctive sword-like eyebrows and official attire, he resembled a stern schoolmaster. Fang Yun, Yang Yuhuan, Wan Shuezheng, and Tang Dazhang welcomed him in the courtyard. "We have the honor of meeting the esteemed official," they greeted, while Yang Yuhuan nervously followed suit, bowing deeply. Yang Yuhuan had not anticipated that immediately after receiving the Empress's decree, with so many valuable items yet to be counted, she would be greeted by the renowned grand scholar Li Weining. In the eyes of the common folk of Jiaozhou, Li Weining was even more famous and respected than the left chancellor, second only to the monarch and the Minister of Culture. Having never encountered such a significant figure, Yang Yuhuan quietly prepared tea and water, standing to the side in silent observation. Initially, she discreetly observed the illustrious grand scholar known throughout the 10 nations. But soon she realized that Li Weining's visit was prompted by Fang Yun's ode to the humble room, and that he sought to exchange it for a scholar's treasure. Unconsciously, Yang Yuhuan glanced at Fang Yun, her eyes filled with astonishment. It turned out that the real Fang Yun was 100 times more formidable than the one she had imagined. Xiao Yun has become even more formidable at this moment. He truly embodies the essence of a man, resembling the noble ideal that resides in my heart. Yang Yuhuan's face flushed instantly, and she dared not delve further into her thoughts, hastily departing for fear of being discovered. Fang Yun remarked, "Since the Jianmei gong has only been borrowed for half a year, please take it. There is no need for an exchange. You have defended Jiangzhou for many years, saving countless lives. You are a paragon for all scholars, and I cannot possibly accept your belongings." Li Weining nodded with a smile and replied, "It is sufficient that you possess such goodwill. The exchange of the Juncture Wanbao and the Longxue ink tablet is less an exchange than an expression of my gratitude. This piece Lo Shi Ming is likely to surpass even the national treasures and gain fame throughout the world. Your original manuscript and personal insights are worlds apart. Previously, I had only a 30% confidence in nurturing a great scholar, but now I am at a solid 40%. The Wabao and ink tablet are of little consequence." Seeing Li Weining's resolute demeanor, Fang Yun said, "I am deeply grateful for your generous gift." Li Weining handed the Longxue ink tablet to Fang Yun, revealing a hint of melancholy as he said, "The Danyang pen is in my residence. I shall have someone deliver it tonight." The pen, infused with the essence of a juncture general before his demise, does not merely inscribe poetry but carries his final words. Use this pen to vanquish the demons, embodying his battle spirit and unyielding will. Typically, the poems crafted with this pen can enhance their potency by a mere 10%. However, When wielded against the demon race, its power increases by a full 50%. Fang Yun, along with the esteemed Tang Das Hangui, was deeply moved. Such a pen, which can amplify the might of battle poetry by 50%, is exceedingly rare. Typically, only writing instruments made from the bones and hair of formidable demons can achieve such an enhancement, and even more powerful ones necessitate the bones and hair of demon saints. Tang Das Hangui tentatively inquired, is he not the former top scholar from Yuhai City, one of the candidates for the next leader of the Mo family? Indeed, it is he, who, besides a member of the Mo family, could remain steadfast in the belief of non-aggression towards humanity even in death. Refusing to create offensive Wenbao and allowing this pen to be used solely against the demons? After I became a grand scholar, that pen was no longer suited for me, and I have long sought a worthy successor. Fang Yun, you possess literary talent and renown, and having composed Lo Shiming, you are the best candidate to wield the Danyang pen. Lord Xie Yanjun holds you in high regard. Fang Yun replied, it is a pity that your Lo Shiming is too brief. If it were longer, once you become a juncture, you could consolidate your literary prowess through an extended work. We are not worthy of your stature. The works that consolidate literary might are primarily the masterpieces of the saints. If you can craft such a work, you must spare no effort in doing so. Until you attain sainthood, it is imperative that the contents of that composition remain undisclosed. Do you understand? I have been enlightened, Fang Yun acknowledged, committing the lesson to memory, as no one had previously conveyed such wisdom to him. For no one had believed he could stand alongside the great saints. After concluding his words, Fang Yun presented Lo Shiming to Li Weining. Stealthily emerging from her hiding place within the room, the servant girl Nunu cautiously approached, sniffing the air and scanning her surroundings with vigilance. Before returning to normal and leaping onto Fang Yun's lap to rest quietly, Tang Das Hangui chuckled. Had anyone told me that a grand scholar would personally visit a mere student, I would have never believed it, yet here I stand, witnessing the extraordinary. Wang Shuezheng observed, Fang Yun, since the county examination, I have been corresponding with County Magistrate Kai and keeping a keen eye on your affairs. I have never doubted your talents, yet I have always feared that you may become arrogant and complacent. Magistrate Kai mentioned in his letters that after Fang Zhongyong was admitted as a student, he was paraded around by his father, who compelled him to compose poetry and songs in a bid to compare him with you. However, his father seldom allowed him to study the myriad sacred texts, nor did he show concern for the principles within them. Magistrate Kai once noted that the disparity between the two Fang students is akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Do you comprehend? Fang Yun understood well that the heavens represented the sky, while the abyss symbolized the depths, a gap greater than that between the sky and the earth. I am grateful for your guidance, Master Xie. I shall diligently remember the teachings of you and Magistrate Kai, and I will never emulate Fang Zhongyong. I engage in the meticulous study of the sacred texts daily. Henceforth, I shall compose a treatise on the principles every 3 days. Very well, your earnestness brings me comfort. Might I borrow a glance at the dragon blood ink ingot? Master Wang sought to lighten the atmosphere, smiling as he shifted the topic of conversation. Thus, the three engaged in discussions about the ink ingot of demonic blood, touching upon rare tomes absent from the realm of literature. Fang Yun took note, intending to acquire relevant books in order to rectify his deficiencies in this area. After a while, Master Tang remarked, Fang Yun, Lord Jianmei holds you in high regard. He clearly intends to bestow upon you the demon-slaying brush and the dragon blood ink ingot. Yet he speaks of exchanging it for half a year's worth of the inscription of the humble abode, which carries profound implications. Are you aware of this? Such insight from Fang Shuangjia is truly remarkable. What are your thoughts regarding collaboration? Master Tang inquired. I naturally wish to collaborate, yet the method of cooperation requires careful deliberation. Fang Yun replied with a smile. Even if I choose not to sell, it won't be long before you can learn the craft. And 5,000 taels will certainly be required. However, granting exclusive rights to the West Chamber for a mere 5,000 taels is insufficient. While your Xianding bookstore desires that others purchase only from your establishment, my aim is to propagate my literary reputation, with profit being a secondary concern. In essence, our interests are at odds. Master Tang remained silent for a moment. Your enigmatic teacher is indeed formidable. I initially believed you could not discern the intricacies of the situation. Yet you have pinpointed the issue with remarkable clarity. This is advantageous. Conversing with an astute individual is always rewarding. What are your demands? Fang Yun stated. As long as your Xianting bookstore can guarantee that my works are sold in every nation, province, prefecture, and county across the 10 kingdoms, and that all bookstores, except for your competitors, are permitted to stock and sell them, then we may have grounds for discussion. Master Tang pondered for a moment, gritting his teeth. The Holy Yuan continent comprises over 8,000 counties, with approximately 500 counties beyond the reach of my bookstore's distribution. However, if you are willing to entrust the sales rights of all your poetry, prose, and novels to Xianning in the future, I can assure you that within 3 months, we will establish cooperative bookstores in those 500 counties. Should we fail, we will open our own bookstores. No. I only intend to delegate the distribution of my popular novels to your esteemed establishment. As for my other works, I remain uncertain, Fang Yun replied. If that is the case, then your value is far less significant than I had anticipated, Master Tang remarked. Fang Yun smiled and said, if I were to write at least one novel each year, with sales surpassing that of the West Chamber, or even pen a work that achieves greater renown than the West Chamber, what would be my worth then? Chapter 47. Profound study of scriptures. Can you truly accomplish this? Exclaimed the esteemed Tang, his eyes wide with disbelief. Without delving into the literary significance of the West Chamber, it suffices to say that for decades, no common novel has matched its sales. We can formalize a contract. Should I fail, I shall compensate you. What do you say? Excellent. Tang replied, his spirits lifted. Fang Yun continued, as I understand it, if a book is priced at 10 won, the Academy and the court each take 4 won, while the author, the bookstore, and the publishing house each receive 2 won. If I were to establish a bookstore, I cannot ascertain how long it would take to reach the level of Xianting. Furthermore, the spread of my literary reputation would undoubtedly slow, and it might even hinder my own literary standing. Thus, I would prefer to collaborate with your esteemed establishment. However, might we reconsider the profit-sharing arrangement? I can make a decision on this matter. We can offer you 50%, while we retain 25%, Tang proposed. Fang Yun chuckled. Oh, Master Tang, you do not speak wisely. The sales of this book are bound to be exceptional. Consequently, the share allotted to each bookstore would decrease from 20% to 15%, resulting in no change to your own share. I require but 28%. What say you? Tang lowered his head, seemingly calculating, and after a considerable pause, he looked up and declared agreed. It is settled then. I shall contact the chief manager forthwith to finalize the contract details and return to you tomorrow. If other bookstores approach, I trust you will uphold our gentleman's agreement. Naturally, unless Xianting relinquishes its claim, I shall not negotiate with any other bookstores regarding common novels. Fang Yun assured. The straightforward Fang Shuangjia bid farewell. Shortly thereafter, a servant from Li Weining's residence arrived, bearing the demon-slaying brush. Accompanying the literary treasure were 2 robust servants and a scholar of the highest caliber. Fang Yun sensed a gaze upon him and instinctively looked up. Spotting a colossal eagle demon soaring high above, the creature let out a cry before soaring away. Truly, as a grand scholar, even the delivery of an item warranted the presence of 2 formidable demons. His personal guard could likely decimate an entire county, Fang Yun mused. While Fang Yun remained perplexed by Li Weining's intentions, he was assured that the latter would not bring harm upon him, lest his literary endeavors be jeopardized. Once the household had meticulously accounted for the items bestowed by the Empress Dowager, they began to prepare a meal. Jiang Pozi and Fang Danyi were far more exhilarated than Yang Yuhuan, incessantly extolling the Empress Dowager's gifts and praising Fang Yun. Jiang Pozi volunteered to create a cloth bag to enshrine the Empress Dowager's decree, claiming it akin to a treasured sword of authority. Yang Yuhuan selected a thin slice of Dragon Palace ginseng, rinsed it, and soaked it in water. Afterward, she set aside half the soaking water to prepare a small pot of porridge for Fang Yun. Once the porridge was ready, its enticing aroma filled the room, permeating the air with a hint of the sea's essence, providing a comforting sensation to all who breathed it in. Yang Yuhuan placed the bowl before Fang Yun and said, "The messenger informed me that ordinary individuals cannot consume Dragon Palace ginseng directly. It must first be soaked in water for about 10 days before it can be ingested gradually. After all, this is food fit for dragons, and even a small dragon measures 10 zhang in length. We humans cannot handle such potent sustenance. You are in poor health. We shall share it equally," Fang Yun insisted. Yang Yuhuan hastily declined. "As a young scholar, you can surely endure this nourishing substance. I fear my current constitution cannot withstand such a robust tonic." "Very well, you may drink again after some time." Nunu gazed longingly at Fang Yun's porridge, gently licking its lips with its small, pink tongue. Noticing this eager expression, Fang Yun chuckled and inquired, "Do you wish to drink?" Nunu's eyes reflected a struggle for a moment, but then it resolutely shook its head, pointing with its fluffy little white paw at Fang Yun. "You want me to drink?" Fangyan asked. Nunu nodded, bringing its tiny paws to its mouth in a gesture of eating. It then raised its arms and stood upright on its hind legs. Its soft white fur bristling and fluffing up, making it appear even larger. You want me to eat by myself to grow stronger? Nunu nodded vigorously. Fangyan smiled as he patted Nunu's head, remarking, It seems you are a little fox with a good conscience. Nunu immediately broke into a grin, hopping joyfully. Before him lay an ordinary small calligraphy brush, with a light brown shaft and a grayish-white tip. Although the brush's shaft was clearly made of common bamboo, it felt as smooth as jade in his hand and weighed a full pound. Fangyan took a deep breath, dipped it in ink, and began to write. He soon discovered that the brush was cumbersome, making the act of writing rather awkward. Nevertheless, he resolved to practice calligraphy with the brush, which he referred to as the demon-slaying brush. Unfortunately, as he was still a mere student, he could not harness the brush's power through mere theoretical discussions on paper. At this moment, my foundation in the capital city remains weak, lacking reliable support. Once I become a scholar before the saint, even if you, Lu Ziqing, do not seek me out, I shall proactively approach you to resolve this great concern. After completing his writing practice, Fangyan picked up a book titled Exegesis of Classics, which instructs students on how to write essays for examinations. He selected a topic from the book, Seek and you shall obtain, and, without employing any extraordinary texts, wrote an essay using the methods taught to him by the magistrate, Kaihe. He then assessed his work using the criteria outlined in the book. Fangyan analyzed his essay meticulously. The quality of my work should not be rated lower than a Ding, and may even reach a level of Bingzhong or possibly even Bingshang. The shortcomings of my essay lie in its insufficient depth. It fails to comprehensively elucidate Mencius's statement and lacks the necessary force in its introduction. However, my strengths arise from my modern upbringing, which has exposed me to a wealth of information, allowing me to excel in conceptualization and enumeration beyond the average scholar's capabilities. Conceptualization is, indeed, one of the essential aspects of classical essays and policy discussions. In simple terms, a classical essay first explains the topic, then corroborates this explanation with personal examples or viewpoints, subsequently citing renowned scholars to support the argument, and finally concludes succinctly. The essence of Seek and you shall obtain conveys the notion that through inquiry and effort, one can achieve their desires. I illustrated this concept through the pursuits of an innocent child, an impulsive youth, and a wise elder, and reinforced my argument with the words of a semi-saint I had learned just days prior, ensuring no fundamental structural issues were present. Next, I must hone my ability to craft compelling introductions, learning to captivate the examiner's attention from the outset with sharp expressions, followed by intriguing concepts to further engage them, and finally discerning the examiner's ideology to compose favored quotations from revered sages. However, even when accommodating the examiner's preferences, I must not deviate from my own principles. I craft my classical essays for the sake of my sacred path, not merely for the purpose of passing examinations. As Fangyan contemplated this, he immediately sensed a subtle tremor from Wengong, whose talent became even more refined, proving to be far more effective than 3 consecutive days of arduous study. Fangyan felt increasingly assured of his choice. He continued to peruse the book interpretations of the classics for a full 3 hours before he began to discern some insights. The author of this work was originally an ordinary scholar from Jing State, possessing a profound understanding of the patterns within the classics, which proved immensely beneficial to him. However, the flaw lay in the author's rigid thinking. He placed excessive emphasis on technique, while his grasp of method fell short, let alone principle. The structure of a classic and its transitions are all matters of technique, while crafting profound themes and innovative ideas belongs to the realm of method. As for principle, that is a line of thought that stands shoulder to shoulder with the greatest sages, a level I dare not even dream of reaching at present. From my deductions, mastering technique suffices to pass as a Shiotsi candidate, while to become a Jiren recommended scholar, one must possess one's own method. To attain the rank of juncture, advanced scholar, one must refine both technique and method to a level of consummate mastery. As for principle, only a Hamlin academician can hope to approach its threshold. It is no wonder that the imperial examination only extends to the juncture level, for principle cannot be quantified through examination. I have come to understand that while technique can be clearly articulated, principle and method are difficult to impart through fixed patterns. This realization led me to identify the shortcomings of this book. To truly learn method and principle, one must rely on personal reflection. There is no shortcut. I must engage in deep contemplation, considering what is commendable in others' interpretations, identifying my own shortcomings and pondering how to rectify them, and reflecting on how to strengthen my own strengths. I must write extensively. Reading and thinking are forms of gathering, not releasing. Only through continuous writing can I master the art of articulating my ideas and thoughts accurately, achieving a state of fluid expression. Having thoroughly explored interpretations of the classics, Fong Yun unhesitatingly placed the book in the realm of extraordinary literature, vowing to read it only superficially in the future. He continued to browse other related texts on classic guidance. Having gained experience, he no longer scrutinized word for word, but instead skimmed through. The moonlight at the beginning of the month was dim, and the room was shrouded in darkness, devoid of lamps or candles, yet this did not hinder Fong Yun's reading. Before long, he stumbled upon the early works of the great scholar Zhu Hongji, which also touched upon the principles of extensive reading, contemplation, and writing. He felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure and promptly resolved to purchase the complete works of Zhu Hongji the following day. Truly deserving of his reputation as a great scholar, this individual not only excelled in writing, but also possessed the ability to teach others. His interpretations of the classics are exemplary, characterized by rigorous structure, clear organization, and innovative ideas, effectively akin to a hands-on teaching experience. The collection of the Starry Sky is indeed essential reading for candidates. It is regrettable that other candidates may lack my speed in reading or the ability to discern quickly. Or perhaps they are simply unfortunate not to encounter this work or grasp its essence. What a pity, if one can comprehend this book, supplemented by other knowledge. Attaining the rank of Shiozai would be more than sufficient. Fong Yun solemnly added collection of the Starry Sky to the realm of extraordinary literature, and then closed his eyes to reflect on his reading. When he opened his eyes again, it was already 4 a.m, with dawn breaking. The blood ginseng from the Dragon Palace is indeed a remarkable substance. I remain invigorated even now. Should the Dragon Palace blood ginseng continue to be available, sleeping merely 2 hours a day would suffice. Thus, my chances of becoming a Shiozai this year have significantly increased. Fong Yun left the desk and went to bed. Chapter 48. The Fox's Rhyme. After merely 2 hours of slumber, Fong Yun awoke naturally, feeling not the slightest hint of fatigue, but rather invigorated. The Dragon Palace's blood ginseng truly works wonders. I must seize the opportunity to express my gratitude to the Empress Dowager. Her gift of the Dragon Palace blood ginseng surpasses any title she could bestow upon me. With a commitment to studying for 20 hours a day, I am determined to become a scholar this year. After refreshing himself, Fong Yun hastily consumed his meal and commenced his early reading. As before, he delved into various classical texts and instructional literature, resolved to fully comprehend all examination strategies before attempting to compose any essays. Before long, there was a knock at the door, and Yang Yuhuan went to answer it. Recognizing the voice of He Yuzhang, who had attended the poetry gathering with him the previous day, Fong Yun set aside his book to greet him. He Yuzhang appeared with a cheerful demeanor, presenting some paper bags and a block of brick tea to Yang Yuhuan. Brother He, Fong Yun greeted. He Yuzhang blushed slightly and replied, I have no classes this morning and happened to pass by, so I thought I would bring some food to share. Please, make yourself comfortable inside, Fong Yun invited, sensing He Yuzhang's intentions and deliberately dismissing others. In the quiet chamber, the two literary gentlemen engaged in soft conversation. They initially discussed educational matters. But when Fong Yun observed He Yuzhang's reluctance to voice his true purpose, he smiled and said, Brother He, you must have come for something else today. Why not speak candidly? He Yuzhang, slightly embarrassed, replied, As you know, I passed the scholar examination a decade ago, but have yet to succeed in the next level. My confidence has gradually waned over time. Yesterday, upon seeing your composition of the inscription of the humble chamber, I found my spirit rekindled. Rest assured, I am not asking for the original manuscript. I merely wish for you to write a copy of the inscription of the humble chamber for me, so I may grasp its essence and strive to succeed in the next examination. Fong Yun immediately rose and approached his writing desk, saying as he walked, Brother He, you are too modest. It is but a few characters. He then picked up his brush, pondered for a moment, and earnestly transcribed the inscription of the humble chamber. As this was not the initial draft, the piece bore no peculiarities. Let it sit for a moment to dry, he said. Shortly thereafter, once the ink had dried, He Yuzhang stepped forward to retrieve the page, unable to suppress a smile. He Yuzhang praised, Your calligraphy improves with each passing day. I truly wish to take you as my teacher to learn the art of writing and poetry. I will hang this piece in my study, reflecting upon it daily. My dwelling is a humble chamber, just as my literary palace is modest. With this inscription, my literary pursuit shall undoubtedly be fortified, allowing me to cultivate greater talent and enhance my chances of success in the provincial examinations. Fang Yun was struck with realization. No one had mentioned it yesterday, and he had not paid heed, believing merely that the inscription of the humble chamber had awakened the essence of the universe. However, He Yuzhang's words illuminated the profound connection between the humble chamber and the literary palace, explaining the adoration this inscription garnered. It was both an inscription of the humble chamber and a testament to the literary palace, creating an instantaneous spark of literary inspiration that moved the grand scholarly Wanying to visit personally. He Yuzhang regarded Fang Yun's handwritten inscription of the humble chamber as a treasure, carefully rolling it up and placing it gently within his bosom. After everything was settled, He Yuzhang remarked, "Fang Yun, your ode to the humble abode is truly extraordinary. Such great kindness should certainly be repaid if the opportunity arises. It is merely a piece of paper. There is no need for you to take it to heart. Brother He, I am about to visit the clan academy. Would you care to accompany me?" "Certainly." As Fang Yun exited the courtyard, Nunu suddenly dashed out, standing on Fang Yun's shoe, erecting its tiny form and wrapping its paws around Fang Yun's leg, gazing up with a pitiful expression of desperation. "Is there something amiss?" Fang Yun inquired. "Nunu, Nunu," the little fox exclaimed. "I cannot comprehend," Fang Yun replied with a hint of exasperation. Nunu's small eyes twinkled mischievously as it leaped onto the carriage, occupying the spot Fang Yun usually sat in, attempting to mimic his posture by stretching its little legs and leaning back. However, it was too small, resulting in its back not reaching the backrest, causing it to tumble onto the seat, its eyes wide with confusion as if to say, "This is not how it should be." Fang Yun chuckled. "Do you wish to join me outside?" The little fox promptly straightened up and nodded vigorously at Fang Yun. "You must behave and refrain from causing trouble, understand?" Nunu eagerly nodded in agreement, then sat obediently on the seat. He Yuzhang commented, "Your little fox is quite clever. It must be a hybrid of the demon race and ordinary foxes." Nunu suddenly bristled with indignation, standing on the seat with its front paws on its waist, glaring at He Yuzhang while shouting, "Ya ya, ya ya," its face flushed with anger. This was the first time Fang Yun had heard such a cry from Nunu, evidently. It was quite upset. He scooped it into his arms and gently patted its head. Nunu emitted a few soft whines, calming down. He Yuzhang also boarded the carriage, seating himself beside Fang Yun, only to find Nunu jumping between them, using its little paws to push He Yuzhang with all its might, attempting to shove him off the carriage, displaying an utterly furious demeanor. The two men burst into laughter, and He Yuzhang bowed respectfully to Nunu, saying, "My apologies. Esteemed fox brother, I should not have spoken so. You are surely far more noble than the demon race." Instantly, Nunu transformed its anger into delight, standing tall and facing He Yuzhang, pointing to itself with its little paw and raising its head with pride. "What is it trying to convey?" He Yuzhang asked Fang Yun. Fang Yun chuckled. "It wishes for you to continue addressing it as fox brother." "Is that so? Please forgive my earlier remarks, O fox brother," He Yuzhang jested. Nunu immediately displayed a forgiving expression, triumphantly leaping onto Fang Yun's lap. Fang Yun gently patted its head, then withdrew his hand, only for Nunu to grasp Fang Yun's hand tightly, pulling it to its head, and contentedly letting out a soft coo as it closed its eyes to nap. Fang Yun slowly pulled his hand away, but Nunu, quick as a flash, pressed its little paw against Fang Yun's hand, then wrapped its fluffy tail around his wrist, preventing any movement. "Woo-woo," Nunu pleaded softly. Fang Yun smiled and placed his hand back atop its head. Nunu's expression brightened again, relishing the gentle caress as it blissfully closed its eyes. He Yuzhang inquired, "Is it a female fox?" "It should be," Fang Yun replied. "Then why does it enjoy being called fox brother?" "I call you brother He, and it seems to like that. In truth, it understands nothing at all." "Woo-woo, woo-woo," Nunu promptly protested, as if to say, "Do not speak ill of me." Fang Yun and He Yutong burst into hearty laughter. The two arrived at the clan school in a carriage. Upon entering the classroom, the teachers greeted Fang Yun with warm smiles, yet each seemed somewhat awkward, as if they wished to express something but were hesitant to speak, all waiting for others to take the lead. He Yutong cleared his throat and remarked, "Fang Yun's words are now worth at least 10 taels of silver, so you should conduct yourselves accordingly." At precisely 8:15, Fang Yun entered the classroom as usual, but Nunu shyly lingered at the door, curiously peering inside. "A puppy? No, it must be a kitten. Clearly, it's a fox. Shh, be quiet during class." The students cast a few furtive glances at the little fox before turning their attention back to the more pressing matters at hand. One child could not contain himself and exclaimed, "Mr. Fong, teach us to compose poetry." "Yes, we too wish to write beautiful parallel prose like Ode to the Humble Room." Many children nodded vigorously, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Fong Yun was taken aback. "Even you all are aware of it?" A child immediately responded, "This morning, a high official visited my home. He told me to find a way to secure first place in the next examination, requesting a handwritten copy of Ode to the Humble Room from you. Rest assured, I once asked for Ode to the Humble Room. Such treasures should not be given away carelessly. Indeed, my father said that asking for poetry is one thing, but requesting your Ode to the Humble Room could bring misfortune. One must know their limits." The children all agreed fervently. "Excellent. It seems I have not taught you the three-character classic in vain. Today, we shall continue with it," Fong Yun declared. A collective sigh escaped the children. "Sir, please teach us to write poetry." "Yes, it won't matter if we delay the three-character classic by a day." Meanwhile, the little fox rolled its eyes and, instead of jumping onto Fong Yun, obediently sat at the door, gazing up at him like the other students. Fong Yun chuckled. "Do you truly wish to learn poetry from me?" The students erupted into laughter. "Even the little fox wants to hear you teach poetry. You must agree." "Yes, sir." Fong Yun retorted playfully at Nunu. No interruptions during class. The little fox immediately covered its mouth with its paw and blinked playfully, causing many children to stifle their laughter. After a moment of contemplation, Fong Yun realized that although there were rhythmic books available in this era, they were not suitable for teaching these children. He recalled enlightening texts such as Voice and Rhythm Enlightenment, Guidance on Parallel Sentences, and Li Wang's Rhymes. After comparison, he determined that Li Wang's Rhymes was the most accessible and thus made his choice. Fong Yun announced to compose poetry, couplets, and parallel prose. One must first learn rhythm and antithesis. It cannot be achieved in one go. How about this? I happen to have compiled a rhyme guide at home, so I will teach you a bit. If you enjoy it, we shall continue with the rest. Thank you, sir. The students chorused in gratitude. Nunu could not help but wag its tail in excitement. Fong Yun continued, "Let us begin with rhymes of the characterist. Listen carefully. Heaven faces earth, rain faces wind. The continent faces the vast sky. Mountain flowers face sea trees, the red sun faces the azure firmament. Thunder rumbles faintly, mist hangs low. Day below faces heaven above." After the recitation, Fong Yun inquired, "Who remembers it? Raise your hand." 5 children eagerly lifted their hands, while the others gazed at them with envy. Fong Yun said, "Yu Yunping, please stand and recite it." The chubby boy named Yu Yunping immediately rose and proclaimed loudly, "Heaven faces earth, rain meets wind. The continent greets the vast sky. Mountain flowers contrast with sea trees, the blazing sun aligns with the azure firmament. Thunder rumbles faintly, mist shrouds gently. Below the sun, amidst the heavens." Excellent. Now, I will recite a line, and you shall repeat after me. Heaven faces earth. Heaven faces earth. Yip yip yip. The sound of the little fox intermingled, which not only did not hinder the children's memorization, but rather infused a delightful rhythm into the atmosphere. Fong Yun cast a smiling glance at the little fox and continued, "Rain meets wind. Rain meets wind. Yip yip yip." Encouraged, the little fox, Nunu, joined in joyfully, harmonizing with the children. The continent greets the vast sky. All the children were captivated by these rhyming phrases akin to the three-character classic, envisioning a day when they might compose poems of national significance, thus reciting with even more fervor than they did for the three-character classic. Before long, Fong Jing'ang, the head of the clan school, along with the other teachers, were drawn outside by the unprecedented sounds. Fong Jingtang stroked his beard and sighed. Fong Yun teaches with such eloquence, and the fox contributes to the rhyme. This will surely become a timeless tale. The other teachers nodded in agreement, while He Yutong, with a serious expression, whispered, Fong Yun's method of teaching through rhythm may very well revolutionize the entire elementary education system, potentially increasing the number of war poems and songs for our people manifold in the future. Chapter 49. Unfortunate news. Fong Jingtang snorted coldly and remarked, "You have all witnessed the fate of Lu Yingyan. One should refrain from meddling where they do not belong." A teacher complained, "Do not treat us as fools. The material he taught may well be on the desk of Lord Jianmei. With the outcomes of Lu Yingyan and the second madam, who dares to act? Frankly speaking, we are now scrambling to curry favor with Fong Yun. If we were to seize his renowned work, and he were to retaliate with a divine reprimand, It would be a grave offense that could result in the loss of an entire clan and the prohibition of 3 generations from holding literary positions. Whereas Liu Yin, backed by the second madam, dared to underestimate Fang Yun, but yesterday all the high-ranking officials in the city visited his home, who would still dare to act against him. Indeed, the old master praised the first madam for her assistance to Fang Yun, stating that henceforth, she would manage all family affairs, while the second master has completely lost his influence. Such matters of the household are not for you to discuss behind closed doors, Fang Jing'eng said in a solemn tone. He Yuqiang inquired, Director, should we promote Fox's rhyme in the clan school immediately? This Fox's rhyme is intricate and more complicated than the 3-character classic. It may take a considerable time before it can be formally published. Let us wait and allow Fang Yun to teach it after we have completed the 3-character classic, Fang Jing'eng replied. A young scholar teacher suddenly sighed softly. I wish I could have been born 20 years later. The crowd fell silent, followed by a chorus of sighs. I am confident that within a decade, most of the students in this top class will become accomplished scholars. Even if someone passes the imperial examination, I would not be astonished. Fang Yun is extraordinary. He may very well establish a unique school of thought akin to the semi-saints of the 100 schools. Perhaps he will even surpass that. The room was enveloped in silence, with the presence of an even greater possibility lingering unvoiced. Fang Jingtang smiled and said, Our Fang clan school aims to evolve into an academy. Having only 20 students in the top class is insufficient. We need at least 40 to resemble a proper institution. Are you suggesting we send students from other classes to the top class? That might not be appropriate, He Yuqiang replied. Who said anything about students from other classes? I mean students from other clan schools, other academies, or private tutors. Among the new 20 spots, 10 will be free for those who truly possess talent and knowledge, while the other 10 will be paid positions. Our clan school cannot continuously incur losses. Other classes can also increase their enrollment. The other teachers finally understood, and one chuckled. Experience triumphs, leveraging Fang Yun's name to elevate the clan school. Only you could conceive such a strategy. However, will Fang Yun be displeased? After all, he still has the imperial examination to consider. Fang society? Excellent. All the teachers then grasped Fang Jingtang's intent. The academy was merely the beginning. The ultimate goal was to strengthen Fang Yun and the Fang family, igniting their enthusiasm. Fang Jing'eng beamed with delight. After finishing a lesson, Fang Yun walked outside and beckoned to Nunu, who swiftly scampered up to his shoulder like a little squirrel, her bushy tail gently swaying. Fang Jing'eng approached and said, Let us go to the teaching room. We wish to discuss a matter with you. All right, Fang Yun replied. Upon returning to the teaching room, Fang Jing'eng got straight to the point. Fang Yun, I wish to increase the number of students in the top class to 40. Will you accept this proposal? Fang Yundao remarked. The difference between 40 students and 20 is negligible to me. I have no objections. However, the burden on the teachers responsible for grading assignments and examinations will undoubtedly increase. As long as you have no objections, that is sufficient, Fang Jingtao replied with a smile. The clan school will continue to expand its enrollment, and once it meets the standards of an academy, we shall apply to the Literary Institute. I wish for you to name the academy and inscribe its plaque. The naming of the academy is of utmost significance. It is better left to you or my uncle to decide, Fang Yundao responded. No. The elevation of the Fang clan school to an academy was once an impossibility, but now, with you, it has become feasible. Your importance to the clan studies far surpasses that of both myself and Shui. Thus, it is imperative that you finalize this name. Once the academy is established, you shall be its eternal head, and all future students shall be your disciples, Fang Jingtao said with a beaming smile. Fang Yun instantly comprehended Fang Jingtao's intentions. He was aiding him in cultivating a foundation for the future, and it was evident that Fang Jingtao regarded him as more significant than Fang Shui's son. How about naming it the Fox and Rhyme? He proposed. Fang Yundao turned to the little creature perched on his shoulder. The little fox, Nunu, squealed with excitement, her fluffy tail wagging animatedly as she scampered about on his shoulder. Finally, summoning her courage, she shyly planted a gentle kiss on Fang Yun's face, then covered her face with her paws, hiding her head beneath her tail, remaining still on Fang Yun's shoulder. Aha! Fang Yun chuckled as he picked up the little fox, cradling her in his arms and gently stroking her back. Nunu responded with soft whimpers, seemingly expressing her embarrassment. The other teachers found the scene amusing and were not particularly surprised, as there were many sentient animals and creatures in the Holy Yuan continent, commonly sold at marketplaces. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the clan school. prompting the onlookers to furrow their brows and peer outside, although they could not discern the cause. Nunu suddenly lifted her head and, pointing towards the commotion, called out vehemently, "Ya, ya," in evident anger. Could this be related to Fong Yun? He Yutong queried. "Do not go outside. I will check it out first," he said before departing the teaching room. Fong Yun sensed that whatever had provoked Nunu's ire was no trivial matter, and his mood soured. He tenderly stroked Nunu, awaiting news from He Yutong. "What? Yin Yu is dead?" Fong Yun inquired. "He is not dead. However, those people are deliberately wearing mourning attire to insult you, claiming that Yin Yu is now as good as dead, with his literary palace shattered. They accuse you of being ruthless," He Yutong expressed with concern. Fong Jingtao's beard bristled in anger as he exclaimed, "This is utterly preposterous. It was Yin Yu who brought shame upon himself. How is this related to Fong Yun? Should he be blamed for being silenced by the saints after cursing them at the holy temple, resulting in the shattering of his literary palace? The unlettered Chi Feng possesses no awareness, yet the literary spirit is inherently perceptive. If he did not harbor ill intentions towards Fong Yun, the literary spirit would not have targeted him. On that day, dozens of scholars were present. Why did only Yin Yu and Guan Yaoyuan encounter misfortune? This is despicable. It is a disgrace to scholars." One teacher scolded. "Those in gambling houses know that one must accept the consequences of their bets. To tarnish someone's literary reputation while expecting to evade punishment? What kind of reasoning is that? Fong Yun, do not go outside. If you do, they will undoubtedly cast aspersions upon you." "I will handle this," Fong Jingtao said angrily, striding towards the exit with the vigor of a man in his 60s, more sprightly than many youths. Nunu nodded vigorously, filled with indignation, even baring her teeth at the outside, ready to bite the wrongdoers. Fong Yun remained silent. At this moment, words were futile, and the problem needed resolution. Such matters were more distasteful than tarnishing his literary reputation at the word conference. If this continued, it would become exceedingly detrimental to him, as people often sympathized with the seemingly wronged party, disregarding what was right or wrong. A tall tree attracts the wind. Fong Yun pondered. He remarked, since they dare to come, they must not fear the authorities, for the Yin family is a prestigious lineage, and the local enforcers cannot touch them. However, those with clean hands will remain untainted, and those of integrity need not fear shadows. In just a few days, they will inevitably depart on their own accord. He Yuzhong urgently interjected, "You must not be complacent. While this matter appears easily resolvable, it is, in fact, quite troublesome." Indeed, Fong Jingtang concurred. Fong Yun continued, "The dean mentioned earlier that the A class would increase in size. Let us announce that today. Additionally, please allow me to share two matters. First, after teaching the three-character classic, I will instruct the fox and the rhyme, guiding the children in poetry composition. Second, once I pass the scholar's examination, I shall not only continue teaching the young learners, but will also commence lessons for the students." The crowd looked at Fong Yun in astonishment. "Impressive, impressive. I shall spread the word immediately, ensuring that all parents of the A class and the esteemed families, as well as officials, receive this news." The tense atmosphere dissipated, and smiles returned to the faces of those present. He Yuzhong said, "Then let us perform well and see how long the Yin family can withstand this. Though the left chancellor holds great power, he is far away in the capital. This Jiangzhou is neither his Lu family's domain nor the Yin family's. A few children in the A class have endeared themselves to the old master, and several have parents with connections in the military. Now, we shall see how this unfolds. Fong Yun, you should exit through the back door of the academy. Refrain from coming to the clan school for the time being. I will announce this grave news to the students of the A class. I will also inform the students of other classes. They and their parents eagerly anticipate joining the A class to learn poetry from you, hoping to gain some of your talent. Now that you have been forced out by the Yin family, they will certainly not let this go easily." The group chuckled mischievously and dispersed, each attending to their own affairs. After sending Fong Yun off, He Yuzhong rubbed his face, adopting a sorrowful expression before the copper mirror, and approached the A class, instructing the teacher to pause the lesson. He Yuzhong stepped up to the podium, scanning the students with a serious demeanor, and sorrowfully declared, "Students of the A class, I bear unfortunate news. It seems that Mr. Fong will no longer be able to teach you." The children were bewildered. The older ones fared better, but several 7- or 8-year-olds had tears welling in their eyes, on the verge of crying. Chapter 50. Fong Zhenghua. Although these students had a brief acquaintance with Fong Yun, their admiration for him was profound. Unlike other instructors who either recited from textbooks or wore stern expressions throughout their lessons, Fang Yun's classes were refreshingly distinctive. The ostensibly simple content he presented was imbued with profound wisdom, leaving a lasting impression on his students. His self-authored works, such as Three-Character Classic and Fox's Rhymes, were infinitely superior to other elementary texts. In their hearts, Fang Yun was revered as the foremost talent of Daoism Prefecture, and they held him in the highest esteem. Upon hearing the latest news, many children found it difficult to accept. Yuzhong continued, "You must have heard about yesterday's incident where someone insulted Mr. Fang." However, he boldly composed ode to the humble room to express his resolve. Those with malicious intent have been met with the swift destruction of their literary palace. Today, the Yin family has sent people to confront Mr. Fang outside and have vowed not to let him go. Ultimately, Mr. Fang is still young and cannot contend with such a powerful family, so he must temporarily retreat into seclusion and cannot attend the clan school. "How could the Yin family be so despicable?" exclaimed one child angrily. "I will report them to the government," cried another, wiping away tears. "When I grow up and become an official, I will ensure they are thrown into prison." How outrageous! Yuzhong turned to leave, and the children immediately began to murmur amongst themselves. How infuriating! How could such a kind person as Mr. Fang encounter such wicked individuals? "My uncle said that if anyone bullies me, I should seek his help. I am going to my uncle's house right now. He serves in the city guard and can surely find someone to deal with those villains," lamented another child. "I may not have many people at home, but Uncle Fang and Grandpa Fang have always treated me well. If my uncle is not around, I will seek justice from Grandpa Fang. This is infuriating. I want to continue learning rhymes with the little fox. Humph. I will wait 3 more days. If the authorities do not intervene, I will take my parents to the entrance of the provincial court to seek redress. I refuse to believe that even the officials of the legal system cannot handle them." As noon approached, children from various classes exited through the back door, leaving the clan school deserted. The headmaster, Fang Jing'ang, emerged from the main entrance with a stern expression. Observing 8 individuals clad in mourning attire, 3 men and 5 women. Having exhausted their vitriol throughout the morning, a few were now resting, and upon noticing newcomers, they resumed their tirades. "Curse that Fang Yun, and that wretched literary palace of Yuer. What a venomous person!" they exclaimed. It was merely a verbal dispute, yet they shattered a literary palace. How barbaric! Why do the saints not strike him down with lightning? The young scholars before the saints are abusing their power. The heavens are blind. Fang Jingtang cast a disdainful gaze upon a woman in her 40s and said, "Yin matron, the clan school is about to close. You ought to leave." "Leave? I will not depart until Fang Yun bows and apologizes to Wei. He is a distinguished scholar, and his literary palace cannot simply vanish. Only a barbarian would resort to such cruelty," retorted the matron. Fang Jing'ang, filled with rage, declared, "You speak nonsensically and invert the truth. If Yin Yu's literary palace remains intact, then it is Fang Yun who suffers. If that unfortunate soul falls victim to Yin Yu and his ilk, how will our Jing state bear the loss of a promising scholar? I lament that the sword-browed gentleman did not extinguish him in one breath. That beast will never be able to gather literary spirit, not even the spirit of the miscellaneous scholars. Listen to this. You have compromised my nephew's future, and yet you still have the audacity to speak. You are utterly callous. Do you dare to look down upon the eclectic scholars? Beware. For the semi-saint El Bouet may descend upon you with divine retribution. Take heed, lest the left chancellor exiles you." Fang Jing'ang scoffed, spitting disdainfully. "The eclectic scholars who contribute to the nation are indeed the exemplars for us scholars, but the left chancellor has sullied their essence, disrupted the order of the court, pandered to barbarism, brought calamity to the realm, forged factions for personal gain, and attempted to emulate the once great El Bouet as a power broker. How dare he presume to represent the eclectic scholars?" He continued, "I advise you, should your family continue to be mere tools for others, misfortune shall inevitably befall you." After delivering his remarks, Fang Jing'ang disregarded their jeers and instructed the doorman to close the main gate. Little Fox, Nunu, attentively observed Fang Yun from the side, appearing earnest and eager to learn, though none could ascertain whether it comprehended the material. Occasionally, it would steal glances at Fang Yun, and upon realizing he was looking back, it would feign even greater concentration on its reading, nodding solemnly as though in agreement with the wisdom being imparted. Fang Yun quickly perused a dozen tomes, only to find them largely filled with cliches and lacking in substantive value. He set the books aside and closed his eyes in contemplation. The issue did not lie with the texts themselves. Rather, the problem resided within me. In a single night, I have grasped the majority of the principles and techniques. Something neither the wondrous tomes nor the divine talents could achieve. Could it be that the amalgamation of various forces has fortified my intellect? The divine talent and the blood of the dragon palace enhance my physical and mental faculties, while the wondrous tomes provide an abundance of literary material. This era of information explosion has endowed me with abilities and insights that even semi-saints lack, further augmented by my relentless study in recent days, thereby enhancing my capacity for learning. Having unraveled these thoughts, Fong Yun resumed his studies. Upon returning home, he continued to devote himself earnestly to his learning. The process was monotonous, yet a voice within him persistently spurred him on, serving as his motivation. I aspire to become a semi-saint, to behold the wonders of the world. I wish to know if there exists a level of literary achievement beyond that of the saints. As his studies deepened, Fong Yun stumbled upon a curious phenomenon. While occasionally finding the practice of calligraphy and the study of the great classics tedious, and at times even harboring disdain, he discovered that each time he comprehended a principle or refined his talents, an unparalleled sense of fulfillment would surge from deep within. Perhaps this is what it means to undergo a spiritual baptism, akin to the sentiment expressed by Confucius, that to hear the Tao in the morning is worth dying in the evening. At midday, Master Tang visited. Upon seeing Fong Yun, he exclaimed, "I had thought you were at the Fong Family Academy, only to discover it has closed its doors. Are you well amidst the presence of the Yin family?" "I'm fine. It will be resolved soon. Let us discuss the contract." Thus, the two entered the room and meticulously negotiated the terms of the agreement. They spent the entire afternoon reaching an accord, leaving Master Tang, a successful scholar, perspiring profusely. "Should you fail in the imperial examinations, come to our Shanting bookstore. We can offer you the status of a juncture," Master Tang proposed. "Very well," Fong Yun replied with a smile. Master Tang then produced 10 banknotes, each worth 1,000 taels of silver, and handed them to Fong Yun, saying, "This is a 10,000 tael note from the Holy Academy's bank. Please examine it carefully. And then we shall proceed to the Academy to officially sign the contract." Fong Yun meticulously examined the silver note he had received and inquired. "The paper of this note is unlike ordinary paper. It is said to be blended with scraps from sacred pages. Is that true?" "Indeed, this is the case. The standards for producing sacred pages are exceedingly stringent, resulting in a significant amount of discarded paper pulp each year, which is primarily utilized for crafting silver notes or special documents." Fong Yun nodded, stowed the silver note away, and said, "You may remain in the main house and enjoy some tea while I attend to a private matter with Daniel." Subsequently, he summoned Fong Daniel, instructed him to transcribe a small portion of the fox's rhyme, and then proceeded with Tang, the chief steward, to the academy. As they walked midway, the two engaged in conversation about sacred pages, with Tang, the chief steward, chuckling. "Before long, the Sacred Academy will send you the sacred pages. As you are merely a child scholar now, who knows how long it will be before you can take to the front lines against the monstrous foes? Would you consider selling a portion of those sacred pages? Are you interested in acquiring sacred pages? How much do you offer per page?" 30,000 taels per page. "Did I not hear that the Dragon Clan's offer is 50,000 taels per page? First, you must find the Dragon Clan. Second, you must ensure that the Sacred Academy remains unaware of your dealings, for otherwise, it would be viewed as treachery against humanity. Lastly, what you would receive in return would be equivalent underwater jewels, rather than genuine silver notes," explained the chief steward. "I suspected that humanity would not allow sacred pages to circulate freely, as they can significantly enhance the power of battle poetry, turning the abstract into the tangible. I wish to inquire. I currently have 3 poems, Spring Dawn, Year's End, and Early Journey from Jixian, published in the Sacred Journal. How many sacred pages might I receive for those? According to custom, the finest poem from the county examination, regardless of its level, earns 1 page. Spring Dawn, being close to Mingzhou, naturally merits another. Year's End receives 1 page. Early Journey from Jixian, being a poem of national significance, traditionally earns 3 pages. However, at the national level, the reward of sacred pages becomes secondary. The crucial aspect is the opportunity to enter the sea of learning and the sacred tower. Yet, all of this is too distant. Once you become a juncture and enter the sea of learning, you will naturally come to understand. Fong Yun was merely curious, while Tang, the chief steward, feared he might aspire too high too quickly. Thus Fong Yun refrained from probing further. Fong Yun remarked, including the ones sent by County Magistrate Kai, "I currently possess only 7 sacred pages, and I am reluctant to sell them. Indeed, sacred pages are precious. It is best to preserve them for survival." Should you wish to sell them in the future, do seek me out first, advised Tang, the chief steward. Fang Yun smiled and said, surely. These sacred pages must have other functions, do they not? Tang, the chief steward, replied candidly, indeed, generally. Literary treasures of the rank of grand scholar or above are not sold for money. They are exchanged for goods or traded for sacred pages. The prominent families of the sacred world are not lacking in silver, thus they often engage in transactions using sacred pages. The two entered the State Academy, signed their contract, and parted ways. Fang Yun then took the segment of the Fox's Rhyme written by Fang Dinyo and sought out Zhou, the registrar. Upon seeing Fang Yun arrive, Zhou set aside the document he had been holding and glanced at the paper in Fang Yun's hand, jesting. Could it be that this is yet another piece penned by the child scholar Fang Dinyo? Indeed, it is his. I have newly compiled the Fox's Rhyme, though it remains unfinished. I shall file it for record to prevent it from being snatched away. Fang Yun chuckled as he handed the manuscript to Zhou. Now who would dare to steal the great work of Fang, the national protector? Have I acquired a new nickname? Zhou laughed and replied, of course, within a month. Who else but Fang the national protector would be deserving of such a title? The heavens correspond to the earth, rain to the wind, and the continent to the vast sky. The primary scribe of the Zhou dynasty found himself involuntarily reciting the Fox's Rhyme and shared it in the relevant reader group. Chapter 51. Accumulation and Eruption. Although Fang Yun's submission for record-keeping was but a mere few hundred words, the chief scribe Zhou inexplicably read it 3 times in succession, his expression growing increasingly sorrowful with each reading. Fang Yun was perplexed. He understood the immense significance of this couplet in the world, especially in an era that fervently promoted the development of war poetry. Yet, why had Zhou become so suddenly despondent? With a heavy sigh, Zhou lamented, had I possessed this piece in my youth, I would not have struggled to gain recognition in poetry throughout my life. I once believed poetry had thwarted my existence. Only today do I realize the true master is not Fang Zhenghua. Why was I not permitted to study this couplet 30 years ago? Oh, why? Zhou nearly pounded his chest in despair, on the verge of tears. Fang Yun could only offer consolation. It is not too late for you to pursue poetry now. However, Zhou replied, it is too late. Our spirits are clouded, our literary talents dimmed. Even if we were to study this couplet, we could not capture the brilliance of poetry. The best time has passed. We are left with but 2 paths, to persist along the avenues of benevolence, righteousness, bravery, and others, hoping that one day we may accumulate knowledge and rise in rank, or to seek fame and fortune, securing wealth for our descendants, with the hope that they may traverse further along the path of literary achievement. Do you choose the former, the accumulation and eruption? Fang Yun inquired. I choose the latter. Zhou replied, or rather, over 80% of individuals would choose the latter. The reason the left chancellor wields such power today is not solely due to his mastery of the art of persuasion, nor merely because he studied under the esteemed Liu Buwei and diligently read the records of the Liu family. The crucial factor is that countless officials opt for the latter path. The reason I refer to your dream of the pillow as a profound work is that it emerged at the perfect moment. Fang Yun nodded in understanding. Fang Yun, your future is bright. Do not follow our path. By the way, why name it Fox Couplet? Fang Yun chuckled and recounted new news performance in class to Zhou. Aside from the students and teachers of Class A, is there no one else aware of this Fox Couplet? I shall submit this piece to the Lord of the Academy and request that he dispatch someone from the criminal hall to identify all who know of this Fox Couplet, whether they be adults or children. Until your work is published, it must remain confidential. The criminal hall? Surely, I must have misheard. Is it truly necessary? Fang Yun was taken aback. The Ministry of Justice and its various agencies serve as governmental institutions in every nation, but the criminal hall is different. It is the highest law enforcement body of the Sacred Academy. Only those who have refined their literary talent to the level of a Jiren may join. And each member swears an oath before the statues of the many saints, existing solely for the preservation of the highest interests of humanity. Even the families of the saints can only influence, not control, the criminal hall. It is imperative to involve the criminal hall. Although I see no value in the 3-character classic, the significance of this Fox Couplet is abundantly clear. It represents an entirely new method of poetic enlightenment. While its literary merit may barely reach the county level, in terms of importance, it surpasses the poetry of the nation. Do not hastily compile it. Be thorough. Even if it takes another year to complete, we can afford to wait. This may very well be your opportunity to become a great scholar. The reason Yi became a great scholar before the age of 30 is that he compiled selected works of literary knowledge, with each word worth its weight in gold. It is said that when the original manuscript was cast aside, the ground sank 3 feet, although merely an opportunity. It surpasses the fate of those who are bereft of such chances 1,000-fold. One must remember, however, to refrain from hasty compositions. Fang Yun initially intended to complete his writing sooner, but upon hearing the remarks of the chief scribe Zhou, he replied, "I shall have the manuscript ready by next month at the earliest. It shall not be as swift as the 3-character classic." Next month? Though it may seem somewhat rushed, it is not excessively so. You must have had some groundwork prepared, correct? Fang Yun, maintaining his composure, responded, "Indeed. In my youth, being somewhat naive, I sought a shortcut to mastering poetry and verse, gradually summarizing these rhythms and rhymes, which ultimately led to the creation of my poems. It is only recently that the thought of compiling them into a book has emerged. In my younger days, I often pondered rhymes by the riverside, misunderstood by others as idling or being lazy. In hindsight, those grievances seemed trivial." Fang Yun felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back. Grateful that the young version of himself had been somewhat oblivious, often going to the river to daydream and alleviate his inner turmoil. Exceptional individuals inevitably exhibit extraordinary traits. This indeed exemplifies perseverance and the accumulation of knowledge. Those who once mocked you are likely filled with regret now, when you ascend to greatness. You may incorporate your epiphanies by the river into your autobiography as a cautionary tale for future generations. Fang Yun mused to himself, realizing that his exaggerations had transformed into profound revelations by the riverside. "You flatter me, sir. What must I do for the record?" Fang Yun inquired. "Simply affix your signature and seal to this manuscript, and you may depart. I shall submit it to Lord Yuanjun, as such a document must be personally safeguarded by him, away from the eyes of other officials. I will escort you out, and then seek Lord Yuanjun to arrange for the sealing of lips by the criminal court." As they walked out together, Fang Yun asked, "Does Scholarly hold a position in the Holy Court as well?" "Certainly, he is affiliated with the War Court and serves as the Deputy Dean of the Sea Monster Institute, overseeing the daily affairs of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. His status and authority in the Holy Court surpass even that of the Left Chancellor. If the Left Chancellor were to visit Jiangzhou and encounter an invasion by sea monsters, Lord Jianmei could command him. Thus, no matter how much Lord Jianmei berates the Left Chancellor, the latter must endure unless he attains the status of a great scholar." "No wonder," Fang Yun remarked. "I take my leave." Fang Yun bowed respectfully before proceeding outside. As Fang Yun gazed at the bustling crowd on Yuan Street, he treaded slowly along the cobblestone path, with Fang Daniu driving the cart closely behind. The street, under the setting sun, exhibited a unique charm. Here, scholars and students predominated, some solitary, others accompanied by family, while groups of 3 to 5 congregated. Most were expressions of light-hearted joy. Some came to purchase the Holy Path and literary reports, others sought the 4 treasures of the study, while some simply strolled to absorb the atmosphere. The sounds of bargaining, calls of vendors, whispers, and spirited discussions filled this ancient, culturally rich street. The fragrance of ink mingled with the rustle of pages, rendering even the marketplace refined. What truly represents this world are not the high-ranking officials or wealthy families, but rather the numerous academies, the streets lined with literature, and the individuals who walk them. Fang Yun did not desire an excessively large residence. A study in a small courtyard would suffice for his contentment. However, he wished for Yang Yuan to enjoy a better living standard, to dine more lavishly, and his increasingly elevated status did not permit him to reside in overly modest accommodations. Fang Yun instructed Yang Yuan to visit Madame Fang the following day, as her esteemed background would ensure a seamless process in selecting a suitable home. After dinner, Fang Yun continued his diligent studies, practicing calligraphy with unwavering dedication, even contemplating during his brief intermissions. Just as a martial artist strengthens through combat and rigorous practice, a scholar refines his intellect through the continuous reading, writing, and poetry composition. Participation in literary gatherings serves as a form of intellectual sparring, while the crafting of verses can be likened to life and death struggles. Though the paths may diverge, the commitment remains uniform, yielding equally significant rewards. Effort does not guarantee success, but it invariably leads to some form of achievement. Without effort, one gains nothing. Intelligence, talent, or extraordinary works do not dictate success. Rather, they provide justification for one's diligence. Those with both talent and tenacity represent the intellect of humanity, while those who possess little yet strive relentlessly embody its backbone. Choosing the right direction and persevering onward are the true catalysts for success. As Fang Yun immersed himself in learning and introspection, his convictions solidified, his literary prowess grew more robust, and his talents surpassed those of his less diligent peers. It was not until 4 in the morning that he finally succumbed to slumber. He awoke promptly at 6, and after breakfast, he first taught Yang Yuhuan to read before engaging in study, accompanied by Nunu. Fang Yun's abode was remarkably tranquil, in stark contrast to the chaos enveloping the Yin family, which lay several streets away. Early in the morning, as was customary, the doorman of the Yin household groggily approached the entrance, only to be nearly overcome by a foul stench before he could draw near. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a deluge of filth and excrement seeping through the door's cracks into the courtyard, where lifeless rats, decaying flesh, and various refuse littered the ground. Shortly thereafter, the inhabitants of the Yin household roused themselves and hurriedly attempted to remedy the unsightly mess. Upon opening the door, they were met with an unbearable sight. The area outside was uninhabitable, and the walls had been defaced with grotesque substances. Just past 6:30, relatives of the Yin family, led by the matriarch Yin Pozi, gathered as they did the previous day, donning mourning attire as they made their way to the Fang Clan Academy. Upon reaching a secluded spot, a dozen masked men surged forth, each wielding a burlap sack, ensnaring all the members of the Yin family, subjecting them to a brutal assault before swiftly departing, not forgetting to abscond with their silver and valuables. By 7:30, Yin Tianli ambled toward the government office, cradling a warm purple clay teapot. As an ordinary scholar fortunate enough to be a practical official of the 9th rank, thanks to his cousin's influential family, he enjoyed a comfortable life, neither at the pinnacle nor at the nadir of society. Upon entering the office, the guards greeted him as usual, and he smiled and nodded, relishing their flattery. After taking a few steps, he spotted the head of the city's constabulary, and with a friendly tone, remarked, "Old Pan, you seem quite spirited today." Yet, Pan the constable recoiled as though he had encountered a plague, turning away without acknowledgement. Yin Dianli, perplexed, then noticed Lu Kushi, a typically amicable acquaintance, and inquired, "Has something occurred today?" Lu Ku hesitated for a moment and said, "You should swiftly sever your ties with the Yin family. Last night, the old matriarch berated the governor most harshly, and this morning, he has just finished reprimanding the Yin family with great fervor." Chapter 52. The mother and son deliver the house. Yin Jianli inquired of Lu Kushi with a perplexed expression. Hasn't Yin Yu's reputation already been shattered? Why does that individual still pursue him? Fang Yun had not sought trouble with Yin Yu at all, and he was utterly bewildered by the fervor exhibited by the Yin family, who donned mourning attire to confront him at the Fang Clan Academy, demanding that Fang Yun kneel and bow before Yin Yu. Yin Jianli was taken aback and exclaimed, "Are they out of their minds? Even if my cousin is foolish, he would never stoop to such depths. Fang Yun has become a force to be reckoned with. Why would they still seek to trouble him? What could possibly provoke the old matriarch to scold the magistrate?" It was said that the Fang Clan Academy intended to expand its enrollment, with Fang Yun personally instructing students in poetry. The old matriarch's grandson was originally eligible to attend, but upon the Yin family's blockade at the academy, Fang Yun ceased his teachings. The child, in tears, lamented to the old matriarch, who, unable to confront the Yin family, vented her frustrations on her own son. A sense of foreboding washed over Yin Jianli as he realized the gravity of the situation. This could spell disaster. If this matter escalates and incites public outrage, the magistrate will have grounds to intervene, and our Yin family will surely suffer the consequences. How could my cousin and the others be so reckless? Lu Kushi's gaze flickered as he replied, "You can surmise the answer. I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave." Understanding the significance of the situation, Yin Jianli turned and hastened towards the Yin residence. On his way, Yin Jianli discovered a throng of people surrounding the Yin family's rice shop. "Yin Chongyan, you wretched scoundrel. You have deprived our children of their education and barred them from becoming scholars. Do not push us to the brink of desperation. Is it not true that your Yin family owns 9 rice shops in Daoism Prefecture? Starting today, we shall blockade all 9. If you dare, kill us. You think the Fang family is easy prey? Even the saint's own scholar is not exempt from your malice. Your audacity knows no bounds. He is the reincarnation of the literary star, destined for greatness. Mr. Fang had promised to teach our children poetry, only for you to ruin it. Should this matter escalate to the sacred court, we will have every right." The onlookers, having grasped the unfolding drama, joined in condemning the Yin family. A chill ran down Yin Dianli's spine as he recognized the potential repercussions. The Fang family, a prestigious lineage, would not be easily subdued by a lesser family like the Yans. However, if the higher-ups of the Fang family remained silent and allowed these parents to take the stage, it would indicate a desire to incite unrest from behind the scenes. Should the parents truly unite and approach the provincial court, the Yin family would inevitably face reprimand from the imperial court, risking the revocation of their noble status. The reputation of the Yin family's rice shop was irrevocably tarnished. In the eyes of the common folk, the saint's own scholar was the pride of Daoism prefecture, and being a child of humble origins, he was regarded as one of their own by the vast majority. The Yin family's attempts to harm him would, regardless of success or failure, irreparably damage their own standing. Yin Dianli shook his head, contemplating the dire circumstances. He hired a carriage to hasten to the Yin residence. Upon arrival, he was met with the chaotic scene before the Yin household, where several individuals were laboriously clearing away refuse, with bricks laid out on the ground for passage. As Yin Dianli hesitated, a group of people approached rapidly, 2 of whom were women, tears streaming down their faces. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as members of the Yin family. "Uncle, my mother was assaulted. She insists it was the Fang family who did this and wants Aunt to seek justice." "What? This incident was instigated by my sister-in-law? I should have realized that my elder brother is not so foolish." Yin Dianli is well aware of his cousin Yin Chongyin's temperament. Although he is harsh to others, greedy for money, and can even be described as despicable and shameless, harming many for his own benefit, he is certainly not an idiot. He would not provoke the prominent figures of Jiangzhou and even the entire Jing kingdom. "You all wait outside. I will handle this matter." Covering his mouth and nose with his sleeve, Yin Dianli hurriedly made his way inside. The Yin family resides in a grand courtyard with 3 entrances and exits. Upon entering the 3rd courtyard, Yin Dianli discovered his sister-in-law, Madame Yin, kneeling on the ground with disheveled hair and clear handprints on her face, while the head of the family, Yin Chongyin, was berating her. Yin Dianli quickly interjected, "Elder brother, the magistrate is furious, and all of our rice shops have been blocked. This matter must be resolved promptly, otherwise, the Yin family will be doomed." "I know. I am already devising a plan. This incompetent fool has allowed himself to be provoked by a few words, seeking vengeance for you, Yin Chongyin exclaimed angrily. "Who is instigating this?" Yin Dianli inquired. Yin Chongyin glanced around to ensure no outsiders were present and cursed. "Who else but that wolf cub, Lu Ziqing? His family is of noble lineage, with a left minister and a top scholar favored by the minister, capable of contending with Fang Yun, unafraid of Fang Yun or the sword-brow duke. But what do we, the Yin family, possess? I have many sons. Losing one leaves me with 3. Why should I offend the Fang family and the sword-brow duke for the sake of an imbecile? I am not that foolish. You have arrived just in time. Quickly offer a suggestion on how we can swiftly quell this matter." Yin Dianli asked, "Are you afraid of the Fang family or the sword-brow duke?" "Of course. I fear Fang Yun provoking the sword-brow duke. With the duke's temperament, he would not hesitate to dismantle the Yin family over a disagreement. We are in the wrong, and I hold no official position. Moreover, that Fang Dian is a military man and a general, similarly unreasonable as the sword-brow duke. Then you must promptly visit Fang Yun's residence. No, you should go to the Fang Clan Academy. Resolve the issue where it originated. This way, you can apologize to Fang Yun and placate the Fang family, making it known that causing a disturbance at the Fang Clan Academy has its consequences." "Agreed. Let it be so. However, what kind of generous gift should we prepare?" Yin Dianli pondered carefully and said, "This time, you must spend significantly. After all, who would easily let go of being wronged like that? Just state your terms. I can bear it. Didn't Fang Yun write the lament for a humble abode? If you could present him with a grand residence, the matter might be resolved. However, it must be a mansion worth at least 8,000 taels." Upon hearing this, Yin Chongyin nearly spat blood in indignation. Suddenly, he kicked Madame Yin to the ground, cursing, "You and your son are truly my nemesis. Your son insults others for their poverty, and you immediately pressure me to offer a house. Why have I been burdened with 2 such misfortunes?" Yin Dianli lowered his head, unable to utter a word. Had this occurred to someone else, he would have laughed until his sides split. But in the Yin family, he found no humor in the situation. It was simply too suffocating. The Yin family remained silent. Yin Chongyin continued to scold, 8,000 taels. That mansion was purchased for just over 7,000 taels back then. Elder brother, have you come to a conclusion? What is there left to contemplate? Dispersing 8,000 taels is far better than having Fong Dian or the sword-browed Duke storm our home. Old Yang's family has relocated to Yuhai, yet his grand residence, priced at 9,000, remains unsold. Should I decide to purchase it, I might negotiate a lower price. Please assist me in reaching out to Old Yang's nephew, who oversees this matter. I intend to personally visit the Fong Clan Academy to offer my apologies. At this moment, Yen spoke softly. If we acquire Yang's grand estate, we could reside there and leave this place to Fong Yun. Fool! Yen Chongyan, infuriated, was ready to retaliate, but Yen Dianli hastily intervened. Do not strike your sister-in-law. Our priority lies elsewhere. Yen Chongyan asserted. We cannot allow that scoundrel Lu Zicheng to benefit. Did he not instigate his cousin against us? We shall expose his cousin, ensuring he cannot remain at the academy. Before Yen Chongyan could exit, a flustered servant rushed in, exclaiming, Master, trouble has arisen. The grain transport office has seized our grain. Zhao Tongpan has declared that if his son cannot become a student of Fong Yun, the Yin family shall never hope to utilize the grain transport again. Yen Chongyan's vision darkened, nearly causing him to faint. Grain, being a significant commodity, relies heavily on water transport. If he were to resort to carting it by horse, the costs would lead to his ruin. Damn it! Yen Chongyan turned to confront Yen, only to find her hastily retreating on her hands and knees with surprising speed. Yen Dianli quickly interjected. Elder brother, to resolve the issue, we must address Fong Yun. Right. It is merely the grand estate worth 8,000 taels. I shall buy it. Let us go. Meanwhile, the matriarch of the Fong family was showing Yang Yuhuan around prospective homes. Fong Yun had been diligently studying at home until after 9 when He Yutong paid a visit. Upon seeing Fong Yun, He Yutong laughed heartily. Mr. Fong, fortune smiles upon you. You have just pinned a memorial to a humble room and have now acquired a grand estate. If you were to compose a palace ode, would you not earn a holy residence? It turned out that the disturbance at the clan academy was not instigated by Yen Chongyan, but rather by Madame Yen, who had been incited by Lu Zicheng's cousin, seeking revenge for her son. Lu Zicheng's cousin? Just as I suspected. Is there any way to deal with him? Fong Yun inquired. He Yutong replied with a smug smile. I have already prompted the parents of the students to jointly petition the provincial academy, requesting that Grand Scholarly rescind Lu Zicheng's cousin's enrollment at the academy. However, the head of the academy is affiliated with the left chancellor, and it is likely that he has already colluded with Lu Zicheng, making it unwise to petition the academy directly. Fong Yun frowned. Wasn't the head of the academy ousted by Grand Scholarly? Can he still obstruct me? Is he not afraid of Grand Scholarly? He Yutong responded. Of course he is afraid. But if the Lu family offers him sufficient benefits to transfer to the capital, then even Jian Meigong cannot contend with him, as the Ministry of Personnel is under the left chancellor's control. If he dares to harm you, Jian Meigong could use his position to take action against him. But as long as he does not physically harm you, Jian Meigong can only reprimand him, unable to take further action. Moreover, the left chancellor's faction will seek ways to undermine the literary chancellor's group, and you have evidently been marked as part of the literary chancellor's faction, making you a target. It appears that if I enter the academy, my days will be quite arduous, Fong Yun remarked. Indeed. However, it is fortunate that your 3 poems have shown in sacred path, and literary report has also covered your achievements. Your literary reputation has soared, and the citizens of Jing will hold you in high regard. The minister of the court oversees the Bureau of Literature. However, other officials will undoubtedly protect you, and the majority of scholars will stand by your side. In our Jing state, while there are those with a submissive disposition like the left prime minister, there are also many with unyielding character. Brother He, your resolve must be quite formidable, Fong Yun remarked with a smile. Not comparable to your youth, replied he. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. Is this the residence of Fong Yun? Indeed, it is, Fong Yun stated as he approached the entrance and opened the modest wooden door. A servant, dressed appropriately, respectfully extended a red invitation card with both hands. This is an invitation from my master for you. Please accept it. Thank you, Fong Yun said as he accepted the invitation. Closing the door, he unfolded it to discover it was from Zhao Tongpan of the Transport Bureau, a 6th-rank official. Although the local government also has a 6th-rank Tongpan, the actual authority is incomparable to that of the Transport Bureau, with the rivers of Jiangzhou being numerous and the transport thriving. The status of the Transport Bureau is particularly elevated, and given that Daoyuan Prefecture is second only to Yuhai City as a transport hub, the authority of the Transport Tongpan rivals that of the prefect of Daoyuan. Whose invitation is this? He Yutong inquired. It is from Zhao Tongpan of the Transport Bureau. This individual wields considerable power. Chapter 53. The unbearable burden. Fong Yun was well aware of the immense wealth and influence of the grain transportation system. Yet he was taken aback by how swiftly a sixth-rank official extended an invitation, seemingly indifferent to the left chancellor. He inquired, "How close is the relationship between Zhao Tongpan and the left chancellor?" He Yuzhong chuckled. "You may not be aware, but the grain transport is the lifeblood of the nation, traditionally overseen by members of the royal family. Currently, it is managed by that indulgent prince, who, when inebriated, openly berates the left chancellor, an utterly shameless act. The left chancellor, upon encountering him, can only take a detour. However, aside from his penchant for wine and food, he bears little scandal, and the censors of the Inspection Institute prefer to ignore him. They cannot continuously impeach him for his drunken antics." Fong Yun couldn't help but smile. The tales surrounding that indulgent prince were numerous, mostly absurd, yet they did not evoke disdain. Moreover, he had performed several seemingly foolish but ultimately just actions. Since Zhao Tongpan was aligned with the royal lineage, meeting with him would not pose a problem. Just as Fong Yun concluded his thoughts, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Could it be from the Fong residence? The two exchanged glances, and Fong Yun proceeded to open the door once more, revealing yet another servant. "This is an invitation from my master. I hope you will grace us with your presence." Taking the letter, Fong Yun discovered it was an invitation from Gong Xijing of the Jiangzhou Judicial Office, a fourth-rank official. The criminal division apprehends offenders, while the judicial office is responsible for trial proceedings. This Gong Xijing was likewise a significant figure in Jiangzhou. Upon opening the invitation, he learned that one of Gong's younger sons had recently engaged a scholar as a tutor and was hosting a banquet to express gratitude, inviting Fong Yun to attend. Fong Yun turned to He Yuzhong and asked, "What is his relationship with the left chancellor?" "He is a fellow townsman of the left chancellor," replied He Yuzhong. His expression slightly altered. Fong Yun remarked, "He has invited me to his son's banquet, seemingly seeking my guidance for the child. But why does he not fear the left chancellor?" He Yuzhong explained, "As he hails from the same county as the left chancellor, betrayal is inconceivable. The left chancellor trusts him implicitly. However, every individual possesses their own selfish motives. Given your burgeoning reputation and your adeptness in teaching, he naturally wishes for his son to receive the finest education, especially as time is of the essence for his offspring. As long as the left chancellor remains silent regarding you, he can feign ignorance. The left chancellor is in need of capable individuals. Even if he is aware of this man's ulterior motives, he cannot act against him, for he has rendered significant assistance to the left chancellor in Jiazhou. To replace him would only sow chaos." "You are quite knowledgeable about court affairs," Fong Yun observed. He continued, "Though he may be concerned for his lineage, I still aspire to advance myself and wish to avoid entanglements with the left chancellor. I cannot attend this banquet." He Yuzhong replied, "That is indeed wise. Once you move into your new residence, be sure to hire a doorman. Your invitations and requests will undoubtedly pour in like snowflakes." A significant portion of the provincial offices in Jiangzhou are located here, along with officials and esteemed families from Daoism Prefecture. Even if half the officials refrain from inviting you out of respect for the left chancellor, there will still be ample opportunities to keep you occupied. Is it truly possible to receive so many invitations? Indeed. First, the dual honors before the emperor, followed by the 3 poetic accolades in the sacred path, and then the commendation from the sword-browed duke. Such accomplishments will surely attract numerous invitations. Let me express a sentiment that resonates with everyone. In the decade ahead, although the realm of Jing may belong to the left chancellor, a mere 10 years from now, you shall possess the capability to rival him, perhaps even surpass him. Your potential is unparalleled within the kingdom of Jing. He Yuzhong regarded Fong Yun with profound intensity. 10 years is a considerable span of time. Fong Yun sighed softly. Is the left chancellor's influence in Yuhai City truly feeble? It is not merely weak. For over a century, the military has maintained an iron grip on Yuhai City, allowing only officials from the literary academy to enter. Anyone affiliated with the left chancellor who dares to venture there meets misfortune, leading him to relinquish control. As long as you set foot in Yuhai City, the Liu family would not dare to provoke you, even if granted 100 opportunities. There is a saying in Jiangzhou, when the lord of the courtyard makes a decision, the general runs amok. The general in question is none other than the esteemed Commander Zhang Piyu, a man known for his boldness yet possessed of a chivalrous heart, deeply cherished by the soldiers of Jiangzhou. As a high-ranking official within the military, he greatly values talent. should Lu Ziqing dare to trouble you in your high city. It would be far more consequential than merely setting the Lu family's pawnshop ablaze. I appreciate your reminder, Brother He. It is said that after becoming a scholar, if one wishes to enhance their talents, it is best to engage in slaying demons and vanquishing savages. Crafting magnificent literary works is not a pursuit for everyone. Yet every scholar can partake in the extermination of demons. Indeed, the military is also a reservoir of talent, rivaling that of the literary academy. Whenever those within the literary academy find their talent stagnating, they often seek breakthroughs through demon slaying. After all, we educated individuals cultivate our literary courage. What merit is there in failing to confront demons? Have you also participated in such endeavors, Brother He? He Yuzhang replied with pride, I have collaborated with soldiers to slay hundreds of demon folk, over a dozen demon warriors, and even assisted in the defeat of a demon general. You may not be aware that demons possess formidable strength. The physique of an ordinary demon folk exceeds that of a student, and demon warriors can engage in battle with scholars without losing ground. As for the demon general, I merely managed to stealthily strike it using the easily water song. You are a model for us all, Brother He, Fang Yun remarked. Recognizing that easily water song refers to the song of Jing Ke's assassination of Qin, Fang Yun nodded. Aware that those of juncture rank or higher may assume official positions directly, while scholars must first engage in demon slaying to earn military merit before they can take office. He Yuzhang sighed. The poetic compositions that have survived the ages are regrettably few, with even fewer available for scholars to utilize. My own talents are rather limited. It took me 3 years to master the easily water song, together with you in armor, and the gentleman in service. Only the easily water song is lethal, but its range is limited to 5 zhang. The latter 2 poems, drawn from the Book of Songs, serve to inspire morale and fortify armor, as well as to comfort soldiers and prevent their weariness or despair. They cannot compare to those juncture scholars who possess works like Songlong Xing and Defeng Ge, which truly exemplify demon-slaying prowess. However, I hope that during your tenure as a scholar, you will compose even more powerful martial poems, reducing the loss of lives among our people each year. I shall do my utmost, Fang Yun thought, already harboring rich ideas for martial poetry, though he was not yet a scholar and thus unable to validate them through his writings. While they conversed, the door remained ajar, and soon another visitor arrived. Though this time it was not an invitation but a letter of greeting. Fang Yun opened the letter to discover it was from the head of a prestigious family in Diuyuan Prefecture, requesting him to notify them when he had time to meet, as they were available at his convenience. He hastily closed the door, expressing a sense of foreboding. He Yuzhang jested, I share your sentiment. Today, you shall be inundated with invitations and tributes. Having penned the humble room owed the day before yesterday, and it having circulated yesterday, it is no surprise that you are now so renowned. Alas, if only your portrait were displayed far and wide, you would be recognized wherever you went. Fang Yun replied, Brother He, please refrain from jesting. You are well aware that I am preparing for the provincial examination in June to become a scholar. I must diligently master the art of rhetoric to contend with Lu Ziqing. Currently, I manage only 2 hours of sleep a night. Where would I find the time to meet these people? You are working exceptionally hard. Oh, with the constant supply of Dragon Palace blood ginseng. 2 hours of sleep is trivial. After all, it is consumed by dragons, He Yuzhang remarked enviously. Brother He, with your vast knowledge, what methods might I employ to evade these visitors? He Yuzhang promptly replied, generally, feigning illness suffices. However, with your Dragon Palace blood ginseng and no serious ailments, a sudden illness seems implausible. Fang Yun chuckled. How can there be no serious matter? I have been afflicted by the ire of the Yin family and Lu Ziqing. Shall I inscribe a verse for you? He Yuzhang laughed heartily. Another knock echoed, and from the sound of footsteps, it seemed 3 or 4 individuals awaited. Fang Yun lowered his voice, saying, Brother He, I rely on you. Go to the Fang residence and inform Yu Huan that she need not seek accommodations. She should accept the residence the Yin family has sent me, but the property deed requires your signature. Can you bear to part with a house worth nearly 10,000 taels? If she signs, it becomes hers. Inwardly, He Yuzhang admired Fang Yun as a true gentleman, not only benevolent to his servant, but also generous to his child bride. He resolved that should he follow Fang Yun, who might one day attain sainthood, their family could ascend to prominence, becoming a distinguished lineage, if not a noble house. He Yuzhang clenched his fists, resolutely making up his mind. He then stepped outside to collect the invitations and tributes. informing the visitors that Fang Yun had been rendered ill by the Yin family and might require several days before he could receive them. Inside, Fang Yun instructed Fang Daniel, then turned a deaf ear to the world outside, immersing himself in his studies. After an hour, he took a break. Yet his mind was preoccupied with battle poems and renowned literary works. In this world, particularly powerful masterpieces were said to possess immense strength. It was rumored that Confucius' own writing of the spring and autumn annals was the most miraculous. Most of my previous poetry was merely ornamental. And while the humble room ode is indeed different, being a short piece, I wonder what would result from composing a lengthy work. With these thoughts, Fang Yun contemplated and picked up his brush to write upon the paper. Chapter 54, Confucius advocates righteousness. Mingzi emphasizes just as the little fox perched curiously upon the desk, observing the paper intently. Why was Fang Yun so solemn over the simple act of writing? Was he about to compose an even more remarkable poem? The little fox's eyes widened in anticipation. In Fang Yun's mind, the renowned Song Dynasty politician, literary figure, and poet Wen Tianxiang's masterpiece Song of Righteousness emerged vividly. Heaven and earth possess righteousness. A myriad of forms arise. Below are rivers and mountains, above are sun and stars. The entirety of Song of Righteousness, comprising 360 characters including punctuation, surfaced in his thoughts. A surge of inspiration welled within him as he began to write. As he completed the final stroke of the character for heaven, nothing transpired. He exhaled in relief and continued to pen the character for earth. Just as he finished writing it, he felt a gentle tremor within his literary palace, the stars of his literary realm quivering in response. Fang Yun furrowed his brow and inscribed the third character, has. Suddenly, he swayed, hastily supporting himself against the desk with his left hand. A profusion of sweat erupted from his body, as if his very strength had been siphoned away. The talent within his literary palace diminishing rapidly like the fuse of a firecracker igniting. His pen did not falter, and the phrase heaven and earth are one began to form on the paper. As he neared completion of the fourth character, the 3.5 characters abruptly transformed in hue, resembling letters forged from gold, radiating a resplendent golden light. This brilliant luminescence illuminated the entire room. Nunu gasped in astonishment, sensing an overwhelming aura emanating from the characters, evoking within her a primal fear, yet simultaneously assuring her that this power would not bring her harm. Fang Yun persisted, nearing the completion of the fifth stroke, when an earth-shattering roar resounded in his ears, akin to the cataclysm of mountains collapsing and stars colliding. His vision blurred with golden stars, his body swayed, and his grip on the demon-slaying brush faltered. With a resounding thud, the brush fell upon the desk, and the 3.5 golden characters spontaneously ignited, consuming the paper in flames. Remarkably, the desk and surrounding items remained unscathed, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Nunu, undeterred by this peculiar occurrence, leaped onto Fang Yun's lap, gazing up at him with concern. His face was pale, and beads of sweat lined his brow, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Nunu? Nunu? She whispered softly, her front paws resting upon his abdomen. Fang Yun, fatigued, sat in his chair, reaching out to stroke Nunu's head. It's all right, I just need to rest, he murmured. Laboriously, he ascended to his bed and closed his eyes. Yet his mind was engulfed in contemplation. Evidently, Song of Righteousness was no ordinary work. The profound essence of unyielding righteousness it contained resonated deeply with this world. Once I fully transcribe it, my literary standing may soar, yet I currently lack the requisite strength to articulate it. Mingzi, the progenitor of boundless righteousness, once stated in his text, "Nurture my boundless righteous spirit." When Gong Sun Cho inquired about the essence of this righteousness, Mengzi himself admitted it was difficult to articulate, indicating his own understanding was incomplete. However, Song of Righteousness eloquently elucidates the potency of this noble spirit. Mencius, despite his incomplete integrity, was honored with the title of sub-sage. One wonders, had he achieved perfection, to what heights might he have ascended? Confucius spoke of achieving benevolence, while Mencius emphasized grasping righteousness. Although Confucius cultivated the great way, he did not refine his power to its zenith. Had he pursued righteousness to its utmost, would he have attained a loftier literary rank? Beyond benevolence and righteousness, do other comparable ideals exist? Fang Yun, brimming with exhilaration, was astonished that a sudden inspiration led him to inscribe 3.5 characters, brushing against the periphery of this world's supreme power. Though merely on the fringe, it was sufficient to illuminate a clear direction. Previously, while composing poetry and lyrics, He felt a sense of uncertainty. Now, with clarity of purpose regarding his cultivation, he found solace. Achieving benevolence, according to Confucius, and grasping righteousness, as Mencius stated, must be pursued in tandem. As Fang Yun immersed himself in the literary palace, he beheld its vast expanse, stretching 3,000 zhang in width and length. Constructed from colossal azure stones, rugged and primal. Deep within the palace stood a statue of Fang Yun, before which was a manifestation of his spirit, indistinguishable from his corporeal self. He noticed that, following the earlier tremor, a few massive stones within the palace had shifted slightly, yet no fissures had appeared. A few days of study would suffice for restoration. His talents remained unchanged. Sighing with relief, Fang Yun glanced upward and was taken aback. The center of the literary palace's starry sky, once occupied by the stars representing renowned literary works, had been displaced, revealing a swirling vortex composed of countless luminous stardust, rotating counterclockwise, exuding a tremendous sense of pressure. Was that not the literary vortex? Upon becoming a successful candidate, one could form a literary vortex through reverence at the sacred temple, subsequently coalescing one's literary essence. How then did he possess a literary vortex at this moment? Could it be related to the Song of Righteousness? Or perhaps it was due to his serendipitous understanding of the secrets of benevolence and righteousness. Fang Yun pondered for an extended period but could not arrive at a conclusion, ultimately resigning himself to the mystery. He decided to take each step as it came. The premature emergence of the literary vortex should bode well. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he drifted into a deep slumber. As the Song of Righteousness ignited spontaneously, across the sacred Yuan continent, the tribes of the barbarians, the dragon clan of the seas, and the 5 realms of the demon race all raised their gazes skyward. On the sacred Yuan continent, the trajectory of the literary star shifted slightly. Was it merely a coincidence, or did it herald a grand transformation? Was this an omen of calamity or fortune? For the demon race, perhaps this was an opportune moment to further enslave the human race. I yearn for a subsage. For the barbarian race, we shall undoubtedly seize control of the central plains. In this world, the barbarian race reigns supreme. For the dragon race, let us hope we do not fall into the sea. After an hour's rest, Fang Yun awoke feeling remarkably refreshed. Upon entering the literary palace, he found it had returned to its normal state, though the stars within appeared somewhat dimmer. He recalled that the literary collection of Sage Chun mentioned the stars within the palace had the ability to restore and enhance it. Thus, the more renowned works, the stronger the palace. As Fang Yun opened his eyes, he discovered a small fox seated before him, its gaze intense and unwavering, resembling a devoted pup guarding its ailing master. Fang Yun beamed a smile and said, "Thank you, dear companion. I am now fully recovered." Nunu gazed skeptically, leaning in to gently sniff, then broke into a smile, extending her delicate pink tongue to lightly lick Fang Yun's face. Fang Yun, equally delighted, leaned forward to plant a kiss on her forehead. The little fox immediately blushed, shyly squeaking before darting into the bamboo basket, turning her back to Fang Yun. Yet her constantly swaying tail betrayed her joyful spirit. Yang Yuhuan gently pushed open Fang Yun's door before softly closing it behind her. Fang Yun set the book down on the table and turned to face Yang Yuhuan. Her gaze was intricate, filled with emotion, shyness, concern, joy, and an indescribable sentiment that stirred something within Fang Yun. "Yuhuan," Fang Yun smiled. Yang Yuhuan fixed her eyes on his, asking, "How could you bear to transfer such a precious residence to me? And how could you bear to waste your life on me?" Fang Yun inquired. I am your child bride." Yang Yuhuan's cheeks flushed a bright red, her gaze momentarily glimmering with a hint of allure. "I am your future husband. What is the significance of gifting you something?" "It is my duty," he replied. But I feel you are too kind to me," Yang Yuhuan said. Gazing at Fang Yun with deep emotion, Fang Yun took her hand gently, whispering, "Even if I were to be 1,000 times more generous, it would not compare to your kindness towards me. This is merely the beginning. I will treat you even better in the future." Yang Yuhuan hastily withdrew her hand, feeling shy about his touch. Fang Yun reached out to touch the phoenix hairpin adorning her head, asking, "Did Lady Fang give this to you?" "It is beautiful. Yet you are even more so." Yang Yuhuan blushed, replying, "Yes, it was given by Lady Fang. You are so lovely. In the future, wear more jewelry. Take what you need and purchase it without needing to consult me. You are half a master of the Fang family. Do you understand?" "I understand." Yang Yuhuan's heart swelled with gratitude. She always feared that Fang Yun would overlook her once he attained success, yet he treated her even better than before. Fang Yun asked, What do you think of the house? Yang Yuhuan smiled shyly, saying, I do not know much, but it seems quite large. My aunt took a thorough look inside and out, saying it is splendid, that such a residence is fit for a prominent family. She also mentioned that our household lacks sufficient help, and she will send some maids or servants from the Fong estate. Otherwise, such a vast courtyard would feel too desolate. Moreover, she suggested that Aunt Jiang should seek out some acquaintances from your hometown in Jixian. Having familiar faces is more reassuring than strangers. Fong Yan nodded. Once we have more people, you won't need to handle chores. Instead, visit your aunt often and learn diligently how to manage a large household. By the way, my aunt mentioned that my uncle sent her a letter via a wild goose yesterday, advising her to select some reliable candidates among the young scholars and old soldiers to come to our home, allowing you to choose a few as attendants. Fong Yan chuckled. Uncle is truly kind. In truth, ordinary soldiers would suffice, yet he seeks out young scholars. I'm merely a scholar myself. My uncle isn't that meticulous. It must have been my aunt's idea. I'll wait at home to select two. Any more would be unnecessary. When will the residence be ready for habitation? I believe I can move in today. However, my aunt is rather particular, insisting that she will take 3 days to tidy up. Very well, I shall wait 3 days. Which conveniently allows me to feign illness for the same duration. I shall prepare dinner now. Yang Yuhuan turned and departed. Nunu quietly approached Fong Yun, tugging gently at his pant leg. Fong Yun looked down and inquired, What is it? With a soft whimper, Nunu pointed to her bamboo basket, then raised her front legs in a gesture reminiscent of embracing something, spreading them wide as if to indicate a desire for more space. Fong Yun asked, Do you wish for a larger abode? Nunu excitedly nodded, placing her paws together in a pleading manner, her fluffy tail wagging incessantly. There is a vast courtyard. I could provide you with an entire room. How does that sound? Fong Yun proposed. Overwhelmed with emotion, Nunu leapt up to wrap her arms around Fong Yun's neck, planting a fervent kiss upon his cheek. Chapter 55, Make way. Fong Yun smiled as he realized that Nunu had grown increasingly affectionate towards him. Nunu, why did you leap onto my vehicle that day instead of choosing another? There were several cars behind me, Fong Yun inquired. Nunu extended her tiny paw and pointed at a copy of the Book of Rights on the bookshelf. Fong Yun glanced over and remarked, I was reading the Book of Rights in the car at that moment. Did you hear my voice and perceive me as a worthy individual, prompting you to jump up? Nunu nodded, her eyes gleaming as she gazed at Fong Yun. It appears we are quite fated, he said, reaching out to gently scratch Nunu's neck. She immediately squinted her eyes in delight, savoring the attention. After lunch, the steward of the Fong household arrived with 7 individuals, claiming they were all selected personally by Madame Fong, each of reputable background from Diyuan Prefecture, and requested Fong Yun to choose 2 as his attendants. The 7 stood in the courtyard, their expressions solemn and their postures rigid, each gaze seemingly concealing a blade, making Yang Yuhuan hesitant to approach. The physique of the young scholars was already significantly stronger than that of ordinary individuals, and once they trained in martial arts, they would quickly become formidable fighters. If they were to engage in a close ambush, even a juncture could fall victim, yet they would struggle against a top-ranking scholar in a battle of wits and words. Fong Yun addressed them. Since you have been chosen by my esteemed aunt, I presume you are acquainted with one another. If you were to form a unit and select a captain, whom would you choose? The remaining 6 turned their gazes towards a middle-aged man with a severed arm. He did not appear particularly robust and seemed somewhat unassuming, yet his demeanor was steadier than the others. Fong Yun asked him, What is your name? And what position have you held in the military? Tang Yu, he replied slowly, enunciating clearly. I have served as a squad leader, section chief, and captain, later becoming a personal guard for General Fong. 3 years ago, I retired due to injury and have since been in the service of the Fong family. Fong Yun nodded in understanding. In Jing Nation, 5 individuals comprised a squad, 3 squads formed a section, and 50 constituted a company. Captains were typically chosen from among the scholars, and a young scholar attaining the rank of captain was no ordinary feat. Ascending from captain to the rank of deputy lieutenant was a true official position, usually reserved for scholars, with only a handful of young scholars ever reaching that rank. Fong Yun recognized that he needed not only physically strong soldiers, but also an individual with experience, intellect, and wisdom. He turned to the steward, saying, Uncle Fong, I choose Brother Tang Yu as my first selection. The young master indeed possesses keen insight. One Tang Yu is worth 4 seasoned veterans, the steward praised. Fong Yun then asked the remaining 6, Which of you is the most skilled in combat? I am, boomed the bulliest among them as he stepped forward. and the others did not contest his claim. Fang Yun scrutinized him and inquired, "What led to your retirement?" "I was to engage in battle against the sea monsters in Yuhai City, but prolonged exposure to seawater caused me to break out in rashes, inflicting unbearable pain," the brawny man explained. Fang Yun asked, as my attendant, "What do you believe is the most crucial responsibility?" "To protect young Master Fang," he replied resolutely. "Very well. What is your name?" Fang Yun asked. "Nyesher," he answered. Fang Yun nodded and turned to Tang Yu. "If it is to protect me, what weapon would be most suitable for Nyesher?" Tang Yu responded, "For slaying enemies, my swift blade would suffice. The stone shall serve to protect you, acting as the finest shield against the blades of conflict. However, it requires a superior tortoiseshell shield, which is rare among the populace. An ordinary shield would be inadequate." Steward Fang remarked, "Both the young master and the old master have amassed a considerable collection of sea demon artifacts, including no fewer than 20 tortoise shells. When the time comes, you may accompany me to select one." He continued, "Your blade is merely forged from mundane iron. Yet you may choose an artifact from the estate to craft a weapon, such as demon bull horns or shark teeth." Fang Yun smiled and replied, "Thank you, Uncle Fang. And please extend my gratitude to my great-uncle and uncle. I have long felt that the treasures they possess are excessive, rather than allowing them to gather dust. It is better to put them to use. The lady has already consented. You may select first, and once you have finished, I shall report to the old master." The steward maintained an expression of calm indifference. Having resided in the Daoism estate for some time, Fang Yun had gained a deeper understanding of the Fang family. The steward was a childhood companion of the late elder Fang, having fought alongside him in battle, once saving his life, and even having playfully spanked the young Fang Shui. Both Fang Shui and his wife held him in high regard. When the elder Fang was angered, only he could quell his fury. "Well then, we shall select Tan Yu and Nyesher," Fang Yun declared. The steward responded, "I shall ensure that the weapons are crafted before the 10th day of the month. When you report to the academy, you must bring Tan Yu and Nyesher with you. On the 10th, it is imperative to keep Lu Zicheng in check, preventing him from finding an opportunity to humiliate you. This will curtail his audacity in the future. Both Tan Yu and Nyesher have emerged from the military ranks, and should they fight with determination, the Lu family's servants will be no match for them, and they will hesitate to engage." Fang Yun nodded solemnly. "The younger generation shall remember this." After bidding farewell to the steward, he stood in the courtyard, contemplating the situation. Even the steward discerned that Lu Zicheng intended to create trouble on the 10th, suggesting that day would not unfold smoothly. Though Lu Zicheng had the protection of the left chancellor, he would not dare to act violently within the city. His plans would likely involve undermining my reputation. And for now, I can only retaliate defensively. Once I become a scholar, I shall be able to take the initiative. The only concern is the Academy's vice-chancellor. Should he decide to confront me, he would pose a far greater challenge than Lu Zicheng, given that he is a 6th-rank official. As Fang Yun pondered strategies for dealing with the vice-chancellor, he made his way indoors. After lunch, he resumed his studies, while Fang Dania busied himself collecting various invitations and greetings, repeatedly informing visitors that Fang Yun was unwell. By evening, Fang Dania had gathered 43 invitations and greetings, all neatly placed on Fang Yun's desk. Some invited him to dine and network, others requested his presence at private literary gatherings, and some wished for him to tutor their children. As Fang Yun perused these, he stumbled upon a particularly bizarre letter from a young scholar. This individual disparaged Fang Yun's poetry, declaring it worthless and asserting that his own compositions were the true pride of Mingzhou, while others were blind to the truth. The letter further threatened that if Fang Yun did not visit him to seek guidance, he would disseminate pamphlets in all tea houses, literary assemblies, and academies, denouncing Fang Yun and exposing his poems as foul and odious. Fang Yun shook his head, reflecting, "The literary world is rife with disdain and narrow-mindedness. However, the more he disparages the works of others, the more pleased I become. The path to literary prominence inherently involves competition with countless scholars. The presence of such individuals only diminishes my competitive pressure, for which I ought to be grateful, as he inadvertently clears a path for us." In the following 2 days, Fang Yun continued to feign illness, immersing himself in his studies and practicing his calligraphy. On the 3rd day, Fang Yun took the little fox to the Fang Clan Academy to teach, while the Fang residents sent people to assist with his relocation. Upon arriving at the academy's classroom, He Yuzhong informed Fang Yun that Class A had been moved to a larger room and that 20 new students had been added, 10 of whom had passed an examination. indicating their potential to become successful scholars. The other 10, while not lacking in ability, came from influential backgrounds and were required to pay a hefty fee of 1,000 taels of silver each year. Among them was a child sponsored by a royal edict, likely a relative of a noble. Fong Yun did not dwell on these disparities. Rather, he cherished the opportunity to teach more students, fully aware that if individuals raised on texts such as the three-character classic, Fox Verses, and Dreams in the Pillow gradually entered the political arena, even the left chancellor, no matter how esteemed, would find himself outmatched before him. Nevertheless, Fong Yun recognized that time was of the essence. Becoming a scholar was his primary objective, and managing a classroom of students was already a considerable challenge. Today, he did not teach Fox Verses, but instead continued with the three-character classic. The 20 new students, regardless of their prestigious backgrounds, were remarkably earnest, as their families had admonished them repeatedly beforehand, with some parents even resorting to threats of disciplinary measures. After 3 days of intense study, Fong Yun felt his thoughts becoming somewhat muddled. Yet, during the process of explaining the three-character classic to his students, he gradually sensed the knowledge he had acquired being organized by an invisible force. Upon completing the class, he felt invigorated. It was no wonder that ancient sages devoted themselves to teaching their disciples. The act of imparting knowledge not only facilitated the transmission of wisdom, but also served as a profound form of learning. If one believes they grasp a concept but cannot articulate it or teach it to others, it suggests a misunderstanding or a lack of depth in their comprehension. Furthermore, certain notions may become clearer through the act of teaching. Similarly, engaging in dialogue with fellow scholars holds equal importance, which explains the existence of various private literary societies across the 10 states. Once I become a scholar, I must join a distinguished literary society to listen, express, and debate. These activities foster growth. Although Fong Yun did not teach Fox Verses this time, the little fox remained as attentive as a diligent student, even more so than the other children. After class, Fong Yun carried the little fox towards the classroom, bending down to ask, "Did you understand my lesson?" Nunu immediately nodded proudly, affirming 3 times, though each nod grew increasingly hesitant. After the 3rd nod, she reluctantly shook her head. Did she understand some parts while others eluded her? Nunu nodded, a hint of disappointment in her demeanor. "It's all right. With more exposure, you'll comprehend it fully. In no time, you will be a scholar." Nunu. The little fox squealed with joy at the mention of this title, excitedly burrowing into Fong Yun's embrace as a sign of affection. Upon leaving the academy, Fong Yun officially moved into his new residence. The estate boasted 3 expansive courtyards, with a total of 15 rooms, far more comfortable than his previous lodgings. In the following days, Fong Yun refrained from venturing elsewhere, shuttling solely between the academy and the Fong household. He occasionally stopped by the bookshop to purchase various texts, some of which he placed in his study while others he added to his collection of rare books. Unconsciously, the date has reached the 10th of April, marking the annual occasion when the Fuan Academy welcomes outstanding young scholars for enrollment. The Daoism prefecture comprises a central city and 9 surrounding counties, with 14 young scholars, comprising the top scholars from each county and the top 5 from the central city, being admitted to the academy for a 3-year course of study. Early in the morning, the members of the Fong family rose with diligence, preparing everything for Fong Yun. By 6:30, a carriage set forth, bearing Fong Yun toward the Fuan Academy. Fong Daniu skillfully drove the carriage, while Tan Yu and Nyesher flanked him, one wielding a sword and the other a shield, creating a striking impression. Chapter 56. The Holy Selection. On a bright early summer morning, the sky was remarkably clear, with shades of blue deepening as they stretched toward the horizon. The weather was far from the sweltering heat of noon, and the carriage moved leisurely in the cool breeze. Fong Dania drove with utmost seriousness, keen to avoid any mishaps within the city. Tindu and Nyesher appeared calm, yet their hearts were filled with vigilance. For Madame Fong and Steward Fong had repeatedly warned that if Fong Yun were harmed today, their ties with the Fong family would be severed. Fong Yun was not inclined to read. Instead, he pondered the world around him, contemplated his future, and considered how to establish his footing in the academy. Gaining admission to the Prefectural Academy and becoming a student marked a significant new chapter in his life. Before long, Fong Daniu announced from outside, "Young master, we have arrived at the Prefectural Academy." His voice carried a hint of tension. Fong Yun smiled faintly, adjusted his book satchel, lifted the curtain, and stepped down from the carriage to gaze forward. The Prefectural Academy bore a striking resemblance to both the County Academy and the State Academy, with a vast plaza before its entrance. In fact, it was even larger than the State Academy, as it had to accommodate thousands of candidates during the prefectural examinations. The State Academy only received scholars, and the number of scholars was significantly fewer than that of candidates, resulting in a smaller footprint than the prefectural academy. The entrance of the prefectural academy featured a main gate and 6 side gates. The main gate was tightly shut, with only 2 side gates ajar. The early hour left the streets nearly deserted, with only a smattering of scholars or candidates carrying their book satchels entering the academy. Tanya whispered, "There doesn't seem to be anything unusual around. No one is likely to cause trouble here. Dania will remain outside to tend to the carriage. And yes, sure, and I can accompany you as attendants inside." As soon as Gao Minghong spotted Fang Yun, he waved and hurried over, his expression somber. "Fang Yun, we're in trouble. What has happened?" Fang Yun inquired. "I just received word 15 minutes ago. Lu Zicheng and the members of the Ying Society have suddenly gathered at the location where the new candidates report, and they've summoned numerous students. Strangely, even Wei Yuanjun has made an appearance. He wouldn't normally personally attend to new candidates. Our Lishan Society members have also hastily congregated. Many have arrived upon hearing the news, and now a large portion of the academy is behind the gates, with more on the way. I suspect this is aimed at you, so I waited outside to give you a heads up." Fang Yun's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. Lu Zicheng, it appears, is indeed relentless. He has finally decided to take action himself. Can you surmise their intentions? Gao Minghong shook his head. Despite our discussions, we could not reach a conclusion. After all, this is the prefectural academy. They cannot harm you here. Your safety is assured. At worst, they may attempt to tarnish your reputation. Your poetry and prose are renowned, and you need not fear their provocations. Lu Zichen would not be foolish enough to employ old tactics against you. As for the examination of classics and strategies, that too is improbable. You have just become a candidate, and if they were to use such methods against you, even if you remain silent, it would not affect your reputation. I too have pondered this matter recently, yet found no clarity. Lu Zicheng hails from a prestigious family. Has Wei Yuanjun beneath him and Zhuo Xiang above him. He has access to numerous resources, and I find it challenging to guard against all possibilities, Fang Yun remarked. Gao Minghong's brow furrowed with concern. If it were merely Lu Zicheng and the Ying Society targeting you, I would not be so apprehensive. After all, the Ying Society does not belong solely to Lu Zicheng. Since the incident involving Yen Yu and others, many have distanced themselves from Lu Zicheng, resulting in a significant decline in his influence within the British society, while those who support you have gained the upper hand. However, now that Lord Wei has personally arrived, this matter will not end amicably, for he holds the power to decide everything. Fang Yun remarked, no matter how powerful Lord Wei may be, he cannot surpass the laws of the nation. Can he directly expel me from the academy? While he cannot do so outright, should he find an excuse, he could indeed drive you away. If he were to be particularly ruthless, he might even suspend your academic status, preventing you from attending any academy or school, and could potentially obstruct your participation in the imperial examinations. I once hoped you could attend the prefectural academy, but should you do so, the Left Chancellor's faction would likely seize the opportunity to accuse Duke Jianmei of personal gain. Considering that there has never been a precedent of a child scholar attending the prefectural academy in Jinghua, other nations may have such examples, but they are always backed by esteemed families. Fang Yun stated, since we have arrived at the threshold, I cannot refrain from entering, lest he punish me for truancy or tardiness. Come, I am eager to see what Lu Zicheng and Lord Wei can conjure. This great Yuan prefecture does not belong to the Lu family. No matter what tricks he employs, I shall confront them head-on, as one would counter a soldier with a soldier and a flood with earth. Lu Zicheng cannot thwart my sacred path. With resolute determination in his eyes, Fang Yun squared his shoulders, lifted his chin, and strode forward with steady steps, devoid of fear. The vortex of intellect within the academy accelerated in its tumult. Gao Minghong and others exchanged glances, nodding in silent agreement, regardless of Fang Yun's literary reputation. It was his calm demeanor in the face of adversity and his fearless spirit that set him apart from the ordinary. His ascendance as a student before the sage was no mere coincidence, one scholar whispered. Others nodded in affirmation as they followed Fang Yun onward. Tan Yu and Ye Shi regarded Fang Yun with peculiar expressions, unable to fathom that he bore the demeanor of a battle-hardened veteran, steadfast as a rock amidst a tsunami. Upon reaching the entrance, they faced no scrutiny, allowing Fang Yun and his companions to enter smoothly. Fang Yun surveyed his surroundings and noted a row of tables just a few paces ahead. He had initially envisioned this area as the reception for the 14 newly admitted scholars. requiring only a few instructors and some aides to escort the scholars and their families to their respective dormitories, as well as to elucidate the academy's regulations. However, the actual situation before him was starkly different from his expectations. Several officials clad in official attire sat behind the tables, while on either side and surrounding them stood over 100 individuals, predominantly scholars currently studying at the academy, along with about 20 child scholars. The rest were minor officials and aides of low rank. More than 200 pairs of eyes were fixed upon Fang Yun. The entrance to the academy was devoid of wind, and under the summer sun, it should have felt warm, yet an inexplicable chill permeated the air, reminiscent of early spring. Fang Yun felt a shiver run through him. Among the crowd was Wan Xuezhing, the examiner for the county's examinations, who wore a serious expression and nodded to Fang Yun, as if silently cautioning him to be wary. Fang Yun spotted Lu Zicheng standing among the scholars. He was an exceptionally handsome young man, with fair skin and an elegant demeanor. Their gazes met, one with a hint of coldness, the other expressionless, before they quickly averted their eyes, resembling the fleeting glance of strangers. Both individuals perceived a ferocious beast in each other's eyes. Fang Yun bowed respectfully to the officials, introducing himself. "I am Fang Yun. Honored to meet you all." His demeanor was proper, leaving no room for any semblance of disrespect. Wan Shui chuckled. "Indeed, you are the top scholar of Jixian, having excelled in the county examination. In just a few short days of absence, your brilliance has only increased. Should you fail to enter our esteemed academy, it would be a loss for the Diyuan prefecture. If another academy were to seize you, it would be an utter dereliction of duty. What say you?" "Esteemed academy lord?" The lord of the Wei Academy, possessing a broad countenance yet a somewhat sharp voice, replied, "In our academy, we first consider virtue before talent. In my view, allowing Fang Yun to enter the academy would be akin to placing a foul fish in a pot, thus tainting the purity of our institution." The assembly was aware of Li Weiniang's reprimand of the Wei Academy lord on behalf of Fang Yun, which had embarrassed the latter before the officials. They anticipated retaliation but were taken aback by the lord's directness, which was decidedly uncharacteristic. Fang Yun regarded the lord with an indifferent gaze and inquired coldly, "What prompts such words from you? You, who once attacked a high minister of the court while merely a student, have committed an overreach. You unfoundedly proclaimed that Lu Zicheng sought your life, which is slander. You were on the verge of becoming classmates with Yin Yu and others, yet shattered their literary aspirations, which is tyranny. You penned the state's fortifying documents, yet failed to submit them to the imperial court, which is greed. A person guilty of overreach, slander, tyranny, and greed possesses no qualification to enter our Jingui Academy. In my capacity as the Academy Lord of Diyuan, I hereby declare that Fang Yun's moral character is corrupt, greedy, and contemptuous of the court, thus revoking his eligibility for enrollment and prohibiting any academy or school from accepting this rogue." The faces of Gao Minghong and others turned pale, realizing that Lu Zicheng and the Wei Academy Lord had acted too ruthlessly. The Lord had crafted an excuse based on morality, making it nearly impossible for even Li Weiniang to entirely overturn his assessment. Henceforth, Fang Yun would bear the lifelong stigma of being cast out from the academy, subjected to suspicion of heinous deeds, and facing disdain wherever he went. Should his resolve waver even slightly, he might succumb to despair, rendering the prospect of scholarly pursuits impossible. In their eyes, while noble offspring could lead carefree lives even if expelled from the academy, Fang Yun was a child of humble origins, relying solely on education to rise above. Being denied by the academy meant the end of his aspirations. Without long-term guidance from a mentor, even the most eloquent talents would falter in producing acceptable scholarly works, let alone passing the examinations for the scholar's degree or the higher ranks. A sense of dread enveloped the crowd, particularly among the children of humble backgrounds and scholars, who feared the wrath of the Wei Academy Lord. The chances of passing the higher examinations were already slim, and being expelled from the academy would render success nearly impossible. Expulsion from the academy was fatal for anyone. Yet Fang Yun was different. He possessed the extraordinary book of heaven and earth. Lu Zicheng smiled slightly and remarked, "Fang Yun, what are you saying? I fail to comprehend. It is the Academy Lord who deems you unworthy of our institution. What connection does that have with me? Alas, you truly embody the rumors circulating outside, youthful arrogance and disregard for elders. Academy Lord, I have had several brief encounters with Fang Yun, despite his base greed. He remains a former friend. Might you grant him mercy? This individual is a villain through and through. Even with your endorsement, he cannot be retained. Guards, remove him." A group of 6 or 7 officials approached, yet Fang Yun took a deep breath and declared, "Hold on, It seems you have overlooked something. This academy is not merely the academy of the Lord, nor is it the academy of the Jing state, but rather the academy of Confucius. It is the academy of all sages. Every individual who holds a literary title has the opportunity to undertake a singular act. Fang Yun, do not act foolishly. Gao Minghong urged loudly. Young master, you must not. Tin Yu hastily interjected. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed at Fang Yun, each person guessing what he was about to do. Fang Yun faced the direction of the sacred temple and bowed deeply. I, Fang Yun of Jixian, beseech the sage's selection. Chapter 57. The resonance of 1,000 chimes in the city of Jixian. The scholar Fang Yun beseeched the saint's selection. The esteemed Lord Wei gazed at Fang Yun in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words, before erupting in fury. How dare you? You insolent wretch! His ire then turned towards Lu Zicheng. Yet, Lu Zicheng, with his head bowed, wore a malevolent grin upon his visage. Scoundrel! Lord Wei muttered under his breath, uncertain whether his curse was directed at Fang Yun or Lu Zicheng. Gao Minghong, with a sigh, felt a surge of admiration for Fang Yun's audacity, prompting reflections upon the historical precedent of the saint's selection. In the nascent days of the academy, a grave incident had transpired. A promising scholar from the Yunguan prefecture in the kingdom of Jia had offended the local governor, resulting in the revocation of his admission to the academy. Tragically, his mother succumbed to grief. The wronged scholar sought justice against the governor, but the web of official protection stifled the case, ultimately suppressing it within the annals of Wuzhou. This scandal reverberated across the 10 kingdoms, stirring lament for the loss of over 100 lives and mourning the potential of a great confusion. The Holy Academy dispatched a team led by a half-saint of the legalist school to investigate the matter. High officials who had served in the Yunguan prefecture were scrutinized, and those who sheltered the governor faced execution, their families barred from the imperial examinations for 3 generations. To prevent a recurrence of such injustices, the Academy instituted the saint's selection. Any individual who deemed themselves extraordinarily talented yet was refused by the Academy could petition for a selection overseen by a half-saint. Since the inception of the saint's selection, 5 individuals have sought it, all of whom met with failure. The half-saint's discerning intellect rendered even the simplest questions daunting. Those who did not perform adequately were not granted passage. The 5 who faltered suffered great disillusionment, fading into obscurity. The last occurrence of the saint's selection had transpired over 2 centuries ago, and the audacity to compel someone to petition for it had all but vanished. 200 years of tranquility had led Lord Wei to disconnect Fang Yun's expulsion from the prospect of a saint's selection, regardless of Fang Yun's success or failure. The court would inevitably investigate Lord Wei. Being a man of the left chancellor, he had little to fear. However, should a saint's selection occur under his auspices, his reputation would irrevocably tarnish, and the left chancellor's attempts to rehabilitate him would be futile. Should Fang Yun succeed in the selection, the ramifications for Lord Wei would extend beyond mere disgrace to a legacy of infamy, drawing the scrutiny of the Academy, from which even 10 left chancellors could not shield him. As more than half of the scholars felt their blood surge with fervor, they had long admired Fang Yun's talents, expecting him to endure in silence. Witnessing his bold choice to confront Lord Wei, they found their respect for him deepening. Conversely, some of the elder scholars shook their heads in dismay, pitying Fang Yun. Failure in the saint's selection would equate to a denial by the half-saint, potentially shattering his scholarly aspirations. Lu Zicheng's eyes smiled, confident in their assured victory, certain of Fang Yun's impending defeat. Among the crowd, Guanya Yuan scoffed with a tone of relief. On that day, you shattered the literary palaces of both me and Yin Yu. Today, you shall taste the same bitterness. No. To have your literary palace broken by a half-saint's decree will be a fate tenfold more tragic. You shall become the laughingstock of the 10 kingdoms. Fang Yun's voice resonated within the Holy Academy, ultimately reaching the sacred temple ahead. At first, there was no discernible change, but moments later, an invisible force surged from the sacred temple, piercing the sky and dispersing the clouds for miles. Centered around the temple, it created a shockwave that unleashed fierce winds in all directions. Tree branches swayed, dust flew, and garments rustled. Everyone except Fang Yun had to squint and turn away from the temple. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, several houses closest to the temple collapsed, and a few trees were uprooted. To the left of the temple stood a large bell, which, despite no apparent strike, emitted a resounding clang. The sound reverberated outward. As the bell's tones reached the State Academy, the bells of their own temple chimed back, producing an even grander resonance that traveled far and wide. The propagation of the sacred temple's bell sound surpassed that of ordinary sounds, as bells from surrounding counties began to toll in succession, followed by the entire Jiangzhou's bells, culminating in the ringing of the sacred bells from every academy across the nation of Jinghua. The citizens of Jinghua were abuzz with speculation. What could it mean? Could it be an invasion by vile creatures? No, the bells of an invasion would sound in frantic urgency, ringing continuously. This time, they tolled only once, leaving everyone puzzled about the cause. Could it be a mere accident? The temple bell cannot be struck by ordinary means. Only the innate power of the temple itself can ring it. One could only hope it was not a harbinger of misfortune. Within the Jiangzhou Academy, Li Wenying, upon hearing the bell, sprang to his feet, pressing his official seal as his gaze surveyed everything within the academy. How audacious of Fang Yun to compel the sacred selection. Such audacity is despicable. Summon someone. As he spoke, a sheet of white paper flew to his desk, upon which words began to materialize. He then seized the official seal and pressed it upon the paper. A messenger hurried in, asking, "What are your orders, esteemed lord?" "Take my decree to the provincial academy. Regardless of Fang Yun's success or failure in the sacred selection, deliver this decree to him. From this moment forth, he shall be a student of our Jiangzhou Academy." The messenger stood in stunned silence upon hearing the term sacred selection before hastily apologizing and departing with the decree. Barely had the messenger left when the county clerk burst in. "My lord, what has transpired? Is it about the sacred selection? Who is involved?" The clerk inquired anxiously. Li Wenying replied gravely, "Fang Yun." The clerk, in a fit of rage, slammed his fist against the doorframe, exclaiming, "How could this be? How could this be? He possesses the talent of a great scholar. Is it the treachery of the left minister? No one else could force Fang Yun out. The sacred selection is no trifling matter. It is a challenge set forth by a sage, and Fang Yun is certain to fail. I shall immediately draft a memorial. As long as that vile traitor remains in power, I will hold him accountable, to the death if necessary." The clerk's eyes reddened with fury, nearly spilling over with tears as he contemplated the catastrophic loss that Fang Yun's failure would pose to Jinghua and the human race. Li Wenying remained silent. Suddenly, the clerk gritted his teeth and cursed, "He destroys our great scholars and severs the backbone of our humanity. I will take up my sword and slay that old scoundrel." With that, he turned and ran off. Li Wenying sighed softly, lamenting, "This is all my fault. I feared that Fang Yun's burgeoning fame and talent would attract undue scrutiny, leading to the instability of his literary pursuits. Thus, I decided to keep him at the provincial academy for further honing. To my astonishment, the esteemed Duke of the Court has audaciously stifled the potential of the human race for his own selfish interests. Should anything befall Fang Yun, I shall enact justice by eliminating him and uprooting the faction of the left chancellor in Jiangzhou. Although the left chancellor holds sway over Han Jinghua, Jiangzhou is home to Wenying." Li Wenying's final words resonated powerfully, causing the very walls of the chamber to tremble. The chief clerk, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "If Fang Yun's literary palace were to shatter, would there be any remedy? His immense talent could partially atone for a misfortune through the creation of exceptional poetry and prose. Moreover, with the two literary pillars of the nation, entry into the sacred tower could offer some compensation if he could further cultivate within the sacred academy for another decade. Perhaps his literary palace might be restored to its former glory." The chief clerk fell into a contemplative silence. It was already too late to intervene. He could only hope that Fang Yun's literary palace would remain intact and not suffer severe damage. Li Wenying sighed heavily, fully aware that Fang Yun was destined for failure. After the tempest that swept through the Academy of Literature, the sky grew ever clearer, and an extraordinary force enveloped the assembly. This power, though undeniably oppressive, exuded warmth. It possessed an air of superiority while simultaneously enveloping all in a gentle spring breeze. Such complexity rendered it difficult for many to acclimate. Was there a request for a sacred selection? The voice seemed to echo from the farthest reaches of the heavens, and as it resonated in their ears, a magnificent mountain appeared before the eyes of all present. The officials seated in chairs rose to their feet, and, in unison with the others, bowed respectfully towards the direction of the sacred academy. Fang Yun proclaimed, "As a humble scholar from Jixian, I, Fang Yun, believe that the Duke of the Great Source Court is unjust and thus request a sacred selection to vindicate my name. I am aware of your literary reputation. Your poetry and prose are exceptional, yet if evaluated solely on those, it would be unjust. As a mere student, should the examination focus on classical texts and strategies, it would lack fairness. Thus, I shall first propose a few couplets. Should you fail to respond within 100 breaths, there shall be no need for further questions." The students respectfully requested the sage to pose the challenge. Fang Yun spoke with utmost reverence. "Here, The term sage does not refer to the position of the learned, but rather to the embodiment of wisdom among men. Fang Yun mused. A single breath approximates the duration of an inhalation and exhalation, closely resembling a second. In other words, he must respond to the subsequent couplet within 1 minute and 40 seconds, truly a formidable test befitting a semi-saint. Gao Minghong and others felt even greater trepidation upon hearing that it was a couplet. If the challenge were a poetic theme, one could control the content as long as they remained on topic. But couplets were an entirely different matter. While ordinary couplets might be manageable, those set by a semi-saint, even if intentionally simplified, would still be exceedingly difficult. The voice continued. Listen closely. The first line is, pine leaves, bamboo leaves, leaves of jade. Upon hearing this, Gao Minghong nearly fainted and exclaimed, "This is a repetitive couplet. How could the first challenge be such? Is this a test for students or for candidates? What? Do you dare to question the sage?" One of Lu Zicheng's companions mocked. Silence. Wan Shuezheng admonished, unwilling to allow Fang Yun to be interrupted. The assembly furrowed their brows in thought. To conceive a suitable response within 100 breaths was a daunting task. Meanwhile, those surrounding Lu Zicheng reveled in schadenfreude, convinced that Fang Yun would be unable to answer even this couplet. Fang Yun furrowed his brow and surveyed his surroundings. Typically, couplets are derived from the immediate environment, allowing for a concrete visual impression before crafting a response. The first line, pine leaves, bamboo leaves, leaves of jade, indicated that while Jiangzhou possessed bamboo, only the small mountains beyond the city were home to pine trees. Fang Yun couldn't help but murmur, "There are no pine trees within the great source court." In that moment, the semi-saint uttered, "For the sage, the heavens extend to the south and the north." Lu Zicheng and the others were filled with joy. Fang Yun lowered his gaze in contemplation. A multitude of scholars sighed, having entirely lost faith in Fang Yun. Just after 60 breaths had passed, Fang Yun suddenly lifted his head and proclaimed, "Pine needles, bamboo leaves, all are verdant, autumn sounds, the geese's calls, resonate with chill." As soon as he finished speaking, Wan Shui could no longer contain himself and whispered, "That's splendid." The other scholars nodded in agreement, recognizing the exquisite craftsmanship of this couplet. "Is there an autumn day in Jiangzhou of Jinghua?" That voice seemed to mock, perfectly countering Fang Yun's earlier skepticism. Without hesitation, Fang Yun responded, "Scholars experience the cycles of spring, summer, autumn, and winter." The scholars secretly applauded his retort. Chapter 58, Question 3a. The enigmatic semi-saint's commendation. The scholars had always believed that the couplet's second line, both in phrasing and essence, surpassed the first. If it were to be placed among poetic verses, it would undoubtedly rival the works of the illustrious De Fu. To hear the semi-saint express approval further affirmed that the second line crafted by Fang Yun was indeed commendable. Both Tan Yu and Nye had been holding their breaths for quite some time, and upon hearing the semi-saint praise Fang Yun, they finally exhaled with relief. Even if Fang Yun were to falter, the semi-saint would likely show mercy and refrain from undermining his literary aspirations. Wei Yuanjun and Lu Zicheng exchanged glances, their expressions shifting subtly. For a mere student to receive accolades from a semi-saint was an unparalleled honor, rivaling the prestige of standing before the sage. Lu Zicheng's companions grew increasingly anxious. Should Fang Yun truly succeed in the sage's selection, the court would undoubtedly protect him, and opposing him would be tantamount to self-destruction. Guan Yuan whispered sharply, "Why the panic? This is merely the beginning. It is illogical for a sage to pose just one question. More formidable challenges lie ahead." It is said that a certain individual who answered the first question correctly fainted from the pressure during the second. The sage is just, and would not allow such a rogue to prevail. Lu Zicheng cast a grateful glance at Guan Yuan, then turned his gaze toward Fang Yun, narrowing his eyes. Lost in contemplation, the voice of the semi-saint resonated once more in the heavens. "I now stand amidst the mountains and have fortuitously conceived a second couplet. Mist envelopes the mountain top. The mountain encloses the mist. You shall have 100 breaths to ponder this." This line conjured vivid imagery of thick fog shrouding the peaks, while the mountains themselves encased the mist, rendering it even more evocative than the first. Wan Shuezheng watched Fang Yun with bated breath, as he was the examiner for Fang Yun's county examination. Since Fang Yun's ascent to prominence, he had sought to solidify their relationship, hoping to leverage it for his own advancement once Fang Yun soared to great heights. If Fang Yun were to fail, Wan Shuezheng's own prospects would be utterly dim, forever confined to the role of a mere scholar within the provincial academy. Fang Yun closed his eyes, seemingly envisioning the scene of mist enveloping the mountain top, the mountain enclosing the mist. After a span of 40 breaths, he suddenly opened his eyes and declared, "Mist envelopes the mountain top, the mountain encloses the mist. The sky meets the water's edge, and the water merges with the sky." "Excellent," Wan Shuezheng exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement, as he seized another official's pen to complete the couplet on the previous page. "Magnificent!" The semi-saint's voice brimmed with delight. Lu Zicheng and Wei Yuanjun shared a knowing glance, each perceiving the other's trepidation and regret. It was possible that this unknown semi-saint would pay special attention to Fang Yun henceforth, and the repercussions could be dire. Suddenly, Wei Yuanjun bowed deeply in the direction of the sage's temple and proclaimed loudly, "Though Fang Yun possesses talent, his character is lacking. He is truly a villain of the highest order. If he is to be scrutinized, mere poetic compositions and literary works are insufficient. We must evaluate him on the grand principles of the sage's doctrine. I implore the sage to discern wisely." In that moment, even the minor officials were incensed. While the semi-saint from another realm did not wish to harm Fang Yun and had acknowledged his talents, Wei Yuanjun, as a citizen of Jinghua, was relentlessly driving the nation's prodigy to despair. This was intolerable. Wan Shuezheng retorted furiously, "I shall report you for this." The semi-saint suddenly snorted coldly and remarked, "What a noble and righteous figure you are, devoted to the well-being of humanity in Jinghua. To honor your integrity, I shall personally inform Brother Guanhai of this matter." Wei Yuanjun's countenance resembled that of a corpse, his legs quivering to the point where he could only steady himself by gripping the table. The individuals surrounding him dispersed like retreating tides, even Lu Zicheng exhibiting a demeanor of avoidance as he hastily departed. Yet, Fang Yun pondered to himself that this was merely a scenario of one semi-saint reporting another, and even if Wei Yuanjun possessed 100 lives, they would not suffice. It mattered not that his backer was merely the left prime minister, even if he had the collective backing of the left, right, assistant, and literary prime ministers. It would pale in comparison to the singular semi-saint of Jinghua, Chen Guanhai. He deserved it. The usually taciturn Tan Yudao slowly relaxed his grip on the blade. Apart from a select few, including Lu Zicheng, who secretly relished the unfolding events, the rest of the assembly regarded Wei Yuanjun with disdain. The semi-saint proclaimed, "I initially intended to present 3 couplets. Since we are to assess the profound principles of the sacred path, I shall alter the third topic. Your provincial examination, which you claim is of the utmost quality, will not challenge you. Thus, I shall require you to recite the analects from memory. You will have 1 hour to recite it backwards, with a maximum allowance of 3 errors." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. To recite over 10,000 characters from the analects backwards? What manner of examination is this? I have calculated the time. To read the analects at a normal pace would require 2.5 hours. And reciting it backwards would be inherently slower. How could one possibly accomplish this in an hour? Even a juncture would find such a feat unattainable. It would require the prowess of a Hanlon. Indeed, even reading it in reverse order within an hour seems implausible, as our understanding of the normal sequence would be disrupted by reciting it backwards. The gathered scholars, disregarding the presence of the semi-saint, began to voice their opinions. Deeming such a method excessively difficult, none present could achieve it. Reciting the analects backwards was unheard of. How could this be deemed an assessment of the sacred path? Do you dare to question a semi-saint? Silence. Wei Yuanjun retorted. Old thief Wei, are you satisfied now? If you escape this unscathed, I shall curse you daily. Wan Shuezheng's eyes blazed with fury. Suddenly, a scholar tore a strip from his robe and declared, Lu Zicheng, I wish to forge a friendship with you. Though it is due to the left prime minister's influence, I also believe you are worthy of camaraderie. The actions you and Wei Yuanjun have taken this time are truly excessive. From henceforth, let us sever our ties. With that, he distanced himself from Lu Zicheng. Many more looked down upon Lu Zicheng with even greater disdain. Lu Zicheng remained unperturbed, a faint smile gracing his lips, secretly elated. Ordinary folk may not grasp the intricacies, but he had learned from Lu Ji that there were rumors suggesting that reciting from memory was one of the topics examined in Shushan. A challenge that had stumped countless individuals. Even Juncture found it arduous, let alone mere talking. Wei Yuanjun breathed a sigh of relief, convinced that Fang Yun would surely fail to recite from memory. Once he faltered in this sacred selection, his literary pursuits would inevitably collapse, and Fang Yun would no longer pose a threat to him. He turned his attention away from Fang Yun, contemplating instead how to protect his family after being dismissed from his post. The more he thought, the more despondent he became. He had initially believed that by suppressing Fang Yun he would earn the left prime minister's trust, yet he found himself offending 2 semi-saints simultaneously. Beside him, Gao Minghong let out a soft sigh. He was about to persuade Fang Yun to concede but reconsidered, finding it inappropriate to voice such sentiments. Instead, he spoke in a comforting tone. Do not heed their reckless words. As long as your heart is sincere, you may yet succeed in reciting from memory. Strive to give it a try. Fang Yun nodded slightly and said, Oh, revered sage, may I first take a moment to gather my thoughts before commencing? If I were to recite it backward directly, I fear time would not suffice. Yet, the crowd gazed at Fang Yun with various peculiar expressions. Questioning whether he truly believed he could master such a feat, Gao Minghong fell silent, pondering whether his encouragement had instilled in Fang Yun an unwarranted confidence. With eyes closed, Fang Yun conjured the text of the Analects in his mind, then proceeded to reverse the order of the characters. He swiftly read the reversed text of the Analects within his mental realm, repeating it several times. When Wei Yuankun announced that time was up, Dog Official, a young scholar, brimming with youthful vigor, could no longer contain himself. Such an insult was beneath the dignity of a dog. Someone remarked. Wei Yuankun's eyes glinted with malice as he discreetly noted the identity of the offender. Let us commence, intoned the voice of the semi-saint. Fang Yun bowed towards the temple of saints, closed his eyes once more, and the entire reverse text of the Analects materialized before him as he began to recite aloud. The sage knows the void, the words know not, the established knows the void, the rights know not. Fang Yun's pace exceeded that of normal reading. Flowing with unparalleled smoothness, devoid of any stumbles, his intonations so precise that those who could not comprehend would surely assume he was reciting some particularly profound sacred text. After a quarter of an hour, his speed astonishingly increased, trending ever faster, his enunciations crystal clear, with no erroneous pauses. The onlookers stared in disbelief, especially Wei Yuankun and Lu Zicheng, their minds seeming vacated, eyes glazed, utterly perplexed at how Fang Yun could achieve such mastery. To have perfect recall is already the pinnacle of ordinary genius. For a child scholar to recite flawlessly in reverse would undoubtedly render him akin to a sage. Lu Zicheng gestured to a nearby scholar to interrupt Fang Yun's recitation and thwart his success. The scholar shot back a look that conveyed, "Do you think me a fool?" and retreated, distancing himself from Lu Zicheng. Lu Zicheng then turned to another individual, who promptly bowed his head, contemplating that no one was foolish. To obstruct Fang Yun at this moment would surely enrage the semi-saint, and the consequences could be dire, as the semi-saint might utter sacred words and enact immediate retribution. Seeing that no one moved, Lu Zicheng could only remain silent. Initially, the crowd did not grasp why the semi-saint would pose such a challenge. But as Fang Yun continued his recitation, they gradually understood. To fully memorize the sacred texts was the first step, complete comprehension the second, correct application the third. And the fourth step was to internalize it. Once the sacred text became one's own, every word would be indelibly etched in the heart. The challenge of reciting backward tested not merely memory, but whether one had truly claimed the sacred texts as their own. Upon realizing this, a few individuals could not help but develop a sense of admiration towards Fang Yun, increasingly perceiving him to possess the gravitas of a semi-saint, making it seem sufficient to merely look up to him. Fang Yun, wholly engrossed and parched from his recitation of the reversed Analects, remained blissfully unaware of the misunderstandings surrounding his ability to internalize the text, nor did he recognize the multitude that admired him. As a side note regarding future updates, I regretted that day, wondering why I hadn't simply suggested a meeting first. I could only self-deprecatingly consider myself the industry's conscience. I am acutely aware that neglecting certain obligations is not advisable, and I recognize the importance of honoring the sentiments of others, including relatives and friends. However, I find myself utterly pressed for time. Currently, I am writing offline, fearing that distractions might impede my progress. It has been widely acknowledged by editors, authors, and readers alike that this book is a formidable challenge to compose, and such sentiments have been expressed on numerous occasions. The pace of my writing is indeed slow, as I dread the possibility of errors and am reluctant to rely on speed as a means of success. Moreover, delivering 2 updates daily, totaling 6,000 words, is a perfectly reasonable tempo. It is by no means sluggish. On the platform, there exists a weekly membership click ranking, wherein readers must log into their accounts and possess a minimum of 500 points for their clicks to be deemed valid. Additionally, there is a requisite 6-hour interval. Any clicks made within this time frame, regardless of quantity, are rendered ineffective. I have long refrained from voicing these concerns, but recent events in the review section have compelled me to speak out. Consequently, some individuals have misconstrued the situation, believing that I have ceased updates altogether. and have accused me of both providing only 2 updates a day and of halting progress. This has been an unbearable frustration. The criticism of a book for infrequent updates or a pause in publishing can lead many uninformed readers to abandon or overlook the work, which is detrimental to its reputation. And I cannot help but feel disheartened by this. As for the weekly ranking, I shall no longer contest it. However, I kindly ask for your continued support in casting recommendation votes, as the credibility of the weekly push rankings is significantly stronger. Moving forward, I shall aim to provide 2 updates daily between the hours of 8 and 9 in the evening, with occasional bursts of additional content. Chapter 59, The Thunderous Sacred Sound. The Analects comprises over 10,000 characters. Even if one were to read it aloud, it would require an hour. Yet, after an hour and a half, Fang Yun was nearing the conclusion. The gathered crowd stood in silence, listening intently for more than an hour, as Fang Yun, with a slightly hoarse voice, recited the final character in reverse. The entire assembly fell into a hushed awe. His extraordinary talent was astonishing. The prodigies of Jiangzhou paled in comparison to him. The semi-holy figure remained silent for a long while before inquiring, "Do you have a mentor?" Hundreds of eager gazes fixated upon Fang Yun. One has 3 teachers, the one who imparts the way, the one who teaches knowledge, and the one who resolves doubts. The first refers solely to Confucius, while the teacher of knowledge is typically a singular figure. The one who resolves doubts can be many. Fang Yun's private tutor, County Magistrate Kai He, who taught him the classics, could even be considered among them, alongside this unnamed semi-holy figure. Fang Yun found himself momentarily speechless. This was indeed a splendid opportunity. However, he had previously claimed that his sudden brilliance was due to the guidance of a mysterious mentor, thus he already had a teacher. To change allegiance to this semi-holy figure would not only tarnish his reputation but would also provoke suspicion regarding his past declarations. There was a risk that a semi-holy might investigate, potentially branding him as a reincarnated demon sage or an otherworldly fiend. Given the historical instances of demon sages manifesting their thoughts through possession, Wei Yuanzhu nearly fainted. This semi-holy wished to take Fang Yun as a personal disciple. Lu Zicheng was filled with self-reproach, wishing he could slap himself, even contemplating weeping aloud. He had exerted all his influence to have Wei Yuanzhu expel Fang Yun, even hoping for Fang Yun to seek out the holy selection. Yet, unexpectedly, he had inadvertently assisted Fang Yun, who would not only gain fame but also be esteemed by the semi-holy. Confusion enveloped Lu Zicheng's mind. He could not fathom how, as a scion of a prestigious family and the grandson of the left chancellor, his repeated schemes against a humble student had resulted in such an outcome. Fang Yun clasped his hands and replied, "I dare not conceal from the sage. I already have a teacher." Gao Minghong expressed both envy and resignation, saying, "Should Fang Yun be inscribed in the annals of history, the historian will undoubtedly record when young scholar Yun experienced the holy selection. The semi-holy desired to take him as a disciple, but he declined. The historian writing this would surely feel an urge to strangle Fang Yun." A scholar nearby lamented, "I wish I could strangle him right now. He could at least feign a semblance of humility. Why does he remain so composed? I, an onlooker, am more agitated than he is. What is this?" Laughter erupted among the crowd, further amplifying their admiration for Fang Yun. This solidified the belief among many that Fang Yun's mysterious mentor was at least a great Confucian. The semi-holy sighed softly, "What a pity. Since I evaded you once, I shall assist you a second time by granting you a copy of Li Ren." Fang Yun, perplexed at first, pondered when he had ever received assistance. Was it perhaps related to his skill in recitation or couplets? Upon hearing the final words, his eyes sparkled with joy, more delighted than if the semi-holy had wished to take him as a disciple. As the words of the semi-saint resonated, a collective realization swept through the crowd, prompting them to take a deep breath, widen their eyes, and hold their breath in anticipation of what was to come. Suddenly, the sacred temple erupted with a golden beam of light, piercing the heavens, followed by a thunderous voice reciting the Analects. The master said, "Benevolence is beautiful. If one does not choose benevolence, how can one attain knowledge?" This voice rolled forth like thunder, reverberating in all directions, ultimately enveloping a 1,000-mile radius. Countless individuals gazed skyward, many even kneeling in reverence. The sage had manifested. It was the thunderous sound of divine utterance. It remains uncertain which illustrious scholar received this sacred inspiration, a cause for celebration indeed. The unborn children of this day were blessed with the descent of the sacred sound. It was foretold that these infants would become the disciples of that great scholar, a truly enviable fate. Moments later, the golden beam from the academy erupted like a fountain, releasing hundreds of fist-sized golden buds, which then blossomed, exhaling golden characters that dance through the sky, forming a line directed towards Feng Yun. The first golden character entered Feng Yun's mind, vanishing from sight, followed by the subsequent characters in succession. At the instant the sacred words entered his being, Feng Yun felt an unparalleled lightness enveloping him, surrounded by an infinite golden radiance, bright and warm, akin to a dream. As the golden light faded, he found himself within the literary palace. Just as he pondered this bewildering turn of events, a voice suddenly boomed. "Son." An invisible force then struck the literary palace with a thunderous sound, causing it to tremble violently. Feng Yun struggled to maintain his balance, feeling dizzy and a slight burning sensation coursing through his body. When the noise subsided, the literary palace continued to shudder. Upon inspection, he noticed fissures appearing throughout the palace. Yet these cracks were soon filled with a liquid resembling molten gold, swiftly mending the fractures. "Speak." Another deafening command resounded, sending Feng Yun into another state of dizziness as the palace fractured once more, only to be filled again by the golden liquid. He sensed that his previous consciousness had been sealed by an overwhelming force, and only now was he awakening to the legendary experience of sacred sound impartation. The semi-saint had condensed their unparalleled talent into these sacred words, refining the literary palace. The golden liquid represented the essence of each sacred character. With each impact of the sacred words upon the palace, fissures appeared and were mended, while the talent above Feng Yun's statue grew increasingly refined. And the literary palace stars in the sky shone brighter, accelerating the whirlpool of literary essence. Regaining his composure, Feng Yun focused intently, immersing himself fully in the experience of sacred sound importation. He understood that this divine bestowal was derived from a semi-saint experiencing the movement of the literary star, akin to a miniature version of that celestial event. Only the legitimate heirs of semi-saint families would receive such an opportunity after forming their literary palaces. For others, the chances were exceedingly rare. The higher the literary rank, the more robust the talent. Within the same literary rank, the thickness of talent remained consistent, however. The stronger one's cultivation, the greater the talent, ranging from a mere inch to as much as 10 inches. The sturdier the literary palace, the more solid the talent, allowing for greater possession and manipulation of it under the same cultivation level. Under the influence of the sacred sound and sacred words, Feng Yun's literary palace continuously strengthened, and his talent steadily crystallized. After finishing the reading of Li Run, Feng Yun experienced a transcendent sensation, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself standing in place. Having left the literary palace, he felt an invigorating surge of strength coursing through his body, more satisfying than after consuming the blood ginseng of the Dragon Palace. Warmth enveloped him, as if the long-standing physical ailments caused by years of neglect had been completely eradicated. Feng Yun, a man of great talent from Ji County, was destined to enter the prestigious literary academy of Daoism Prefecture. The voice of the half-saint resonated throughout the entire city of Daoism. While the golden light above the holy temple vanished in unison, the crowd bowed deeply in reverence, bidding farewell to the sage. Suddenly, an overwhelming force descended, binding the power of the holy temple at the literary academy, and the surrounding air seemed to solidify. A white cloud descended, carrying a slender, middle-aged man clad in a blue robe from the heavens. "I have seen Lordly." The crowd collectively acknowledged Li Weiniang. When the half-saint arrived, Wei Yuankuan and Lu Zicheng were merely frightened, but upon Li Weiniang's appearance, both men felt their backs drenched in cold sweat, their legs trembling uncontrollably. With a darkened expression, Li Weiniang surveyed the crowd and finally fixed his gaze upon Feng Yun, stating, "I am aware of today's events. How do you propose we deal with Wei Yuankuan?" Wei Yuankuan's heart raced with trepidation, and he quickly looked up at Feng Yun, his eyes filled with pleading. Having navigated through the crisis, Feng Yun's mind was now sharper after the holy word tempered the literary palace, allowing him to grasp the entire sequence of events with greater clarity. He addressed Wei Yuankuan. "If you fully disclose your accomplices and make the right choice, I may intercede on your behalf." Lu Zicheng bowed his head, gritting his teeth and anxiously awaiting the outcome. Wei Yuankuan's expression darkened. He realized that betraying Lu Zicheng would lead to his entire clan suffering the wrath of the Lu family and the left chancellor. Yet if he refused to confess, the worst outcome would be his own death. Feng Yun and Li Weiniang, despite their disdain for him, would not harm his family. "I alone am responsible for everything. It was I who intended to harm you, and others are not involved," Feng Yun declared resolutely. "This individual has failed to select the worthy while presiding over the literary academy, which constitutes dereliction of duty. He has slandered students, which is a moral failing. He has formed cliques for personal gain, which is an act of disloyalty, and as a scholar of the human race. He has engaged in barbaric acts against the holy students, which is an act of treachery. If this were all, his life could be spared. But having harmed me again during the holy selection, this man must die. What is the value of our laws in Jinggu if he is allowed to live? What of the justice of our human race? Fang Yun regarded Wei Yuan with icy indifference. In addition, in Jiangzhou, I have Li Weining. Upon finishing his words, a sword enveloped in fine threads of blood light, 3 feet in length, erupted from his mouth. Wei Yuan was taken aback, instinctively attempting to summon his official seal. But the talents of the holy temple and his seal were suppressed by Li Weining's authority, rendering him powerless. Lord Li, please show mercy, Wei Yuan pleaded, simultaneously unleashing a white light in the form of an ancient sword to obstruct the attack. He then activated a personal seal he carried. The seal of the juncture Bashan, invoking the power contained within the mountain ode, summoning a towering, translucent mountain shadow that enveloped him. This mountain ode was a renowned masterpiece of the half-saint, a common and effective defensive war poem. Despair washed over Wei Yuan as he beheld the blood-soaked ancient sword approaching. Those present witnessed the scene with crystal clarity as the blood-soaked ancient sword swept past Wei Yuan's neck, severing his head and splattering blood 3 feet high. As his headless body slowly collapsed to the ground, the head of Wei Yuan rolled upon the ground, its eyes gazing skyward, unable to believe until his last breath that he would be executed in the Fu Wen Yuan for expelling a mere student. Lu Ziqing immediately knelt, filled with profound remorse. Weeping, Fang Yun, I was wrong. My intention was to tarnish your literary reputation, yet I did not foresee that after being reprimanded by Jianmei Gong, Wei Yuan would harbor intentions of murder against you. I hereby resign from my position as a scholar of the Fu Yuan, and for 3 years, I shall refrain from participating in the provincial examinations, striving to cleanse my heart and reform my ways. Your extraordinary talent is the hope of our human race. Should I dare to harm you again, I would be no better than the despicable Wei Yuan. Chapter 60. The Provincial Academy. Fang Yun silently mused that Lu Ziqing remained the same treacherous and cunning individual as ever. He had no evidence against him. And unlike Wei Yuan, Lu had not pressured him during the proceedings at the academy. Instead, he feigned a plea for mercy. While Fang Yun harbored a desire to eliminate Lu Ziqing, he could only rely on Li Weining, who, as a dignified grand scholar, could not execute a scholar without substantial proof. Fang Yun promptly approached with a smile and remarked, Brother Lu, you are being too harsh on yourself. As the Zhuozhuan states, to recognize one's mistakes and amend them is a great virtue. Since you have confessed your intent to harm me and chosen to repent, we shall remain good friends. I hope you will join me for a toast on the day I wed you, Huan. Fang Yun, you are truly remarkable. Lu Ziqing wept bitterly. While a few were moved by this display, most observed with cold indifference. They were well aware of Lu Ziqing's true nature. Others could see through the faade, recognizing that both men were merely performing. Although Fang Yun could not dispatch Lu Ziqing, he had successfully exposed Lu's malevolence, from which Lu could not absolve himself. Li Weining nodded at Fang Yun, said nothing, and turned to leave. The attendants of the academy swiftly began to remove Wei Yuan's corpse. After standing at the entrance for a considerable time, an official from the provincial academy proclaimed loudly, "Congratulations to Fang Yun. Lord Li Weining has issued a special decree for your admission to the first-year class of the provincial academy." He then presented Fang Yun with Li Weining's edict. No one was surprised. If the only candidate to have passed the saint selection could not be admitted to the provincial academy, it would imply that Li Weining was less competent than even Wei Yuan. Fortune favors the deserving. Congratulations, Fang Yun. Gao Minggong was the first to offer his congratulations. After hardship comes sweetness. Congratulations. Wan Shuezheng expressed his heartfelt admiration. The crowd collectively congratulated Fang Yun, who graciously acknowledged each one. Finally, Wan Shuezheng said, Fang Yun, today's events have been nothing short of thrilling. You are almost in mortal peril. Why not compose a poem? Fang Yun contemplated for a moment, sighed softly, and replied, I shall not conceal from you that I am utterly exhausted today and cannot create any fine poetry. Instead, I will write an aphorism to encourage the youth. No one found it peculiar that the term youth escaped Fang Yun's lips. The atmosphere remained lively. Although aphorisms held lesser value, when well crafted, they circulated easily. Often displayed in studies and classrooms, even more esteemed than couplets. Wan Shuezheng promptly arranged for a table and writing materials. Fang Yun took a moment to gather his thoughts and inscribed 2 lines. The sword's edge is forged through grinding. The fragrance of plum blossoms emanates from bitter cold. The audience fell silent. These lines encapsulated the essence of the entire saint's selection process and reflected Fang Yun's own experiences as a son of humble origins. Within the confines of the provincial academy, his talent manifested immediately. The onlookers beheld a foot-high orange aura materialize upon the paper. Wan Shuezheng chuckled, "Fang Yun, you are indeed an extraordinary individual. While aphorisms are clever, they typically lack literary flair and profound meaning, making it hard to evoke talent. Yet, your two lines possess both depth and rarity. What is even more remarkable is the significance of this composition, which succinctly articulates the trials and tribulations of our generation. I believe that the true rarity lies not in the aphorism itself, but in Fang Yun's ability to face such adversities and the potential collapse of the Wen Palace without resorting to poetry as a means of venting his dissatisfaction and disdain. Instead, he has composed such an uplifting and optimistic saying. This equanimity is indeed the most extraordinary quality. Well said. You are all overly flattering." Fang Yun thought to himself that they were overthinking. Wan Shuezheng, with a hand resting on the paper, gazed at Fang Yun with a peculiar smile, one that conveyed a mix of pleading, hope, shyness, and a hint of insouciance. "Fang Yun, as one of the examiners for your county examination, this piece of calligraphy is not of national significance. Would you kindly gift it to me?" The more Wan Shuezheng spoke, the more flushed he became, feeling as though he resembled a beggar dog seeking a bone from its master in the eyes of the onlookers. Observing Wan Shuezheng's demeanor, Fang Yun suppressed a smile and replied, "Since Master Wan appreciates it, I shall present it to you." "Thank you," Wan Shuezheng exclaimed joyfully. "Fang Yun, your calligraphy is indeed progressing by leaps and bounds. Though your brushwork may still lack strength compared to mine, the beauty of your character structure surpasses my own. If you achieve mastery in calligraphy, it will significantly enhance your poetry and the transformation of the abstract into the concrete, potentially doubling its impact. With another 6 months of practice, you could produce a calligraphy manual." Wan Shuezheng added, "I cannot accept this gift without offering something in return. I possess a brush washer. Though not a treasure, it has been used for a decade by a grand scholar and has absorbed some of his talent. Its cleaning efficacy far exceeds that of ordinary brush washers. I would like to present it to you." Fang Yun graciously accepted, saying, "Then I shall not be rude in accepting." Others looked on with great envy at the bond between Wan Shuezheng and Fang Yun, yearning for Fang Yun's brushwork. Yet their relationships did not permit such audacity, and they could only watch in silence. Wan Shuezheng seemed to recall something and lamented, "What a pity. If only Lord Wei were not so bewitched, you would undoubtedly remain in my, and who knows how many remarkable poems and essays you would have left behind. In the future, when you become a great Confucian or are conferred the title of saint, this will surely house your former residence and sacred traces, and we would bask in your glory." Alas, the officials and scholars of the felt a heaviness in their chests, especially the students. They believed that even if Fang Yun did not become a great Confucian, his chances of becoming a grand scholar were quite significant. In that case, they would be his classmates, and even if they could not gain direct benefits from him, it would deter political adversaries from acting rashly against them. But now, it seemed, all opportunities had vanished. Many began to harbor resentment towards Lu Zicheng. As the clock approached 9, Fang Yun took his leave. Once he departed, Lu Zicheng slunk away in disgrace. When he arrived, he was accompanied by 20 individuals. Upon leaving, only 3 remained, including Guan Yaoyuan, who was uncertain when the Wen Palace would recover. A scholar disdainfully gazed at Lu Zicheng's retreating figure and remarked, "Previously, it was said that Lu Zicheng was ruthless. But I believe that as a scholar, he should possess a moral baseline. Thus, I never cared about his ill reputation. However, today I have come to understand that a person like him operates without boundaries. Everyone is aware that this matter involves a conspiracy between him and Lord Wei. However, he is astute enough not to complicate matters for Fang Yun in front of the Semi-Holy One, nor has he exposed any incriminating evidence, leaving no means to capture him. Although Lord Jianmei is known for his propensity for violence, he also values evidence. Had it not been for Lord Wei's pressing the Semi-Holy One to memorize the scriptures, Lord Jianmei would have merely scolded him, never resorting to murder. Yet now, even Lu Zicheng, despite his foolishness, would not dare to provoke Fang Yun. The significance of having a Semi-Holy One's regard is paramount, and the value of being selected for the sacred examination is equivalent to that of a scholar before the Holy One. This matter will certainly be reported to higher authorities. Fang Yun had already garnered a modest reputation in the 10 Kingdoms, and once the news of his selection for the sacred examination breaks, his renown will likely surpass that of many ordinary academicians. Have you considered the possibility that if he composes another remarkable poem this month, it would result in the convergence of 4 literary accolades, stirring a commotion among the literati of the 10 kingdoms? As a scholar, I yearn for him to achieve 4 or even 5 accolades simultaneously, but as someone who nearly shared his academic journey, I sincerely hope he exercises patience for a year, awaiting the provincial examination next year to secure the top position and become the foremost scholar. Rumor has it that he will participate in this year's provincial examination. However, how much scholarly knowledge has he truly acquired in just a few months? Even if he manages to pass, attaining first place seems unlikely. What a pity that would be. Indeed, I hope he defers until next year's provincial examination. Should he achieve 3 top honors, he would be the illustrious Fang Wujia, a rarity among scholars in the 10 kingdoms. Becoming a top scholar is infinitely more challenging than attaining dual honors. Let us not hasten Fang Yun's demise with undue praise. Just a jest, merely a jest. As a citizen of Daoism Prefecture, I wish for Fang Yun to ascend even higher. Fang Yun sat in the carriage, his heart brimming with joy, tinged with a hint of trepidation. The decision to participate in the sacred examination was indeed impulsive, yet it was not misguided. A scholar ought to be fearless. Had he been suppressed by Liu Zicheng and Lord Wei, my literary aspirations would have stagnated or, worse, shattered. With the thunderous divine sound resonating within me, my chances of becoming a scholar before the Holy One have not only increased but are also firmly grounded. At that moment, Tanyu, who had been positioned on the left side of the carriage, leaped aboard, lifting the curtain to enter the compartment. "Young master, are you truly intent on entering the Prefectural Academy?" he inquired. "What is wrong with entering the Prefectural Academy? Indeed, it is not without merit. The Academy only admits the top 5 scholars from the provincial examination each year. The remaining students are those who have only attained the status of Jiren, for they are merely adept at theoretical discourse. Consequently, the students of the Prefectural Academy frequently venture forth to vanquish demons and exterminate barbarians. Although Jiangzhou does not border the barbarian tribes, all 3 peripheries are associated with demons, and each class at the Academy embarks on demon-slaying expeditions each quarter. Am I, a mere student, also expected to slay demons? Your admission to the Prefectural Academy already defies conventional norms. Should you also diverge in demon slaying, it would surely invite gossip from others. Then I shall go slay demons," Fang Yun asserted. "You do not even possess the skills for theoretical discourse. Your presence would only be a burden, and others will undoubtedly speak ill of you. There are many from the Chancellor's faction within the Academy," Fang Yun replied. "Since others will inevitably gossip, I shall act according to my own desires. When the time comes, if I wish to go, I shall go. If I do not, then I shall not concern myself with their idle chatter. I appreciate your warning, nonetheless." Before long, the carriage came to a halt at the entrance of the Prefectural Academy. At the entrance of the Provincial Academy, guards stood vigil. Fang Yun presented his documents, and the attendant promptly guided him respectfully towards the scholars' assembly, all the while elucidating the circumstances and regulations of the class. The Provincial Academy was vast, divided into numerous sections: offices for officials to manage state affairs, dormitories for students, examination halls, dining areas, recreational zones, and a grand practice field for the composition of martial poetry. Thus, the attendant recommended that Fang Yun take the opportunity to explore these various areas over the next few days. Chapter 61. As the attendant walked alongside, he remarked, 10 scholars constitute a class of Jiren, with typically 3 classes each year. 5 scholars form a class of Shoutsai, with only 1 class per year. Both the Shoutsai and Jiren may study for 3 years, after which they must depart. The State Academy holds an annual examination for the Jiren, and those who rank in the top 5 will gain entry to the prestigious Jingguo Academy in the capital. There, not only will you find our nation's accomplished scholars, but also those from foreign lands pursuing their studies, alongside the offspring of esteemed families. While listening to the attendant's introduction, Fang Yun surveyed the State Academy. Having previously only visited official offices, this was his inaugural exploration of the academic quarters. He nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed a place of learning. The two proceeded along a cobblestone path, navigating around a rockery, until they arrived at an arch gate inscribed with the words Ink Fragrance. This was the Ink Fragrance Pavilion, home to the class of Shoutsai. The pavilion was a courtyard featuring a red-roofed gazebo at its center, flanked by lush vegetation. Further ahead stood a modest building with black tiles and white walls. The door was ajar, revealing desks and students within. As they approached, Fang Yun overheard the students engaged in conversation. "Teacher, is it true that Fang Yun is joining our class?" I adore his poem End of the Year, which directly critiques the officials. Such a refreshing sentiment. I am particularly fond of his ode to the humble room, which I have hung in my study. I recite it every morning and evening. Even my wife has memorized it. Fang Yun paused, momentarily taken aback, but then realized that marriages in ancient times occurred at a young age, which eased his surprise. From now on, Fang Yun will be your classmate. His reputation has already spread across 10 nations. You 5 must not underestimate him simply because he is a child student. Teacher, do you take us for mere bookworms? We are not like Lu Zicheng, who harbors animosity towards him. We would be eager to befriend him rather than belittle him. In fact, it is the scholars who hold him in greater esteem, is it not? When Dai? Fang Yun's talent surpasses mine 100-fold. I hold him in the utmost respect. Fang Yun did not expect to be discussed outside the door. Upon reaching the entrance, he cleared his throat softly. The door was open, revealing a middle-aged man and 5 young scholars who turned to look at him in unison. The attendant slightly bowed and said, Mr. Jianglang, esteemed Shoutsai, this is Fang Yun. Fang Yun greeted them, unsure of how to address the 6 individuals, given the wide age range from adolescence to 30. Among the 5 Shoutsai, 2 suddenly rose from their seats and approached him with smiles. Both youths wore deep blue scholar robes, adorned with bamboo leaf embroidery at the collars and cuffs, contrasting clearly with the willow leaf design on Fang Yun's attire. Fang Xuanjia, you have finally arrived. Your poem End of the Year is simply splendid, truly a model for us scholars. One exclaimed. I am Lu Yu, the same age as you, also 16. Lu Yu had a youthful face that radiated warmth when he smiled. The other young scholar chimed in, I am Ning Ziyuan, 17 this year, and I adore your ode to the humble room. Brother Lu, Brother Ning, Fang Yun replied politely, cupping his hands in greeting. The kind instructor at the lectern said, I am the instructor of the State Academy. You may call me Mr. Wang from now on. Li Yunsong, you 3 should introduce yourselves as well, for from this day on, you shall be classmates. A young man with thick eyebrows rose, his expression solemn. He clasped his hands in salute to Fang Yun and said, I am Li Yunsong from Daoism Prefecture. I have long admired your reputation. Should Lu Zicheng give you trouble in the future, consider me an ally. Thank you, brotherly, Fang Yun replied. The other 2 introduced themselves in turn. One was Du Shudai, somewhat austere yet unabashedly expressing his admiration for Fang Yun, while the other, Tang Shanwei, was an ordinary fellow with a warm smile. These 5 individuals were the top 5 from last year's provincial examination, with Li Yunsong being the foremost scholar, regarded as an exceptional talent in the Xingyuan continent. Fang Yun memorized their names, feeling a sense of goodwill among them. None seemed envious of his literary fame or questioned his merit. Their genuine praise reflected the true essence of the scholars from the 10 nations. Li Yunsong and his companions, being somewhat older, were less inclined to take the initiative, whereas Lu Yu and Ning Ziyuan displayed keen interest in Fang Yun, unabashedly posing questions regardless of Mr. Wang's presence. Mr. Wang, unperturbed, gestured for them to continue. Although Li Yunsong and the others remained silent, they were evidently intrigued by Fang Yun's experiences, listening intently as if enthralled by a captivating lecture. As the conversation grew more familiar, Ning Ziyuan, brimming with anticipation, inquired, We have all heard the thunderous holy sound and the semi-saint proclaiming your extraordinary talent after the sacred selection, yet we know little of what transpired. Could you share the details? Fang Yun cast a helpless glance at Mr. Wang, who simply replied, Do not look at me. Continue, for I, too, am eager to hear. Laughter erupted among the group. Fang Yun noticed that this class differed significantly from traditional studies. The atmosphere was remarkably relaxed. After all, the top 5 scholars from the provincial examination had a high likelihood of succeeding in their future endeavors, potentially standing shoulder to shoulder with Mr. Wang, who naturally refrained from adopting a rigid teacher's demeanor. Fang Yun gradually recounted the events leading up to the sacred selection. When he reached the part about the Wei Yuan Jun requesting the semi-saint to assess his understanding of the sacred principles, the 6 listeners expressed their outrage. When he recounted Li Weiniang slaying Wei Yuan Jun, everyone, including Mr. Wang, exclaimed in agreement that the act was justified. As Fang Yun concluded, Li Yunsong let out a cold snort and cautioned, Fang Yun, you must exercise caution. The gentry of Daoism Prefecture are well aware of Lu Zicheng's notorious reputation. With the semi-saint's attention upon you and a mysterious mentor at your side, he may refrain from harming you. However, should you encounter any difficulties, he would not hesitate to strike. Fortunately, you have only offended Lu Zicheng. Had it been Lu Ziji, you might already be dead. The Lu family's elders and youth alike are known for their ruthlessness. Thank you for the warning, Brotherly, Fang Yun replied. Lu Yu added, though Lu Ziji is decisive and ruthless, he lacks a notorious reputation and would not engage in unscrupulous acts. Lu Ziqing, on the other hand, is capable of any vile deed. Fang Yun nodded in acknowledgement. Initially, he presumed the lessons would involve different instructors, but upon reflection, he realized that Mr. Wang was a successful candidate. Only 30 to 40 such candidates emerged in Jiangzhou each year, and few would be inclined to teach. Anticipating that Mr. Wang's lecture would delve into the principles of the classics, he posed some questions to gauge Fang Yun's understanding. The 5 scholars regarded Fang Yun with a sense of wonder. Having each traversed the arduous journey from novice to accomplished scholar, Lu Yu murmured, his grasp of the classics is no less than ours, indicating that he can at least achieve the rank of a scholar. Even securing a place among the top 10 in the provincial examination should pose no challenge. With less than a month remaining until the county exam, it is remarkable that he has acquired so much knowledge. Is this what they refer to as innate wisdom? Mr. Wang, increasingly delighted with his inquiries, chuckled, excellent. Sit down. You claim that the holy words are the foremost among the youth, and that poetry and verse also belong to the finest. Even if your understanding of the classics were merely adequate, you could still attain the rank of scholar. Moreover, your current comprehension certainly surpasses that threshold. There's no need for me to alter my teaching approach for your sake. As for the strategic writing component we will cover later, you may choose to forego it, focusing instead on self-study of the classics, and you can delve into strategic writing after achieving the rank of scholar. Subsequently, Mr. Wang began instructing the group using a classic question from last year's provincial examination as a case study, teaching them how to approach the classics. After dissecting the question, he encouraged the 6 individuals to present their interpretations. Once they submitted their papers, Mr. Wang provided feedback on each. Fang Yun had been practicing his analytical skills in recent days and had begun to make some progress. After Mr. Wang reviewed the first 5 papers, he lowered his gaze to read Fang Yun's submission. The noble man, in matters of life and death, is dedicated to the nation and the world, rather than to himself. Thus, those who die do so not for fame, and those who live do not seek to evade disaster, but rather pursue the path of righteousness. Upon finishing the few hundred words of Fang Yun's analysis, Mr. Wang looked up at him, speechless for a while. The other scholars were equally astonished. The typically reticent Li Yunsong finally could not contain himself and asked, Fang Yun, are you truly a youth scholar? Not a juncture? Surely not. Fang Yun was taken aback by their reaction. Mr. Wang sighed deeply and remarked, it seems some are indeed born wise, regardless of other considerations in terms of analysis alone. You exhibit exceptional talent, akin to that of a top scholar in the province. Fang Yun replied humbly, Sir, I am grateful for your praise. I have been diligently studying the classics over the past few days, and with the guidance of Lord Kai, our county's esteemed official, I have had moments of inspiration. It is merely a fortunate occurrence. If you were to present me with 4 or 5 questions, I would surely become muddled. That is also true. However, I am now reassured. The vastness of the classics begins with analysis. Even if your success is serendipitous, it proves you possess not only poetic talent but also a gift for the classics. Reflecting on your earlier remarks regarding the judgment of Wei Yuanjun, your strategic writing must be exceptional. Thus, I am confident that within 5 years, you will undoubtedly achieve the rank of juncture. The other scholars nodded in agreement, genuinely astounded by Fang Yun's analytical prowess. Fang Yun, however, felt no pride. He merely reflected on the fact that despite only sleeping 2 hours each day recently, his efforts were not in vain. Mr. Wang's acknowledgement indicated that he had officially entered the realm of the classics, and now it was a matter of continuous honing without the fear of inadequacy. Fang Yun mused, perhaps it is due to the resounding echoes of the holy sound. There will be some filtered words at the starting point, some replaced with asterisks, and others directly removed. My subsequent modifications can only replace them with homophones or separate them with punctuation, a regrettable necessity. Due to system constraints, some changes will not be updated afterward. I sincerely apologize to all readers and thank those who pointed out typographical errors. I will correct them one by one. Chapter 62. The Cafeteria. Mr. Wang shook his head, stating, the thunderous sound of the sage serves only to consolidate one's understanding. It lacks the power to enhance one's wisdom. If you were not well versed in the book of documents, how could you grasp its meaning? And how could you unravel the topic? Whether the thunderous sound be magnificent or your talent astonishing, it is akin to possessing a precious literary treasure. If you cannot wield it, how can you employ it? Even if you can eloquently break down the subject, it would merely be a stroke of luck, one that arises from your ability to utilize that literary treasure. Should you continue to be modest, you would merely be disingenuous. Fang Yun could only remain silent, accepting this in his heart with calmness. Mr. Wang immediately seized the opportunity to address the 5 students, saying, having witnessed such a prodigy, will you still take pride in merely being among the top 5 scholars? The students dared not respond, and the 5 of them replied in unison. Mr. Wang sighed, the path of the sage is fraught with difficulty and danger. Akin to rowing against the current, a moment's carelessness may lead to ruin, with victory being a rarity. In our esteemed nation, countless scholars have emerged over the past 2 centuries, yet only Qin Guanhai, the sage Qin, has attained the pinnacle. What of the others? They have all turned to dust, with very few leaving a name behind. If you do not believe me, let me pose a single question. It is well known that sage Qin made a remarkable entrance during the imperial examination, emerging as the champion. But who remembers the name of the second-place scholar? The 5 scholars shook their heads, admitting that they could not recall even a few names of champions from over a century ago. Yet Fang Yun quietly interjected, Wu Huani. The classroom fell into a profound silence. What did you say? Mr. Wang inquired, his tone now gentle. Pardon my boldness, esteemed teacher, but the name of the second-place scholar in the same year as the sage Chun was Wu Huani. Mr. Wang's face flushed slightly as he remarked, even if you remember the second place, what of the third? His face reddened further. The 5 scholars stifled their laughter, bowing their heads. Unable to contain himself, Mr. Wang chuckled, feel free to laugh if you wish. The youngest, Lu Yu, and Ning Ziyuan covered their mouths as they began to laugh, while the 3 older students also bore smiles, astonished at how a serious discourse had devolved into such mirth. Mr. Wang, unperturbed by the laughter, kindly asked, how is it that you remember this? Fang Yun replied, not long ago, I purchased a booklet chronicling the top scholars of our nation throughout the years. And upon reaching the page dedicated to Sage Qin, I memorized these 2 names. It was not my intention to target the teacher. Waving his hand dismissively, Mr. Wang replied with a generous spirit, no matter. My words were merely intended to inspire you, the younger generation. That you can recall this indicates your considerable talent. You would undoubtedly tread the path of the sage without my encouragement. The students fell silent, and Fang Yun refrained from further comment. Mr. Wang smiled and nodded, continuing to meticulously evaluate Fang Yun's breakdown of the topic, articulating his insights with remarkable eloquence, to which the other 5 scholars nodded in agreement. Fang Yun's ability to craft this analysis was indeed a stroke of serendipity, and through Mr. Wang's dissection, his understanding deepened. Before long, the class concluded, and Mr. Wang departed. As Fang Yun began to pack his bookbox, Liu suggested, since it is your first day here and you are unfamiliar with the academy, let us dine together at the cafeteria, and afterward, we shall stroll around the academy to help you familiarize yourself with the surroundings. Fang Yun replied, that sounds agreeable, but I must first inform my attendant. Then let us accompany you, they responded. Fang Yun and his 5 classmates chatted amiably as they made their way to the cafeteria. The cafeteria of the State Academy was divided into 2 large halls, one for officials and the other for teachers and students, though the meals served were essentially the same. Fang Yun stepped inside, a wave of nostalgic familiarity washing over him as he joined the crowd to queue for plates, bowls, and chopsticks. After 6 individuals filled their plates with food, they found an empty table, gathered round to dine and converse. Before they could finish their meal, 5 others approached. The eldest among them clasped his hands in greeting and inquired, are you the esteemed Fang Yun? His voice was not loud. Yet Fang Yun was already a notable figure in Daoism Prefecture, and the news of his exceptional talent had spread, drawing many gazes in his direction. Sensing the disruption to his meal, Fang Yun swallowed his food, smiled, and rose to acknowledge them with a bow. Indeed, that is I. Would you care to join our second class? Chang Wanqiu inquired. What do you mean by that, Chang Wanqiu? Lu Yu retorted, rising to glare at him. Chang Wanqiu chuckled. Oh, nothing of consequence. I merely admire Fang Yun's remarkable talent and hope he would consider joining our class. But Fang Yun has just entered the State Academy. He should certainly join our first class, Lu Yu insisted. Fang Yun is an extraordinary talent. A year's curriculum would be too simplistic for him, while a 3-year program would be excessively challenging. Thus, the second year would suit him best. Wouldn't you agree, Fang Yun? Chang Wanqiu beamed, while the others behind him smiled in anticipation. Fang Yun glanced at the others, aside from the visibly upset Lu Yu and Ning Ziyuan. The remaining 3 bore no ill will, with Tang Shanwei even smiling as usual. Fang Yun began to grasp that there was likely competition among the scholars in the State Academy, albeit one that did not harbor deep-seated animosities, perhaps merely a contest of literary prowess or poetic composition. Thank you for your kind offer, Brother Xie Chong. But I have only recently become a student, and my admission to the State Academy is already a significant achievement. I must not aim too high and will remain in the first class, he replied. The first class members were elated, while those from the second class expressed their disappointment. It was clear they genuinely wished to have Fang Yun as a classmate. Chang Wanqiu sighed, "Very well, we cannot force the matter. However, I hope that the literary contest between our two classes will not affect the camaraderie among our fellow students. With you here, we would certainly not dare to compete in poetry with the first class. Indeed, harmony is paramount. We are all citizens of Jinghua and must not squander our energy over trivial matters." Absolutely. Tonight, I would like to host a banquet for all members of our scholar class. May I extend an invitation to you all? Upon realizing there was no malice in the invitation, Fang Yun looked to the other 5 from the first class. Except for Lu Yu and Ning Ziyuan, who were visibly displeased, Li Yun Chao and the others nodded in agreement. "Since that is the case, let us all attend the banquet together," Fang Yun declared. "Agreed. It is settled then. After class, we shall meet at the main entrance and proceed to Xie Tower together." "Agreed." They exchanged bows and parted ways. Unbeknownst to them, the entire dining hall had turned its attention to Fang Yun, with hundreds of eyes observing him and many whispers circulating. The name Fang Yun was mentioned with great frequency. Fang Yun felt a twinge of discomfort, but continued to eat normally. After taking a bite, he inquired, "Is there any animosity between our first class and the second class?" Li Yunsong chuckled and said, "It is nothing, merely an old custom of the academy. To prevent the younger students from becoming arrogant, they intentionally arrange for 3 classes to take the exam together, whether it is in the pursuit of excellence or other matters. Those who excel become scholars first and are then taught by the Jiren for a year. Naturally, our first-year class lags behind in every aspect, but the second class is equally pressured by the third. We are not truly upset. However, being overshadowed does leave a lingering discomfort. Nevertheless, the second class is aware of the importance of maintaining good relations and will not let this affect our camaraderie. After graduation, we will still look out for one another, as we are classmates from the same hometown." That is indeed true. Perhaps when we reminisce about these years post-graduation, we will find them amusing. Li Yunsong's companions nodded in agreement. Yet, Lu Yu reluctantly remarked, "While that may be the case, every time I witness Chang Wanqiu's smug demeanor, it irks me." Fang Yun laughed. "If he were to please you, the teachers would surely be displeased." "That is a valid point," Lu Yu muttered softly. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Is that Fang Yun, Fang Shuangjia?" Fang Yun turned to see 6 individuals approaching, unfamiliar to him, yet one among them donned the robes of a Jiren, leading him to deduce that they were all Jiren. The entire cafeteria fell silent, with both teachers and students turning their attention to the unfolding scene, some even displaying expressions of anticipation. Fang Yun stood and announced, "That would be me." At that moment, Li Yunsong whispered, "Be cautious. The speaker is Zhuang Wei, the brother-in-law of Lu Zicheng, a significant figure in the Ying society." Fang Yun observed closely and noted that the man bore no semblance of anger, appearing quite calm, suggesting he was not there to avenge Lu Zicheng. Zhuang Wei, without any airs of superiority, clasped his hands and smiled. "I have long heard of Fang Shuangjia's remarkable reputation. Today, I see that the rumors do not exaggerate. You are indeed a young gentleman of great promise. You are too kind, Zhuang brother." "It is you who is truly distinguished," Fang Yun replied. Suddenly, Zhuang Wei bent at a 90-degree angle, deeply bowing to Fang Yun. Fang Yun hurriedly sidestepped to avoid the gesture and asked, "What is the meaning of this, Zhuang brother?" Once upright, Zhuang Wei spoke with a hint of resignation. "I come to apologize on behalf of my brother-in-law, Lu Zicheng. I am aware of his propensity for mischief, and I often advise him against it. It is clear he has developed inappropriate feelings for your child bride, a fact he cannot deny. I offer my sincerest apologies. However, your claim that he would seek to harm you is utterly unfounded. We have known each other for a decade. While he may have his flaws, he would never resort to murder." Zhuang Wei's demeanor shifted, losing some of its previous politeness as he continued, "He merely sought to intimidate you with idle threats. How could you interpret that as an attempt on your life? According to the law, even an attempted murder is a crime. Do you wish to challenge the law? Would he be foolish enough to commit such an act in public?" The cafeteria's patrons were largely unaware of the recent events surrounding Fang Yun, having been occupied in their classrooms, and thus, when Fang Yun made his statement, many found it astonishing. "What nonsense! The Wei Yuanjun is a governor. How could he dare to threaten your life in public?" Zhuang Wei retorted angrily. Li Yu interjected immediately. "Fang Yun speaks the truth. The Wei Yuanjun is already deceased. What? Many exclaimed involuntarily, for he was a juncture, a sixth-rank official. At this moment, a speaker declared, "What Fang Yun states is indeed true. Prior to arriving at the dining hall, I had heard from the chief registrar himself, during the sacred selection, that semi-sage originally held a fondness for Fang Yun's talents, nearly presenting 3 couplets as a challenge. Yet, Wei Yuankuan, driven by personal vendetta, compelled the semi-sage to alter the examination question to recite the analects from memory within 2 hours. The dining hall erupted with commotion. Does this not imply that Fang Yun can recite the analects fluently? Surely, this cannot be genuine. Chapter 63. The reverse scholar. The students wished to continue their discourse on the matter of eloquence, yet the examiner raised his voice, declaring, after Fang Yun was selected in the sacred examination, the esteemed Jianmei Gong suddenly descended from the azure clouds and inquired how Fang Yun intended to deal with the Lord of the Wei Academy. The Lord of the Wei Academy refused to reveal his accomplices, and Fang Yun firmly believed that he deserved execution. Thus, Jianmei Gong, with his sharp tongue and decisive manner, executed the Lord of the Wei Academy. Is the Lord of the Wei Academy truly dead? No one in the dining hall dared to utter another word. The Lord of the Wei Academy held the prestigious position of an accomplished scholar, unless he were a traitor to the human race. Even the monarch of Jingwa could not take his life. Yet Jianmei Gong ordered his death without hesitation, demonstrating the advantages of possessing power within the sacred academy. Those present had not witnessed the scene, leaving them at a loss for words. The examiner continued, after the Lord's demise, there was widespread acclaim. Fang Yun was indeed correct. During the sacred examination, the Lord had sought to harm him again. If this man were to live, the state of Jingwa would falter, and humanity would be unjust. Many envisioned the scene, and soon the vast majority nodded in agreement. To harm others during the sacred examination was akin to taking a life. Zhuang Wei's face shifted between hues of green and white. Li Yunsong, who sat beside Fang Yun, set down his chopsticks and remarked, "Forgive my frankness, but the Lord of the Wei Academy is a disciple of the left chancellor and a lackey of the Lu family. With Lu Ziqing present, one cannot help but harbor suspicions. However, it is an indisputable fact that Lu Ziqing ultimately confessed to Fang Yun, admitting his intentions to conspire against him." In a voice considerably softer than before, Zhuang Wei said, "Fang Yun, regardless of the circumstances, both you and your childhood wife remain unscathed. Since you have already declared your forgiveness, why not, for my sake, extend a formal handshake of reconciliation? We could host a poetry gathering and invite the luminaries of the Duyuan prefecture. What do you think?" Fang Yun offered a faint smile and replied, "Brother Zhuang, your suggestion is misguided. I have already forgiven him in the academy, thus a handshake is unnecessary. You are overthinking this. As for the poetry gathering, I truly lack the time to attend. The invitations and posts at my home are already